Chapter 1. The Resurrection of Yuan, the ancient demon emperor, long gone. In the world of Journey to the West, amidst the 33 heavens, lies an ancient palace, now desolate and in ruins, overrun with moss, where the occasional sight of dry bones and long-dried blood can be found. This is the relic of the primordial heavenly court, once belonging to the supreme demon emperor, Yuan. However, following the catastrophic battle between the witches and the demons, all has returned to dust. Even the demon emperor, who once suppressed all, has found his final resting place. Time appears to erase all. Even the most devoted of the demon race have forgotten the once glorious demon court. This ancient heavenly court remains forsaken, quietly lingering in place, awaiting time to obliterate the last vestiges of its existence. At this moment, a faint sound reverberates through the crumbling walls. So subtle it is, like an echo in an empty valley, stirring up ripples that have lain dormant for millennia, slowly resonating. Following this are the second and third, sounds a series of footsteps. Yuan gazes upon the scene of devastation, letting out a soft sigh. He is a traverser. Having arrived in this world of Journey to the West, he awakened a system that grants him the ability to earn shock points simply by astonishing others, which can be exchanged for a series of entities, even allowing the dead to return to life. Over the years, Yuan has been in the Tang dynasty, accumulating numerous shock points by transforming the lives of its people. Now, he stands in the ruins of the ancient heavenly court, ready to undertake a monumental task, resurrecting Yuan. Yuan, once the supreme demon emperor, is rarely spoken of in these vast stretches of time. Yet, upon his revival, the situation would undoubtedly change. At the pinnacle of Quas's saint power, such strength places him just beneath the saints, atop the golden pyramid of the primordial world. He possesses the capability to stir great tides. Not to mention, the potential shock points Yuan could amass following Daijian's revival. A guaranteed profit, Yuan circles the ancient heavenly court ruins, ultimately focusing on a pool of long-dried golden blood. Gently touching it, a wave of warmth washes over him. This is the blood of the emperor. Even after endless years, a trace of power lingers, not yet completely extinguished. Ding! Unknown DNA detected. Processing complete. Species: divine beast, three-legged golden crow. Name: Yuan. Do you wish to resurrect Yuan? As Yuan touches the blood, the system's notification chimes in his ears. Resurrect. Without hesitation, Yuan confirms his choice. Instantly, the shock points he has accumulated over the years begin to deplete at a frenzied pace. Only when it reaches 1 billion does the rate of decline gradually slow, ultimately settling on a singular figure: 1,336,516,162. This is the total number of shock points required to resurrect Yuan. Yet Yuan has only 14 billion in total. This has been painstakingly amassed since his traversal, through tireless efforts to improve the lives of the Tang people. In one fell swoop, he has nearly exhausted it all. The system predicts that resurrecting a Quasi Saint at the pinnacle would require approximately 1 billion shock points. Yet it has consumed 13 billion, taking a deep breath. A hint of astonishment flickers in Yuan's eyes. He had prepared extensively for this resurrection endeavor, even gathering an extra 4 billion shock points as a safety net. To his surprise, it still fell short. This illustrates just how terrifying Daijian's power truly is. Fortunately, it has all been worth it. Yuan has been resurrected. At this moment, Yuan feels bewildered. He recalls that he had perished, fallen in that great catastrophe. Yet somehow, in this haze, he senses that he has come back to life. Before him lies a realm shrouded in mist. He knows not where he stands, but regardless, the sensation of living is unmistakable. Instinctively, Yuan takes a step forward, seeking to break through this veil of fog. But soon, he is captivated by a sight before him. A blurred figure stands tall, majestic amidst the boundless mist, exuding an indescribable aura. Who are you? Instinctively, Yuan inhales deeply, using respectful language, cautiously inquiring. Though he knows not who this towering presence is, he dares not show any disregard. He senses that his resurrection is intertwined with this figure before him. I am the master of the divine court. Under Daijian's gaze, the imposing figure glances at him, and then speaks in a calm tone. To resurrect you is to invite you to join the divine court. You may accept or decline. This magnificent figure is, of course, Yuan, and this mist-laden domain is the system space. Here, even saints must bow before Yuan. It is a realm that truly belongs to him. Everything remains under his control, almost as if his words alone shape reality. Yi Yun has chosen to resurrect Dijuan here after careful consideration. After all, while he has resurrected Dijuan, such a formidable being cannot be commanded at will, especially since Yi Yun's true realm is far inferior to that of Dijuan. If Dijuan were to rebel, it would spell disaster for Yi Yun. Thus, to ensure Dijuan's genuine submission, Yi Yun believes some measures are necessary. For instance, establishing an organization, creating an NPC, issuing tasks, and so forth. The Divine Court is the name Yi Yun intends to give to this organization for now. It comprises only himself and Dijuan, who has one foot within the Divine Court. Upon hearing this, Dijuan is taken aback, then exhales deeply and nods. I am willing to join. Although he is still unaware of what the Divine Court truly entails, he does not believe that this grand being revived him merely to ask if he wishes to join. Should he refuse, the best outcome would likely be another fall. It may seem like a choice, yet in truth, he has none. Seeing this, Yi Yun nods approvingly and extends his hand, from which a stream of spiritual light emerges, ultimately transforming into an object that floats gently before Dijuan. This is a phone. It contains a forum where you can access information about the Divine Court. A drop of blood will bind it to you. Hearing this, Dijuan is momentarily stunned as he instinctively holds the brick-like device and drips a drop of blood upon it in an instant. A surge of spiritual energy floods into Dijuan's mind, enlightening him on the use of this phone. Instinctively, Dijuan picks up the device and scrolls through it, finding the forum. As he meticulously examines the rules within, his expression grows increasingly astonished. Ultimately, his eyes widen in sheer disbelief. The forum outlines the rules succinctly. Completing tasks issued by the Divine Court earns you points. Sufficient points can be exchanged for anything. A mere glance reveals the presence of exceedingly precious items, such as innate supreme treasures and chaotic spiritual roots. It seems even higher-level entities are available. However, due to permission restrictions, he cannot view them at present. Amidst the myriad of enticing exchange items, Dijuan's attention is drawn to an exceedingly unassuming entry. Resurrect any being. Points required vary based on strength. Chapter 2. Joining the Divine Court, Dijuan. I truly have no choice. Revive. To think that it is possible to resurrect living beings. Upon encountering this description, Dijuan felt an overwhelming surge of fervor within. Instinctively clenching his fists, in the past, during the War of the Witches and Liches, countless demon clans perished in that cataclysm, including his own wife, 9 sons, and his own brother, Dong Huang Tai Yi. The mere prospect of accumulating points to resurrect them all was an irresistible temptation. It is worth noting that although joining this Divine Court is ostensibly voluntary, Dijuan harbored a few grievances in his heart. It could be said that he was compelled by circumstance. However, at this moment, Dijuan felt no trace of resentment, his mind solely focused on earning points. His wife and children could wait a little longer. First, he must revive his brother Dong Huang Tai Yi. Then, the 2 brothers could work together to amass points. And eventually, they would resurrect the entire demon court. Ha ha! With this thought, even Dijuan's typically stoic nature could not help but be stirred with excitement. Initially, after enduring that calamity, he had been enveloped in despair. Even if revival were possible, it seemed to hold little significance, merely revenge. He had even contemplated that upon returning to the primordial realm, he would promptly settle scores with certain beings, such as the demon master who had stolen his river diagram and Luo book, Yuan Feng. But then, that was the end of it. After his demise, the primordial landscape would inevitably undergo drastic changes, and with his own strength, it would be nearly impossible to withstand the overwhelming tide of the heavenly Tao. Yet now, it was different. Dijuan glimpsed hope. As long as he exerted himself, it was not beyond the realm of possibility to restore the demon court. Observing Dijuan's face brimming with excitement, Yi Yun gently nodded and then spoke in a calm tone. Furthermore, you may venture to the Great Tang and seek out a being named Yi Yun. He too exists in the primordial realm. Though he is weak, he joined the Divine Court earlier than you. You two may exchange insights, as you command. Upon hearing this, Dijuan felt a slight stir in his heart and promptly replied with utmost respect. I shall depart at once. These few simple words, though uncomplicated, carried an unusual weight to Dijuan. For instance, the Lord of the Divine Court mentioned Yun in the primordial realm. Did this not imply that there were others within the Divine Court who were currently absent from the primordial realm? Were they in the chaos or perhaps in other worlds? Dijuan was uncertain, but one thing he could ascertain was that the Divine Court was far beyond what he could currently fathom. With this thought crossing his mind, Dijuan's demeanor became increasingly respectful. Go forth. Witnessing Dijuan's demeanor, Yi Yun nodded and then waved his hand, opening the passage between the system space and the primordial realm. Just moments ago, he had deliberately spoken this way. After all, the current state of the divine court was rather meager. If Dijun were to discover that apart from himself, the entire divine court consisted solely of him as a lone commander, the grandeur would instantly diminish. However, if he were to perceive that there were many individuals within the divine court, though most were not present in the primordial realm, then that would be a different story. It would elevate the situation considerably. In that case, even if the tasks assigned fell solely upon Dijun's shoulders, he would not find it the least bit peculiar. Yes, upon witnessing Yuan casually open a portal leading to the primordial chaos, Dijun felt a jolt of astonishment within, though he maintained a facade of composure, respectfully clasping his hands in greeting before choosing to step into that passage. His figure subsequently vanished from this systematic space. Ah, the art of deception is no easy feat. As Dijun departed, the once imposing silhouette took a stride, and shortly thereafter, Yuan's form materialized amidst the mist, unable to suppress a gentle sigh. Fortunately, all of this was worthwhile. Dijun had taken the bait. The next step was to issue the task. The journey to the west was about to commence, and it seemed that Guanyin had already arrived in the Tang dynasty. A water and land ritual assembly? With a cold chuckle, Yuan unveiled his first task, to thwart the water and land ritual assembly. As for the west, Yuan held no fondness whatsoever. For one, the propagation of Buddhist teachings to the east was something he could not tolerate. After all the effort he had invested in reforming the Tang dynasty, steering it towards a rightful course, if, after the pilgrimage, Buddhism were to flourish in Tang, it would lead to the emergence of a multitude of idle monks, living off the fruits of others' labor. What a loss that would be, moreover. The time was ripe for the calamity of the westward journey. Preventing this venture would yield an abundance of shock points, far beyond mere trifles. It is worth noting that it was thanks to Yuan that Dijun was resurrected. The feats he accomplished had shocked others, and thus, Yuan too could garner a significant number of shock points. This was also the source of his credits. One shock point equated to one credit, almost in direct proportion. The dazzling array of exchange items that Dijun had previously seen were merely copied and pasted by Yuan, requiring the same number of credits as shock points. However, due to the introduction of a middleman, there would be slight variations. Tio put it simply, for every 100 shock points he earned, Dijun would receive 1 credit. There was no other choice. Having constructed the platform and issued tasks, taking a small cut was hardly excessive, was it? After all, Dijun remained none the wiser. Not only Dijun, but all other beings who would later join the divine court would also be subject to this proportional sharing. Consider it a labor fee. Meanwhile, in the 33 heavens, at the ruins of the ancient heavenly court, Dijun stood amidst the debris, staring blankly at his surroundings, his face still etched with disbelief. Just moments ago, he had been in an entirely different space, the location of which remained a mystery. Yet, he was certain it was not the primordial chaos. In an instant, he had transitioned from that realm to this primordial expanse, with scarcely a pause in between. The power was utterly terrifying. That being who had resurrected him, the Lord of the Divine Court, was undoubtedly in existence beyond his imagination. It is best to focus on the task at hand and accumulate credits. Revive Tai Yi. Taking a deep breath, Dijun gradually quelled the astonishment within him, casting a glance at the ruins before retrieving his phone, scrolling through a forum. Soon enough, he stumbled upon a task. Thwart the Water and Land Ritual Assembly. Location: Tang Dynasty. Danger level: early stage of quasi-saint. Tang Dynasty? Gazing upon the task description, Dijun furrowed his brow, recalling the words of the Lord of the Divine Court, who had mentioned that within the Great Tang existed a being, one of the members of the Divine Court. Now, it seemed he must pay a visit. Without hesitation, driven by an eagerness to acquire points, Dijun transformed into a golden crow and soared towards the direction of the Great Tang. Shortly thereafter, at the ancient site of the Demon Court, ripples once again began to stir. Yuan's figure materialized as he emerged from the confines of the system space. Immediately, Yuan cast a glance at the remnants of crumbling walls and, with a gentle wave of his hand, gathered some bloodstains, decayed bones. Among them was also a pool of golden blood that belonged to another sovereign of the Demon Court. Dong Huang Tai. Yuan understood that given Dijun's disposition, he would undoubtedly seek to resurrect Tai Yi. Along with the remaining beings of the Demon Court, it was prudent to keep these remnants. As a precaution, Chapter 3. To kill a man, must one also strike at his heart? What logic is this? Time trickled by. Great Tang, Chang'an. The eminent monk Chen Xuanzong gathered 1,200 high monks at the Huashang Temple to expound upon various wondrous scriptures. This event was called the Water and Land Dharma Assembly. Soon, a multitude of distinguished guests arrived, both young and old. Before the Huashang Temple, a throng of curious onlookers had gathered. Moreover, ministers and military officials lined the periphery. adorned in jeweled robes and gold insignia, exuding an air of majesty. At the forefront stood a figure, crowned and robed in imperial attire, the current sovereign, Emperor Li Shimin of the Tang. At this moment, this emperor raised his gaze towards the water and land Dharma assembly, yet there lingered a hint of impatience in his expression. He pondered what purpose the national teacher had in convening this gathering of monks. Observing the monk seated in meditation, eloquently articulating his teachings, Li Shimin could not help but shake his head, murmuring softly, "Those petty spirits from the underworld, I could obliterate with a single punch. Why do they insist on feigning fear? Alas, fortunately, my acting is commendable. Otherwise, I would surely be exposed." In the vastness of virtue, Zen remains tranquil, pure and spiritually attuned. It traverses the three realms. Naturally, the currently lecturing Xuanzang was oblivious to the emperor's complaint. He was wholly engrossed in expounding the scriptures, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, yet his countenance radiated excitement and fervor. The water and land assembly, furthermore, with the presence of His Majesty the Tang Emperor, along with the civil and military officials, to listen attentively. The sound of jingling ornaments and fluttering banners filled the air. Such a gathering had never been witnessed by ancient high monks. Xuanzang silently vowed to exhaust all his knowledge, to propagate the Dharma, and to save all sentient beings within the crowd. An elderly monk observed Xuanzang's discourse and could not help but nod gently, uttering a word of praise. She was Guanyin Bodhisattva from the sacred Mount Putuo in the South Sea, who had previously received the Buddha's decree to visit Chang'an in search of a worthy disciple. Although Xuanzang was a monk of the Jianglu sect, he was indeed a blessed child of the Buddha, the reincarnation of the golden cicada. In his past life, it was Guanyin who guided him into rebirth. After traversing 10 cycles of reincarnation and cultivating virtue across 9 lifetimes, he had become the present Xuanzang. He was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for this pilgrimage. Is this truly the water and land Dharma assembly? Beyond Chang'an, atop a rugged cliff, Emperor Jun gazed into the distance, observing the bustling scene before him. A frown creased his brow as he softly murmured, "The semi-Saint, is this merely a gathering of mortals? How could such an entity exist?" In a fleeting glance, Emperor Jun discerned the figure of Guanyin amidst the throng. An unexpected sight indeed. Initially, upon reading the task description, which indicated a semi-saint in the early stages, he had assumed it to be a formidable being imparting wisdom. After all, the prowess of a semi-saint is not to be trifled with in the vast expanse of Hongwang. In the past, within the demon court, such an individual could stand alone, holding great significance. Yet, he did not anticipate that the one delivering teachings today would be a mere mortal. The true semi-saint was concealed within the crowd. This was a calamity of quantification. Beside him stood a young man, wearing a smile, who gently shook his head at the remark and began to elucidate the great calamity of the West. It entails selecting a seeker of scriptures from the East, enduring 99 trials, and journeying to the West to retrieve the true scriptures. Henceforth, the Buddhist sect shall flourish. This young man was none other than Yun. Not long ago, Emperor Jun had contacted him through the forum, and Yun, already privy to the situation, finally stood face to face with this demon emperor. Calamity of quantification? Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun, who had previously been indifferent, raised an eyebrow, a grave expression settling upon his visage. It was reminiscent of the witch demon calamity, which was itself a calamity of quantification. After that battle, both the witches and demons receded entirely from the annals of Honghuang's history. This was a truth Emperor Jun had only comprehended during the latter stages of the witch-demon war. But by then, it was too late. Now, was another calamity of quantification upon them. Pray tell, what force is this Buddhist sect, that it has attracted a predetermined calamity, allowing it to thrive? After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Jun could not restrain his curiosity. The calamity of quantification was decreed by the heavenly Tao. Even the saints could not defy it. Yet now, the heavenly Tao orchestrated a calamity merely to facilitate the flourishing of this Buddhist sect. To be frank, Emperor Jun found it inscrutable. The Buddhist sect is the former Western Church. Yun did not withhold the truth, stating directly, the West, owing to the self-detonation of Luo Hou's ancestral veins in bygone days, accrued significant karma. This calamity of quantification serves as compensation for the West. There exists a subforum within the forum containing fundamental information about the current state of Hongwang. You may wish to peruse it. Anticipating the issue of information asymmetry when reviving Emperor Jun, Yun had deliberately created a subsection dedicated to introducing the present-day Hongwang. However, it seemed that Emperor Jun had only focused on his resurrection and had yet to explore anything else. Oh! Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun was taken aback, instinctively retrieving his phone and scrolling through it intently for a moment. Subsequently, his expression darkened. The Western Church? the likes of Jane and Juanti. How could these two be thriving so remarkably in Honghuang? Reflecting on the past, the root cause of the witch-demon war stemmed from the 10 suns in the sky, which scorched the great witch Fu to death, inciting the great witch Hou to pursue vengeance. 9 of the 10 golden crows had perished. The sole remaining golden crow was barely alive, gravely wounded. In those bygone years, Emperor Dijun persistently sought to uncover the mystery of that fateful day when the 10 golden crows appeared simultaneously in the primordial realm, fortuitously encountering that Fu. After a series of investigations, although direct evidence eluded him, Dijun acquired intelligence suggesting a possible connection to the west. However, at that time, the Wu and the Yao were already sworn enemies, locked in an eternal struggle. Even with this knowledge, he could not avert the impending cataclysm. Yet, this enmity remained etched in Dijun's memory. He had initially planned to utterly vanquish the Wu clan before devising a means to exact vengeance upon the West. But alas. Furthermore, there was one point that piqued Dijun's interest. The Celestial Court. Following the demise of the Celestial Court he had established, a new one had arisen in the primordial realm, governing the 3 realms. The ruler of this Celestial Court was named Hao Tian. Dijun recalled this name. It seemed he was merely a young attendant by the side of the Tao Ancestor in the Zishao Palace. Was he truly worthy of the title of Celestial Emperor? During my absence, the primordial realm has indeed undergone myriad changes. After perusing the intelligence regarding the primordial realm, Dijun let out a sigh, and as he turned his gaze towards the direction of the Water and Land Assembly, a chilling murderous intent flickered within his eyes. The Buddhist sect. Setting aside the fact that this was a task orchestrated by the Divine Court, merely considering the grievances forged during the era of the Wu and Yao, Dijun would not allow them to escape unscathed. Following the journey to the west, the Buddhist sect had flourished. He was determined to witness how the one who sought the scriptures would fare once he had been dispatched by his own hands. With this thought coursing through his mind, a trace of true solar fire began to flow within Dijun's being. As if threatening to incinerate all, he resolved to take action. First, he would collect some interest from the Buddhist sect. Then, both old and new accounts would be settled together. Wait. Observing Dijun's impatient demeanor, Yiyun could not help but shake his head and remarked, to act directly would at most disrupt this Water and Land Assembly, yet it would not prevent it. Moreover, it would scarcely impact the journey to the west. To genuinely thwart the journey to the west, mere killing would not suffice. One must also strike at the heart. For Yiyun, the prospect of Dijun effortlessly slaying Xuanzang was indeed exhilarating. But what of the aftermath? Should it not be a bit more shocking? Therefore, more extreme measures must be adopted. Tio killed, and to strike at the heart. Upon hearing this, Dijun was momentarily taken aback, a hint of bewilderment flickering in his eyes. What reasoning was this? Chapter 4 Tremble. Aside from you, all are my avatars killing, and striking at the heart. This was a notion Dijun had never contemplated. For this ancient demon emperor, killing was simply killing. A swift motion would suffice. If still unsatisfied, a flicker of true solar fire would reduce the body to ashes. That alone would be sufficient. How could there be talk of striking at the heart? In the present primordial realm, due to the existence of the 6 paths of reincarnation, when mortals perish, their souls may enter therein. Observing Dijun's perplexed expression, Yiyun shook his head and softly elaborated. Even if Xuanzang were slain, the Buddhist sect could still locate his soul and resurrect him. Even if that seeker of scriptures were to be utterly destroyed, what significance would it hold? Would the Buddhist sect not simply select another? Thus, this Water and Land Assembly would merely be postponed, yet it could not be concluded. Upon hearing this, Emperor Dijun was momentarily taken aback, falling into a brief silence before letting out a gentle sigh and speaking. What you say, my friend, is profoundly true. I have indeed underestimated the complexity of the matter. The cycle of reincarnation. Regarding its description, I have also perused some information in that form just now. After the war of the witches and demons, one of the 12 ancestors, Hou Tu, lamented the demise of countless beings and transformed herself into the cycle of reincarnation to mend the heavenly path. Every living being, upon death, may have their true spirit enter the cycle and be reborn. From then on, the primordial world remains unblemished. If I were to take action and eliminate that Xuanzang, as long as a trace of his true spirit exists, the Buddhist sect could potentially resurrect him. Even if I were to erase all traces of him, it would not significantly harm the Buddhist sect, the seeker of scriptures. Ultimately, he is merely a pawn on the chessboard of sentient beings. If one were to truly destroy him, replacing him would be simple. This might cause some inconvenience for the West, but it would not be fatal. Yet, how should one go about targeting the heart? Having contemplated all this, Dijun found himself hesitating and could not help but ask, as an emperor, he commanded myriad demons and possessed unparalleled strategy. However, He was now filled with uncertainty. Killing is easy, but targeting the heart is difficult. Furthermore, he was not particularly familiar with the Buddhist sect. How to target the heart was indeed unclear to Dijun. This matter is simple. It merely requires this method. And then that method. Upon hearing this, Yiyun smiled nonchalantly, whispering some words into Emperor Dijun's ear, then glanced at Xuanzang, who was conversing animatedly in front of Huaxing Temple, and continued in this way. Even if Xuanzang does not believe, he will still harbor doubts about the Buddhist teachings. The essence of targeting the heart lies in this. Humph. As she finished speaking, Yiyun let out a cold snort and added, ultimately, this so-called Buddhist sect is merely a group of hypocrites. Regarding the Water and Land Dharma Assembly, Yiyun was thoroughly prepared, intending to completely overturn the position of Buddhist teachings in Xuanzang's heart, compelling him to change his stance. As for why she wanted Dijun to undertake this task, it was because he was strong enough, at the pinnacle of quasi-saintship, sufficient to crush the Guanyin hidden among the crowd. Even if the three-world Buddha of the Buddhist sect were to arrive, they would gain nothing, and all she needed to do was remain behind the scenes, reaping the shock points. I understand. After listening to Yiyun's explanation, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Emperor Dijun's eyes. After a prolonged silence, he slowly nodded and said in a deep voice, however, if Xuanzang is also such a person, would he not be of no use? Just now, Yiyun's few words directly pointed to the core of the Buddhist sect. The Buddhist sect boasts of saving all sentient beings. Yet, they do not engage with the world, only practicing Buddhism. How can they transcend sentient beings outside the mundane world while claiming to save them? One principle understood, all principles understood. Dijun is not a fool. Just a few words have already revealed how to articulate this targeting of the heart theory. But what if Xuanzang is also hypocritical, saying one thing while doing another? Would that not be a waste of breath? That will not be the case. Upon hearing this, Yiyun shook her head without hesitation and calmly replied, he is different from ordinary Buddhists. Xuanzang possesses the heart of all sentient beings. Do you trust him? Upon hearing these words, Emperor Dijun raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the unexpected faith that Yiyun seemed to place in the venerable Xuanzang. Despite his apparent disdain for the Buddhist sect, however, Dijun refrained from probing further. He discerned that this member of the divine court, though seemingly of modest strength, should not be underestimated. The richness of the human fortune emanating from him was indeed astonishing. At the very least, within the boundaries of the Great Tang, none would dare to act against him. Otherwise, they would surely face divine retribution. Such profound fortune could only be possessed by those who, aside from earthly sovereigns, had rendered immense contributions to humanity. The divine court, it seemed, harbored hidden talents. Contemplating this, Dijun could not help but sigh, feeling an increasing reverence for the divine court. Such beings, endowed with fortune, were not easily controlled. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Simultaneously, Dijun reflected on the human race, which ultimately became the protagonists of this realm. In the past, he had crafted the slaughter which soared from humanity, forging endless causality. Yet, in hindsight, he found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend what had driven him to issue such reckless commands. Humanity was birthed by this new Wa, thus entwined within a thread of causality. How could he have made such a mad decree? There must be secrets hidden within. Having lived once more, Dijun had come to grasp certain truths, realizing he had likely been ensnared in a grand scheme. To recklessly slay the principle of the heavenly land, what chance of survival could one expect? This demise was hardly unjust. With a soft sigh, Dijun's eyes turned cold. At that moment, he felt increasingly convinced that both he and the had been inexorably pushed by an unseen hand. Toward the abyss. No. Not solely the It was likely the Witch clan also faced a similar fate. Ironically, even now, he remained oblivious to the identity of that shadowy puppeteer. The two Western saints? Or perhaps an even higher existence? It was difficult to say, and he dared not speculate. There was great terror lurking in this matter. Shaking his head, Dijun cast aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he could not help but inquire, may I ask, esteemed friend, I recently perused the forum and noticed only one task. Might I inquire when additional tasks might become available? The matter of uncovering the truth can wait. For me, the most pressing concern is accumulating points. Yet with just one task, I find myself striving without direction. Glancing at Dijun, whose face practically bore the inscription of I wish to progress, Yiyun was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a hint of exasperation, responding, the tasks refresh randomly, so there is no need for concern. In addition to tasks, you may also engage with others to exchange points. You can communicate directly on the forum, where there exists a chat section for mutual discourse. By the way, you might consider adopting a nickname for yourself. Our divine court operates in a relatively informal manner, and there is no necessity to reveal your true identity. The chat section was something I envisioned when establishing this forum. After all, the purpose of the forum is communication. It would be quite absurd to resurrect individuals only to cast them aside in some random location, leaving them unattended. That would truly reduce them to mere NPC task panels. Thus, their sense of belonging to the divine court would significantly diminish, which would be detrimental to Yi Yun's future endeavors. However, how to engage in conversation remains a considerable dilemma. Currently, Yi Yun stands alone in the entire divine court, and in order to prevent the Emperor Jun from noticing anything amiss, he has even created a multitude of alternate accounts. It could be said that, apart from Emperor Jun, the entire chat section consists solely of his alternate identities. Chapter 5. That monk, do you know the great vehicle of Buddhism? Upon hearing about the chat section, Emperor Jun nodded. Due to the prior blood oath of allegiance, he had already grasped the general usage of that device. Instinctively, he browsed through the forum and directly clicked into that particular section. He applied to join. Phew. After submitting his application to the chat section, Emperor Jun let out a light sigh, feeling a twinge of nervousness within. A brief glance revealed that every chat section had its own entry requirements. Either one had to be a sage or possess heavenly virtue. After much searching, he found only one section that bore no restrictions suitable for him. What does no restrictions imply? Does it not suggest that, in the eyes of the divine court, apart from sages, all others are regarded as equal? Completely unworthy of attention. The divine court is utterly terrifying. The thought of inadvertently joining such a formidable organization sent a shiver down Emperor Jun's spine, causing his demeanor to become more humble. Initially, Emperor Jun had harbored a sense of pride. After all, he was at the pinnacle of quasi-saint status, a figure at the apex of the primordial world. Even if the divine court were powerful, he should still rank among the top. Yet now, it appeared he had overestimated his standing. Beneath the sages, he was of no significance at all. Moreover, upon a cursory glance at the chat section beneath the sages, he noticed some individuals engaged in discussions, seemingly embroiled in debates. They frequently mentioned the treasures of chaos. It seemed a group was deliberating on how to seize these treasures. During this, some were exclaiming phrases like "Martial Saint is mighty Yan," as expected of the saint of heavenly reason. This made Emperor Jun acutely aware of a critically important issue. Sages. Sages can also chat in this section. The term no restrictions implies that it encompasses all, whether sage or non-sage, allowing free entry and conversation. Is that the implication? At first, Emperor Jun found it somewhat perplexing and considered it unnecessary. However, he soon came to understand. Sages and non-sages exist on entirely different scales. Certain matters of causality are inconsequential in the eyes of a sage. Yet for beings below that level, merely hearing such discussions could lead to unwarranted calamity. Establishing distinct chat sections for varying levels effectively prevents such occurrences. Truly, the divine court is remarkable, having anticipated even these nuances. In an instant, Emperor Jun felt a sense of yearning, as if he had glimpsed a secret of this divine court. Meanwhile, observing Emperor Jun standing there in a daze, seemingly at a loss for what to do, Yi Yun was taken aback, feeling somewhat surprised. Do you think that Emperor Jun could restrain himself from flooding the chat? Not even a single comment. Was all his effort and pretense for naught? For a moment, Yi Yun and Emperor Jun exchanged silent glances, both enveloped in a profound silence. As Yi Yun pondered whether he should break the impasse, Di Jun suddenly furrowed his brow, as if struck by a thought. A fleeting expression of embarrassment crossed his face, and he couldn't help but quietly inquire, "There is one more matter. With these daily tasks, if I were to accept all of them, would it not offend anyone?" In times past, Di Jun would have dismissed such trivial concerns. Yet now, the situation was different. He might be encountering a saint. It was wise to exercise caution. Ahem. Observing Di Jun's seemingly humble demeanor, Yi Yun recognized that his strategy had borne fruit, and he deftly multitasked. While fervently engaging in the forum, he calmly elucidated, "You and I exist within the primordial realm, where we can only perceive the tasks issued here. Should we venture elsewhere, we would encounter different assignments. However, due to certain circumstances, the celestial court has few beings in the primordial realm. Some are in seclusion, while others reside beyond it. I have encountered one or two, all of whom are at the saintly level. They are unlikely to regard these tasks with any interest. Moreover, these tasks operate on a first-come, first-served basis. Whoever seizes them first claims them. You need not worry, my friend. They wouldn't even glance at such trifling points." Upon hearing this, Di Jun paused, then nodded in agreement, accepting this rationale. Indeed, a mere nascent saint in the early stages, if not for his urgent need for points, would hardly pay heed. Let alone a saint. He probably wouldn't even find it worth his while to cast a glance. Had he not seen in the chat section a multitude of saints deliberating over the acquisition of chaotic treasures? Such artifacts are far more formidable than innate treasures. According to legend, the chaotic blue lotus, which embodies the cause of creation, is a chaotic treasure. Dijun certainly did not believe that these saints were vying for treasures akin to the creation blue lotus, but they were undoubtedly formidable. Such beings would not have the leisure to reprimand a nascent saint. Furthermore, from Yi Yun's description, these saints and non-saints were absent from the primordial realm. For some unknown reason, the primordial realm seldom harbored members of the celestial court below the saintly rank, save for a couple of elder saints. Dijun realized this was his opportunity. While everyone was away, he could toil away in secret, accumulating points. Sooner or later, he would resurrect Tai Yi. At that time, the two brothers could potentially reach the threshold of sainthood. If all else failed, they could simply latch onto a powerful ally. Indeed, there were saints present in that chat section. If only they could offer him a few words of guidance, it would be immensely beneficial. Yi Yun, however, could not have anticipated that his clever duet would leave Dijun utterly bewildered. Even the dignified demon emperor began to contemplate seeking out a powerful ally. Regardless, it was evident that Dijun genuinely intended to tether himself to the celestial court vessel. There was no shaking him off. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Yi Yun chose to take his leave. It was simply too exhausting to juggle so many roles. No, strictly speaking, it was not merely multitasking. It was an overwhelming number of tasks. He had to portray a saint, cheer 666 from the sidelines, and manage Dijun. The most crucial aspect is that not a single flaw must be revealed. It must be seamless. This is truly exhausting. Upon witnessing Yi Yun's departure, Dijun naturally did not intervene. After expressing his gratitude and farewells, he slowly shifted his gaze towards Xuanzang. The mission has commenced. Meanwhile, on another side, Xuanzang remained oblivious to the fact that he had caught the attention of a supreme demon emperor. He continued to expound upon the scriptures, his voice resounding with grandeur, imbued with a hint of Zen, its echoes lingering in the air, leaving the audience in a state of rapture. The common folk, initially disinterested in this Buddhist doctrine, became engrossed, entranced by his words. Even the chattering birds ceased their noise, attentively listening to the teachings, embodying the spirit of universal salvation. Monk, you merely expound upon the lesser vehicle. Are you familiar with the great vehicle? At that moment, a robust voice suddenly reverberated within Huaxing Temple. The entire assembly was taken aback. What? The great vehicle? Chapter 6. Dijun steps out. How does the great vehicle lead to the salvation of all beings? The mere mention of the great vehicle resonated louder than the clamor of Huaxing Temple, echoing in the ears of all present. Like lingering melodies, it persisted. Everyone was stupefied. Even Xuanzang, who was lecturing, abruptly lifted his gaze towards the source of the voice. There, an old monk approached, striking the precious platform, his voice piercingly loud. Clad in tattered robes, barefoot, and bald-headed, he bore a rather disheveled appearance. Yet, his voice resonated like a grand bell, commanding attention from all. Oh, not far away. Li Shimin narrowed his eyes slightly, noticing a faint glow emanating from behind Guanyin, his brow furrowing. Just as he was about to speak, he felt someone sit beside him. He was taken aback, turning to look, and soon, a smile graced his face, as though he had found a pillar of support. There appeared Yi Yun beside Li Shimin, who had already taken a seat prepared for him, before anyone could react. National Master? Upon seeing Yi Yun, Li Shimin did not conceal his thoughts, casting a discreet glance towards the direction of Guanyin, and whispered, that monk, with the glow behind him, is certainly no ordinary individual. Earlier, he attempted to sell me a cassock and a staff, but I paid him no mind, and now, he has returned. This is not the first time Li Shimin has encountered the old monk. In fact, just a few days prior, the old monk had come to peddle cassocks and staffs. But Li Shimin had ignored him. He had never been particularly fond of the Buddhist sect. Indeed, had it not been for the National Master's council, he would have already razed all the Buddhist temples in the Tang dynasty. A group of idlers, doing nothing productive, while demanding offerings from the populace. What use are they? In his view, they ought to be forcibly returned to secular life, to prevent the emergence of deceitful and cunning individuals. Those who refuse to return should be executed without hesitation. Ideally, they should all be eradicated, allowing the Tang to enjoy some tranquility. In no matter. Just observe. Observing Li Shimin's fierce demeanor, Yi Yun could not help but smile faintly, then shook his head, expressing a sense of helplessness. Moreover, you have ascended to the throne of Tang. It would be wise to temper your murderous intent. Do you still consider yourself a general of the heavenly strategy? Hee. It has become a habit, indeed. Upon hearing these words, Li Shimin chuckled softly, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face. He refrained from elaborating further. He understood that the national master harbored an even deeper disdain for these monks. Currently, he chose to remain silent, fearing ulterior motives. He resolved to simply observe. On the other side, atop the high platform, the phrase Great Vehicle Buddhism? Upon hearing those 4 words, Xuanzang's eyes first flickered with a glimmer of confusion, then ignited with fervor. He hastily descended from the platform, clasped his hands in respect towards the old monk, and earnestly announced, "I, your humble disciple, have only a rudimentary understanding of the lesser vehicle and am ignorant of the ways of the great vehicle." Even during his time at Jinshan Temple, Xuanzang had heard whispers of the existence of Great Vehicle Buddhism, yet he was oblivious to its whereabouts. In his youth, Xuanzang had secretly vowed to master this Great Vehicle Buddhism. However, after years of Buddhist practice, he had found no trace of it. Thus, upon hearing of its existence, he was naturally exhilarated. He could hardly focus on the teachings. After all, for Xuanzang, this water and land Dharma assembly was solely for the propagation of Buddhist teachings, and the dissemination of these teachings was aimed at liberating all beings. Surely, the presence of Great Vehicle Buddhism would be a boon for the multitude of sentient beings? Amitabha. Observing Xuanzang's deep yearning for the Great Vehicle Buddhism, the old monk who had transformed into Guanyin could not help but smile gently, nodding slightly and uttering a phrase of the Buddha. The Buddhist community had long been strategizing about the westward journey. In the years before Xuanzang had matured, the Buddhist sect had, to some extent, provided him with hints regarding the Great Vehicle Buddhism. However, they had never revealed to him the true mysteries of this great doctrine. Naturally, upon hearing it now, he was filled with excitement, entirely neglecting all else. This prompted subsequent dialogues. It also provided an opportunity to propose the idea of journeying to the West for scriptures. Otherwise, if he were to mention the Great Vehicle Buddhism without Xuanzang's awareness, he might be dismissed as a mad monk and cast aside. Would this not tarnish the reputation of the Buddhist community? At that point, even if he revealed his true form, it would lose its charm. The current scene was perfectly aligned with Guanyin's intentions. This lesser vehicle Buddhism cannot guide the deceased to ascend. It merely serves the mundane and superficial. Guanyin took a step forward, her gaze resting upon Xuanzang, and spoke calmly. "I possess the Tripitaka of Great Vehicle Buddhism, which can aid the deceased in ascending to the heavens, liberate those in distress, cultivate an everlasting life, and achieve the state of no coming and no going. What does the master think of this?" Guanyin remained composed. She was confident that upon uttering these words, Xuanzang would undoubtedly be moved and inquire about the whereabouts of the Great Vehicle Buddhism. Following that, the journey to the west would commence. Before that, Guanyin still needed to bestow the resplendent kasaya and the 9-ring staff upon Xuanzang. Reflecting on this, Guanyin felt a twinge of frustration. Not long ago, she had contemplated giving the kasaya and staff to Xuanzang through the Tang Emperor Li Shimin, allowing him to wear the kasaya and wield the staff while preaching, thus enhancing his image as a venerable monk. Little did she expect that Li Shimin lacked discernment. He did not even glance at them and, without hesitation, dismissed her with a flurry of blows. Moreover, Guanyin was unwilling to reveal her identity at that moment, enduring several strikes before retreating in humiliation. Now, recalling the incident, she felt a surge of indignation within her. She, a distinguished figure on the path to saintliness, was unexpectedly bested by mere mortals. The transcendent beings ascend to the heavens, liberating the suffering souls. Upon hearing Guanyin's description, Xuanzang's face immediately reflected excitement, and he eagerly spoke. "The aspiration of this humble monk throughout his life is to universally save all sentient beings. Should there exist the profound teachings of the Mahayana, I am willing to endure countless hardships to acquire them. May I inquire, Master, where might these Mahayana teachings be found?" "Very well." Upon witnessing this, Guanyin smiled gently and replied, "The Mahayana teachings reside in the Lane Temple of the Western Paradise, where the Buddha Tathagata dwells, a distant journey of 100,000 and 80,000 miles. Attaining them can resolve myriad grievances and dispel unwarranted calamities. It can also enable the universal salvation of all. I am willing." Hearing this, Xuanzang was naturally overjoyed, poised to express his intent to embark on a pilgrimage to the West in search of the true scriptures. At that moment, however, a voice, more imposing than that of the old monk, resonated through the air above Huaxing Temple. "Pray tell, how does one universally save all sentient beings?" Amidst the keen attention of the multitude, a figure stepped forward, exuding an air of supreme authority. The onlookers, sensing his presence, instinctively felt compelled to kneel, parting to create a path. The figure, undeterred, strode forth with confidence, akin to an earthly sovereign surveying his domain, ultimately approaching Xuanzang and Guanyin, softly inquiring once more, "How does one universally save all sentient beings?" Chapter 7. Where is the Bodhisattva? What nonsense is this man spouting? This figure was none other than Emperor Jun. After receiving the guidance from Yuan, Emperor Jun seized the opportunity during Xuanzang's discourse to manifest a doppelganger, gaining an understanding of the current state of the Buddhist realm. He was now fully prepared. His intent this time was to strike at the very heart. How would this water and land ritual proceed? This, on the other hand, upon hearing someone interrupt, Guanyin's brow furrowed, instinctively glancing toward Emperor Jun. Yet, as a being in the early stages of quasi-sainthood, how could she perceive the depths of Emperor Jun, who stood at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood? In her eyes, Emperor Jun appeared merely as an extraordinary mortal. Being a mortal, there was no cause for concern. Just an insignificant insect. Thus, upon witnessing Emperor Jun's emergence, Guanyin chose to remain silent, standing quietly by, eager to observe how Xuanzang would respond to this unfolding scene. After all, although Xuanzang was the reincarnation of the golden cicada and had been nurtured under the watchful eyes of the Buddhist community, one could not rule out the possibility of unforeseen complications. It was prudent to ascertain the extent of Xuanzang's mastery of Buddhist teachings to prevent any unexpected obstacles on the journey westward. Indeed, it is to rescue those in peril, to save individuals from fire and water, to offer generosity, kind words, and beneficial deeds, with compassion in one's heart, to bring peace to all under heaven. Upon hearing this, Xuanzang's expression grew serious, and he performed a gesture of reverence towards Emperor Jun, earnestly stating, "Thus, one can truly be said to universally save all sentient beings." Having spent half a lifetime studying Buddhism, Xuanzang had become a genuine master of the path, and he was more than capable of gracefully navigating such challenges. Among the practitioners of Buddhism, is it not the case that each individual assumes the solemn duty of delivering all sentient beings? Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun cast a fleeting glance at the assembly of monks present and continued his inquiry. Indeed, without a moment's hesitation, Xuanzang nodded emphatically, his voice resonating with conviction. Our Buddha embodies compassion. Those who study the teachings of Buddha, if they do not take it upon themselves to deliver all sentient beings, what else could possibly be their responsibility? Such words, indeed, seem somewhat superfluous. Then why do the monks of the Buddhist teachings withdraw from the mundane world? Elevated above it all, engaged solely in the recitation of scriptures, seemingly oblivious to the suffering of humanity? Hearing Xuanzang's response, Emperor Jun chuckled, as if he had just heard the most amusing of jokes, and then calmly remarked, "As far as I know, most of the monks present fit this description, do they not? Ha! In chaotic times, they retreat to the mountains for self-preservation. In prosperous times, they open their doors to amass wealth. In my view, the suffering of sentient beings is inextricably linked to the Buddhist community. Rather than being a path of universal salvation, the Dharma appears to be a means of self-interest. Would you not agree?" In just a few words, he struck at the heart of the matter. This is a reality that the Buddhist community cannot evade. In chaotic times, they retreat. In prosperous times, they open their doors. Such a Buddhist community claiming to deliver all sentient beings can only evoke laughter. This, too, was one of the core insights previously articulated by Yuan, now echoed by Emperor Jun. Upon hearing these words, Xuanzang found himself momentarily speechless, fully aware of the shortcomings that exist within the Buddhist community. Yet, he understood that by his own limited means, he could not effect change within the community. This is also one of the pressing reasons Xuanzang yearns for the true essence of the Mahayana teachings. He believes that perhaps the Mahayana Dharma could transform everything. Within the Mahayana teachings lies the supreme and exquisite wisdom, capable not only of delivering countless beings but also granting peace to the deceased. By reciting the Mahayana scriptures, one purifies the soul, allowing all beings to cast aside their selfish desires and seek the ultimate truth. Observing Xuanzang at a loss for words, the old monk, transformed from Guanyin, spoke softly, thus alleviating Xuanzang's predicament. With but a single phrase, she proclaimed, "The Mahayana Dharma can save all." As for the day when Xuanzang might truly reach the Western paradise and acquire the authentic scriptures, that is no concern of Guanyin's. By then, the tribulations would have concluded, the Dharma would have crossed the seas, and the Buddhist community would flourish. Regardless of the living or the deceased, is it not all contingent upon the Buddhist teachings? Amitabha, I, as a humble monk, shall certainly retrieve the Mahayana Dharma to enlighten the world and rectify the shortcomings of the Buddhist community. Whether living or deceased, all can transcend and escape the boundless karmic retribution. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement surfaced on Xuanzang's face, deepening his yearning for the Mahayana teachings. Not far away, the onlooking populace, who previously held little interest in the Dharma and were skeptical of the monk's words, found themselves momentarily taken aback by this scene, beginning to yearn for the Mahayana teachings. Could it truly be that even the deceased can be delivered? Is that so? Witnessing the commotion once again replacing the tranquility of Huaxing Temple, Emperor Jun suddenly displayed a hint of a smile and then casually inquired, "May I ask one more question? Does transcendence require offerings of incense money?" Incense money? Upon this utterance, the gathered crowd was momentarily stunned, all eyes turning towards Xuanzang. This is indeed of paramount importance, especially for those familiar with Buddhist temples. It is particularly sensitive. The offerings of incense can be quite costly. Indeed, disciples of the Buddhist faith must sustain their livelihoods and inevitably collect some offerings. Upon witnessing this, Xuanzang felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck, yet he spoke candidly. In truth, for Xuanzang himself, guiding others was a matter of virtue, and there was no need to accept offerings. However, the other monks were different. In his earlier days, Xuanzang also looked down upon those who collected offerings, yet over time, he grew accustomed to it. After all, for a temple to flourish, financial resources are indispensable. The offerings of incense represent the most significant source of income for a temple. Should this revenue cease, a multitude of monks might find themselves at the mercy of the elements. The Dharma can guide the departed to ascend, yet is it not customary to accept some offerings as a form of gratitude? Thus, one who has committed a sin might be condemned to hell, yet after providing sufficient offerings, could they not be spared the torments of the 18 layers of hell and ascend directly? Is this not unjust to those who have committed no transgressions? Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun did not hesitate even for a moment, stating plainly, "Is it then true that the so-called universal salvation of the Buddhist faith is merely a transaction of money for the alleviation of calamities? Ha! In that case, it seems quite reasonable. Such is the nature of Buddhism." As he spoke, Emperor Jun slowly shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the assembly before finally resting upon Guanyin, remarking, "They are not but a group of hypocrites. For instance, this bodhisattva, is it? If you truly wish to save all beings, why send a mere mortal to traverse vast distances to procure some trifling scriptures? Could you not simply deliver them directly? For you, a matter of mere tea time would suffice for a round trip, would it not? Bodhisattva?" Emperor Jun's voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of all present. In an instant, including Xuanzang, the assembly fell into stunned silence. What bodhisattva? What nonsense is this person spouting? Chapter 8. A minor sage unworthy of knowing my name, Bodhisattva. When Emperor Jun's words fell, the members of Huaxing Temple were taken aback, bewildered by his utterance. What bodhisattva? From whence does this bodhisattva come? It must be understood that within the Buddhist faith, a bodhisattva is a being who has truly attained enlightenment and transcended all. Do not be misled by Xuanzang's role in presiding over the water and land ritual, for he holds considerable renown in Chang'an as an enlightened monk. Yet in the presence of a true bodhisattva, he is hardly of note. How is it that now, this person has woven the term bodhisattva into his discourse? Benefactor, what are you saying? At this moment, Xuanzang was equally taken aback, a look of confusion dawning in his eyes as he could not help but inquire, "Where is this bodhisattva?" As a monk, Xuanzang had devoted nearly all his life to the temple, spending his days in the company of ancient lamps and the Buddha. Yet despite his earnest devotion to the Buddha, he had never encountered a true Buddha or bodhisattva. How is it that this person has begun to speak such absurdities? He had hoped to seek counsel from them just moments ago. In reality, Xuanzang had indeed given serious consideration to the words spoken by Emperor Jun. The Buddhist faith does possess its shortcomings. Regarding the matter of guiding the souls of the deceased, Xuanzang possesses little understanding. At most, he can recite a few passages from the sutras on rebirth. However, when it comes to the living, specifically the monks within the temple, he is acutely aware of their true nature. Many monks indeed lead a life of petty scheming, using the recitation of scriptures as a pretext to evade labor duties. Some even resort to cunning tactics to seek personal gain. Xuanzang observes this with a discerning eye and would speak out against such behavior whenever he encounters it. Yet, as an ordinary mortal, how much can he truly perceive or comprehend with merely his own eyes? In such moments, Xuanzang often finds himself imagining that if one day he were to attain the profound teachings of Mahayana Buddhism, perhaps he could rectify the shortcomings within the Buddhist community. After all, his master, who initially taught him the ways of the Dharma, held the Mahayana teachings in the highest regard. His life's greatest regret is never having truly encountered the essence of Mahayana Buddhism. As a disciple, Xuanzang is naturally filled with curiosity about these teachings. This is precisely why he reacts so fervently upon hearing the old monk utter the words Mahayana Buddhism. That old monk? With this thought, Xuanzang instinctively gazes in the direction of the elderly monk and is momentarily taken aback. Not just him, but the entire assembly at Huaxing Temple is rendered speechless. Before them stands the old monk, his expression slightly somber, with the radiant light of the Buddha enveloping his form. In an instant, his appearance undergoes a remarkable transformation. No longer does he resemble an elderly monk. Instead, he takes on the guise of a woman. Beneath him, clouds of auspiciousness swirl, while jewels dance around him, and his flowing robe billows gently, exuding an aura of divine sanctity. Is that Guanyin Bodhisattva? Gazing upon this manifestation of Guanyin, Xuanzang finds himself momentarily stunned. Unable to comprehend how the monk he had previously conversed with could possibly be the legendary Guanyin Bodhisattva. Is it truly Guanyin? The art of transformation is indeed extraordinary. Who would have thought that such a modest gathering could witness the presence of Guanyin herself after Guanyin reveals her true form? The onlookers display expressions of astonishment, engaging in animated discussions. Yet, aside from a few monks, none prostrate themselves in reverence. Conversely, the monks of Huaxing Temple tremble with excitement, kneeling as if they have encountered a genuine celestial being. This spectacle causes Guanyin to furrow her brow slightly. In truth, she had sensed something amiss upon her arrival in the Tang dynasty, noticing peculiarities that were out of place. For instance, the presence of strange inventions, such as a steam engine that generates energy through fire and water, along with various unusual agricultural tools. Moreover, the lives of the common people have seen substantial improvement. Throughout her journey, Guanyin has not encountered any sign of disaster. The entire Tang dynasty flourishes with vitality. The aura of fortune is so formidable that it seems on the verge of transforming into a golden dragon of destiny. However, due to her pressing mission, Guanyin had not lingered too long on these observations. Yet now, these clearly mortal beings show her no respect whatsoever. This is something Guanyin finds increasingly difficult to bear. Nevertheless, this is not the time for such reflections. After a brief furrow of her brows, Guanyin momentarily cast this matter aside and turned her gaze towards the direction of Emperor Jun. She could discern that there was not the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from him, nor did she sense any oppressive aura about him. He appeared to be nothing more than a mortal. Yet, a mere mortal would never be capable of discerning her true identity. Upon careful reflection, there were only two plausible explanations for this situation. Either this individual was merely a pawn, standing behind whom was a being aware of her identity, or this fellow's strength far surpassed her own. Regardless of which reason it might be, Guanyin was reluctant to accept it. After all, this signified that the journey to the west might soon encounter unforeseen changes. Venerable Bodhisattva, you. Not far away, Xuanzang finally regained his composure and respectfully bowed to Guanyin. His voice solemn as he spoke, disciple Xuanzang pays his respects to the Bodhisattva of compassion. Xuanzang instantly recognized the identity of the Bodhisattva, and his heart swelled with excitement. With a Bodhisattva present, if she were to impart the great teachings of Mahayana Buddhism to him, could it not mean the true salvation of sentient beings? Glancing at Xuanzang, Guanyin slowly nodded. Then her gaze shifted back to Emperor Jun as she spoke. Ba, pray tell, who might you be to intervene in our Buddhist assembly? In that moment, Guanyin resolved to abandon any pretense. Regardless of whether this being truly possessed power surpassing her own or if he had someone formidable backing him, she stood as a representative of the Buddhist faith. Guanyin could hardly believe that, having brought forth the very essence of Buddhism, this being could remain unperturbed. Even if, hypothetically, this entity indeed disregarded the Buddhist teachings. What of the impending calamity? The heavenly decree of calamity is known as the journey to the west. In the vast wilderness, any being of considerable strength could not possibly be ignorant of this fact. Who am I? Upon hearing this, a flicker of cold indifference crossed Emperor Jun's face as he replied. My identity is not something a mere early-stage quasi-saint like yourself can fathom. Do you even presume to be worthy? Initially, Emperor Jun had intended to maintain restraint, planning to execute a strategy of psychological warfare as per Yi Yun's instructions. However, upon further contemplation, he realized that if he truly wished to alter Xuanzang's perspective, would it not be more direct to simply thrash Guanyin before his eyes? Moreover, as the demon emperor, he was accustomed to dominance and was not particularly adept at verbal sparring. He had been brimming with confidence, but after articulating all of Yi Yun's suggestions, he found himself at a loss for words. Thus, he decided that striking first was the best course of action. After all, Yi Yun had mentioned that it would eventually come to blows. Emperor Jun's words caused Guanyin's expression to darken significantly. Such arrogance was simply intolerable. Chapter 9. Originally malicious, yet executed perfectly. Do you even presume to be worthy? These three words resonated throughout the heavens and earth, lingering in the air, echoing endlessly. In an instant, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. That was, after all, Guanyin. In the realm of legends, the Bodhisattva Guanyin. How could this individual be so audacious? Indeed, such audacity. Beyond these two words, no other vocabulary suffices to encapsulate this astonishing act. Even Guanyin herself was momentarily taken aback, her countenance adorned with an expression of incredulity, unable to regain her composure for a considerable time. She, a revered bodhisattva of the Buddhist realm, known as the savior of the suffering. Not only among mortals, but even in the celestial realm, the name Guanyin carries profound significance. Who would dare to address her with anything but utmost respect? Even upon ascending to the 33 heavens and stepping into the Lingshao Palace, none would question her in such a manner. You are worthy. These 3 words not only belittled herself but also trampled upon the entire Buddhist order. Setting aside her identity, she was a quasi-Saint in this primordial world. She was indeed among the supreme beings. Few could surpass her. Yet now, to be confronted with such indignity, this ignited within Guanyin an unprecedented fury. Though the wrath of a quasi-saint may not result in a sea of corpses or rivers of blood, there would certainly be consequences. How dare you? Meanwhile, Xuanzang also regained his senses, tremblingly pointing a quivering finger at the Emperor Jun. His face a mask of horror. This was a bodhisattva, the embodiment of great compassion, the savior of the suffering. You. Xuanzang rose, glaring furiously at Emperor Jun. Having studied Buddhist teachings for many years, Xuanzang was accustomed to entering temples and bowing to Buddhas. Yet, after years of devotion, he had only prostrated before clay statues of Buddhas and bodhisattvas. Now, witnessing a true bodhisattva, he was struck by the sight of someone showing such disrespect. A wave of intense discomfort surged within him, and the usually non-confrontational Xuanzang could no longer remain silent. While Xuanzang acknowledged that the individual before him held some merit in their argument, it did not justify the affront to the Buddhist order. A bodhisattva? A bodhisattva is also human. Should you attain sufficient strength one day, a bodhisattva is but an ant. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun cast a cold glance at Xuanzang before turning his attention to the now revealed Guanyin. Suddenly adopting a tone of mockery, he spoke in a nonchalant manner. Moreover, the so-called great compassion in saving the suffering, is it not a title you bestowed upon yourself? For instance, creating calamities in certain places, only to conveniently arrive. To save the suffering? Ha! The merits you possess hardly befit such a title. The heavenly order is just. If one were truly compassionate and helpful, the heavenly order would naturally bestow some merits to acknowledge their deeds. However, merits acquired in such a manner are scant and far less than those cultivated through personal endeavor. Unless, of course, the individuals assisted happen to be fated, but that is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Thus, few would exert themselves in such an ungrateful manner to be a good person. With that time, it would be wiser to retreat and cultivate oneself. Among the countless beings of the primordial world, Emperor Jun had only witnessed such merit in one individual. That person was known as Hongyun. He was recognized by all beings in the primordial realm as the Good Samaritan, and had even relinquished a sacred position out of compassion. Alas, one has also encountered a misfortune, truly a case of good people receiving no rewards. Before me stands this Guanyin, adorned with virtues, yet solidified only in semblance, utterly illusory. It appears to have been conjured through obscure means, artificially brushed into existence. It is simply incomparable to individuals of the caliber of Hongyun. Is the bodhisattva akin to an ant? Such great compassion and mercy is merely a title one has bestowed upon oneself. Upon hearing these words from Dijuan, Xuanzang felt a dizzying whirl, and his indignation soared to its zenith. In his heart, the bodhisattva represented the pinnacle of existence. All beings revere the bodhisattva. How could such a person link it to mere insects in his eyes? To self-assign such a title is indeed a profound disrespect. Even Xuanzang, for a moment, felt a surge of frustration, a compelling urge to engage in earnest debate. However, just as Xuanzang was on the verge of eruption, a somewhat cool voice of the Buddha reverberated through the heavens. Behold, Guanyin stepped forward, treading upon clouds, soaring into the firmament, gazing down upon Dijuan with icy words, stating, "Since you harbor numerous grievances against the Buddhist teachings, I shall keep you by my side to witness the myriad transformations. One day, you shall attain ultimate enlightenment." Moments prior, Guanyin had scrutinized for a considerable time, yet could not discern Dijuan's origins. He appeared as an ordinary person. Yet, an ordinary individual could never perceive their own identity. Perhaps he was merely a pawn, thrust into the spotlight by another. Regardless, from his current demeanor, it was evident he was resolutely set against the Buddhist order. It was even possible he wished to undermine her selection of a disciple for the scriptures. This was something Guanyin could not permit under any circumstances. Contemplating this, Guanyin resolved without hesitation to eliminate this minor variable. In doing so, she would not only demonstrate the might of the Buddhist order, but also instill fear in those of nefarious intent. The journey to the west must not be disrupted. Naturally, Guanyin would not opt for outright murder. Rather, she intended to bring Dijuan back to that point. How to deal with him would be entirely within her purview. Boom! As Guanyin's words fell, she extended her hand. Instantly, boundless radiant light emanated from her being, enveloping a significant portion of Chang'an in mere moments. Then, she gently reached forth. Aimed at Dijuan, she advanced to subdue him. In her past traversals through the wilderness, Guanyin had encountered numerous individuals who dared to openly defy the Buddhist order. In those instances, she would employ such rhetoric to take them away. While her words appeared benevolent, in solitude, she would effortlessly reduce them to ashes. This being before her, akin to those who openly opposed the Buddhist order, would also be reduced to a pile of remnants. This would indeed be his most favorable outcome. Truly, the great compassion and mercy of Guanyin Bodhisattva. To so humiliate the Buddhist Bodhisattva, yet she still offers him a chance. It is truly admirable. Our Buddha is merciful indeed. With Guanyin's words, a glimmer of admiration flashed across the faces of the monks from Huaxing Temple. In times past, they believed that the audacious individual who dared to confront the Bodhisattva was surely doomed. What folly! Who would dare to claim that the Bodhisattva is akin to an insignificant insect? Yet now, they each find themselves reacting in profound admiration. Truly, the Bodhisattva embodies compassion. Even Xuanzang, upon witnessing this scene, was visibly moved, repeatedly uttering Amitabha. He, a scholar of Buddhist teachings, understood that the essence of Buddhism is rooted in compassion, to sweep the ground for fear of harming the life of an ant. Just moments ago, upon hearing Emperor Jun's words directed at the Bodhisattva, Xuanzang was consumed by a surge of anger. Utterly infuriated, however, now, upon hearing Guanyin's words, it felt as if he had been doused with a bucket of ice water. In an instant, he regained his composure. A monk must eschew anger. His earlier actions in a certain light could be deemed a loss of the tranquil demeanor expected of one who has renounced the world. It was indeed somewhat inappropriate. Master, should we lend him a hand? This moment, Li Shimin gazed upon the unfolding scene, and a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he turned to Yi Yun and softly inquired, "Is this not a bodhisattva of the Buddhist realm, currently residing within the Tang dynasty?" Li Shimin is under the protection of fortune. Although the bodhisattva possesses formidable strength, Li Shimin felt that he too could stand against such power. Moreover, inexplicably, upon witnessing Emperor Jun's fierce retort towards Guanyin, Li Shimin experienced a sense of satisfaction, primarily because, not long ago, the Buddhist sect had ensnared him in the netherworld, exposing him to numerous minor spirits, which he found exceedingly distasteful. The Buddhist sect is known for its petty schemes, and he couldn't help but wonder what devious plans were afoot during this water and land ritual conference. If possible, Li Shimin truly wished to teach these arrogant individuals a lesson. No matter. Let us observe for now. Noticing Li Shimin's intent to take action, Yi Yun shook his head and softly remarked that individual strength is not inferior to that of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Not merely not inferior. For Emperor Jun, at this moment, Guanyin is of little consequence. With a mere flick of his hand, he could obliterate her. However, Yi Yun had not anticipated that Emperor Jun would hastily reveal his strength simply by articulating a few teachings he had imparted. Initially, observing Emperor Jun's confident demeanor, Yi Yun had presumed he possessed a strategy of his own. He had even entertained the thought that perhaps Emperor Jun could provide Xuanzang with a small shock. Who knows, it might even yield some unexpected advantages for himself. Now, however, it appeared he had overthought the situation. A confrontation had erupted. With this in mind, Yi Yun couldn't help but shake his head. A touch of helplessness crossing his features, he truly couldn't contain his impatience. Yet his astonishment was now escalating at an alarming rate. Furthermore, the sources of this astonishment were not solely the citizens of the Tang dynasty, but other beings as well. Seemed many were keenly observing this event. In this light, it bodes well for Yi Yun. One might say, while Emperor Jun's intentions were nefarious, they were inadvertently executed for the benefit of the myriad beings of the primordial world. Is the Bodhisattva not even a match for him? Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Li Shimin's eyes as he lowered his voice and spoke softly. He was not entirely clear about the specific realm of this Bodhisattva. Yet he could surmise a few things. Undoubtedly, it was formidable. The sudden appearance of this individual possessed strength that was not inferior to that of the Bodhisattva. Moreover, from the tone of the national master, it seemed he was familiar with this person. His name is Dijuan. Casting a glance at the inquisitive Li Shimin, Yi Yun shook his head and replied with a hint of detachment. An ancient demon emperor who existed in the primordial times. Since Dijuan intended to directly overpower Tin with one, his identity would inevitably be revealed sooner or later. Thus, Yi Yun found no need for concealment. After all, once Dijuan took action, certain ancient beings of the primordial realm would undoubtedly sense it instantly. Concealment was not an option, of course, for Yi Yun. This was not necessarily a negative development. At the very least, it could yield a wave of astonishment. It must be noted that after resurrecting Dijuan, Yuan had exhausted all his long-held reserves. He was in urgent need of replenishment. Dijuan? Listening to this unfamiliar name, Li Shimin furrowed his brow and murmured softly. He was unaware of who Dijuan was. However, from Yuan's tone, he discerned that this was undoubtedly an extraordinary existence, an ancient demon emperor. What remained uncertain was how this demon emperor had come into conflict with the Buddhist sect. High above, Guanyin acted decisively. A vast expanse of Buddha light flowed from Guanyin's form, with golden lotuses stirring, exuding an aura of sanctity. Crack! A single hand, as white as jade, reached out from the void. It gently pressed down upon Dijuan. Countless rays of Buddha light enveloped Dijuan's form in an instant, seeking to capture him. It is over. Witnessing this scene, not only the onlooking citizens but even the ancient beings from the primordial realm, who had specifically focused on this event due to the Western expedition calamity, could not help but entertain this thought. Although they could not perceive Dijuan's true identity, upon seeing Guanyin make her move, they understood that it was all over. A quasi-saint. A being of this caliber was undeniably invincible, regardless of the setting. Now, with Guanyin, a quasi-saint, personally intervening, it was certain to obliterate everything in its path. This was beyond doubt. Did they not see that the previously arrogant individual had been rendered speechless by Guanyin's assault? He stood frozen in place, seemingly unable to process the situation. Well, it was understandable. The terror of a quasi-saint was beyond comprehension. It was normal for beings to be at a loss when confronted with such an existence. Our Buddha embodies compassion. Above the clouds, Guanyin cast a glance at Dijuan before withdrawing her gaze. Softly uttering a Buddhist incantation, she had lost interest in Dijuan. After capturing him, Guanyin intended to bestow the cassock and staff upon Xuanzang, urging him to hasten his journey westward for scriptures. In doing so, she would fulfill the sacred task entrusted to her by the Tathagata not long ago. Humph! As everyone believed the outcome was already determined, the seemingly dazed Dijuan, who appeared to be intimidated by Guanyin's assault, suddenly lifted his head and let out a cold snort. In an instant, all the radiance of the Buddha vanished. Even the palm that Guanyin had conjured with her spiritual power shattered in a moment, transforming into a cascade of luminous rain. For a brief period, everyone stood stupefied. The entire Huaxing temple fell into a profound silence. Only the sound of system notifications echoed in Yuan's ears. Shock points, 50. Shock points, 100. Shock points, 300. Shock points, 1000. The notifications flickered incessantly, showing no signs of abating. Chapter 10. Words manifest law. Guanyin stumbled embarrassingly. Countless shock points flashed like a screen in frenzy. It is known that the more powerful a being is, the harder it is to astonish them. Yet, once they feel shock, the points they contribute are incomparable to those of ordinary beings. Having operated in the Tang dynasty for many years, Yuan was acutely aware of the shock points the people of Tang could contribute. The series of shock points that had just appeared was indeed contributed by the people of Tang, but even more so by beings from beyond the Tang. It appears that many individuals in the primordial wilderness are paying attention to the journey to the west. After a moment of silence, a contemplative expression flickered across Yuan's face as he murmured softly, "Perhaps even the saints are observing." However, to astonish beings of such caliber may prove to be somewhat challenging. One wonders how they will react once Dijuan's identity is revealed. For now, merely repelling Guanyin's attack, while indeed astonishing, is hardly noteworthy to the ancient powers of the primordial wilderness, let alone the saints. Primarily, Guanyin's strength is not overly formidable, merely at the early stage of quasi-saint. In the vast primordial wilderness, the number of beings surpassing Guanyin is not negligible, albeit not excessively abundant. Thus, the earlier scenario, while not entirely commonplace among the true strong of the primordial wilderness, is by no means overly rare. It is fortunate if one occasionally encounters a being that contributes several thousand shock points. However, once Dijuan's identity is unveiled, it becomes an entirely different matter. The sudden appearance of a being long lost to the annals of history would likely catch even the saints off guard. Fortunately, if the shock points exceed 10,000 at once, the specific sources can be displayed. One wonders if this will attract the attention of a saint. Yuan gently raised his head, a glimmer of anticipation surfacing in his eyes as he murmured, "Saints, supreme and unparalleled." Such beings remain unmoved by material gains or personal losses, gazing down upon countless lives. To astonish such beings is indeed an arduous task. Conversely, the shock points contributed by a saint are undoubtedly prodigious. After this wave, while it may not directly lead to breaking even, it will certainly allow him to recover some vitality. Just as numerous thoughts flitted through Yuan's mind, in the heavens above, Guanyin, who had been certain of victory and believed she could easily take away this audacious individual before her, found herself momentarily stunned upon witnessing the complete dissipation of her conjured Buddha light. She felt somewhat bewildered. Moments ago, Guanyin sensed an unprecedented pressure that nearly shattered her own spiritual power in an instant. Such a force she had only experienced from the Buddha Tathagata. Yet, the perplexing issue was that the being before her appeared astonishingly ordinary. The Tathagata, on the other hand, was an unparalleled existence at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. In this primordial realm, he belonged to an absolute zenith. In the absence of saints, he could easily sweep aside everything. No being could surpass the Tathagata. Was this person before her the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood? In a fleeting moment, an utterly absurd thought flashed through Guanyin's mind. However, the next second, she dismissed that notion outright. How could it be possible? Looking across the vast primordial expanse, aside from the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court, where else could there be an existence at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood? Moreover, in a certain sense, the Emperor of Heaven from the heavenly court was not truly at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Although he resided at that level, he lacked the enigmatic power characteristic of a genuine quasi-saint. This was because he did not attain it through his own cultivation. Following the grand battle of the gods, this emperor ascended from the early stages of quasi-sainthood directly to its pinnacle. He now exerted pressure over the three realms. Some speculated that his power was forcibly augmented by the Tao ancestor of the Purple Cloud Palace. Others claimed that it stemmed from the boundless fortune acquired through the calamity of sealing the gods, thus enabling a sudden breakthrough. Regardless, it was nearly universally acknowledged among the beings of the primordial realm that this emperor's strength paled in comparison to that of the Buddha. Although few dared to voice this truth openly, beyond the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect, there were no other quasi-saint level existences within the primordial realm. There may have been once, but now, those once supreme beings either perished or weakened, leaving no possibility of contending with the heavenly court or the Buddhist sect. In fact, in a certain sense, the heavenly court was no longer a rival to the Buddhist sect. Once the calamity of the westward journey concludes, the Buddhist sect will stand tall at the pinnacle of the primordial realm, an existence incomparable to any other force. Thus, upon the fleeting thought that the being before her might be at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, Guanyin almost instantly abandoned that idea. Nevertheless, this being still instilled within her a sense of trepidation. The very fact that she could not discern their true realm left her feeling uneasy. Unavoidably, Guanyin cast another glance at Dijuan, a serious expression emerging in her eyes as she instinctively clenched her fists. Although she had not exerted her full strength just now, merely a casual wave of her hand, though effortlessly block her attack. This being must at least be of quasi-saint caliber. Yet, she wondered, who could this be? Who exactly are you? After a brief silence, a hint of coldness appeared in Guanyin's gaze as she straightforwardly inquired. Regardless, the fact that the other party could so boldly present themselves before her signified their lack of fear regarding the exposure of their identity. Rather than engaging in wild speculation, it was far better to inquire directly. After all, a being of quasi-saint caliber could not possibly be an inconspicuous presence in the primordial realm. You dare to inquire about my name. Upon encountering the Guanyin, Emperor Dijuan's expression remained unchanged as he cast a fleeting glance at the bodhisattva hovering in midair and calmly uttered, "Descend at once, boom." The moment the words fell, as if by some arcane decree, the Guanyin, who had been standing majestically upon the swirling clouds above, was abruptly yanked downwards as if by an unseen force, plummeting rapidly from the sky. Had she truly fallen from the heavens? Thud. A dull sound echoed as Guanyin's form hit the ground, landing squarely upon the elevated platform where Xuanzang had been delivering his sermon. Caught entirely unawares, she had not prepared herself for such a fall, striking the ground headfirst in a most humiliating manner. At this moment, the entire Huaxing temple fell into an eerie silence. In fact, it was not only the temple. All the myriad beings from the primordial wilderness, who were observing the changes in the Tang dynasty, were left dumbfounded, each one of them utterly stunned. What on earth was happening? A singular thought raced through their minds in unison, leaving them completely bewildered. With just one utterance, the quasi-saint Guanyin had tumbled from the clouds, and had landed in a most disgraceful position. Who could possibly believe such a thing? Chapter 11. Zhen Yuanzi. Could he be that ancient demon emperor? One phrase had sent Guanyin plummeting from the heavens, and to fall in such a disgraceful manner. At this moment, every being that beheld this scene fell into a profound silence. This exceeded the bounds of their comprehension. What was happening? That was Guanyin, a formidable quasi-saint. In the entirety of the primordial wilderness, she held a position of great significance, one of the esteemed figures of the Buddhist order. Yet now, she had been reduced to such a state, it was utterly disconcerting. especially as they noticed that after crashing to the ground, Guanyin did not rise immediately. It was as if she were being suppressed by some force. Although she struggled incessantly to stand, she ultimately remained powerless. Despite her quasi-saint prowess, she was unable to rise. Upon realizing this, those who had just begun to recover from their shock, thinking perhaps Guanyin had been caught off guard and thus ambushed, fell once more into a profound silence. An ambush. Ha! Were it not for an absolute disparity in strength, how could such a scene transpire before their eyes? This was not an ambush. It was a thorough domination. A complete and utter overwhelming. The two were not even on the same level. At this moment, Guanyin lay upon the ground, feeling as though her body were burdened by an immense weight, utterly unable to rise. She could only writhe helplessly on the ground. This sensation brought forth an unprecedented humiliation. The illustrious Avalokiteshvara, how had she ever endured such disgrace? Especially in front of a multitude of mortals. This was not merely an act of rubbing her face in the dirt. It was a humiliation of her very essence. Kill. Whoever it may be, they must die. Countless thoughts flooded Guanyin's mind, ultimately converging into a singular resolve. To kill. Regardless of who stood before her, regardless of their backing. They must perish. Unyielding. Gazing upon the vengeful visage of Guanyin, Emperor Dijuan stepped forward with a gentle smile, then spoke with a cool detachment. Do you wish to slay me? Do you possess the power to do so? Due to the events surrounding the 10 Golden Crows, Emperor Dijuan harbored not a shred of affection for the Buddhist sect. Moreover, he believed that to shake the reverence that Xuanzang held for Buddhism, it was imperative to uproot this belief from his heart. Bodhisattva? The so-called Great Compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva. He was keen to witness whether this purported embodiment of compassion would exhibit fear or plead for mercy in the face of life and death. Upon hearing Emperor Dijuan's words, Guanyin felt an even deeper humiliation. Yet, she could not deny one truth. The strength of this being before her truly surpassed her own by a considerable margin. They existed on entirely different planes. In the vast wilderness, had there ever been such a formidable entity? A thought flashed through Guanyin's mind, leaving her somewhat aghast. How overwhelmingly powerful this individual, even if not at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, was certainly perilously close in the expanse of the wilderness. How many beings existed at this level? In that moment, Guanyin fell utterly silent. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, Guanyin's plight was a matter of great upheaval for all beings in that realm. Countless creatures, who had previously been observing the scene, instantaneously redirected their gaze, speculating about the identity of Emperor Dijuan. After all, the wilderness still housed some ancient powers. They vaguely sensed that the aura emanating from Emperor Dijuan was strikingly familiar. Wu Zhuangguan. The gaze of Xinyuanzi fell upon the direction of the Tang dynasty, a contemplative expression flickering in his eyes. The progenitor of the Earth Immortals, and once one of the 3,000 worldly guests. Xinyuanzi was now one of the oldest beings in the wilderness in recent years. His life had been rather comfortable. However, not long ago, someone from the Buddhist sect had approached him, requesting his assistance in the upcoming calamity. Although Xinyuanzi felt some hesitation, he ultimately acquiesced, deeming it a chance to cultivate good karma. Nevertheless, considering it was a calamity, and despite the repeated assurances from the Buddhist representatives that this trial was not a slaughter, but merely an endeavor to obtain some scriptures, Xinyuanzi remained cautious. Thus, upon learning that the journey to the west was about to commence, he directed his attention toward the Tang dynasty, eager to observe the current seeker of scriptures. He had also heard that this seeker was none other than the former golden cicada. Back in the days of the Ulambana festival, he had served tea to the Bodhisattva, and thus had some ties to him. Upon his arrival, Xinyuanzi had planned to treat a few guests with ginseng fruits. However, he never imagined that in merely wishing to see an old acquaintance, he would instead witness such a stimulating scene. Guanyin, reduced to such a woeful state. This was indeed shocking. Moreover, this particular being exudes a familiar aura, as if I have encountered it before. Staring at the figure of the great Tang for an extended period, Xinyuanzi's eyes revealed a flicker of hesitation, and he murmured softly, referring to itself as the celestial emperor. Wait, could it possibly be that one? Suddenly, a silhouette flashed through Zhang Yuanzi's mind, causing him to shudder involuntarily, instantly invigorated. That supreme demon emperor, Dijun. When he once governed the heavenly court, his aura, even his visage bore a striking resemblance to that of the current being in the great Tang. However, that demon emperor should have long been laid to rest, so how could he appear in the great Tang? Just as Zhang Yuanzi was engulfed in profound shock, at the same time, in the great Tang, Guanyin still had not risen. She had been struggling, even resorting to some latent powers, yet to no avail. That force loomed like a mountain, nearly suffocating Guanyin. In that moment, Guanyin suddenly recalled a monkey suppressed beneath the 5-finger mountain. That monkey seemed exceedingly discontent with its confinement, desperately yearning to break free. When she passed by, that monkey nearly shouted itself hoarse, entirely devoid of the rebellious spirit it had possessed 500 years ago. At that time, Guanyin had mocked the creature, thinking it pitiable that a mere 500 years could diminish the monkey's essence to such an extent. Yet now, Guanyin realized that perhaps she was even worse off than that monkey. Not to mention 500 years, even a fleeting moment was becoming unbearable for her. Truly, the roles of offense and defense had reversed. The existence she once derided had now become her own plight. Chapter 12. The Primordial Turmoil. How could he possibly be the ancient celestial emperor? Humiliation, anguish. Guanyin struggled in vain, her mind swirling with countless thoughts, teetering on the brink of madness. Mocking the monkey, becoming the monkey, surpassing the monkey. Guanyin's state now was far more tragic than that of the Sun Wukong trapped beneath the mountain of 5 elements. That monkey, at least, had one hand exposed, and with a stroke of luck, could pluck a peach. What about herself? Even as Guanyin strained with all her might, she found it impossible to budge the oppressive force in the slightest. She had to concede that escape was simply beyond her reach. The being before her possessed overwhelming strength. Who was he? In that moment, myriad thoughts raced through Guanyin's mind as she continuously speculated about this entity's identity. At least a late-stage quasi-saint. Such a being should not remain unheard of. Yes, just now, this being seemed to refer to itself as I. Suddenly, a thought surged in Guanyin's mind, vaguely hinting at something I. Such a title, aside from earthly sovereigns, could only be claimed by the so-called celestial emperor, who nominally presides over the 3 realms. How dare this existence adopt such a designation? Does he not fear the consequences that may ensue? To comprehend, one must recognize that earthly monarchs may freely refer to themselves as I, and even in the smallest of realms, such a designation would evoke no discontent. It would not summon any repercussions. This is akin to mortals persistently proclaiming their intent to defy fate, while the celestial order remains indifferent to their trivialities. They are far too insignificant to capture the attention of the divine will. Yet, the celestial beings are distinctly different. Any action they undertake will undoubtedly attract the gaze of the heavenly order. Presently, the 3 realms revere the heavenly court above all. Only the ruler of that court, the one known as the heavenly emperor, may rightfully claim the title of I. To do otherwise would not only be an affront to the heavenly emperor himself, but also a direct challenge to the celestial order. The sovereign of the 3 realms is an entity acknowledged by the divine will. In the grand tapestry of fate, there exist causes and effects. Therefore, even those on the cusp of sanctity would hesitate to provoke such ill fortune. Yet now, this individual dares to refer to himself as I? The last being in the primordial world to assume such a title was an ancient heavenly emperor. The distance from that time is so great that even Guanyin's memory has grown somewhat hazy. Back then, Guanyin was known as Compassionate Navigator, belonging to the Taoist sect, having taken on Panga's revered disciple as her mentor. That illustrious demon emperor, renowned and commanding, presided over the 33 heavens. His name seemed to be Yuan. Alas, following the catastrophic battle between the Wu and the demons, this emperor vanished into obscurity. Subsequently, the heavenly court supplanted the ancient demon court, becoming the sole sovereign of the primordial world, Yuan. The indistinct visage of that supreme demon emperor flickered through Guanyin's mind as she struggled to lift her gaze towards the figure before her. In her thoughts, these 2 figures incessantly overlapped. Gradually, the once nebulous recollections of the demon emperor began to crystallize, so similar, incredibly alike. This rendered Guanyin momentarily speechless. You cannot be. You absolutely cannot be him. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Guanyin suddenly shook her head vigorously, muttering to herself that one perished long ago amidst the calamities. Impossible. You cannot be Yuan. Absolutely impossible. At this moment, Guanyin was truly on the brink of madness. She could not fathom that the being before her could be the long-lost heavenly emperor of legend. How could that be? According to the tales, this heavenly emperor was said to have succumbed to the tribulations. How could he stand before her now, Yuan? As Guanyin uttered that name, the myriad beings of the primordial realm, who had been observing this scene, were momentarily stunned, followed by a wave of trepidation. That ancient demon emperor. For those born after the calamity of the Wu and the demons, they might be unfamiliar with his visage. But his name resonated like thunder. The master of the ancient demon court, the heavenly emperor, at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Any one of these titles was enough to instill fear in a multitude. Yet, having only heard of the heavenly emperor's name, they had never encountered the true heavenly emperor. Now, upon hearing Guanyin speak the name Yuan, the majority of the primordial beings were taken aback, a flicker of disbelief crossing their faces. This must be a coincidence of name and title, right? The legendary demon emperor should have long since passed, no longer existing, should he not? Indeed, some of the ancient powers, who had long harbored suspicions, now wore grave expressions. Wu Zhuangguan, could it truly be him? Zhen Yuanzai inhaled deeply, a somber hue manifesting in his eyes as he murmured softly, how did he resurrect? The war of the witch and the demon, witnessed by countless beings of the primordial world, ended with the demon sovereign Dijuan and the leader of the 12 ancestors of sorcery, Dijiang, perishing together. Yet now, whether in appearance, aura, or that heart-stirring strength, all unequivocally indicate that this is indeed the genuine demon sovereign. The primordial realm is truly on the brink of chaos. Shaking his head, a fleeting look of lament crossed Zhen Yuanzai's face as he whispered, the demon sovereign. Heh, I wonder how that certain individual in the heavenly court will position himself in the face of this ancient demon sovereign. In the primordial realm, there can only be one heavenly emperor. Similar to Zhen Yuanzai, upon confirming Dijuan's identity, the gazes of several powerful beings in the primordial realm inevitably turned towards the 33 heavens above. The heavenly emperor. There should be but one sun in the sky. In the primordial realm, there ought to exist only one heavenly emperor. Now, all three realms are subjugated to that singular being of the heavenly court. With Dijuan's return, perhaps the one most shaken would be this heavenly emperor. At this moment, in the heavenly court, Lingxiao Palace. Can your words be true? Haoyan sat upon the throne of Lingxiao Palace, gazing at the prostrate figures of Qianlian and Yuan Feng. An unprecedented gravity reflected in his eyes as he spoke solemnly, Dijuan, has he truly reappeared? Your Majesty, I dare not deceive. It was the Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva of the South Sea who spoke it herself, claiming that the individual might be Dijuan. Upon hearing this, Qianlian and Yuan Feng, naturally, did not dare to hesitate, promptly stating, we cannot be certain, which is why we have come to report to your Majesty. We beseech your Majesty to decide. Qianlian and Yuan Feng, responsible for monitoring the three realms, could not be oblivious to most events occurring in the primordial realm. Naturally, the Tang dynasty was no exception. Now, upon witnessing such a shocking occurrence, Qianlian and Yuan Feng dared not delay in reporting to Lingxiao Palace, Dijuan. When this name resonated from Lingxiao Palace, the expressions of all present celestial beings shifted dramatically. That long-departed ancient heavenly emperor. How could he possibly appear in the primordial realm? Should he not have long been obliterated in both form and spirit? Chapter 13. The Life and Death Crisis of Guanyin. Xuanzang resolutely stepped forward. Wow! At this moment, within Lingxiao Palace, after a brief silence, an unprecedented uproar erupted. Dijuan? How could this demon sovereign possibly appear? This is no jest. Your Majesty, we must swiftly ascertain the truth. After a moment of hesitation, Tai Bai Jingxing was the first to step forward, bowing deeply to Haoyan, and spoke in a grave tone, regardless of its veracity. This is the greatest affront to the heavenly court. It must be severely punished, indeed. It must be severely punished. What ancient heavenly emperor? In the present age of the primordial chaos, there exists but one heavenly emperor. As the voice of the Tai Bai Jingxing echoed, the likes of the barefoot immortal and the king of the heavenly guardians quickly chimed in, uttering their agreement. A new ruler brings new subjects. The ancient demon court has long since perished. Dust returns to dust, and earth returns to earth. To say nothing of this suddenly manifested being, who bears a resemblance to the ancient demon emperor. Even if it were truly Dijuan resurrected, they could hardly muster a favorable countenance towards him. The current heavenly emperor is Hao Tian, Dijuan, merely an antiquated relic lost to the tides of time. Let us not be hasty. Observing the agitated assembly in the grand hall, Hao Tian's expression darkened, yet he refrained from any overt actions, merely shaking his head and softly uttering, I am inclined to see whether this Dijuan is genuine or not. The 1,000-mile eye and the wind-listening ear, though capable of monitoring the three realms, are ultimately too feeble. Moreover, they have only heard the name Dijuan uttered by the Bodhisattva Guanyin and are still uncertain. Whether it is true, which remains debatable, careful consideration is warranted. With that thought, Hao Tian lightly waved his hand, causing a mirror emanating a faint misty aura to ripple through the spatial fabric, suddenly materializing. In the next moment, it expanded dramatically, radiating golden light with streams of brilliance, floating above the grand hall and demanding attention. This is the Hao Tian mirror. In days of yore, Hao Tian, under the command of the Tao Ancestor, assumed control of the heavenly court, becoming the new heavenly emperor. To better acclimate to this role, the Tao Ancestor personally crafted several paramount treasures for his use. Among them is this Hao Tian mirror. Its essence is neither gold nor jade, adorned with ancient inscriptions, depicting cloud dragons and wondrous birds, neither carved nor painted, surrounded by a faint azure glow, concealing the elemental forces of earth, fire, and wind, with boundless transformations. When imbued with magical power, it can probe any corner of the primordial realm. Of course, if a formidable force intervenes, it cannot ascertain the truth. Yet it is far more stable than ordinary mystical mirrors crafted from magical energies. Furthermore, this Haotian mirror also serves as a defensive treasure, capable of reflecting attacks. While it may not rival the legendary Chaos Bell, which is impervious to all methods, it is more than sufficient against typical quasi-saints. As Haotian gently extended his hand, images gradually emerged upon the surface of the Haotian mirror. It revealed the present-day Tang dynasty. This mirror vividly inscribed the unfolding events of the Tang dynasty, projecting them onto the Lingxiao treasure hall. Thereupon, the assembly of immortals in the hall beheld the sight of the Bodhisattva Guanyin, prostrate and struggling upon the ground. In that moment, silence enveloped everyone, including Haotian. Is this Guanyin? Earlier, having heard the descriptions from the thousand-mile eye and the wind-listening ear, the assembly had merely assumed a being claiming to be Dijun had appeared, confronting Guanyin. But upon witnessing the scene, it was clear this was no mere confrontation. Guanyin had been thoroughly beaten, and so brutally, it was almost too painful to behold. Nevertheless, the celestial beings grew increasingly convinced regarding the identity of this ancient demon emperor. Setting aside all else, to be capable of beating the quasi-saint Guanyin into such a state is undeniably extraordinary. Whether or not he is the ancient demon emperor, he is certainly a supreme powerhouse. At the same time, there existed ancient celestial beings, such as the illustrious Tai by Jin Xing, who had witnessed the true visage of Dijun through the celestial mirror, and that moment, they were momentarily entranced. The resemblance was striking. The appearance of this entity bore an uncanny likeness to the image of the demon emperor etched in their memories, as if the very figure had stepped forth from the river of time to stand before them. Even the countenance of Haotian darkened profoundly in response. Could it be that he truly had returned to life? After a prolonged silence, Haotian gazed at the image materializing within the celestial mirror. Unable to restrain a quiet murmur, is it truly him? Dijun, has he genuinely revived? Meanwhile, at the Detang, within the Huashang temple, the inhabitants were blissfully unaware of the unfolding events affecting the myriad beings of the primordial wilderness. Of course, perhaps Dijun had some inkling. After all, as a pinnacle quasi-saint, he could distinctly sense the multitude of gazes sweeping over him. Yet, he remained indifferent. In this instance of resurrection, Dijun had gained clarity and insight into certain matters. For him, the paramount concern was to amass sufficient points to revive his brother. That was his immediate priority. As for everything else, it could be addressed in due course. Whether his accumulation of points would attract the attention of the myriad beings was of no consequence to Dijun. He would face whatever challenges arose with fortitude, taking each step as it came. For now, his task was to conclude the water and land ritual conference. And so he would, with a glance towards Guanyin. Dijun shook his head and gently raised his right hand. He intended to resolve the matter with Guanyin. The early stage of quasi-saint power. Such strength could hardly be deemed weak. It could be considered immortal. Yet, in Dijun's eyes, it was inconsequential. A mere wave of his hand could obliterate her. Once Guanyin was extinguished, this particular task would be deemed accomplished. As he raised his gaze, a murderous intent flickered in his eyes, and Guanyin's expression shifted, paling slightly. Did Dijun truly dare to slay her? Nearby, Xuanzang, upon witnessing Guanyin being subdued, fell to the ground, his face etched with disbelief. He had never imagined that his most revered bodhisattva would one day descend from her celestial heights. How could this be possible? In an instant, Xuanzang's faith began to unravel. But in the next moment, sensing the surge of murderous intent emanating from Dijun, he clenched his teeth, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes, and he raised his gaze to meet Dijun's. With a determined step, Xuanzang positioned himself between Dijun and Guanyin. Umitba. Without the slightest hesitation, Xuanzang calmly lifted his head, locking eyes with Dijun, and slowly spoke, "I beseech you, esteemed one, to refrain from violence." Stepping forward, Xuanzang stood resolutely before Dijun. Perhaps fear lingered within him, yet he chose to stand firm. A practitioner of Buddhism ought to possess a compassionate heart. It mattered not that the one suffering on the ground was Guanyin. Even if it were an ordinary person, Xuanzang would still rise to protect them. Heaven is benevolent and values all life. Do not take lives. In this moment, Emperor Dijun was poised to take a life before him, and Xuanzang, self-proclaimed, could not remain a passive observer. Even if he were powerless to prevent it, he must voice his objections. He must act. This was the essence of the Buddha that resided within Xuanzang. Oh? As Xuanzang stood before him, Emperor Dijun, ready to strike, was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise gleaming in his eyes. This mere mortal, was he truly unafraid of death? It is known that even the bodhisattva he revered possessed no capacity for resistance in his presence. How dare he stand in his way? Chapter 14. The unfathomable kindness. Is it benevolence or the accomplice of malevolence? Xuanzang stood resolutely before Emperor Dijuan. Although a trace of fear lingered upon his face, his eyes radiated unwavering determination. No one could conceive that amidst this evident clash of celestial beings, a mortal stood between two divine entities, seemingly attempting to mediate. This, as such a thought flashed through their minds, all present found it utterly absurd. How ludicrous! They say when gods battle, mortals suffer. Never has one heard of mortals mediating between divine conflicts. National Master, do you think that monk, has he lost his mind? Not far away, Li Shimin gazed at the suddenly emerging Xuanzang. A look of astonishment crossing his face as he murmured softly. He found it perplexing. Surely, anyone with even a modicum of sense could perceive the vast chasm that lay between them. Yet here was Xuanzang, seemingly rushing headlong into danger. Was this not tantamount to courting death? Did he truly believe he could save his lifelong faith in the bodhisattva? Perhaps, he merely sought to counsel others towards goodness, to refrain from taking life. Observing the bewilderment etched upon Li Shimin's face, Yiyun gently shook his head and offered an explanation. Perhaps others did not grasp Xuanzang's essence. Yet he, with his unique insights as a former disciple of the Tathagata, Xuanzang's previous incarnation, Jin Chanzi, had been expelled from the Great Thunder Sound Temple for his divergent views on the Dharma. His understanding of Buddhism diverged from that of the Tathagata. Although he had undergone 10 reincarnations, the audacious Jin Chanzi who had once dared to confront the Tathagata head-on had vanished. Nevertheless, Xuanzang retained a vestige of a character that diverged from contemporary Buddhist ideals. It could be described as compassion for all beings. Is this truly the case? Upon hearing this, Li Shimin was momentarily speechless. A kind heart? Is this truly the moment to exhibit such benevolence? He truly did not comprehend his own limitations. Moreover, the Guanyin had previously sent Xuanzang to the western heavens for her own ulterior motives. Though the true intent of Guanyin remained shrouded in mystery, it was unlikely to be a benevolent scheme. Was Xuanzang not, in fact, being exploited only to count the profits for others? Such as Xuanzang. Observing this, Yiyun maintained his composure and spoke softly, good and evil indistinguishable, virtue and vice unrecognizable. Yet he possesses a heart filled with compassion for all beings. At this juncture, Yiyun could not help but shake his head, recalling from his memories the tumultuous journey westward, where such indiscriminate goodness had stirred considerable upheaval. It had caused that monkey to leap about in distress. Yet time and again, despite learning from past mistakes, Xuanzang failed to heed the lessons. He would profess intentions to change, but invariably fell into the same trap. It had become a tiresome pattern. As Yiyun observed the journey to the west, he often felt exasperated by its character's lack of ambition, lamenting the plight of the monkey. Yet upon deeper reflection, such benevolence is indeed a rare and precious quality, albeit somewhat foolish. Speaking of that monkey, perhaps there will come a time when he can meet that extraordinary being. Over the years, due to concerns of being detected by the Buddhist order, Yiyun has instigated a transformation in the Tang dynasty, but has never ventured to the Mountain of Two Realms. Now, having garnered some means of self-preservation, it is time to pay a visit to the one known as the Great Sage equal to heaven. I wonder how the passage of 5 centuries has altered the monkey's temperament. Benefactor. Just as a multitude of thoughts flitted through Yiyun's mind, Xuanzang suddenly stepped forward, his expression resolute, gazing intently at Emperor Jun. Taking a deep breath, he spoke solemnly. As a monk, one must harbor compassion. I implore you, do not bring harm to others. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. The Buddhist precepts include 5 prohibitions. No killing, no stealing, no illicit sexual conduct, no false speech, and no intoxication. Among these, the prohibition against killing is paramount. Before us stands a man poised to take a life. Xuanzang, even at the cost of his own existence, cannot bear witness to another's demise in his presence. Are you not afraid of death? Gazing at Xuanzang, Emperor Jun's eyes flickered momentarily before he spoke coldly. He had not anticipated that this mere mortal would dare to stand before him. Did he not see that the deity he revered lay fallen, unable to rise? How could such an insignificant being presume to challenge him? A monk, having renounced worldly affairs, should indeed regard life and death as inconsequential. This humble monk fears not death, Xuanzang replied, his demeanor unwavering. Know this, of all sins, the sin of killing bears the heaviest weight. I only hope, benefactor, that you may escape the sea of suffering and attain liberation. Let not killing give way to more killing. Ha! Observing Xuanzang's earnest discourse, Emperor Jun couldn't suppress a cold laugh, responding, I did not foresee that the three realms would witness the emergence of yet another red cloud. As a being at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, Emperor Jun could discern whether Xuanzang's words stemmed from sincerity or pretense. He truly was unafraid of death. Indeed, in that moment of resolve, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his own life for the sake of Guanyin. Was he truly a good man? At that instant, Emperor Jun recalled Yi Yun's prior assessment of Xuanzang. He could see that Yi Yun harbored no fondness for the Buddhist order, yet when it came to Xuanzang, he spoke of him differently. Initially, Emperor Jun thought him merely an ordinary mortal, lacking any distinguishing qualities. However, it now appeared that there was indeed something unique about him. Do you wish to die, or do you wish to live? With this thought, a hint of indifference surfaced in Emperor Jun's gaze as he turned to Guanyin, speaking with a casual tone. This Guanyin, merely at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, posed no threat to Emperor Jun whatsoever. His earlier intent to slay her had been but a trivial act, however, now that it is evident how significant this journey to the west is for the Buddhist sect, and that Xuanzang is a crucial link in this expedition, why not consider an alternative approach? For instance, let us contemplate a shift in Xuanzang's mindset. Previously, Emperor Jun had pointed out the shortcomings of the Buddhist doctrine, yet for Xuanzang, these issues must be resolved through the so-called Mahayana Buddhism. This, in fact, has spurred Xuanzang's pursuit of sacred texts. But what if one could instill in him the notion of abandoning Mahayana Buddhism entirely? Would that not be even more splendid? To strike at the heart. Unbidden, Emperor Jun recalled the words spoken by Yi Yun. To kill is to strike at the heart. To contemplate, survive. Upon hearing Emperor Jun's words, Guanyin was momentarily taken aback, but then an overwhelming joy surged within her, prompting her to plead, I beseech you, spare my life. I harbor no enmity towards the ancient heavenly court. Although still grappling with disbelief, she was nearly certain that the individual before her was indeed the ancient demon emperor. Upon further reflection, Guanyin found it illogical. She bore no grievances against the ancient heavenly court. During Emperor Jun's reign in the primordial chaos, she was merely an inconspicuous little cultivator, entirely incapable of provoking such a formidable demon emperor. As for the Buddhist sect, that was even less likely. At that time, the sect had yet to be established. Very well. Then I shall spare your life. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun nodded, suddenly shifting his gaze toward Xuanzang, and spoke softly, in that case, are you satisfied? Chapter 15. Joining the demon court? Xuanzang's past identity, the six-winged golden cicada. This, upon hearing Emperor Jun's words, Xuanzang was momentarily stunned, instinctively nodding his head, and uttered in a daze. Satisfied? Thank you, benefactor. Xuanzang was rendered speechless. He had approached this encounter with a resolute acceptance of death. After all, he understood fully that an existence capable of effortlessly overpowering a bodhisattva was not one he could contend with. He also did not believe that his mere words could sway the sentiments of this being before him. Xuanzang simply could not tolerate the thought of life slipping away before his eyes. Whether celestial beings or beggars, it mattered not. Once, his master, Elder Feng of Jingguang Temple, had warned him that while saving lives is commendable, one must first ensure one's own safety. Xuanzang had heard this and remembered. Yet, time and again, he would forget. Of course, it was not merely Xuanzang who was astonished. All those present, and even the primordial beings observing the transformations in the Tang dynasty, were equally bewildered. Emperor Jun? At this moment, most of the primordial beings recognized this ancient demon emperor. Yet, precisely because of this, they felt an even greater sense of disbelief. When did this demon emperor become so amenable to discourse? However, I have one condition. Just as the crowd began to believe that Emperor Jun had truly developed a benevolent heart, his next utterance, however, put everyone on high alert. A condition. What condition? Naturally, none believed that this ancient demon emperor would display kindness merely on account of a mortal's nonsensical utterances, thus altering his decision. Yet what conditions could there be that still incite their curiosity? Please, do speak candidly. Upon hearing this, Xuanzang took a deep breath, his expression grave as he began to speak. He did not believe himself to be of such esteemed stature. If Emperor Jun did not propose any conditions, Xuanzang would truly find it hard to believe. Join the demon court. Gazing at Xuanzang, Emperor Jun's eyes flickered momentarily as he uttered those words with a hint of indifference. Although Xuanzang was currently immortal, for reasons unknown, Emperor Jun always sensed a faint trace of demonic aura emanating from him. This aura was so subtle it was almost imperceptible, yet it undeniably existed. Moreover, considering that this Xuanzang had been personally selected by the Buddhist order as a pilgrim, Emperor Jun speculated that perhaps Xuanzang had some past connection with the demon clan. Of course, even if there were no ties, Emperor Jun still intended to recruit him into the demon court. At the very least, it would serve to vex the Buddhist order. The demon court? Upon hearing this, Xuanzang was momentarily taken aback, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. He was somewhat disoriented. Although he was unaware of what the demon court truly entailed, how could he possibly join something related to demons? He was human. As for the others from the primordial era, they were equally struck by Emperor Jun's statement. Despite the fact that after the last great calamity between the witches and demons, the demon court had become but a shadow of its former self. No, to be precise, it had lost even its name, replaced by the current heavenly court. Yet, even if the demon court were desperately in need of personnel, would they truly recruit a mere mortal for the sake of appearances? What on earth was Emperor Jun thinking? Wuzhuang Temple, to join the demon court. After hearing Emperor Jun's condition, Jin Yuanzi found it increasingly difficult to contain himself. He genuinely did not expect Emperor Jun to present such a proposal, which was rather astonishing. This demon emperor was truly .Wait. Shaking his head, Jin Yuanzi was about to voice his thoughts when he suddenly realized a profoundly serious issue. His demeanor sobering instantly, he recalled a crucial detail concerning the pilgrim. This pilgrim was the reincarnation of the golden cicada. In the past, during the Ulambana Buddhist assembly, Jin Yuanzi had a fleeting encounter with the golden cicada and had discerned its true form hidden beneath the Buddhist radiance. The six-winged golden cicada, the foremost of the ancient five insects, it was a fearsome and avaricious beast of legend. However, unlike the typical six-winged golden cicada, Xuanzang bore no trace of ferocity. Instead, his visage was suffused with Buddhist light, exuding an exceptionally benevolent demeanor. This was the true reason Jin Yuanzi held the golden cicada in such high regard. And the six-winged golden cicada, strictly speaking, was also a demon. Had the golden cicada been born while the demon court still existed, the likelihood of its joining the court would have been exceedingly high. Now, with Emperor Jun inviting Xuanzang to join the demon court, could it be that he had discerned the past identity of the golden cicada? For a moment, Jin Yuanzi fell silent. He realized that this ancient demon emperor seemed far more formidable than he had previously imagined. 10 cycles of reincarnation. Logically speaking, the traces of any being should be completely erased. Yet Emperor Jun still perceived a hint of Xuanzang's identity and extended an invitation for him to join the demon court. This could not bode well for the entire Buddhist order. Ha ha! Returning to the matter at hand, what connection does this have with the old Taoist? After a moment's contemplation, Zhen Yuanzai suddenly shook his head, a hint of ease manifesting on his face as he murmured, "The old Taoist remains here at Wuzhuangwan, refraining from engaging in the tumultuous affairs of the primordial chaos. Whoever arrives, the old Taoist is willing to cultivate a benevolent relationship. Even if the world turns upside down in the end, the old Taoist shall find solace in tranquility." Zhen Yuanzai spoke to himself, yet his words seemed less an expression of genuine ease and more akin to self-soothing. After all, not long ago, he had pledged to assist the Buddhist sect in the journey to the West. What would happen if complications arose then? Qing Feng, Mingyue. The more he pondered, the more he felt a twinge of anxiety. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhen Yuanzai suddenly called out to the two playful youths in a corner of Wuzhuangwan. "Hurry! Close the main gate. Recently, regardless of who visits, they must be informed that the master is not present, having gone to visit old friends. Furthermore, activate the formation to prevent anyone from sneaking in." As Zhen Yuanzai spoke, though Qing Feng and Mingyue were unaware of the exact circumstances, they dared not disobey the command, promptly shutting the door and activating the formation. Yet Zhen Yuanzai still felt it insufficient. Taking matters into his own hands, he personally set up several major formations, which provided him with a slight sense of reassurance. From now on, any changes in the primordial chaos would have no bearing on the old Taoist. Gazing at the tightly sealed Wuzhuangwan, a satisfied smile crept onto Zhen Yuanzai's face. With this, he need not worry excessively. Of course, compared to Zhen Yuanzai's cautious demeanor, the majority of beings in the primordial chaos could hardly fathom the intentions of Emperor Jun. They were merely astonished that he had brought a mortal into the heavenly court. Even if they speculated, their surprise would be fleeting, quickly cast aside. After all, the current Xuanzang was merely a mortal. What waves could he possibly stir, even at the center of the calamity? Chapter 16. Since we have come, we ought to leave something behind. Emperor Jun's decision, though unexpected to the beings of the primordial chaos, did not elicit true concern. After all, he was but a mortal. How much capability could he possess? Moreover, the demon court had long since perished. Even with Emperor Jun at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, he could not resurrect the demon court. Unless he could inexplicably revive the members of the demon court who perished in the calamity, akin to the current Emperor Jun, but could this be feasible? Without the original foundation of the demon court, what could Emperor Jun accomplish alone? The times have changed. In this context, regardless of Emperor Jun's means, the demon court would merely be a hollow shell. It could hardly exert significant influence over the primordial chaos. Even the Guanyin, prostrated on the ground, upon hearing Emperor Jun's condition, wore a somber expression but did not refute him. Clearly, Guanyin did not regard this as a matter warranting vigilance. Or perhaps she believed that her own life held greater importance. Moreover, as Xuanzang was the designated seeker of scriptures, his fated trajectory had already been set, and it was utterly unchangeable. Do not speak of merely reaching the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Even if a saint were to arrive, it would be of no consequence. Should this humble monk choose not to join, would the benefactor perhaps rekindle their murderous intent? At this moment, Xuanzang also realized what was transpiring and, bowing respectfully to Emperor Jun, softly inquired, "The demon court?" Although Xuanzang felt it rather peculiar for a human such as himself to align with a force so intertwined with demons and malevolent spirits, he found himself not entirely resistant to the idea. Xuanzang firmly believed that as long as he remained devoted to the Buddha, his location would bear no significance. Indeed, in response to Xuanzang, Emperor Jun displayed no hint of concealment and spoke plainly. Though the Bodhisattva Guanyin held little importance for him, he would not let the opportunity slip away easily. The most prudent choice for Emperor Jun was to eliminate her with a mere flick of his hand. The Buddha said, "To save a single life is superior to constructing 7 pagodas." Upon hearing this, Xuanzang felt a weight in his heart and gradually replied, "This humble monk is willing to join the demon court." In times past, the Buddha selflessly offered his flesh to nourish an eagle, embodying great compassion. Now, to simply join the demon court and thus save the Bodhisattva's life. How could he possibly oppose such an act? Splendid. Observing this, Emperor Jun nodded and with a wave of his hand, withdrew the spiritual pressure that had been suppressing Guanyin. Addressing Xuanzang with a calm demeanor, "From this day forth, you shall be a formal member of the demon court." As the mountain-like pressure receded like a tide, Guanyin felt an unprecedented sense of relief wash over her, rising from the ground. Shame. This was an unparalleled humiliation. Rising anew, Guanyin's heart darkened, her expression as if it could drip with water. The appearance of Emperor Jun was entirely unforeseen for her. She had never anticipated that in her quest for a seeker of the scriptures in the Great Tang, she would encounter this ancient demon sovereign. It is well known that the eastern lands and the western heaven are separated by great distances. Emperor Jun had yet to unleash his true power. His aura had not yet permeated the vast wilderness. Perhaps even now, the Great Lane Temple remained unaware of the unfolding events. It was imperative that she swiftly convey this news to the Buddha. Farewell. Contemplating this, Guanyin hesitated not a moment, leaving behind a curt remark as she turned to depart. She was unwilling to remain in this place any longer. The Emperor Jun before her was unequivocally beyond her capacity to confront. Thus, a splendid performance came to an abrupt conclusion. Upon the high platform, Li Shimin observed the reconciliation of the two with a hint of helplessness crossing his face, unable to suppress a quiet murmur, "What a pity, they did not come to blows." After experiencing the last encounter in the underworld, Li Shimin's resentment towards the Buddhist sect had escalated dramatically, reaching a critical point. Were it not for the National Master's intervention, he would have been compelled to instigate some mischief during this water and land ritual gathering, at the very least to prevent the Buddhist sect from proceeding so smoothly. Ultimately, however, this water and land ritual gathering did encounter issues. Guanyin had indeed been struck down, losing face entirely, yet, to see it conclude so hastily left Li Shimin with a sensation akin to striking a fist against cotton, immensely frustrating. Not necessarily. Upon witnessing the dejected countenance of Li Shimin, Yiyun gently shook his head, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes as he spoke. "Let us observe further." Although Yiyun was not particularly well acquainted with the formidable Emperor Jun, the brief exchange they had not long ago had allowed him to discern that this Emperor Jun was not one to be trifled with. There may indeed be other intricate schemes at play. Eh? Li Shimin was taken aback by these words, a hint of surprise crossing his features. Could there be additional developments? Instinctively, Li Shimin cast his gaze towards the departing figure of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Was this not supposed to be the conclusion? Indeed, as Guanyin rose and prepared to depart, a similar thought flickered through the minds of all present, including Zhen Yuanzi. After all, Xuanzang had already acquiesced to Emperor Jun's terms, and Emperor Jun had reigned in his murderous aura. Everything seemed to be harmonious. Yet, just as everyone believed that this matter was drawing to a close, a haunting voice from Emperor Jun suddenly reverberated through the air. "Did I grant you permission to leave?" Those words rendered Guanyin's departing figure abruptly rigid in place. She whirled around, her face betraying a tempest of anger, frustration, and a profound sense of fear. "Did you not promise Xuanzang that as long as I joined the demon court, you would spare this monk? If it comes to blows, I don't know. The Buddhist realm will not let this matter rest easily." Drawing a deep breath, Guanyin endeavored to maintain a tone of dignified composure. Yet, The tremor in her voice was unmistakable, a testament to the immense pressure Emperor Jun had exerted upon her. It was so overwhelming that Guanyin found herself unable to utter even a single threat, resorting instead to invoking the Buddhist realm. Benefactor, this monk has already joined the demon court. How can you renege on your promise? Xuanzang interjected, a flicker of urgency crossing his face as he hastily spoke. Could it be that the benefactor is so untrustworthy? Xuanzang was indeed flustered. If Emperor Jun were to prove untrustworthy, he would find himself utterly powerless. I, of course, am a man of my word, Emperor Jun replied with a disdainful snort. He then glanced at the sullen-faced Guanyin and coldly declared, but I merely agreed to spare her life. I never promised to let her go. Death may be evaded, yet living punishment cannot be escaped. Leave something behind. As his words fell, Emperor Jun suddenly raised his hand, golden flames cascading forth, transforming into a blade. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, he swung it with a sudden flourish. In an instant, one of Guanyin's arms was severed, blood staining the heavens. Chapter 17. The Armless Guanyin. The Water and Land Dharma Assembly concludes, with a resounding clap, a severed arm, tinged with a trace of crimson, fell upon the elevated platform. Silence enveloped the assembly. All present stood in stunned disbelief. No one had anticipated that Emperor Jun would act with such swiftness, directly severing Guanyin's right arm. This was an exceptionally brutal act for any being in the primordial realm. Thus, even though Guanyin holds the status of a quasi-saint, how much of her true combat prowess can truly be unleashed? 5. Indeed, the demon emperor speaks with conviction when he declares his intent to fight. After fortifying the defenses of 5 to an impregnable state, Zhen Yuanzi once again became a spectator to the unfolding spectacle. He chanced upon a rather stimulating scene, and a flicker of emotion crossed his face as he softly murmured, "The primordial world is indeed perilous." Fortunately, the old Taoist was prepared and has sealed off 5, regardless of the so-called journey to the west. From this day forth, the old Taoist shall not be at home, and shall not entertain any visitors. Zhen Yuanzi felt a lingering unease. Initially, the Buddhist sect had claimed that this journey to the west was merely a great calamity of the west and posed no real danger. They even encouraged Zhen Yuanzi to partake and accrue some merit. However, it now appeared to be nothing but nonsense. Before the journey had even commenced, Guanyin Bodhisattva had already suffered the loss of an arm. What calamities might ensue once it truly began, he could hardly imagine. The danger was simply too great. He resolved not to involve himself in these matters. After reaching this determination, Zhen Yuanzi anxiously inspected the formations of 5 once more, ultimately placing the earth book at the core of the array. With this, Zhen Yuanzi was convinced that no one, save for a saint, could forcibly breach this sanctum. Once he had made ample preparations, Zhen Yuanzi finally exhaled a sigh of relief, allowing his worries to dissipate completely. Meanwhile, in the Tang dynasty, Guanyin let out a muffled groan, clutching her severed arm, her countenance ashen. She hastily consumed some celestial herbs in an attempt to restore her form. Yet, it proved futile. Not only did it fail to mend her severed limb, but it also provided no relief whatsoever. This deepened Guanyin's despair. Upon closer inspection, a faint golden flame could be seen coursing through the wound of her right arm, actively hindering its restoration. It was evident that this was the work of Emperor Jun. After all, a being of quasi-saint level had long transcended the cycle of reincarnation. Retaining a fragment of their soul still held the possibility of rebirth, and bodily injuries were hardly significant. Even if the flesh were to be destroyed, restoration was still achievable. However, Emperor Jun's strike seemed to carry an essence of the laws themselves, rendering Guanyin utterly powerless to recover. "Let us depart." Taking a deep breath, a flicker of resentment flashed in Guanyin's eyes, yet she dared not gaze upon Emperor Jun. Instead, she chose to ride the clouds and leave. She did not even dare to retrieve the severed arm left on the ground, for Emperor Jun had commanded her to leave it behind. Should she take it away, the consequences were unknown. Guanyin was acutely aware of this and wished to avoid provoking Emperor Jun further on this matter. "Benefactor, you dot on the other side." Xuanzang gazed at the scene before him, a look of astonishment crossing his face, leaving him momentarily dazed. He struggled to comprehend the situation. After all, in Xuanzang's eyes, the instant Emperor Jun uttered those words, a flash of golden light appeared before him. Before he could even utter a word, Guanyin had already departed, leaving only a severed arm lying silently on the ground. Xuanzang stared blankly at Emperor Jun. Yet he swiftly realized that Emperor Jun was not looking at him. Instead, he was taking out a small object and was continually manipulating it. Mission accomplished. Reward: 100,000 points. At this moment, Jun gazed at a line of small text on his phone screen, a faint smile involuntarily gracing his lips. 1 million. Jun had not anticipated that by merely dealing with an early-stage quasi-saint, he would acquire a staggering 1 million points. This amounted to a whole million. Furthermore, he had previously opened the line regarding the resurrection of beings and noted that reviving a peak quasi-saint would approximately require 10 billion points. The specific points needed varied according to strength. To resurrect Tai, a being regarded as an unparalleled powerhouse even among peak quasi-saints, one would likely need 15 billion points to ensure absolute certainty. That was an astonishing 15 billion. Initially, Jun felt a tinge of despair, contemplating the possibility that it might take him a long time to truly resurrect Tai. 10 years? 100 years? Or perhaps even several millennia. Jun himself could not guarantee it. As for the others in the demon court, alas, one could only say the road ahead was fraught with challenges. Jun, however, did not doubt whether such a price was excessively high. To resurrect a being at the peak quasi-saint level, that was a feat even sages, and perhaps even the Tao itself, could not accomplish. Just a glimmer of hope was enough to drive countless individuals to madness. Moreover, it was not merely 10 billion points. Even if it were 100 billion, Jun could only strive to achieve it as best as he could. Yet, Jun had never anticipated that after merely completing this first task, he would receive such a bountiful reward of a full million. It truly left him pleasantly surprised. At this rate, it would not take long for him to amass sufficient points to bring Tai back to life. And after Tai's resurrection, Jun believed that with the combined strength of the two brothers, the speed of point accumulation would undoubtedly increase significantly. By then, everything would be resolvable. Benefactor, you. Just as myriad thoughts flickered through Jun's mind, he suddenly heard someone calling his name nearby, momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. He was still at the site of the Waterland Dharma Assembly. The one calling his name was none other than Xuanzang. Now that you have joined the demon court, you should address me as your majesty. I no longer wish to hear any other titles. Upon regaining his focus, Jun cast a glance at Xuanzang, then spoke with a nonchalant tone. Do you understand? Though Xuanzang had been hastily recruited into the demon court, he was still considered a part of it. What was with this incessant address of benefactor? It absolutely needed to change. Yes, your majesty, may I inquire what your majesty wishes for this humble monk to do? Xuanzang, taken aback by the response, ultimately chose to acquiesce. Although the process by which Jun spared the Bodhisattva differed somewhat from his expectations, ultimately, the Bodhisattva had indeed left alive. And now, he had truly become a member of the demon court. Alas, I find myself in ignorance regarding the responsibilities that accompany my entry into the demon court. Upon hearing Xuanzang's response, Emperor Jun could not help but nod in agreement, a trace of satisfaction gracing his countenance. He then extended his hand, producing a feather which he cast towards Xuanzang, uttering calmly, "This is for you. When necessary, I shall reach out to you. You may also contact me through it. For now, this shall suffice. As the demon court is currently devoid of personnel, you are, right? You are but a mortal. It would be wise for you to hasten your cultivation." With these words, Emperor Jun showed no hesitation and prepared to depart, as he was preoccupied with accumulating points. Time is indeed precious, is this? Merely how we shall keep in touch. There are no further requirements. Upon receiving the feather, a look of incredulity spread across Xuanzang's face, prompting him to instinctively inquire, "Is that all? Nothing more?" He had anticipated that joining the demon court would entail numerous restrictions, for which he had mentally prepared himself. However, the circumstances appeared to be rather different than expected. Chapter 18. The Path of Cultivation in the Demon Court, Xuanzang's Journey in Immortal Ascendance. What more could there be? Upon hearing Xuanzang's words, a flicker of confusion crossed Emperor Jun's gaze, and he replied with a hint of nonchalance, "You are merely a mortal. Do you wish to assist me?" This remark left Xuanzang momentarily stunned, as it indeed held a semblance of truth. He was, after all, just an ordinary mortal. Noticing Xuanzang's dazed expression, Emperor Jun nodded, suddenly recalling something, and produced a small booklet, tossing it casually to Xuanzang. "I almost forgot. This contains the foundational cultivation methods of the demon court. Study it diligently." The booklet encompassed the most fundamental and vital cultivation techniques of the demon court, a possession held by nearly all its members. Some lesser demons began their training from the moment of their birth. After all, the demon court stands as the first supreme power of the primordial wilderness, nearly governing the three realms. The most basic education was certainly not neglected. Otherwise, how could one manage the vast expanse of the primordial wilderness effectively? Naturally, such cultivation methods are typically stored in the form of jade slips, allowing for an immersive experience while preventing external leakage. Non-demon beings are prohibited from accessing them. Yet, Xuanzang, being merely a mortal, would not know how to utilize a jade slip. This booklet serves as the original version, meticulously compiled by Emperor Dijuan and Tai based on the fundamental characteristics of the demon race. Gathered and summarized over time, it had been kept close to Emperor Dijuan and was restored during his revival. He had never anticipated that this booklet would serve such a purpose one day. I am just a mortal. Upon uttering these words, Xuanzang blinked, accepting the reality of his mortal status. He gazed at the small booklet before him, nodding in a daze. Indeed, that seemed to be the case. However, just moments ago, Dijun had clearly made a deliberate effort to draw himself into the realm of demons, and he had assumed there was some significant reason behind it. Therefore, the current disparity was rather striking. It turned out that he was not as important as he had believed. Was the insistence of the one before him to join the demon court merely a fleeting whim? Focus on your cultivation, and discuss matters of ascension later. Observing the dazed expression of Xuanzang, Dijun refrained from further elaboration, transforming into a streak of light and departing. He understood that following this encounter, aside from a few isolated beings, the myriad creatures of the primordial world would likely be aware of his return. While Dijun was not overly concerned about this, he recognized the necessity of positioning himself at his utmost peak. At present, Dijun was clearly not at his zenith. He still lacked the ultimate treasures, the He Tu and Luo Hou. In the past, during the final battle between the Wu and the Yao, while he was engaged in a fierce struggle with Di Jiang, almost to the point of mutual destruction, that demon master Yuan Feng, rather than fighting for the demon court, had audaciously seized his He Tu and Luo Hou. Fleeing for his life, at that time, Dijun could only helplessly allow this traitor to escape. Now, it was time for this traitor to pay the price. Of course, before that, he intended to meet Yiyun once more. Regarding this elder from the divine court, Dijun felt it necessary to foster further contact. Moreover, it was he who had imparted to Dijun the principle that to kill, one must also strike at the heart. Dijun had a premonition that the reason he was able to receive this million-point reward was inextricably linked to this striking at the heart. Had he followed his previous line of thought, perhaps even achieving a few 100,000 points would have been considered a significant blessing. Furthermore, Yiyun, despite his limited strength, had managed to capture the attention of the master of the divine court. He was likely not an ordinary individual. Perhaps he was an anchor point left by the divine court in the primordial realm. Cultivating good relations was of utmost importance. This was Dijun's life experience. He believed that if he could gain Yiyun's assistance, the time required to gather enough points to resurrect Tai would be significantly reduced. Thus, Dijun departed, his heart brimming with hope for the future. Meanwhile, Xuanzang clutched the small booklet, his expression still one of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend. Was this truly the conclusion? It seemed rather too simplistic. Moreover, before leaving, Dijun had instructed him to study the contents of this small booklet. Subconsciously, Xuanzang took a deep breath and gently opened the booklet. Though the circumstances had unfolded unexpectedly, now that he had joined the demon court, Xuanzang felt it was imperative to undertake the responsibilities befitting a member. This was a fundamental commitment. Well then, this time, it truly came to a close. Watching Dijun depart, Yiyun stretched lazily and spoke to Li Shimin beside him in a nonchalant tone. He has left. It is time to return. Dijun's intervention had indeed brought an overwhelming surge of shock points to Yiyun. He had nearly recovered a tenth of his investment. The name of Dijun was simply too resounding. Contributions from the Tang dynasty were rather average, primarily stemming from Guanyin. When Dijun had pressed Guanyin down, the shock points contributed by Guanyin had soared astonishingly. Besides this, contributions from beyond the Tang dynasty, within the primordial realm, yielded even more shock points, especially from the heavenly court. Currently, the majority of the shock points Yiyun had acquired were derived from the heavenly court. From this, it is evident just how profoundly the resurrection of Emperor Jun has shaken the heavenly court. Perhaps, at this very moment, the Lingshao Palace is in an uproar. However, the manner in which Emperor Jun orchestrated everything is indeed remarkable. Ultimately, he even severed Guanyin's arm. Especially noteworthy is Emperor Jun's decision to admit Xuanzang into the demon court, a move that even Yiyun could not have anticipated. It is essential to remember that in his previous life as Jin Chanzi, Xuanzang was originally a member of the demon clan. Should the memories of his past life be unearthed, the journey to the west would certainly become quite entertaining. Jin Chanzi assaulting the Great Lane Temple? It is likely that even Tathagata would be taken aback. Oh, very well. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin was momentarily stunned, recovering from his astonishment and promptly nodding in agreement. Goodness! Emperor Jun is truly ruthless. At this moment, Li Shimin found himself somewhat astonished by some of Emperor Jun's recent tactics. The slaughter was decisive, without the slightest hint of hesitation. More importantly, he was not bound by convention. The rights of explanation lay solely with him. This was precisely in line with Li Shimin's desires. He even contemplated whether he should seize the opportunity to exchange insights on ruling as an emperor with Emperor Jun. After all, he is the demon emperor, and he, as the king of Tang, are not too dissimilar. As Yi Yun and Li Shimin departed in succession, the water and land Dharma assembly naturally came to a complete end. The crowd of common folk buzzed with excitement, their faces alight with joy. They felt that taking the time to witness this event was truly worthwhile. Setting aside other matters, merely observing such a divine clash was enough to leave one enthralled. In stark contrast, the monks of Huaxing Temple were all in a state of profound dejection, their spirits utterly crushed. Alas, they had devoted their lives to the pursuit of Buddhism and the propagation of the Dharma. Their greatest aspiration was to one day attain Buddhahood, or perhaps become a bodhisattva or arhat. Yet, right before their eyes, a genuine bodhisattva was subdued and even had an arm severed in that instant. They felt as though their faith had crumbled. It turned out, bodhisattvas can bleed too. Conversely, Xuanzang, upon perusing a small booklet from the demon court, was instantly captivated. He felt an uncanny familiarity with the cultivation method described within. It evoked a sense of déjà vu. Yet, he found himself at a loss to articulate what precisely this feeling was. There was simply something wondrous about it. Perhaps I could attempt to practice a bit? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Xuanzang's mind, startling him with its audacity. It is worth noting that he had initially been perusing the booklet solely out of a commitment to Emperor Jun, fulfilling his promise to join the demon court. He had never intended to practice the contents therein. The Dharma was of utmost importance, yet now, he found himself unexpectedly inclined to learn. Chapter 19. Six-Winged Golden Cicada, Xuanzang. I yearn to cultivate immortality. Merely attempting to study it should pose no issue, right? After a brief silence, Xuanzang entertained this notion, resolved to give it a try. Of course, he would not do so within Huaxing Temple. The multitude of people here made it unsuitable for meditation. After a moment of hesitation, Xuanzang chose to find a meditation room and quietly closed the door behind him. As the inhabitants of Huaxing Temple remained enveloped in the aftershocks of recent events, no one seemed to notice Xuanzang's actions. Soon, upon entering the meditation chamber, Xuanzang adopted a cross-legged position, meticulously attuning himself to the spiritual energy as described in the text. Initially, he believed that sensing this energy would prove exceedingly challenging. After all, the book delineated a rather intricate process, ideally necessitating the guidance of a true celestial being. However, it did not take long for Xuanzang to sense something amiss. Merely by lightly probing, he found himself able to touch that spiritual energy, and with a mere shift of thought, he could channel it effortlessly according to his will, like an extension of his own limbs. It was astonishingly effortless. Could it be that the booklet contained inaccuracies, suggesting that spiritual energy was, in fact, easily manipulable? After a moment of silence, a thought flickered through Xuanzang's mind, primarily due to the absence of any impediments. He had encountered none of the so-called bottlenecks described in the text. Yet, despite his bewilderment, Xuanzang chose not to dwell on it, continuing his cultivation instead. For reasons unknown, he found himself increasingly enchanted by this sensation. Was the path of immortality truly such a beautiful endeavor? This thought crossed his mind, spurring him to immerse himself more deeply in his practice. As he delved into his cultivation, a faint spiritual energy began to coalesce around him, subtly transforming into the semblance of a six-winged golden cicada, flickering just above his head, imbued with a ruthless and bloodthirsty aura. However, engrossed in his practice, Xuanzang remained oblivious to this ethereal apparition and paid it no heed. He resembled a child who had just acquired a new toy, delightfully manipulating the spiritual energy within his being, traversing through great and small circulations, reveling in the experience. Meanwhile, Yi Yun arrived at his residence in the Tang dynasty, a quaint courtyard nestled amidst a babbling brook and bamboo groves, complete with stone tables and benches, resembling a secluded paradise. Initially, Emperor Li Shimin had intended for Yi Yun to reside within the imperial palace itself, even proposing the construction of a palace adjacent to the Taiji Palace. However, Yi Yun had consistently declined such offers, preferring the tranquil life of a carefree wanderer. The opulence of the palace felt constraining and unappealing to him. In light of this, Li Shimin constructed this charming little courtyard on a relatively secluded street, not far from the palace, which Yi Yun found quite satisfactory at that moment. Within this courtyard, a figure had long been awaiting his arrival. It was Dijun. Yi Yun felt no surprise at Dijun's presence. After all, in Dijun's understanding, having joined the divine court before him, Yi Yun should be privy to numerous secrets. Previously, due to time constraints, their exchanges had been brief, but now there was ample opportunity for more in-depth conversation. Despite Dijun's earlier display of arrogance, he had remained exceedingly cautious, deliberately controlling his aura even during his skirmish with Guanyin. at the very least, the news of his resurrection had not become widely known. Yuan found himself harboring doubts. Were it not for the mission at hand, it seemed likely that Dijun would linger in one place for a millennium or more, biding his time for revenge. Quietly and gradually. Of course, this reasoning held merit, for the calamity of the witch and the lich had left Dijun in a most pitiful state. To charge recklessly forward would indeed be folly. Nevertheless, Yuan was resolute in ensuring that Dijun would not remain in such a state of lingering. If he were to find solace in his complacency, what would become of Yuan's astonishment? Would all those billions be cast to the wind? Thus, he must rouse himself. With this thought in mind, Yuan, without any hesitation, invited Dijun to take a seat before personally brewing tea, pouring a cup for both himself and Dijun. It was not that he lacked servants or attendants. Rather, Yuan preferred not to be waited upon and had sent them all away in the ensuing period. Yuan and Dijun exchanged fundamental information regarding the divine court, with Yuan primarily speaking while Dijun listened attentively. Yuan emphasized the significance of the forum chat group, urging Dijun not to overlook its value. Dijun naturally agreed, as his regard for the chat group had surged upon discovering the presence of saints among its members. How could he not pay heed? However, he was apprehensive that speaking out of turn might incite discontent among some, rendering him hesitant to voice his thoughts. Encouraged by Yuan, Dijun tentatively began to share some content within the forum chat group. Although his expressions were somewhat obscure, the essence was clear. A newcomer has entered the group, seeking a powerful ally. In turn, Yuan controlled a few of his alternate accounts, uttering some innocuous remarks before seamlessly steering the conversation toward the contention surrounding the Chaos Supreme Treasure. Ultimately, he prompted a sane account to assert that the Chaos Supreme Treasure was already secured. This was followed by a flurry of messages proclaiming 666, mighty leader, and seeking a powerful ally, flooding the chat. However, much to Yuan's surprise, in response to his somewhat staged performance, Dijun hesitated for a moment before typing in the group, "Congratulations, mighty leader, truly impressive, seeking a powerful ally." Observing Dijun earnestly type the most frivolous of phrases, Yuan's lips twitched. Nearly unable to contain himself, Dijun's capacity for learning was indeed remarkable. Unbeknownst to Yuan, at that moment, Dijun genuinely entertained a flicker of the desire to seek a powerful ally. It was unavoidable. With saints and the Chaos Supreme Treasure involved, anyone would feel overwhelmed. Furthermore, having witnessed the formidable presence of the Divine Court's leader, Dijun was predisposed to perceive the Divine Court as an exceedingly terrifying organization. Spanning the boundless chaos, little would he suspect that the entirety of the Divine Court's members amounted to merely two individuals, both present within the same courtyard. The so-called leader of the Divine Court was, in fact, personally brewing tea for himself. If Dijun were to uncover the truth, he would likely wish to find a crevice to hide himself in. Subsequently, I plan to journey to Beihai to settle accounts with that Kuanpeng. Soon, after grasping the fundamental operational rules of the Divine Court, Dijun took a deep breath, a hint of solemnity flashing in his eyes, and spoke in a grave tone. "We must first reclaim the Hichu and Luo Hou." He articulated his plan. The Hichu and Luo Hou were innate treasures of Dijun, holding immense significance for him. Moreover, having just offended the Buddhist sect, it is likely that they will soon make a move. Judging by the basic intelligence shared on the forum, it appears that the Buddhist sect currently boasts 3 peak quasi-saints. Their strength cannot be underestimated. Although Dijun harbors no fear, it is prudent to be well prepared. Indeed, that sounds feasible. Upon hearing this, Yuan nodded in agreement with Dijun's perspective, but then furrowed his brow and inquired, however, "What do you intend to do about Xuanzang?" As the ordained scripture seeker of heaven, Xuanzang was once the 6-winged golden cicada and has now joined the demon court. It remains uncertain how Dijun will handle Xuanzang. Will he assist him in recovering his past memories to directly confront the Buddhist sect? Or will he choose to remain dormant for the time being, waiting for the opportune moment? Yuan was quite curious. Xuanzang, is he not merely a mortal? I have provided him with a method of cultivation, allowing him to train on his own. Upon hearing Yuan's words, a flicker of confusion crossed Dijun's face as he replied, "We shall discuss it once he attains immortality." Dijun truly did not regard Xuanzang with much concern. After all, he was merely a mortal tainted by some demonic aura. This is precisely why the demon court currently lacks capable individuals. Furthermore, sparing Guanyin's life could serve as a means of communication. Otherwise, he would not have intentionally allowed Xuanzang to join the demon court. It is worth noting that the selection criteria for the demon court in those days were exceedingly stringent. Countless beings would vie desperately to join. Merely immortal, he is fortunate to be afforded such an opportunity. Attain immortality. Upon hearing this, the corners of Yuan's mouth twitched slightly, leaving him at a loss for words. attain immortality? According to the usual pace of cultivation for ordinary beings, even those with exceptional talent would require at least several hundred years. Although Xuanzang's situation is unique, he will still need some time. If he is left to free range like this, it could take years. By then, the Buddhist sect would have undoubtedly arranged Xuanzang's affairs with great clarity. What chance would Dijuan have then? Initially, Yi Yun had thought that Dijuan had discerned Xuanzang's past identity and was plotting something. However, it now seems that he has not perceived anything at all. Well, upon careful reflection, it is understandable. Having undergone 10 cycles of reincarnation, if he could perceive anything, it would indeed be remarkable. Thus, it is no wonder Dijuan remains oblivious. Could it be that Xuanzang possesses some form of uniqueness? Upon witnessing Yi Yun's expression, Dijuan was first taken aback, then quickly regained his composure. Indeed, Xuanzang appears to have been chosen as the scripture seeker by the Buddhist sect. It would be quite unreasonable if he bore no distinctiveness whatsoever. The question remains, what could it possibly be? Instinctively, Dijuan glanced at Yi Yun, his face betraying a hint of inquiry. This Xuanzang, in his previous life, was known as Jin Chanzi, and his true form is one of the ancient ferocious beasts, the six-winged golden cicada. Upon seeing Emperor Jun's demeanor, a flicker of helplessness crossed Yi Yun's face as he spoke in a solemn tone. Are you truly unaware of this? At that moment, Yi Yun genuinely felt a sense of exasperation. It seemed that Emperor Jun was utterly oblivious. Then why invite him to join the demon court? A mere mortal joining the demon court. Isn't that sheer folly? Chapter 20. The Fire of the Great Path. The terrifying existence that consumes the Great Path. Is there really such a matter? After hearing Yi Yun's words, Emperor Jun was momentarily taken aback, his eyes flashing with astonishment as he murmured softly, the ancient ferocious beast, the six-winged golden cicada. I never anticipated he had such origins. In that instant, the image of Xuanzang appeared in Emperor Jun's mind, clean and somewhat plump. He seemed rather amiable. It was truly hard to associate him with an ancient ferocious beast. One must understand that the six-winged golden cicada is one of the ancient 5 insects, ranking at the very top. The other 4 are the bloodthirsty black ant mosquito, the multi-eyed golden centipede, the 9-tailed earth scorpion, and the 9-headed worm. All of them are infamous for their ferocity. Generally speaking, encountering the bloodthirsty black ant mosquito, the multi-eyed golden centipede, the 9-tailed earth scorpion, or the 9-headed worm might allow one to survive with luck. However, encountering the 6-winged golden cicada is a certain death, for this cicada is inherently greedy, preying upon beings from the 6 paths with an insatiable appetite akin to a bottomless pit. Moreover, its body is unyielding, impervious to water and fire. Blades and axes cannot harm it. Once it sets its sights on you, it is essentially a life-or-death struggle. Additionally, legend has it that in its larval stage, the 6-winged golden cicada is known as the 6-winged golden silkworm, whose silk is a peerless treasure, renowned for its exceptional defensive properties. If utilized to forge magical artifacts, its power is even greater. However, even in the past demon court, not a single 6-winged golden cicada was seen. Yet now he has encountered one, and inexplicably invited him to join the demon court. This truly left Emperor Jun at a loss for words. This Xuanzang, in his previous life, was Jin Chanzi, the second disciple of the Tathagata, who once debated with the Tathagata at the meeting of the Yuan Buddha. Seeing that Emperor Jun was genuinely unaware of Xuanzang's background, Yi Yun shook his head in resignation and shared what he knew about Jin Chanzi. As for how Jin Chanzi, being one of the ancient ferocious beasts, came to join the Buddhist sect and became a disciple of the Tathagata, Yi Yun was at a loss. In any case, this was the situation. How could one from the demon court ever join the Buddhist sect? Upon hearing Yi Yun's description, Emperor Jun's expression immediately darkened as he spoke in a grave tone. What could that group of monks teach him? To eat vegetarian food and chant scriptures? What a joke. Emperor Jun became somewhat agitated. Ancient ferocious beasts, after all, are demons. They rightfully belong to the demon court. Yet, that Buddhist sect had the audacity to intervene, daring to recruit him into their fold, ultimately fostering such useless monks? This is intolerable, especially considering that the predecessor of the Buddhist sect, the Western teachings, seemed to have harmed his 10 sons. Such indignation cannot be borne. The Buddhist sect is truly overstepping its bounds. Ahem. When Jin Chanzi joined the Buddhist order, the demon court had long since perished. Observing Di Jun's expression of righteous indignation, Yi Yun could only shake his head in resignation and softly remind him. To speak candidly, when the demon court still existed, it is likely that Jin Chanzi had yet to be born. The temporal gap is simply too vast. Thus, he is still regarded as a member of the demon court, and I shall not permit him to be led astray by the Buddhist teachings. Upon hearing this, Di Jun's demeanor remained unchanged as he continued to speak. Humph. Fortunately, I brought him in beforehand. Jun truly felt a twinge of pride for his decision. This was indeed a case of foresight. Even he himself had not anticipated that such a decision would prove to be so astute. Well, however, this Xuanzang is the predestined seeker of scriptures, and it is not so simple to alter his course. Watching as Jun evidently intended to bind Xuanzang to the ship of the demon court, Yuan could only shake his head helplessly, and then proceeded to emphasize the concept of calamity, particularly the predestined seeker of scriptures. Although, should Xuanzang truly meet his untimely demise, Yuan was confident that the Buddhist order would undoubtedly select a replacement to ensure the continuation of the journey to the west. Yet, until that moment, the Buddhists would resolutely refuse to relinquish Xuanzang. After all, if anyone could undertake the quest for scriptures, what had the Buddhists been orchestrating for the past 500 years? Were they merely idle and without purpose? Hence, if Jun truly wished to detain Xuanzang, it would surely provoke a frenzied backlash from the Buddhist order. Even with Jun standing at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, he would likely struggle to withstand such a tempest. Calamity. Upon hearing Yuan's words, Jun's expression grew somewhat grave, and he silently nodded. He was well aware of the terror that calamity entails. Even though he stood at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, amid such a monumental catastrophe, he ultimately remained but a slightly larger insect. Strength must be augmented. Drawing a deep breath, Jun clenched his fist, a hint of unwillingness flickering in his eyes. He was still too weak. Even if he were to reclaim the He-Tu and Luo Hou, he would merely be a quasi-saint, capable at most of contending with 2 other quasi-saint apexes simultaneously. Should 3 quasi-saint apexes strike, his defeat would be inevitable. Moreover, above the 3 Buddhas of the Buddhist order, there exist saints. This is not something the current Jun can withstand. The forum's marketplace is replete with numerous exchangeable items that can enhance one's strength. Perhaps you should give it a try. Upon hearing Jun's murmured reflection, Yuan savored a sip of fragrant tea before calmly articulating his thoughts. He had placed a portion of the system's exchange privileges within the forum marketplace, naturally with the intent of allowing them to bolster their own power at will. Otherwise, for beings like Jun, who had already ascended to the pinnacle of the primordial chaos, advancing further would require an insufferable span of time, potentially millions of years. By then, the opportunity would have long since passed. How could one contribute more astonishing points to themselves than this? But upon hearing this, Jun's expression shifted, revealing a hint of hesitation. Did he not understand this principle as well? However, he was amassing points to resurrect his brother, Donghuang Tai. If he were to expend these points, who knows when he would gather enough to reach over 10 billion points again? Sharpening the axe does not delay the chopping of wood. Observing the hesitance in Emperor Jun's demeanor, Yuan shook his head gently, patted Emperor Jun's shoulder with a sense of earnestness, and remarked, "The greater the difficulty of the task, the more points one can acquire. Yet, it is also fraught with peril. Only by possessing sufficient strength can one hope to succeed. Sharpening the axe does not delay the cutting of wood." Upon hearing these words, Emperor Jun paused, softly mulling over the phrase. The uncertainty in his eyes gradually dissipated. He realized he had fallen into a misconception. Initially, Emperor Jun had contemplated amassing several billion points to directly resurrect Tai. However, the present primordial world was no longer what it used to be. There were numerous entities at the peak of quasi-saint status. Relying solely on himself, it would be arduous to gather such a vast amount of points. Even if he managed to scrape together enough, when combined with Tai, they would likely only be able to contend with the 3-world Buddha at best. This would only serve to place him at a disadvantage. First, sharpen the axe. Taking a deep breath, Emperor Jun no longer hesitated and picked up the item in his hand, navigating through the exchange marketplace in search of items that could enhance his strength. After a thorough selection process, his gaze fell upon a particular item. The fire of the Great Tao. Its description was succinct. The flame that consumes the Great Tao. A mere few words, yet they imparted an unprecedented sense of oppression upon Emperor Jun. He himself was the essence of the fire of departure. As one of the 4 great chaotic primordial spirits, he was transformed from the golden flame of the Great Sun, possessing an unparalleled supreme fate from birth. This golden flame of the Great Sun was the progenitor of all fires, the source of myriad flames. Subsequently, through his union with the 2 celestial beings, Changxi and Shihe, and drawing upon the power of the lunar force, the golden flame of the Great Sun underwent a transformation, culminating in the creation of the true fire of the sun. It epitomized the essence of Yang, akin to the blazing sun in the heavens. This was also the true reason why the 10 golden crows, upon revealing their true forms, were shot down by the archer Dai as sons. Yet, even with Emperor Jun's status as the source of myriad fires, he could not help but shudder upon reading the description of this fire of the Great Tao. The mere phrasing was utterly astonishing. Moreover, The points required for its exchange were equally terrifying. A staggering 1 million. Should he proceed with the exchange, this mission would be rendered futile. However, Emperor Jun harbored a premonition that acquiring this fire of the Great Tao would undoubtedly lead to a true metamorphosis. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, he resolved to proceed with the exchange. Ding, with a soft chime. The points he possessed were instantly reduced to zeroed. Simultaneously, a flicker of grayish-white flame appeared before him. It danced up and down, seemingly lacking formidable power. Yet upon closer inspection, a faint black edge surrounded the grayish flame. It was unassuming, yet undeniably present. Soon, Emperor Jun discerned the origin of this edge and was startled. This flame had consumed the rules and the essence of the Tao surrounding it, rendering a void that approached the state of nothingness to burn away the Great Tao. Is this the true power of this flame? A tremor coursed through Emperor Jun's heart, and an inexplicable sense of fear arose within him. Chapter 21. The Ascendance of Emperor Jun's Power. Yuan intended to meet a monkey. Moreover, what left Emperor Jun trembling with trepidation was that he had not discerned from whence this flame of the Great Tao had emerged. It appeared before him as if it had been exchanged without any forewarning. Not a trace of spatial ripples, it materialized abruptly. This terrifying spectacle, in certain respects, evoked even more disquiet within Emperor Jun than the flame of the Great Tao itself. It transcended the realm of his comprehension. Emperor Jun even harbored doubts that this mobile device contained the flame of the Great Tao all along. Yet after perusing it for an extended period, he failed to perceive any anomalies. Although this mobile device was somewhat unconventional, it should not be incapable of harboring flames that could incinerate even the Tao. Furthermore, the marketplace within that mobile device offered more than one item for exchange. It could not possibly contain them all. Could it? Even more astonishing than its sudden appearance. In this moment, Emperor Jun had to concede that, despite his attempts to envision the divine court as exceedingly formidable, he remained a mere frog at the bottom of a well. The mere technique by which this flame of the Great Tao manifested itself was beyond what the entirety of the holy beings of the Honghuang could achieve collectively. Unavoidably, a sense of relief washed over Emperor Jun. He was grateful for his decision to join the divine court. Had he declined, he might have regretted it for a lifetime. Taking a deep breath, Emperor Jun forced himself to suppress the astonishment within and gently extended his hand to retrieve the flame of the Great Tao. Initially, he had presumed this flame to be exceedingly ferocious, bracing himself for a hard confrontation. For this, enduring even severe injuries would have been worthwhile. Yet, it seemed that because this flame was exchanged by him, he felt an inexplicable connection with it. Merely extending his hand drew the flame of the Great Tao into his being. Though mastering this flame so swiftly was undoubtedly impossible, this outcome was already remarkable. In that fleeting moment, Emperor Jun distinctly sensed a significant enhancement in his strength. Even the true fire of the sun appeared to have intensified somewhat. How does it feel? Observing Emperor Jun's solemn demeanor, Yuan could not help but smile and softly inquire, "Is there any change?" The direct appearance of the flame of the Great Tao before Emperor Jun was, of course, Yuan's doing. In truth, it was quite simple. With the aid of the system, Yuan had long since linked the marketplace of that forum with his own system's marketplace. By expending a shock point, he could summon the exchanged item to any designated location. Regardless of whether Emperor Jun stood before him, it was akin to a home delivery. Furthermore, it was complementary. After all, the 1 million shock points acquired by Emperor Jun were, in essence, the result of his own exploitation. To charge a shipping fee would be utterly unreasonable. Being discovered would lead to dire consequences. However, it posed no significant issue. As long as he remained silent, no one would notice. Moreover, Emperor Jun did not seem to mind. He appeared to be still ensnared in the shock brought forth by the flame of the Great Tao, unable to extricate himself. The feeling is splendid. Temporarily storing the fire of the Great Tao within his dantian, Emperor Jun let out a gentle breath, a flicker of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he softly remarked, "Truly remarkable is the divine court, possessing even flames of this caliber. The true sun fire, transcending the golden flames of the great sun, ranks as the supreme fire." Yet, in the presence of this fire of the Great Tao, it appeared somewhat insignificant. For instance, at this moment, as Emperor Jun held the fire of the Great Tao within his dantian, the true sun fire, which normally circulated within his being and was nearly omnipresent, chose to retreat, displaying a demeanor of trepidation. It is worth noting that this was merely the instinctual pressure exerted by the fire of the Great Tao, which caused the true sun fire, nurtured over countless years, to exhibit such wariness. If it were to be nurtured for a period of time, what would become of it? Alas, it is unfortunate that all the points have vanished. After a brief moment of reflection, a hint of sorrow emerged in Emperor Jun's eyes, prompting an involuntary sigh as he murmured softly,
I wonder when the next task will appear. Just moments ago, he had glanced at the forum and discovered that the tasks from the previous Water and Land Dharma Assembly had disappeared, leaving the entire task panel desolate. It seemed that the latest tasks had yet to refresh. From his earlier conversation with Yuan, Emperor Jun learned that aside from the tasks assigned by the Divine Court, engaging in other activities might also yield points as rewards. However, the method to achieve this relied entirely on luck. Or rather, it necessitated personal exploration. Furthermore, the rewards were far less than those offered by tasks. If he wished to amass points swiftly, prioritizing task completion was essential. Tasks are random. Perhaps in a few days, a new task will emerge. Observing this, Yuan quickly spoke to offer consolation. The scarcity of Divine Court tasks was partly due to his anticipation of a response from the Buddhist sect, and partly to observe the changes within the vast wilderness following Emperor Jun's emergence. Additionally, it served to keep Emperor Jun somewhat under the radar for the time being, at least avoiding provocation of the Buddhist sect. Yuan was primarily concerned that a saint might act shamelessly. If that were the case, he would have ways to evade, but Emperor Jun, who had been resurrected at the cost of billions, might not withstand the wrath of a saint. At that point, it could lead to a return to square one. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun nodded lightly, understanding the rationale behind Yuan's words. The resurrection of Tai Yi could not be rushed. The immediate priority was to reclaim the river map and Luo book. Emperor Jun believed that with the fire of the Great Tao and the river map and Luo book, his strength would at least double. Even when facing the three Buddhas of the Buddhist sect alone, he would stand a reasonable chance. Of course, this was predicated on the assumption that the three Buddhas were typical pinnacle quasi-saints. Should one of them possess a tough exterior like Emperor Jiang or wield an innate supreme treasure like Tai Yi, he feared he would gain no advantage. Ultimately, the outcome could only be determined through battle. Fellow Taoist, I must take my leave now. Should there be matters to discuss, please contact me on the forum. With this thought, Emperor Jun dared not delay any longer, promptly cupping his hands towards Yuan and speaking solemnly. The forum also offered functions such as add friend and private chat. Just moments ago, Emperor Jun had already added Yuan as a friend. Now, it was time to depart. Upon witnessing this, Yuan nodded slightly, watching as Dijuan departed. He understood that this time, Dijuan's audacious attempt to seize the Hichu and Luo Hou would undoubtedly incite a new wave of turmoil. Although it may not rival the current chaos, it was certainly better than nothing. Furthermore, the incident of Dijuan's resurrection and his uproar at the Waterland ritual was far from over. Even now, an incessant stream of shocking points continued to accumulate. For instance, just moments ago, a surge of shocking points had arrived. Moreover, each suffix was accompanied by references to various bodhisattvas and Buddhas, suggesting that Guanyin had likely reached the Great Thunder Sound Temple and recounted her experiences. If this continued, the shocking points Yuan had amassed would inevitably reach a terrifying threshold. Who knows, before long, he might even contemplate the resurrection of another fallen powerhouse. Of course, prior to that, Yuan intended to visit someone. No, rather, a monkey. Chapter 22. The excited Luya. Father has truly resurrected. With that thought, Yuan's figure flickered and vanished from the courtyard. The entire small courtyard returned to its serene silence. The shadows of the bamboo swayed with the wind, dropping a few bamboo leaves upon the lake's surface, creating gentle ripples. Everything appeared so tranquil, as though the earlier scene of Yuan and Dijuan toasting in joyous revelry had never transpired. However, in stark contrast to the tranquility of this small courtyard, the vast wilderness was in an uproar. Dijuan? The news of this ancient demon emperor's return spread like wildfire throughout the wilderness. In an instant, countless beings were left bewildered. The ancient demon emperor had actually returned. This left many beings at a loss for words to describe their current emotions. There was fear, disbelief, but more than that, a flicker of curiosity regarding this ancient demon emperor, especially among the demon race. It is important to note that for most beings in the wilderness today, Dijuan was nothing more than a figure relegated to the realm of legend. They had never had the fortune to lay eyes upon him. As for the details of Dijuan's life, they could only glean fragmented snippets from some incomplete ancient texts. The ancient demon emperor, the sovereign of the heavenly court, ruler of the wilderness, once waged war against the 12 Ancestor Witches, commanded an era with overwhelming might, striking awe into the hearts of countless prodigies. Just a few words stirred a surge of bloodlust. Now, this legendary figure had re-emerged. How could it not excite these beings? Especially for the demon race. It felt as though hope had been rekindled. One must understand that the demon race had endured tough times in recent years. Ever since the fall of the demon court, the remnants of their kind had been relentlessly hunted by the current heavenly court. Under the vast net of heaven and earth, they were virtually unable to escape. This had led to the near extinction of the genuine descendants of the ancient demon court. Yet even so, The heavenly court had never ceased its pursuit of the demon race. Even some cultivators, whether driven by a sense of justice or merely drawn by the allure of their blood and flesh, would periodically come to hunt them. As a result, most of the demon race, even those capable of standing their ground, could only hide within the sprawling mountain ranges, too fearful to show themselves. Indeed, if not for the sheer number of demons, every postnatal being that took form could, to some extent, be deemed a demon. Like an endless abyss, the heavenly court cannot eradicate the demonic lineage. The demon race, much like the once mighty witch tribe, now faces the threat of complete annihilation. It can be said that these years have been spent in a state of perpetual trepidation. However, the supreme sovereign of the demon race has returned. How could this not stir excitement within the hearts of these demons? They even ponder whether this time, the demon emperor's return might lead their kin back to the pinnacle of power. Even if that proves unfeasible, their existence should certainly improve significantly, shouldn't it? Countless demons harbor such a flicker of hope. Of course, not all demons have been oblivious to the presence of Dijuan. Though the ancient demon court has long since faded and endured innumerable pursuits, some beings have inevitably survived. For instance, one of the 10 golden crows of Luo Hou. During the cataclysmic battle between the witches and demons, Luo Hou, along with his 9 brethren, emerged in the primeval wilderness and vanquished the great witch Kwa Fu. They were subsequently pursued by another formidable witch, the great One by one. His 9 brothers fell beneath Es Sun's shooting bow, while Luo Hou, shielded by several of his siblings, narrowly escaped with his life. Yet, even so, Luo Hou was left on the brink of death. In a bid to save him, Dijuan once implored the already ascended Enhua for assistance. At that time, Enhua had already achieved the status of a saint through her creation of humanity from clay, transcending her origins from the demon court. Nevertheless, as Enhua hailed from the demon lineage, there existed a trace of connection to the demon court. Thus, the gravely injured Luo Hou was taken to the palace of Enhua. It was precisely for this reason that he evaded the cataclysmic conflict that nearly obliterated the entire demon and witch races. In the ensuing years, Luo Hou remained within the palace of Enhua, seldom venturing outside. After all, he was fated to perish in the calamity, surviving only through the protection of a saint. To appear unbidden in the primeval wilderness would inevitably entangle him in further karmic repercussions, leading to an untimely demise. Throughout these years, in a bid to alter his fate, Luo Hou heeded Enhua's guidance and assisted during the calamity, thereby accruing some merit to dispel the calamity energy surrounding him. For instance, during the Battle of the Gods, his immortal slaying gourd and the 7 arrows of the Ding head proved crucial. Yes, he prepared to forge a benevolent connection during this journey westward. Luo Hou believed he could finally traverse the primeval wilderness without hindrance. This had been Luo Hou's most fervent desire for countless years. In light of this situation, Luo Hou naturally remained vigilant regarding the westward expedition. He did not overlook Guanyin's selection of a scripture fetcher. Yet, Luo Hou was taken aback. That was his father. From the moment he laid eyes on Dijuan, Luo Hou was certain that was indeed his father. Had not changed in the slightest, still radiating that same awe-inspiring majesty, surveying all beneath him. Although Luo Hou had matured immensely over the years, he found it impossible to maintain composure in the presence of Dijuan. His father had returned? While others in the wilderness might harbor doubts regarding Dijuan's identity, Luo Hou firmly believed he could not be mistaken. Without hesitation, Luo Hou rose to inform Enhua of this revelation. Simultaneously, he bid her farewell. His father had returned, and he must go to meet him. Despite the fact that the calamity energy lingering on Luo Hou had not yet fully dissipated, he felt a compelling urge to proceed. Upon hearing Luo Hou's account, Enhua was initially filled with confusion, even questioning whether Luo Hou had spent too long in the palace of Huang, leading him to hallucinate. How could Dijuan possibly have returned? He should have long perished in the chaos of the great calamity, a force so potent that even the saints could not alter it. However, as her gaze fell upon the Grand Tang dynasty, Enhua fell into a contemplative silence. Could it truly be Dijuan? In that moment, myriad thoughts flickered through her mind, leaving her perplexed as to why Dijuan had not risen from the dead. Did Daozu know? Were the other saints aware of this enigmatic turn of events? Instinctively, Enhua felt an urge to rise and convey this revelation to Daozu within the Zishao Palace. Yet, upon witnessing Luo Hou's fervent expression, she gently shook her head, dismissing the thought. Though Dijuan's return was indeed unexpected, it was likely that Daozu would not concern himself with a quasi-saint. Moreover, Enhua sensed that revealing this information to Daozu at present might precipitate a series of unpredictable alterations. At the very least, it could prove disadvantageous for Dijuan. Perhaps it was prudent to wait a while longer. Chapter 23. The impetuous Luo Hou, entering the Great Tang, seeking his father Luo Hou departed. Even though traces of the calamity from the War of the Witches and Demons still clung to him, he had garnered a considerable amount of celestial merit during the enshrinement of deities. The two forces counterbalanced each other, ensuring his safety. Watching Luya transform into a golden flame and vanish from the palace of Hua Huang, Nuwa's eyes glimmered with contemplation as she murmured softly, ultimately exhaling a sigh. Boom. The next moment, Nuwa waved her hand, and the grand doors of the palace of Hua Huang slowly closed. From that point onward, the palace was once again isolated from the world, untouched by fate. Even Luya could not return. Thank you, my lady. Sensing movement behind him, Luya's heart trembled slightly, and he suddenly turned to deeply bow in the direction of the palace of Hua Huang. Only Luya understood the extent of Nuwa's protection over him throughout the years. Had it not been for her, he would have long perished in the great calamity. How could he have achieved this day? Although Luya was acutely aware that he lacked the means to repay Nuwa, he still yearned to express his gratitude in some manner. This bow was a heartfelt gesture of appreciation from a junior. With a deep breath and a renewed spirit, Luya fixed his gaze upon the direction of the Great Tang. His father's previous location had been in the Great Tang. Although he had quickly vanished thereafter, Luya believed that by heading to the Great Tang, he would be able to trace a faint clue to a bond between father and son. Luya was confident that as long as his father remained in the Great Tang, he would surely sense his presence. With this conviction, Luya harnessed the Golden Crow's transformation technique, enveloped in a myriad of flames, and set forth toward the Great Tang. Soon, the Great Tang awaited. Luya reigned in the flames surrounding him, gradually revealing his true form. At this moment, he stood within the Huasing Temple, the very site where the water and land ritual had previously taken place, also the location where Emperor Jun had once stood. Yet, he felt not a trace of his father's presence. Could it be that he had arrived too late? His father had already departed. A thought flashed through Luya's mind, causing his expression to darken. He understood that his father, by manifesting in the primordial realm, would undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous powerful forces. He might very well find himself in grave peril. Most importantly, his father might be unaware of the current state of the primordial world. For instance, the Heavenly Court. Surely, that entity within the Heavenly Court would not wish for his father to return from death. Luya had hastened his journey to reach the Great Tang before his father's departure, intending to inform Emperor Jun of the fundamental circumstances of the primordial realm. But now no. I must find my father without delay. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flashed in Luya's eyes as he softly murmured, "This Great Tang is a realm of mortals. The Emperor? Yes. If I can locate that Emperor and enlist the strength of the entire nation, I should be able to uncover some information regarding my father." Since the calamity of the Witch and Demon, the Demon Court had collapsed, replaced by the Heavenly Court, and the Witch Clan, which once dominated the primordial land, had been supplanted by the present human race for various reasons. The human race is further divided into numerous nations and dynasties. Their highest rulers are generally referred to as Emperor, and they themselves declare I. Luya firmly believed that upon finding this Emperor, he would be close to locating his father. The Imperial Palace, over there? With this thought, Luya cast aside all hesitation and soared towards the palace. Time passed. In the Taiji Hall, Li Shimin, engaged in state affairs, waved his hand to silence a servant who was about to exclaim in surprise, signaling them to depart, and then fixed his gaze upon the unexpected visitor, clad in a Taoist robe, somewhat slender, emitting a hint of intense heat, reminiscent of Emperor Jun who had abruptly invaded the water and land ritual previously. What could their connection be? Are you the sovereign of the Great Tang? I, a humble Taoist, have come to beseech your majesty for a favor. Locate a person. The visitor was none other than Luya. At this moment, Luya got straight to the point, directly stating his purpose. During the last Fengshan War, Luya had presented himself in the guise of a Taoist, and had grown accustomed to it. Now, he did not change his identity, continuing to refer to himself as a Taoist. Moreover, to demonstrate his prowess to this mortal, Luya slightly raised his hand, allowing a small flame to dance from his fingertips, flickering with life. However, Luya soon realized something was amiss. Contrary to his expectations that this earthly sovereign would be wary and fearful, the individual before him, upon witnessing his fire control technique, displayed a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. It seemed that to this earthly emperor, he was not a deity, but rather an insignificant insect. Could it be that this emperor had yet to grasp the situation? Upon witnessing this scene, Luya was momentarily taken aback, but his expression soon darkened. With a decisive flick of his hand, the flames cascading from his fingertips erupted with a resounding bang, landing squarely upon a chair. Instantly, that chair was reduced to mere ashes. Yet, astonishingly, the ground beneath it remained utterly unscathed. This chair was custom-made. Just as Luo believed that this display would surely instill terror in the heart of the mortal emperor before him, he suddenly caught sight of Li Shimin, who had remained silent until now, casting a fleeting glance at the charred remnants of the chair. With a nonchalant tone, he uttered a single phrase. What does that mean? Upon hearing these words, Luo was momentarily perplexed, struggling to grasp their significance. What custom made? How does that relate to the task at hand? Wait, something feels amiss. Normally, a mere mortal confronted with such a situation would be gripped by fear. Yet this emperor appeared so indifferent. Yes, indifferent. If this emperor had maintained a calm demeanor, one might attribute it to the stoicism befitting royalty. However, this indifference was decidedly unsettling. His lofty bearing rendered Luo's previous display akin to that of a mere jester. Such a dissonance was utterly bewildering. Quite expensive. Observing Luo, who stood in a daze, Li Shimin set aside the memorial in his hands, rose gently, and regarded Luo with a gaze imbued with tranquility, stating plainly, moreover, compensation is required, boom. As his words resonated, Li Shimin extended his hand. An endless stream of fortune, subtly transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon, materializing behind him. Roar! In an instant, the golden dragon let out a fearsome roar, charging toward Luo with an unstoppable force. What? Witnessing this spectacle, Luo's heart raced, leaving him in a state of disarray. Was it not said that while mortal emperors are sheltered by the fortune of humanity, they remain mere mortals, and as long as they do not kill, they would not face a backlash from that fortune? How could this one control the fortune of humanity? The unleashed might left Luo in sheer terror. Surely, this bore the strength of a quasi-saint? Chapter 24. A mission unaccomplished, death before success. Guanyin returns to the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Luo felt a surge of panic. A 5-clawed golden dragon, entirely composed of fortune, was hurtling toward him, its razor-sharp claws appearing capable of shredding everything in existence. The entire grand hall was suffused with a golden radiance. Quasi-saint? At the very least, it must be a quasi-saint in the blink of an eye. Luo assessed the potency of this fortune-infused golden dragon, concluding it must be of at least the quasi-saint realm. Moreover, due to the unique nature of the fortune dragon, even an ordinary being of the quasi-saint level would find themselves intimidated, reluctant to engage in combat. As for Luo, he dared not entertain such thoughts. Though he too was a quasi-saint and possessed unparalleled treasures such as the celestial slaying flying knife and the 7-arrow script, having once fought against Kong Xian, who was hailed as the foremost individual beneath the saints, and emerged unscathed, he must not forget that he still bore some calamity energy. If one were to inadvertently engage with this auspicious golden dragon, it could very well awaken the calamity within one's own being. In that event, not only would all the merits gained from the battle of sealing the gods be rendered futile, but one's very life would also be at stake. Are the emperors of the mortal realm truly this formidable? After narrowly evading an assault from the auspicious golden dragon, Luo found himself inwardly lamenting. He had heard that mortal emperors could not cultivate, and the fortune they possessed was merely sufficient to shield themselves from hidden dangers. Yet, the inevitability of aging, illness, and death loomed ever present. Moreover, should the dynasty's fortune wane, one might even fall prey to malevolent forces. But who could have anticipated that a mortal emperor could wield such immense power? Who spread the falsehood that mortal emperors were but fragile beings? Who was responsible for this deception? This young man has misled me. At this moment, Luo was genuinely feeling a prickling unease, yet he dared not confront the auspicious golden dragon directly, opting instead to evade and attempt an escape. Although finding his father was of utmost importance, it was contingent upon his own survival. If he were to confront the auspicious golden dragon, the misfortune would undoubtedly befall him. Nevertheless, Luo had underestimated this auspicious golden dragon. Despite his repeated attempts to flee, he was ultimately thwarted time and again. He couldn't help but lament. Had he known, he would not have sought out this mortal emperor, leading him to such a dire predicament. He was neither able to fight nor escape. This will not do. If this stalemate continues, I am certain to be defeated. After enduring a prolonged standoff with the auspicious golden dragon, a grave expression emerged in Luo's eyes as he murmured softly, I can only make one last desperate attempt. Due to the contributions he had made during the great calamity of sealing the gods, he could still withstand a brief struggle. If true calamity were to befall him, there would be no recourse point. One could only say, it is destined. With that thought flashing through his mind, Luo took a deep breath, a resolute glimmer appearing in his eyes, as he stealthily summoned the celestial slaying flying knife. Please, my treasure, boom. Just as Luo was poised to wield the celestial slaying flying knife for one final effort, he suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, causing his consciousness to blur instantaneously. You. Instinctively, Luo summoned the last vestiges of his strength to glance back, and through his haze, he caught sight of a figure clad in yellow robes, wielding an oversized mallet that seemed incongruous with his stature. Oh no! An ambush? A final thought flashed through Luo's mind before his body staggered and collapsed to the ground. Until that moment, Luo had been wholly focused on the auspicious golden dragon. Entirely oblivious to Li Shimin's movements, it was only at the instant of the ambush that he barely managed to react. Yet, it was evident that it was too late. Truly, the National Master possesses a remarkable instrument. After striking Luo unconscious with the mallet, Li Shimin assessed the weight of the weapon in his hand, a satisfied smile creeping onto his face. He then cast a glance at the fallen Luo, softly murmuring, "Ah, it seems the youth has splendid sleep quality. One blow, and he is fast asleep." With that, Li Shimin waved his hand, dispersing the auspicious golden dragon. Previously, he summoned the golden dragon of fortune solely as a bait. Of course, this was also due to Li Shimin's keen perception that the individual before him was far from ordinary, possessing considerable strength, and he feared that the latter might flee. Otherwise, Li Shimin would have taken matters into his own hands long ago. In terms of martial prowess, ever since he began cultivating according to the techniques provided by the National Master, Li Shimin felt that his own abilities had been advancing remarkably, rendering him unafraid of any adversary. This was precisely why the National Master advised him to remain concealed. Otherwise, he would certainly wish to ascertain why the celestial beings in the heavens hold such lofty positions. He also intended to eradicate all malevolent spirits lurking within the Tang realm. Come, take this assassin away, and detain him for now. Shaking his head, Li Shimin cast aside the thoughts swirling in his mind, beckoning for the guards to step forward, speaking in a calm tone, "Assassin." This is how Li Shimin categorized this Luo. As for whether he is indeed an assassin, that will be determined upon the National Master's return. It seems the National Master has ventured to the borders of the Tang, to the Two Realms Mountain. Surely, he shall return before long. Naturally, before allowing them to take him away, Li Shimin gently extended his hand, channeling a fragment of his fortuitous power into Luo's body, sealing away all of his strength. Otherwise, given this fellow's earlier performance, should he wish to escape, few could prevent him aside from himself. With a hum, as Luo felt his inner power sealed, his body convulsed slightly, and a glimmer of despair flickered in his eyes. After all, he had been a follower of the sage for many years. Though that blow had rendered him dazed, Luo quickly regained clarity. The reason he continued to feign unconsciousness was to await the opportune moment to flee. But now, with his powers sealed, how could he possibly escape? "Father, I'd have set out on a mission only to meet my demise first." In that instant, Luo was utterly numb. He even pondered whether had he not left the palace of Hua Huang earlier, he might have avoided this predicament. Yet, it was evident that regretting now bore no significance. Just as Luo despaired and was dragged out of the Taiji Hall by two guards, elsewhere, in the west, at the Great Thunder Sound Temple, Guanyin returned, her complexion pale, her right arm seemingly severed, startling the assembly of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Hadn't Guanyin gone to seek the one who would attain the scriptures? How had she ended up in such a wretched state? What had transpired? "Guanyin, what has happened to you?" Upon witnessing Guanyin stumble into the Mahavira Hall, the brow of the Tathagata furrowed, unable to restrain his inquiry. This is quite peculiar. Guanyin is certainly a being of semi-saintly caliber. Within the vast wilderness, indeed, there are many who surpass her. Yet, only a select few could bring her to such a state of disarray. And the Tathagata believed that those few beings would not choose to oppose the Buddhist sect at this moment. After all, the Buddhist sect is undeniably the foremost power in the wilderness. Even the heavenly court pales in comparison. There is no alternative. With three peak semi-saints within a single sect, such power is sufficient to crush any being. It remains uncertain, however, what exactly Guanyin encountered. Chapter 25. Guanyin. In truth, the joys and sorrows of humanity differ. It is Dijuan. In response to the inquiry from the Tathagata, Guanyin inhaled deeply, allowing her emotions to settle somewhat, before coldly uttering the words, "He that has been resurrected." This proclamation rendered the Grand Daxiong Baodian utterly silent. Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. Dijuan? A flicker of confusion crossed the eyes of some recently ascended Buddhas and Bodhisattvas who had not yet experienced the great calamity of the Wu and Yao. They momentarily failed to comprehend. They were perplexed. Who exactly is this Dijuan? How dare he lay hands on Guanyin? Yet, for the ancient Buddhas, this name resonated with thunderous familiarity. In the days when the demon court ruled the primordial realm, they had yet to mature, having grown up almost entirely under the shadow of the demon court. At that time, the demon court was in its prime, basking in glory like the sun in the sky. Its overwhelming might instilled fear in all who would not tremble in its presence. As the undisputed sovereign of the demon court, the name Dijuan possessed immense deterrent power for them. However, during the great calamity between the Wu and the Yao, Dijuan perished alongside Dijiao, the leader of the 12 Ancestral Witches, and thus, they gradually allowed this name to fade from memory. No one could have anticipated that after all these years, Dijuan would re-emerge. How could this be possible? An existence that ought to have perished in the great calamity, how could it simply return to life? Are you certain it is he? Upon hearing Guanyin's words, the expression of the Tathagata shifted to one of grave concern. He gazed at Guanyin for a prolonged moment before speaking in a deep voice. Where did you encounter this being? The Tathagata too was astonished. He understood well the formidable strength of this ancient demon emperor. Yet like the other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas present, he could not fathom why this long-lost demon sovereign had resurfaced in the primordial realm. Had there been some monumental, undisclosed event in the primordial realm that he was entirely unaware of? At this moment, the Tathagata could not help but feel a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would have paid more heed to the journey to the west. It should be noted that 500 years prior, the Buddhist sect had already begun to strategize and plan. One could say that the journey to the west had been meticulously arranged, leaving little room for error. Naturally, the Tathagata had relaxed his vigilance, allowing only Guanyin to undertake the task of selecting the scripture bearer. Yet now, he could not help but sigh, realizing he had underestimated the gravity of the situation. After all, this was a great calamity. How could he treat it so lightly? As a result, events had unfolded in such a manner that he remained completely in the dark. Had he paid closer attention, perhaps he might have discerned some clues. World-honored one, it is as follows. Seeing the gravity of the situation, Guanyin dared not hesitate and recounted her experiences in the Tang dynasty in full, leaving nothing unspoken. Of course, she slightly embellished the incident where Dijuan had bested her, merely stating that she had been defeated without delving into the details. After all, such a revelation would be far too embarrassing. Nevertheless, even so, the others could still surmise the nature of Guanyin's encounters. In an instant, their expressions grew even more somber. To effortlessly overpower Guanyin, a being of quasi-saint status, signifies a power level that must at least be at the late stage of quasi-saint in a certain sense. The question of whether this entity is indeed Dijuan has become inconsequential. For a being of at least late quasi-saint caliber poses an immense threat to the Buddhist realm. World-honored one, this matter absolutely cannot be dismissed lightly. After a brief silence, a Buddha suddenly rose, deeply bowing before the Tathagata, and spoke in a solemn tone, stating that regardless of whether that individual is Dijuan, he must be made to pay a price. The Buddhist community must not be humiliated. That Dijuan has brazenly insulted the Bodhisattva of the Buddhist realm in the presence of so many mortals. This is a profound disgrace to the entire Buddhist community. We must reclaim our honor. Otherwise, the myriad beings of the primordial chaos may come to underestimate our Buddhist teachings. Amitabha, indeed. The Buddha also possesses the wrath of the Vajra. This matter must be punished with the utterance of that Buddha. A chorus of agreement erupted, as several Buddhas simultaneously voiced their sentiments, their faces bearing expressions of indignation. That Dijuan has gone too far. Furthermore, upon reflection, they had never offended Dijuan in the past, had they? When Dijuan was still alive, there was no Buddhist community to speak of. Surely, there should be no animosity between them. To so brazenly insult the Buddhist community, do they truly regard them as soft persimmons to be squeezed? Amitabha, observing the fervent outrage among the gathered Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, the Tathagata shook his head, signaling for calm. As the progenitor of all Buddhas, the Tathagata was not overly concerned with notions of honor or dishonor. In the past, when the Buddhist community was confined to a corner, still regarded as the Western teachings, who did not take the opportunity to trample upon them. Yet now, has the Buddhist realm not ascended to become second only to the heavenly court? Following this great calamity, the Buddhist community shall undoubtedly surpass the heavenly court and truly flourish. Even now, the West is often labeled with the epithet shameless. Some beings, while outwardly silent, harbor deep dissatisfaction towards the Buddhist realm. But who truly cares? Empty fame is ultimately illusory. The Tathagata is far more concerned with tangible matters. For instance, Xuanzang. After the gathered Buddhas had quieted, the Tathagata's gaze flickered slightly, a look of gravity appearing on his face as he addressed Guanyin. Inquiring, you just mentioned that Xuanzang has agreed to join the demon court. Therefore, has Xuanzang been taken by Dijuan? According to your earlier words, the current Xuanzang has allied himself with the demon court. Although this demon court has long since faded into obscurity, reduced to the dust of history, should Dijuan take him away, it would undoubtedly pose a significant dilemma for the Buddhist realm. This seeker of truth was designated 500 years prior. If forced to alter this decision, the entire plan of the Buddhist community would be thrown into disarray. The cost of realigning it would be staggering. It is crucial to recognize that the essence of the Western journey's tribulation is to select a seeker from the East, who must endure the 81 trials to reach the West and obtain the true scriptures. Then, he must return to the Tang dynasty. This endeavor is intended to facilitate the transmission of Buddhist teachings to the East. Thus, under such circumstances, the role of Xuanzang as the seeker becomes paramount. With due respect, O world-honored one, it appears that there is no. Upon reflecting on the circumstances of her departure, Guanyin took a deep breath and slowly began to speak. That Emperor Jun, although he allowed Xuanzang to join the demon court, seems to not truly care for him. Upon careful recollection, at that moment, Emperor Jun approached us with an overwhelming force. Even after agreeing to Xuanzang's request, he severed his own arm without a hint of fear that Xuanzang might regret it. Ultimately, before I completely left the Great Tang, I glanced back. Emperor Jun exchanged only a few words with Xuanzang before vanishing into thin air. He did not take him away, indeed. Upon hearing this, the Tathagata gently nodded and remarked, in that case, it is not too troublesome. However, the Water and Land Dharma Assembly has yet to proceed, and Xuanzang has not yet donned the brocade kasaya, nor wielded the 9-looped staff, nor obtained the travel permit, and thus cannot set forth to the West. This matter must be expedited. The brocade kasaya is woven from heavenly silkworm silk, and wearing it grants immunity from the cycle of reincarnation. The 9-looped staff, too, is a supreme treasure. Wielding it ensures one is not harmed by toxins. After all, Xuanzang is but a mortal. Although the Buddhist order has arranged a series of protective measures should any ill-fated demon choose to slay Xuanzang. What then? Even if he could be revived, it would indeed be a troublesome affair. Thus, setting out after acquiring the kasaya and staff would ensure absolute safety. Furthermore, the travel permit is of utmost importance, as it signifies the East's recognition. The Dharma, after all, is destined to cross the seas to the East. Without the East's approval, should Xuanzang sneak across, the outcome would be significantly diminished. Regarding Emperor Jun's acceptance of Xuanzang into the demon court, after a moment of contemplation, the Tathagata ultimately concluded that it may have been a mere whim. For Xuanzang is the reincarnation of the golden cicada, his true form being the 6-winged golden cicada. Though he has undergone 10 cycles of reincarnation, he has long since shed his demonic aura. Yet for one such as Emperor Jun, the sovereign of the demon court, he should still be able to sense a trace of the demonic essence that belongs to Xuanzang. Perhaps he mistook Xuanzang as one of the demon Kin. To be considered a demon and to join the demon court would be entirely natural. The disciple understands. Upon hearing this, Guanyin silently nodded, a look of gravity appearing on her face as she continued to inquire. However, what of Emperor Jun? What shall be done? The return of the ancient demon emperor, who immediately turned against the Buddhist order, disrupting the journey to the West. This is undoubtedly not a favorable development for us. I am curious as to what the world-honored one might think. Moreover, Guanyin harbored a tinge of personal grievance. Setting aside the vendetta of the severed arm, the mere act of him pinning her to the ground left Guanyin unwilling to let it slide. She must take her revenge. Yet for Guanyin, who is merely at the early stage of a quasi-saint, to triumph over Emperor Jun is nothing short of a fool's errand. Therefore, she could only seek to leverage the power of the Buddhist order. Maintain close vigilance. Unless absolutely necessary, do not engage with him. After the journey to the West concludes, we shall settle accounts. Upon hearing this, Guanyin naturally understood the intentions of the revered one, yet merely shook her head and softly spoke. As for the revered one's severed arm, the 8 treasures merit pool is the supreme treasure of the Buddhist realm, possessing the miraculous ability to purify filth, illuminate the mind, cleanse the spirit, and reshape the physical form. Even the true fire of the sun can be countered. The revered one may cultivate for a time, allowing the severed arm to be restored, to return to the pinnacle. In a word, this matter has been settled. Do not provoke Dijuan. Prioritize the greater situation. Swallow this grievance for now. Everything can be discussed after the journey to the West. In response, although Guanyin still felt some resentment, she understood that the world-honored one must have his reasons. Clinging to her desires would only become a source of annoyance. Moreover, the 8 treasures merit pool holds immense allure for anyone within the Buddhist fold. If she could restore her severed arm, she would not suffer loss herself yet. Is it truly possible? Casting a glance at her severed arm, Guanyin fell into a contemplative silence. For some unknown reason, not long ago, the golden flames at the sight of her severed arm had faintly mingled with a flicker of white, very faint. And it did not inflict any substantial harm. Yet it instilled within Guanyin an instinctive sense of unease. This unease had no discernible source. Guanyin could not fathom its origin, yet it undeniably existed. She felt a persistent notion that the true fire of the sun had undergone some transformation unbeknownst to her not long ago. However, Guanyin's musings were evidently inconsequential to the entire Mahavairakana hall. After the Tathagata's pronouncement, the previously outraged Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, who longed to swiftly exact vengeance upon Dijuan, decisively abandoned that notion. They swiftly turned their focus to how to facilitate Xuanzang's westward journey, engaging in spirited discussions. Guanyin observed the bickering assembly, feeling somewhat detached from the crowd perhaps. The joys and sorrows of individuals do not resonate in unison. Guanyin merely found their clamor somewhat bothersome. Chapter 26. Driving Wolves and Devouring Tigers. The Buddhist order prepares to watch the tigers fight. World-honored one. The disciples believe that we may leverage the power of the celestial court to counter Dijuan. Finally, gazing upon the cacophony of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, Guanyin could no longer restrain herself. She stepped forward and spoke. Ultimately, Guanyin was not prepared to relinquish her pursuit. She intended to employ another's blade to slay. The Buddhist order sought to disregard Dijuan. But what of the celestial court? The ancient celestial emperor has died and been reborn. How should the current heavenly emperor position himself? The heavens cannot harbor two suns. It is inconceivable to have two heavenly emperors. The conflict between them is undeniably irreconcilable. Only the celestial court takes action, will Dijuan truly find himself in an irretrievable predicament. Haoyan shall never permit Dijuan to survive. The celestial court. Upon hearing Guanyin's words, the assembled Buddhas and Bodhisattvas were momentarily taken aback, a look of surprise flickering across their faces. They had not anticipated that, despite the world-honored one's clear directive to temporarily set aside the matter of Dijuan, Guanyin would remain relentless in her pursuit. This was somewhat disconcerting. It was a blatant challenge to the world-honored one. Even the Tathagata furrowed his brow. Previously, he held Guanyin in high regard. Otherwise, such a significant task as the Western expedition would not have been entrusted to her. Yet now, due to her selfish motives, this Guanyin may potentially jeopardize the entire grand scheme of the West, a situation that is certainly not aligned with the desires of the Tathagata. O world-honored one, there exists but one position of the heavenly emperor in the primordial chaos. Neither Emperor Jun nor Haoyan would allow another heavenly emperor to coexist. Noticing the Tathagata's furrowed brow, Guanyin recognized her own impatience. However, the arrow is already on the string and must be released. She continued, we merely need to stoke the flames a little, and we can observe the ensuing conflict from a distance, allowing Emperor Jun and the heavenly court to contend with one another. Regardless of who emerges victorious or defeated, it bears no relevance to the Buddhist realm. Moreover, we may even expedite Xuanzang's westward journey amidst their strife. At that moment, Guanyin's mind raced with thoughts, quickly conjuring an excellent strategy of driving away the wolves to swallow the tigers. It is common knowledge that the heavenly court and the demon court harbor irreconcilable contradictions. Neither is a pleasant entity to engage with. They are locked in a stalemate, and a resolution will not be reached anytime soon. The Buddhist realm can seize this opportunity to send someone once more to the Tang dynasty, facilitating Xuanzang's westward journey, achieving two objectives with a single stroke. Without Emperor Jun as an obstacle, the Buddhist realm would virtually stride through the Tang dynasty with ease. Any individual present could undertake this mission and surely succeed in guiding Xuanzang onto the path of the West. Could it be that mere mortals could stir up such tumult? If that were the case, then when the Buddhist realm orchestrated the dream of the Tang emperorly Shimin in the underworld, someone should have intervened. Upon hearing Guanyin's words, a flicker of astonishment crossed the faces of those present, yet upon further contemplation, it seemed indeed feasible. Just moments ago, the assembly of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas had engaged in fervent discussion regarding how to enable Xuanzang's westward journey, yet no suitable solution had emerged. The primary challenge lay in circumventing Emperor Jun, which was exceedingly arduous. The pinnacle of a quasi-saint. Such power could only be countered if the Buddha himself intervened. Otherwise, it was inconceivable that anyone could stand against him. However, upon hearing Guanyin's perspective, they realized they had fallen into a misunderstanding. Circumventing Emperor Jun does not imply ignoring him entirely. It suffices to occupy him with other matters, rendering him unable to interfere with Xuanzang's westward journey. And the heavenly court possesses ample resources to distract Emperor Jun. The heavenly court, you say? At this moment, upon hearing Guanyin's entire plan, a hint of gravity emerged in the Tathagata's gaze, and he softly spoke, indeed, this could be regarded as a commendable idea. However, how shall we incite enmity between the heavenly court and Emperor Jun? Upon deeper reflection, Guanyin's proposition undeniably presents substantial advantages for the current Buddhist realm. Yet there exists a singular prerequisite. It must not be discovered that the Buddhist realm is intervening. Otherwise, it is entirely possible that Emperor Jun and the heavenly court may temporarily set aside their conflicts and unite against an external threat. This is not a scenario the Tathagata wishes to witness. Rest assured, O world-honored one, your disciple can guarantee that the struggle for the heavenly emperor will inevitably commence, whether or not the Buddhist realm propels it forward. The Buddhist realm merely accelerates this process. Upon witnessing that the Tathagata was earnestly contemplating his opinions, a flicker of excitement inevitably graced Guanyin's countenance. She promptly interjected, asserting that even without grand gestures, a mere nudge would suffice to set everything in motion naturally. The 6 Ding and 6 Jia, the 5 directions of revelation, and the 4 worthy officials. All of these serve as the nails strategically placed by the Buddhist order within the heavenly court. Of course, these are merely the overt arrangements. The celestial realm is acutely aware of their significance. Moreover, there exists a powerful entity within the heavenly court that has quietly allied itself with the Buddhist sect. A fact known to none. This time, Guanyin intended to employ this nail. For this particular being, inciting the tides of change would be exceedingly effortless, and it would not even be apparent that this individual acted under the auspices of the Buddhist mandate, as it would ultimately benefit the heavenly court. In the face of potential threats, even the slightest disturbance cannot be tolerated, especially not in the realm of the heavenly emperor. Tio entertained the notion that even if the scheme were to be unveiled, the heavenly emperor would likely play along as well. For the vast heavens, Dijuan is akin to a thorn, painfully lodged in the throat of the celestial realm, neither ascending nor descending, an agonizing predicament. He yearns to resolve the matter with Dijuan swiftly. Simultaneously, the heavens would surely prefer to eliminate Dijuan before the Buddhist order could opportunistically stake a claim during their conflict. Amidst the focus of the Buddhist sect on Xuanzang, expeditiously resolving the issue with Dijuan would indeed be advantageous for the heavens. It can be posited that this is a scenario of mutual benefit, devoid of risk. Silence reigned as Guanyin gradually articulated her plan, enveloping the great heroic hall in a profound stillness. All present pondered the feasibility of her proposition. After a period of contemplation, they were astonished to realize that it appeared genuinely viable. Their gazes instinctively gravitated towards the Tathagata, awaiting his ultimate decree. After all, as the Buddha, any decision necessitated his final approval. After a moment of silence, the Tathagata eventually inclined his head in agreement, endorsing Guanyin's counsel. The time of the confrontation between Dijuan and the heavenly court, he would dispatch someone to the Tang dynasty to fulfill the journey to the west. Until then, patience is paramount. Guanyin would also seize this interval to visit the 8 treasures pool of merit. The endeavor of the journey to the west indeed requires the esteemed one's diligence. For 5 centuries, the Buddhist order has meticulously plotted the journey to the west. Thus, waiting a little longer is but a trivial matter. Moreover, as Guanyin previously articulated, regardless of whether the heavenly court or Dijuan emerges victorious in this celestial conflict, it would ultimately be advantageous for the Buddhist order. Observing the struggle from a distance, one might wonder why not partake in such an opportunity. Disciples heed the command. Upon hearing the Tathagata's acquiescence, a glimmer of joy illuminated Guanyin's visage. She respectfully bowed to the Tathagata and promptly declared that as long as he consented, she could guarantee a swift response from the heavenly court. In due course, the contest for the heavenly emperor would ensue. Dijuan, the humiliation of that time, she vowed to repay tenfold. As time flows, a decision was made within the Buddhist realm, and a divine edict, unnoticed by all, drifted past the southern heavenly gate, gently gliding into the celestial court. It was remarkably discreet. Even the 4 heavenly kings guarding the southern heavenly gate remained completely oblivious. One could only observe this edict floating gracefully amidst the palatial structures. Ultimately, it settled softly into the hands of a being. After casting a glance at the contents of the edict, a serious expression flickered across the being's face. He then waved his hand, causing the edict to vanish into thin air. Following this, he adjusted his robes and strode purposefully towards the Lingshao treasure hall. It was faintly discernible that this being walked barefoot, but indeed, it was the barefoot immortal. Chapter 27. Haoyan. Regardless of the circumstances, Dijuan must perish. Lingshao treasure hall. Haoyan's countenance was grim. Seated upon the imperial throne, he remained silent. Meanwhile, within the grand hall, 2 rows of deities engaged in fervent discussion, subtly dividing into 2 factions. They were primarily embroiled in a debate regarding the recent sudden appearance of Dijuan. Some advocated that Dijuan's emergence posed a severe threat to the dignity of the heavenly court. There cannot be 2 suns in the sky. How could there be 2 heavenly emperors? He must be suppressed. Only then can the orthodoxy and authority of the heavenly court be demonstrated. Conversely, others contended that Dijuan's power was utterly terrifying, and since he had yet to commit any act endangering the heavenly court's standing, it was unwise to initiate conflict hastily. A period of careful observation was necessary. Rash actions should be avoided. The 2 sides held firm to their positions, endlessly debating. They even designated 2 representative figures. The proponents of war, led by the pagoda-bearing heavenly King Li Jing. The advocates for peace, represented by the Jiuyo Star Lord. With these two at the forefront, a fierce exchange of words ensued, each side staunchly defending their stance. The barefoot immortal entered the hall, attentively listening to the arguments, standing quietly aside without participating in the discussion. Although the Buddhist realm had assigned him the task of waging war, urging the heavenly court to oppose Dijuan, the barefoot immortal understood the necessity of not appearing overly zealous. Extremes can be detrimental. Moreover, it would be preferable for His Majesty to propose the execution of Dijuan himself, rather than him suggesting it. This cautious demeanor had gradually become ingrained in the barefoot immortal's character over countless years of being overlooked, careful, prudent, advancing step by step, like a hidden serpent in the shadows, seemingly harmless yet capable of delivering a fatal strike at the most critical moment. A swift, lethal blow. This was the essence of what the barefoot immortal ought to embody: silence. Observing the deities engaged in fruitless debate for some time, a hint of coldness crossed Haoyin's face as he intervened to halt the discussion. His gaze then fell upon the barefoot immortal, who had just entered the hall, and he inquired nonchalantly, "Barefoot, do you have any thoughts on this matter?" In times past, the barefoot immortal was not held in high regard by Haoyin. Although he was akin to the Tai by Jupiter, standing as an elder figure since the establishment of the heavenly court, his command over the heavenly soldiers and his own cultivation level were far too low. Before the Battle of Fengshan, Haoyin was still managing to hold on, as at that time, the heavenly court was truly devoid of personnel. Many matters had to be personally attended to by Haoyin himself. The only ones who could alleviate his burdens were the great sage, equal to heaven, and the barefoot immortal. However, after the sealing of the gods, the heavenly court was no longer lacking in deities, and thus the barefoot immortal gradually retreated into the shadows. Even the celestial soldiers and generals were handed over to the command of the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, Li Jing. It could be said that his presence in the heavenly court had diminished significantly. Nevertheless, as a long-serving minister, when the celestial beings were embroiled in incessant disputes, Haoyin wished to hear the barefoot immortal's perspective. As Haoyin spoke, the previously quarrelsome celestial beings instantly turned their gazes upon the barefoot immortal, quietly awaiting his response. "Your Majesty, the Emperor Jun wishes for Xuanzang to join the demon court. This old minister harbors concerns that this is not merely an isolated incident, but rather that Emperor Jun seeks to reconstruct a false heavenly court. It must not be overlooked." Upon feeling the collective gaze of everyone upon him, the barefoot immortal took a deep breath, then bowed deeply to Haoyin and spoke solemnly. "Of course, this old minister merely offers a suggestion. How to proceed is entirely at your Majesty's command. I am prepared to face any peril without hesitation." The barefoot immortal did not express his own thoughts, but merely conveyed his anxieties. Not long ago, Haoyin had summoned the Haoyin Mirror, revealing the events that transpired at the Huaxing Temple of the Great Tang in their entirety before the eyes of the celestial beings. Naturally, the matter of Emperor Jun seeking to incorporate Xuanzang into the demon court became known to all. However, at that time, few paid it any heed, as the current demon court was nothing more than a desolate ruin. The beings who had once been loyal to the demon court had gradually been purged over the years. Emperor Jun was merely a figurehead. A mere Xuanzang could hardly stir up any waves. Yet now, upon hearing the barefoot immortal's explanation, they suddenly awakened to the reality that in truth, whether Xuanzang joined the demon court was of little consequence. What mattered far more was that Emperor Jun had already entertained thoughts of reconstructing the demon court. Xuanzang was merely an incidental pawn drawn into the fray. As for Emperor Jun standing among the demon race, the gathered gods could likely surmise some insights. Not to mention that he would surely have many who would heed his call. If Emperor Jun truly intended to rebuild the demon court, it would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to the current heavenly court. Emperor Jun, the demon court. Upon hearing the barefoot immortal's words, Haoyin's expression darkened slightly, and a flicker of murderous intent surfaced in his eyes. As the sovereign of the heavenly court and ruler of the three realms, how could Haoyin tolerate the existence of another demon court? Despite its establishment predating that of the heavenly court, and having once held dominion over the heavens, those were matters of the past. He was now the master of the heavenly court, divinely ordained by the Tao Ancestor. What was Emperor Jun but a pretender? He should fade into the annals of history along with the now ruined demon court. How dare he act with such audacity before him? In truth, the moment Haoyin witnessed Emperor Jun's appearance in the primordial chaos, he had already made his decision. He must die. In the primordial chaos, the existence of two celestial emperors is absolutely intolerable. However, due to the formidable strength of Emperor Jun and the apparent trouble he had stirred with the Buddhist sect, Haoyin hesitated momentarily. Yet now, Haoyin has come to a realization. He understands that he must not allow Emperor Jun the time to re-establish the demon court. He must swiftly eliminate this nuisance. With this thought, Guanyin exhaled softly, a trace of majesty gradually appearing on his countenance. His gaze swept over the assembly of celestial beings present, and he solemnly declared, "My decree is resolute. We shall eliminate Emperor Jun. You all, regardless of your previous intentions, must set them aside for the time being. This time, Emperor Jun must be vanquished." His words, tinged with a hint of coldness, reverberated throughout the hall of supreme harmony, rendering the entire chamber silent. The pro-war faction Li Jing exchanged a glance with the pro-peace faction, the Barefoot Immortal, both silently nodding in agreement, ceasing their discussion. Subsequently, the assembly of celestial beings reacted and chanted praises. Since His Majesty has made a decision, their prior debates held no significance. Emperor Jun must die. Chapter 28. Meeting Sun Wukong. Will I attain Buddhahood? Will I, the old sun, ultimately become a Buddha? As time flowed on, the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect, the two most formidable powers in the primordial world, commenced their contest. At the center of their conflict stood Emperor Jun. The emergence of this ancient demon sovereign has irrevocably disrupted the balance of the primordial realm, instilling a sense of threat in countless beings who are eager to eliminate him. Meanwhile, on another front, Yuan departed from Chang'an, traveling upon clouds, ultimately landing atop a mountain peak, gradually raising his gaze toward the horizon. He had arrived at his destination. At this moment, before Yuan, towering ancient trees and rampant wild vines sprawled across the land. 1,000 peaks opened like weapons, 10,000 ridges unfurled like a screen. This was an unbroken expanse of mountain ranges. Among the lofty and perilous heights, 5 peaks soared into the azure sky, their imposing presence unmistakable. They are known as the Five Elements Mountain. Following the conquest of the Tang Emperor, it was renamed the Two Realms Mountain. Naturally, ordinary folk commonly refer to this extensive mountain range as the Two Realms Mountain, while the 5 towering peaks retain their designation as the Five Elements Mountain, thereby distinguishing the two. Beneath the Five Elements Mountain, a monkey's form was nearly engulfed by the mountains, with only one hand protruding outward. At this moment, he was listlessly toying with some stones on the ground, occasionally stifling a yawn. He appeared exceedingly bored. The monkey arranged the stones into 2 factions, each side having a slightly larger stone as its leader. With his lone hand, he would fiddle with one stone, then poke at another, mumbling indistinctly. His words amounted to little more than, "Monkeys and offspring, rally for old sun, celestial soldiers." Yet despite the apparent fervor, his utterances were feeble. Ultimately, he threw up his hands, scattering the stones and sighing in exasperation. "Alas! The Bodhisattva previously mentioned that a pilgrim would pass by to rescue me. Where are they? Could it be that this Bodhisattva is deceiving me? This monkey, whose face is emblazoned with sheer boredom, is none other than the great sage, equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, who caused a ruckus in heaven 500 years ago. Due to a wager with the Buddha, he has been imprisoned beneath this 5 Elements Mountain for 5 centuries. Hungry, he consumes iron pellets. Thirsty, he drinks copper juice. For 500 years, he has never experienced a single day of comfort. Who would have thought that the illustrious great sage would engage in such a childish act? Truly amusing." At that moment, a sudden burst of laughter echoed, causing Sun Wukong's expression to shift slightly. "Who dares to mock this old monkey? Show yourself at once." Upon hearing these words, a flicker of irritation crossed Sun Wukong's face as he indignantly exclaimed, "Am I truly so detestable? Not long ago, Guanyin, under the Buddha's orders, passed by this 5 Elements Mountain while seeking a disciple in the East, and even composed a poem to ridicule him, and now they dare to return?" Sun Wukong felt a surge of temper rising within him. This time, he must ensure that the speaker pays the price. Humph. After all, he is the great sage. Of course, that would have to wait until he manages to escape. Otherwise, it would all be mere empty talk. Ha! Observing the infuriated monkey, Yuan chuckled softly and slowly approached him, casually tossing a peach in his direction. This was the very peach Yuan had plucked from a tree moments ago. With a soft thud, the peach landed squarely before Sun Wukong. Within easy reach, gazing at the peach, Sun Wukong momentarily froze, instinctively swallowing. How long had it been since he last tasted a peach? It had been over 100 years. Back then, a young boy had given him a peach while chopping wood on the mountain. Afterward, that boy grew up and he had never seen him again. Now, considering the passage of time, that mere mortal must have long since departed this world. A wave of restlessness surged within Sun Wukong. But soon, the fragrant aroma of the peach wafted towards him, dispelling the great sage's irritation. Humph! Turning his head in disdain, Sun Wukong shot a glare at Yuan before picking up the peach and grumbling, "In light of this peach, I shall spare you." With that, he took a hefty bite of the peach, A wave of sweetness spread through his mouth, and Sun Wukong could no longer restrain himself, devouring the fruit with fervor, even swallowing the pit whole. Delicious. Instinctively, Sun Wukong licked his lips, a hint of savoring delight crossing his face. This was undoubtedly the best peach he had ever tasted. There was no comparison, however. It didn't take long for Sun Wukong to realize that he had perhaps lost a bit of composure. His face flushing slightly, he cleared his throat and casually remarked, "Quite passable. The flavor is satisfactory, but how does it compare to the heavenly peaches?" Witnessing Sun Wukong's reserved demeanor, Yuan casually found a stone to sit upon, his gaze resting on the somewhat disheveled Sun Wukong as he inquired nonchalantly, "That would naturally be, Upon hearing those words, Sun Wukong instinctively wished to respond, yet suddenly became aware of something profound. His gaze fell upon Yuan, and a glimmer of danger flickered in his eyes as he coldly remarked, "How do you know that I, Sun Wukong, have consumed the peaches of immortality? If I recall correctly, we are not acquainted, are we? Moreover, this five elements mountain is guarded by the mountain god, and typically, only the hunters from the foot of the mountain pass by occasionally. Outsiders cannot enter at all. Who exactly are you?" Initially, Sun Wukong believed that Yuan was akin to Guanyin, sent by the Buddhist sect to investigate his circumstances. However, he sensed no trace of Buddhist aura emanating from Yuan. During his time in the heavenly realm, he could not recall having met such an individual. Thus, the question arose. Who was this person, truly? "My name is Yuan." Observing the monkey's vigilant demeanor, Yuan gently shook his head and earnestly stated, "I am the national master of the Tang dynasty." He had not concealed his identity. There was no need to. The Tang dynasty? Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, only to quickly relax it. He was familiar with the Tang dynasty. Yet, Sun Wukong found it perplexing how the national master of the Tang dynasty could possibly be here. Known for his forthrightness, he voiced his curiosity without hesitation. "I have come to witness the former great sage equal to heaven." In response to Sun Wukong's inquiry, Yuan maintained his composure and replied nonchalantly. Although he harbored some ulterior motives, wishing to leverage Sun Wukong for his own ambitions and to garner a few moments of astonishment, more than that, he simply desired to meet this monkey. After all, the Yuan of a later era had heard countless legends about this particular monkey, rebellious and indomitable. With a swing of his golden staff, he reduced 100,000 heavenly soldiers to mere dust. He was indeed the true great sage equal to heaven. Subsequently, he was imprisoned beneath the Five Elements mountain and later protected Xuanzang on his pilgrimage, ultimately revered as the victorious fighting Buddha. It was an extraordinarily legendary life. Yet in this primordial chaos, Sun Wukong was but a pawn. His birth, growth, and eventual demise were all orchestrated by others. Is it tragic? To some extent, yes. Named equal to heaven, yet ultimately, he was merely a monkey. How could he resist the heavens? Victorious fighting Buddha. Perhaps in a certain sense, the moment Sun Wukong attained Buddhahood, he had already perished, at the very least. The great sage equal to heaven had met his end. This time, Yuan had come specifically to see this monkey, as well as the inevitable departure of the great sage equal to heaven. Silence. After Yuan's words lingered in the air, Sun Wukong fell into a profound silence. He lowered his head, gripping his only hand tightly, then suddenly released it, only to clench it once more. He felt a sense of unwillingness. Truly, a deep-seated unwillingness. Yet ultimately, he remained powerless. "Now do you see?" After a considerable time, Sun Wukong slowly raised his head, his gaze calm as he regarded Yuan, letting out a derisive laugh before stating lightly, "Are you somewhat disappointed?" In that moment, contrary to Yuan's earlier prediction that the monkey might be filled with rage and humiliation, Sun Wukong exhibited neither anger nor sorrow. He was merely tranquil, like the surface of a placid lake, eerily silent. Perhaps a little? It's rather filthy. Upon hearing these words, Yuan suddenly smiled, pointed at the moss atop Sun Wukong's head and the weeds by his ears, and gently remarked, "Once you emerge, do remember to take a bath." As he spoke, Yuan extended his hand to brush away some of the moss and wild grass clinging to Sun Wukong. "Thank you." Observing this, Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, and after a prolonged silence, he lowered his head and muttered a response. Falling silent thereafter, he found himself at a loss for words. For a time, the atmosphere grew somewhat somber. Soon enough, someone will come to rescue you. His name is Xuanzang. He is the one who seeks the scriptures. Looking at Sun Wukong, Yuan once again broke the silence. Revealing certain events that were about to unfold, you must protect him as he journeys to the west for the scriptures. Upon reflection, although Emperor Jun has allowed Xuanzang to join the demon court, this should not impede the journey to the west. It won't be long before the Buddhist sect takes action. Xuanzang's pilgrimage to the west is already a foregone conclusion. In response, Sun Wukong had already anticipated this, nodding and solemnly stating, "I, the old monkey, am aware. This was already conveyed to me when Guanyin visited not long ago." Sun Wukong had mentally prepared himself. Moreover, Guanyin had promised that upon the completion of the journey to the west, he would be granted complete freedom. At that time, he would return to Flower and Fruit Mountain. He would never leave again. Surely, those monkeys must miss him dearly? On the road to the west, you will endure 81 tribulations, and ultimately, you will attain Buddhahood, as the victorious fighting Buddha. Observing this, Yuan continued to speak, delineating Sun Wukong's impending fate. Of course, to obscure the heavenly secrets, Yuan had already discreetly interchanged this space with the system space. Neither the guardians of the Five Elements Mountain, such as the Five Directions Revealer, the Earth Deity, and the Mountain God, nor the Heavenly Court, the Buddhist sect, or even the saints could perceive any anomaly. Upon hearing Yuan's words, the previously calm Sun Wukong's expression changed instantly. Buddhahood. Wasn't it agreed that he would be allowed to return to Flower and Fruit Mountain after the scriptures were obtained? How could it be Buddhahood? If it were any ordinary being, the prospect of achieving Buddhahood would evoke unbridled joy. But Sun Wukong was different. Once, he may have harbored ambitions of holding an official post, even dreaming of becoming the Jade Emperor. 500 years ago, he wouldn't have minded playing the role of a Buddha. Yet now, Sun Wukong only wished to return to Flower and Fruit Mountain. He had no desire to become any kind of imprisoned Buddha. Chapter 29. The truth behind the havoc in heaven. Sun Wukong questioned if this was genuine. Upon hearing Yuan's statement, Sun Wukong grew anxious, unable to restrain himself as he exclaimed, "This is not right." The Bodhisattva previously mentioned that once the journey to the west concluded, I, the old monkey, would be granted freedom. How could it be Buddhahood? Sun Wukong was somewhat flustered. In truth, after being suppressed for 500 years, he had long come to terms with certain matters. What arrogance and pride ultimately led to was naught but an empty pursuit. At present, Sun Wukong is consumed by a singular desire to return to Flower Fruit Mountain and peacefully spend the remainder of his days. As for the title of Great Sage equal to heaven, he no longer holds it in high regard. This sentiment is, in fact, the genuine motivation behind Sun Wukong's promise to Guanyin to protect the monk on his journey to acquire scriptures from the west. By merely safeguarding one monk on his westward pilgrimage, he could regain his freedom in just a few years' time. For Sun Wukong, this is nothing short of a tremendous blessing. What a worthy endeavor. But now, what has he just heard? Becoming a Buddha. What purpose would that serve for him? Moreover, if he were to attain Buddhahood, would he still be able to return to Flower Fruit Mountain? After enduring countless tribulations, achieving the ultimate fruit of his pursuits. Is this not to be expected? Observing Sun Wukong's reaction, Yuan gently shook his head and spoke softly. Becoming a Buddha is indeed the ultimate fruit. Yuan was not taken aback by Sun Wukong's response. This monkey, after all, was hardly one to aspire to Buddhahood from the outset. His perspective had subtly shifted along the journey to acquire the scriptures. Perhaps it was the influence of certain Buddhist methods, or perhaps Sun Wukong had genuinely begun to entertain thoughts of becoming a Buddha. Nevertheless, it is evident that the current Sun Wukong, still the great sage equal to heaven, has no desire to become the victorious fighting Buddha. Becoming a Buddha is synonymous with achieving the ultimate fruit. Upon hearing Yuan's words, Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, recollecting that Guanyin had previously mentioned something about upholding the teachings and then attaining the ultimate fruit. However, he had not given it much thought at the time. In his view, his escape from confinement rendered all else irrelevant. Yet now, upon further reflection, there is indeed something amiss, particularly with Yuan's assertion that becoming a Buddha is the ultimate fruit, which genuinely astonished Sun Wukong. Was it true that from the very beginning, the Buddhist order had never intended to grant him complete freedom, emerging from the Five Elements Mountain, only to take refuge in Buddhism? How is this any different from being suppressed beneath the Five Elements Mountain? No, wait. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's heart sank once more, and he slowly lifted his gaze, a glint of ferocity shimmering in his eyes as he coldly exclaimed, "Are you deceiving me, old son? The Bodhisattva promised that once the scriptures were successfully acquired, I would be granted my freedom. Guanyin is somewhat renowned across the three realms. Why would she trick me? Old son, it must be you, you scoundrel, who harbors ill intentions and seeks to deceive me. What utter nonsense about the ultimate fruit. I have no interest in it at all," although he protested against Yuan. In the end, Sun Wukong's ire was directed at the notion of the ultimate fruit. It is abundantly clear that Sun Wukong's mind is now in turmoil. He no longer knows whom to trust. Do you comprehend why the Buddhist order would send an ordinary mortal on a journey of tens of thousands of miles, facing 81 tribulations, to seek the true scriptures from the great Thunder Sound Temple in the west? Observing Sun Wukong's fierce demeanor, Yi Yun displayed no hint of fear upon his face. He slowly rose and approached the monkey, gently squatting down to meet Sun Wukong's fiery gaze, and solemnly inquired, as he intended to reveal the truth behind this westward journey to the monkey before him. How Sun Wukong chooses to respond will ultimately depend on him. Should he still harbor a rebellious spirit and wish to stir up chaos, Yi Yun would not hesitate to lend a hand. If not, should he allow the pride within him to be subdued, willingly becoming a mere puppet of the Buddhist order, then let it be. Let it be as if he had never existed. In this vast wilderness, there are countless ways to attain a moment of astonishment. He need not squander excessive time on a despondent monkey. Why? Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, a flicker of astonishment crossed Sun Wukong's face, prompting him to instinctively blurt out a question. In fact, Sun Wukong had also pondered this matter at that time. Guanyin had mentioned that the seeker of scriptures should journey to the Western Thunder Sound Temple for enlightenment. More importantly, this task was to be undertaken by a mere mortal monk, who could not even contend with ordinary beasts. Was this not a jest? If the purpose was truly to acquire sacred texts, Guanyin could have simply brought them along when she passed by. Even if Guanyin were to take a risk, once that old monk rescued him, he could have just somersaulted his way to the west for the scriptures. Why put an elderly monk through such painstaking efforts to retrieve some trivial scriptures? Of course, Sun Wukong merely experienced a fleeting moment of confusion and did not dwell on it further. As long as he could escape his predicament, that was sufficient. Yet now, as Yi Yun broached this topic once more, Sun Wukong's doubts were inevitably reignited. Why? Why send a mortal to undertake this task? Because this is a calamity of measure. Observing the bewilderment on Sun Wukong's face, Yi Yun fixed his gaze upon him, articulating deliberately, the Western Journey Calamity. This calamity involves selecting a seeker from the Eastern lands, enduring tribulations, and journeying to the Western Thunder Sound Temple to seek the true scriptures. Following this, the West shall flourish, and for the sake of this calamity, plans had been set in motion 500 years prior. No, the Buddhist order had begun its scheming even earlier. The gentle tone resonated in Sun Wukong's ears, devoid of excessive turbulence. Then, Sun Wukong was left in a stupor. The Western Journey Calamity? This was the first time he had encountered the notion of calamity. Yet, inexplicably, upon hearing those two words, he felt a chill run down his spine as if confronted with an unfathomable existence. It cast an unshakable shadow upon his heart. So, was it to protect the seeker that he was tasked with safeguarding him? In light of this calamity, Sun Wukong had initially been reluctant to accept this notion. Yet, it seemed that this singular reason could elucidate why the Bodhisattva Guanyin would traverse great distances to reach the Eastern Tang dynasty, and why she would hold such significance for a mere mortal, even in joining him to protect him. If it were for the flourishing of the Buddhist order, then everything would align perfectly. It would not even be surprising if the Buddha himself, Tathagata, were to appear. Wait, that does not seem right. Suddenly, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, unable to restrain himself from speaking. You just said that the seeker was determined 500 years ago. However, I, the venerable Sun Wukong, have taken it upon myself to protect that old monk, thus I can be considered one of the pilgrims. Yet, only recently did I pledge to the Bodhisattva to safeguard this elderly monk on his journey westward. How could this possibly date back 5 centuries? As he spoke, Sun Wukong suddenly froze, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. He vaguely began to grasp something, like the very issue of selecting the pilgrims. 500 years, or even earlier, the choice of these pilgrims had already been predetermined. The duration of my imprisonment beneath the 5 Elements mountain seems to align perfectly with 500 years. Could this be mere coincidence? What if the Buddhist sect had begun plotting back then, calculating that after 500 years of confinement, I would inevitably acquiesce to their request to protect the pilgrim? It seems rather plausible, does it not? In an instant, Sun Wukong found himself questioning the very essence of his existence. He was reluctant to accept this reality. Yet, the sheer improbability of it all left him no room for disbelief. After your tumultuous rebellion in the Heavenly Palace, the Marshal of the Heavenly Forces, Zhu Ganglai, was demoted to the mortal realm for his mischief with Chang'e, while the General of the Curtain, having accidentally shattered a glazed lamp, also faced banishment. They stand before you on this journey westward. Your second and third disciples, they are none other than Zhu Beiji and Sha Wujing. As for your master, Xuanzang, he is that very pilgrim. Ha! He is the second disciple of the Tathagata, who, 500 years ago, dared to confront the Tathagata during the Ulambana assembly, only to be reprimanded and cast down to the mortal realm, enduring 10 cycles of reincarnation. In this life, he has become the esteemed pilgrim. Observing Sun Wukong's dazed expression, Yi Yun continued to unveil some truths. 500 years. Listening to Yi Yun's revelations, Sun Wukong's demeanor darkened as he murmured softly. Were all the pilgrims predetermined 500 years ago? What of himself, his yet-to-be-met master, and his disciples all bound by fate? It turns out there was yet another reason for my suppression beneath the Five Elements Mountain. No wonder that, within the heavenly court, any casual figure like Wang Lingguan could engage me in a fierce battle for 300 rounds. The generals of the Thunder Department posed formidable challenges as well. Yet, the Jade Emperor still sought the Western Tathagata to subdue me. Was there truly no one else in the heavens? No, certainly not. Just the presence of the Emperor Jinwu, guarding the northern heavenly gate, could easily surpass me. Back when I held an official position in the heavenly court, I caught but a distant glimpse of him and felt a shiver run down my spine, overwhelmed by an aura of dread. At that time of my rebellion in the heavenly palace, the Emperor Jinwu had not appeared, and I merely attributed my good fortune to luck. However, now, through Yi Yun's words, I vaguely sensed that my earlier chaos in the heavenly palace was likely not so simple after all. But wait, did you not mention that the Buddhist sect might have begun plotting for the journey westward even earlier than 500 years ago? All of these events occurred 5 centuries prior. Suddenly, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, having identified a loophole in Yi Yun's discourse. Those occurrences all transpired 500 years ago. To suggest that the Buddhist sect began its scheming only 500 years ago would be an oversimplification. How could this being before me claim that such a journey commenced in an even more distant epoch? Do you believe your emergence is merely a coincidence? Observing the monkey with a furrowed brow, Yi Yun maintained his composure and gently articulated, "Have you ever considered that, in fact, you may be part of the Buddhist plan?" At this, Sun Wukong was taken aback. His existence, too, woven into the fabric of the Buddhist scheme. How could this be possible? Chapter 30. Indeed, even pawns can feel wrath. Are you jesting? After a brief silence, Sun Wukong slowly raised his head, eyes aflame with indignation, fixating on Yi Yun, nearly grinding his teeth as he spoke. His very birth, a product of the Buddhist machinations? Absurd. He was born a stone monkey, nurtured by heaven and earth. How could even the Buddhist sect alter this cosmic order? Such a notion was utterly implausible. It must be that this individual before him was spouting nonsense. You were indeed born from the 5-colored stone left behind by Nuwa during her repairs to the heavens, which does signify a natural origin. However, to ascertain the timing of your arrival in this world is a trivial matter for true powerhouses of the primordial era. Noticing Sun Wukong's skepticism, Yi Yun casually elaborated, then continued nonchalantly, "Of course, it is also because of your birth that the journey to the west officially commenced. For instance, waiting for an opportune moment to reveal to you the fated course of life and death, prompting you to embark on a long voyage in search of the elixir of immortality. Then, by a stroke of fate, you would find yourself apprenticed to an ancient sage, mastering extraordinary skills. Following a series of events, you would develop a rift with the heavenly court, leading to the tumult in the celestial palace. Do you not find it somewhat hasty to sever ties with the heavenly court? The Jade Emperor, fully aware of your temperament, appointed you as the stable master, tasking you with tending to his horses. Is this not a clear provocation for you to create chaos? Subsequently, the heavenly court issued a decree, bestowing upon you the title of Great Sage equal to heaven, and after you enjoyed a period of tranquility, you were once again assigned to guard the peach garden. Is it any wonder that turmoil ensued? As Yi Yun's words echoed, Sun Wukong fell into deeper silence. He realized that he could provide no explanation for any of this. The coincidences were indeed too remarkable. Initially, Sun Wukong believed his assignment as stable master was merely a slight from the Jade Emperor, a trivial position assigned to him without consideration. This was the greatest blemish of his life, a source of shame. Yet, if this were indeed an accident, then assigning a mere monkey to guard the peach garden was exceedingly absurd. Even Sun Wukong, being a monkey, found this maneuver to be excessively abstract. It felt as though someone were deliberately waiting for him to cause a ruckus. Then Sun Wukong opened his mouth, attempting to voice a rebuttal, but ultimately could only stammer, unable to find a single argument to counter. Enmeshed in the situation, Sun Wukong could not perceive such coincidences. Yet, from a detached third-person perspective, it became abundantly clear to him that something was amiss. However, Sun Wukong remained reluctant to accept this truth. If he had been under the control of the Buddhist sect since his inception, then the Bodhi Patriarch, who imparted to him the wisdom of cultivation, would also be a member of the Buddhist sect. He had always been aware that his existence was anticipated. The kindness shown to him, the teachings of his cultivation, could merely be a pretext to confine him beneath the 5 Elements Mountain for 500 years, only to protect some monk on a pilgrimage to the west. This was an unacceptable notion for Sun Wukong. He would rather believe that this self-proclaimed national master of the Tang dynasty was lying than to accept that the Bodhi Patriarch was complicit in this scheme. You are pondering about the one who taught you these skills, the Bodhi Patriarch? Is it possible? Gazing into Sun Wukong's eyes, Yuan instantly discerned his thoughts and gently inquired. You? Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong was taken aback, his expression visibly flustered, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "How do you know that it was the Patriarch who taught me to cultivate? This cannot be true." When he departed from Ling Tai Fong's Siyuan Mountain, the Patriarch had warned him never to utter his name. Otherwise, he would face skinning and bone grinding, his soul cast into the abyss of the 9 Yus, suffering eternal torment. Naturally, Sun Wukong had kept this admonition in mind. Indeed, even if the threat of eternal damnation were absent, as long as the Patriarch wished for him to remain silent about his name, he would resolutely comply. For the Patriarch was his master, and his only master. Yet now, Sun Wukong found himself engulfed in confusion. Did the Patriarch already know all of this? Bodhi. Observing the reluctant demeanor of Sun Wukong, Yi Yun sighed softly before gradually speaking. In the West, there is a sage named Zhuan Ti. His essence is embodied in a Bodhi tree. Bodhi and Zhuan Ti may very well be one and the same. The identity of the Bodhi Patriarch has been the subject of many speculations in later generations. After all, his sole purpose for appearing was to teach Sun Wukong the path of cultivation. On the journey to the West, after Sun Wukong had toppled the ginseng fruit tree of Jinyuanzi, he had contemplated seeking the Bodhi Patriarch's assistance at Ling Tai Fong's Siyuan Mountain. Yet, that place had long since fallen into desolation. Some say that the Bodhi Patriarch was a benevolent corpse of Zhuan Ti, while others suggest that he was merely a fragment connected to the sage Zhuan Ti, thus agreeing to instruct Sun Wukong. Numerous other theories abound. Nevertheless, one fact remains unchanged. The Bodhi Patriarch shares profound ties with the Buddhist sect. His guidance of Sun Wukong was likely a demand from the sect. Zhuan Ti, the sage. Bodhi the Patriarch? Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong fell into silence once more. A sudden urge to laugh surged within him, yet inexplicably, he found himself unable to do so. Was this truly the narrative of his life? From the very beginning, he had been treated as a mere pawn by the Buddhist sect, manipulated at will. How truly tragic this was. Quiet. In that moment, Sun Wukong fell into complete stillness. He found himself at a loss for words to describe his current emotions. In any case, it was complex, incredibly complex. Ha 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 ha. Ha. After a long while, Sun Wukong laughed. His laughter was both unrestrained and tinged with sorrow. Within it lay the lamentation of his own fate, as well as a derisive reflection on his own past naivety. Moreover, there was a deep-seated resentment towards the Buddhist sect that precipitated all of this. You, tell me, old son, these words of yours should not merely be to alleviate my boredom and pass the time, right? Ultimately, Sun Wukong slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Yun, the corners of his mouth faintly stained with blood, and he spoke deliberately. Speak. What do you intend to do? Old Sunday shall accompany you to the end. Ha ha, the Buddhist sect, do you not wish to play? Then old Sun shall play along until the very end. He, Sun Wukong, refuses to be a mere pawn, at the very least, not one that is completely manipulated by others. He desires to resist. Furthermore, Sun Wukong could discern that this person before him had their own motives in revealing such truths. Quite possibly, like the Buddhist sect, they too viewed him as a pawn. Yet, Sun Wukong was indifferent. He wished to engage. When the time comes, he must overturn the chessboard, to let those who regard him as mere pieces witness that even pawns can rage with fury. Chapter 31 Ding. The great sage equal to heaven has joined the chat group. The monkey is enraged. A pawn? A life controlled by others? Even the Patriarch might have been using him. How could Sun Wukong possibly accept this? Of course, Sun Wukong did not fully trust Yun's words. He hoped that one day he could escape from beneath this 5 elements mountain, and then personally visit the Xiaoyu Sanxing cave to inquire of the Patriarch. To ask, is any of this truly real? If the Patriarch were to claim that he was merely a casual disciple, unconnected to the Buddhist sect, and knew nothing of this westward journey, then Sun Wukong would believe the Patriarch. He felt that the Patriarch would not deceive him. Even if the Patriarch truly did deceive him, Sun Wukong would accept it. For that was the Patriarch, his own master, in his moments of utmost helplessness and confusion. It was the Patriarch who provided sustenance, shelter, and guidance in his cultivation. Unlike the indifference he felt from the monkey horde, that was the care of an elder for their junior. It was the first time Sun Wukong experienced warmth. In contrast to the newly acquainted Yi Yun, Sun Wukong preferred to place his trust in the Patriarch who had sheltered him. However, Regarding the matters of the Buddhist sect that Yun spoke of, Sun Wukong believed he had never held any fondness for that group of monks. Were it not for the Bodhisattva's revelation that if he safeguarded the journey of the scriptures, he would regain his freedom, he would have been disinclined to pay attention to those monks. Moreover, it was the Buddhist monks who had imprisoned him beneath the Five Elements mountain. First, they trapped him, then released him, only to expect gratitude? Dream on. Were it not for the inability to contend with them, Sun Wukong might even have considered causing a ruckus at the Great Thunder Sound Monastery upon his escape. Becoming a Buddha? To hell with becoming a Buddha. Sun Wukong swore he would never become one. His temperament is quite commendable. Upon witnessing the monkey's peculiar demeanor, a faint smile inadvertently graced Yi Yun's face. He chuckled softly before articulating. So, do you wish to join at the Divine Court? The prospect of enlisting Sun Wukong into the Divine Court was an urgent matter for Yi Yun at this juncture. After all, acquiring shock points was of paramount importance to him. The revival of Emperor Jun had consumed an excessive number of shock points. Although some returns had been achieved, they remained insufficient. This monkey was one of the pivotal keys to the calamity of the westward journey. Should he join the Divine Court, it would undoubtedly instigate a series of unpredictable changes. In such a scenario, the Honghuang would tremble. Yi Yun could seize the opportunity to amass a significant quantity of shock points. With these shock points in hand, he would possess the confidence to establish his footing in the vast expanse of Honghuang. Of course, Yi Yun had previously contemplated the idea of allowing Emperor Jun to interact with this monkey. Perhaps through the means of this ancient demon emperor, he could rescue the monkey. However, such an approach seemed overly contrived. Moreover, actively disturbing the westward journey might provoke an unprecedented backlash from the Buddhist sect. At that point, even the saints might intervene. Although Emperor Jun was a peak quasi-saint, an existence at the pinnacle of the entire Honghuang, saints were considered transcendent beings. Below the saints, all were mere ants. If a saint were to take action, no matter how many strategies Emperor Jun employed, his demise would be inevitable. The shock points that Yi Yun had painstakingly accumulated would be squandered in vain. This was certainly not a scenario Yi Yun wished to witness. Meanwhile, upon hearing this unfamiliar term, Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes as he inquired in a deep voice. What is this Divine Court? What relation does it have to the Heavenly Court? If I, Sun Wukong, join this Divine Court, will I be subjected to restrictions, and will I still be able to return to Flower Fruit Mountain? At that moment, Sun Wukong poured forth his questions like a cascade, voicing his concerns. He feared that joining this so-called Divine Court would impose limitations akin to those of the Buddhist sect, stripping him of his freedom. If that were the case, it would be better to simply remain idle. After all, the outcome would be the same. It would save him the trouble of exertion. The Divine Court is a rather loose organization. Observing Sun Wukong's inquiries, Yi Yun was not the least bit surprised and replied nonchalantly, generally, no one will monitor you. You may do as you please. Occasionally, the Divine Court may issue certain tasks, which you can choose to undertake at your discretion. There are rewards, of course. If you prefer not to complete the tasks, no one will coerce you. At this moment, Yi Yun gradually revealed some fundamental information regarding the Divine Court. When he mentioned the tasks, a peculiar expression crossed his face. For, at present, the notion of Sun Wukong undertaking tasks seemed rather fanciful. Based on Emperor Jun's previous conduct, it was likely that if he issued a task, this ancient demon emperor would seize it without leaving any room for others to strive. It was excessively competitive. Naturally, this was also related to the fact that Yi Yun had yet to assign any tasks. After all, the Divine Court's influence was still quite feeble at this stage. Should the attention of a sage be drawn, and should they truly intervene, it is indeed plausible that the entire Divine Court could be dismantled in an instant. At that juncture, even if there exists a system space, Yi Yun might manage to preserve his life. Yet all the schemes painstakingly devised may ultimately come to naught. Yi Yun would not act so impulsively. He must proceed step by step. However, upon hearing Yi Yun's description, Sun Wukong's initially wary gaze softened. After a moment of contemplation, he couldn't help but nod slowly and spoke in a deep voice. If that is the case, then I, old Sun, shall join the Divine Court. No restrictions, free and unrestrained. There are opportunities to gain benefits through tasks. This is simply perfect for me at present. The current Sun Wukong is no longer that naive being from 500 years ago. He is acutely aware of the depths of this primordial world. His current level of cultivation is likely only sufficient for him to reign supreme in Flower Fruit Mountain. Outside of it, he is virtually inconsequential. Elevating his cultivation is the most pressing desire he harbors. Clearly, the Divine Court can assist him in achieving rapid growth. To be candid, he even harbors doubts about whether Yi Yun is deceiving him. Could there truly be such fortuitous circumstances in this world? Thus, Sun Wukong remained cautious. Although he agreed to join the Divine Court, should he sense any hint of deceit, he would withdraw decisively. He has no intention of being toyed with again. Although, it must be said, Sun Wukong is indeed a monkey. Ha. This is a mobile phone, a device each member of the Divine Court possesses for mutual communication. Observing the expression on Sun Wukong's face, Yuan discerned his thoughts but paid it no mind. Instead, he produced a mobile phone and handed it to Sun Wukong, offering a brief explanation of its functions. Upon receiving the phone, Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, but as he began to explore its features, a flicker of astonishment crossed his simian visage. How intriguing, indeed, quite fascinating. Sun Wukong became engrossed in its use, increasingly captivated. Before long, he was thoroughly immersed in that brief span of time. Sun Wukong swiftly acquainted himself with the phone's functionalities, even locating the chat group. He was notably quicker than the earlier Emperor Jun. You can join this chat group, which includes other members of the Divine Court, some within the primordial realm, others not. Watching Sun Wukong cheerfully manipulate the phone, Yuan couldn't help but exhibit a hint of surprise, and he then softly elucidated some fundamental details about the chat group. Simultaneously, Yuan felt a sense of admiration. Truly, he is a monkey. His capacity for comprehension is commendable. He is even more adept than Emperor Jun, the demon sovereign. Of course, Yuan was aware that Emperor Jun had just been resurrected and was in a heightened state of vigilance, thus not fully concentrating on the phone. In contrast, this monkey appears quite carefree. Yuan even suspected that, should he say nothing at all, this monkey could master the basic functions of the phone after just half a day's play, possibly even surpassing his own proficiency. Indeed. Upon hearing Yuan's explanation, Sun Wukong promptly nodded in agreement and unhesitatingly chose to join the chat group. Initially, Sun Wukong intended to join all the chat groups available. However, he soon discovered that only one group allowed his entry, while the others had set barriers to entry. Although he felt a tinge of discontent regarding this, he was ultimately powerless to change the situation due to his insufficient strength. As for selecting a nickname, Sun Wukong pondered briefly and decided to use his well-known moniker, Qi Tiandisheng. This title, which he had possessed for 5 centuries, had long since become second nature to him. He, Sun Wukong, was indeed the Qi Tiandisheng. Qi Tiandisheng, you say? Observing Sun Wukong's chosen nickname, Yuan instinctively glanced at his collection of alternate accounts. Indeed, they all bore the word saint, and one of them had just obtained a chaos spiritual root, earning a 666 from Jun. The demon emperor? It remained uncertain what Jun truly thought of it, just as myriad thoughts flitted through Yuan's mind. Meanwhile, Jun traversed the skies, transforming into a radiant arc as he soared toward the northern sea. This time, he intended to retrieve his treasured possessions, the He-Tu and Luo Hou. Additionally, he sought to teach the traitorous Kuan-Ping of the demon clan a lesson. How dare this Kuan-Ping betray him? If he failed to provide a satisfactory explanation this time, it might very well signal his demise. Just as he was about to reach the northern sea, Jun suddenly felt a slight tremor from the mobile device, had kept close at hand, instinctively halting his steps and retrieving the phone. Each time a forum task was assigned, every registered user would receive a notification. Naturally, one could opt to disable such notifications and simply silence them. However, Jun was different. He had cranked the notification sound to its maximum. After all, he was determined not to miss any task. Another task, perhaps? Upon sensing the phone's vibration, a flicker of delight crossed Jun's face. He had completely exhausted the 1 million points earned from his last task. Presently, he found himself in a state of financial destitution, eagerly awaiting a new task to replenish his resources. Otherwise, when would he ever accumulate enough shock points to resurrect his younger brother Tai? It could be said that Jun had become almost frenzied in his pursuit of accepting tasks and earning points. However, upon opening his phone, a fleeting look of disappointment flickered across Jun's visage. It was not a task notification, but rather a message from the chat group. Previously, Jun had set the chat group notifications to Do Not Disturb. Routine conversations among group members would not trigger alerts. Only under special circumstances, such as when the group leader or an administrator tags someone, or for group announcements, would notifications be sent. After all, there were far too many beings in this chat group. While not everyone was excessively chatty, the constant influx of messages was still overwhelming. Initially, when Jun perused these conversations, he felt a surge of excitement. Yet, after seeing numerous messages, he soon grew numb to the incessant chatter. Primarily, these messages are still rather distant for Jun. It seems he must first step into the realm of the sage to be qualified to engage in discussions of this nature. No. In a certain sense, even the sages cannot traverse the depths of chaos at will. That place is simply too perilous. Moreover, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that Jun is acutely aware that even if he restricts disturbances, he will not miss any significant news. He could simply review the chat history later. Nevertheless, having received this reminder, he intends to take a glance. Who knows what monumental events might transpire? Thus, Yuan opened the chat group. Immediately, he was confronted with a line of text that left him utterly astounded. It was not a message from a specific group member, but rather an announcement-like notification generated by the system itself, presented in a font smaller than the usual chat text. The message was quite simple. Ding! The Great Sage equal to Heaven has joined the chat group. Yuan fell silent. The Great Sage. Equal to Heaven? Chapter 32. Yuan. Great Sage, would you care to meet with me, Sage? Or Great Sage? Gazing at this line of small text, Yuan instinctively held his breath, his mind reverberating in astonishment. Within this chat group, there indeed exist some entities bearing the title of Sage. Furthermore, after a period of observing, Yuan has come to realize that these sages are genuine beings of immense caliber. Each one possesses extraordinary might within the depths of chaos. Some can capture ancient beasts comparable to the chaos demon gods, while others can effortlessly acquire chaos spiritual roots. There are even some ancient entities with powers akin to those of creation itself. These individuals reside within the chat group, and even a few words from them can evoke a profound sense of enlightenment within Yuan. Naturally, Yuan felt exhilarated. He had even entertained the thought of clinging to a great figure. Although, as the Emperor of Demons, Yuan possesses his own dignity. But seeking the guidance of such a figure is not shameful at all. After all, he is addressing a sage, and beings that surpass even the sages. Is it not entirely reasonable to seek their counsel? Now, Yuan has witnessed with his own eyes the arrival of an entity adorned with the title of Sage into the chat group, a great sage nonetheless. This surely qualifies as a formidable presence within the realm of sages, does it not? After all, titles and strength are invariably aligned. For instance, if he proclaims himself as the Emperor of Demons, the Heavenly Emperor, he must possess the power to dominate the world. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face repercussions. The same applies to the title of Sage. Ordinary beings would never dare to claim the title of Sage. Otherwise, even if the true sages were indifferent, they would still incur a karmic response from the cosmos, ultimately leading to their untimely demise. Yuan remains exceedingly cautious regarding such cosmic influences. Of course, even if all these concerns are set aside, being in a group with true sages while he himself is a pseudo-sage, isn't that simply inviting trouble for himself? Therefore, upon witnessing the arrival of the great sage equal to Heaven in the chat group, Yuan experienced no hesitation whatsoever and immediately regarded him as a true sage. Only a sage would behave in such a manner. Moreover, after the illustrious Monkey King joined the chat group, a few scattered messages of welcome. Greetings to newcomers, Anno. Another newcomer has arrived, splendid. Surfaced within the conversation. Among them, there was a figure named Yuan who appeared somewhat familiar. It seemed this individual had recently acquired a chaos spiritual root from the depths of the primordial void. He was indeed a sage. With even a sage expressing such sentiments, what could he possibly doubt? Welcome, esteemed one, to the group. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan swiftly typed a line of text in the chat, essentially aligning himself in the queue. The primary reason was that Yuan was uncertain about the temperament of this newly arrived sage and intended to observe further. Should he discern the character of this individual, he might indeed secure a formidable ally. There was no shame in that. Oh dear! Beneath the Five Elements mountain, Sun Wukong gazed at the flurry of welcoming messages flooding the chat, a hint of astonishment flickering across his countenance. He had not anticipated such a warm reception upon joining this chat group. For a moment, he felt a tad bashful. Ahem. This humble son is new here, and I kindly ask for your guidance. Your guidance, please. With this thought in mind, he extended his hand and fiddled with his phone for a while before composing a line of text. Sun Wukong was literate. He had learned to read and write during his time in the Crescent Moon 3 Stars Cave. However, after 500 years of not writing, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed, and his handwriting was rather crooked. Initially, Sun Wukong felt a bit embarrassed, but after hitting send, he was taken aback to see his crooked script suddenly appear neat and orderly, a smile creeping onto his face. This phone is indeed quite amusing. He couldn't help but marvel at the realization that joining this divine court was a sagacious decision. Otherwise, how would he have encountered such delightful contraptions? This monkey. Observing Sun Wukong's unrestrained enjoyment, Yuan shook his head, a hint of exasperation gracing his features. Following the earlier flood of messages, he noticed Yuan. In contrast to Sun Wukong, it seemed Yuan, for reasons unknown, opted for real name registration despite his reminder about the use of nicknames. Yuan had initially presumed he would adopt a moniker such as Lord of the Demon Court or Demon Emperor. However, could it be that Yuan genuinely regards this monkey as a sage? Casting another glance at the chat group, a peculiar expression crossed Yuan's face. If that were the case, it would indeed be rather unexpected. Guidance? At the edge of the North Sea, Dijuan casually sought out an island, his eyes fixed intently on the chat group. Upon witnessing the goodwill emanating from this great sage, a glimmer of delight illuminated his features. It appeared this great sage was rather amiable. Not long ago, Dijuan had contemplated securing the favor of a sage. Yet, he found it challenging to gauge the sage's intentions, especially since these sages often displayed an air of aloofness, rarely voicing opinions on matters other than the hunting of ancient chaotic beasts or the acquisition of chaos spiritual roots, events deemed worthy of boasting. To rashly forge connections may very well yield counterproductive results. Dijuan certainly does not wish to offend a sage out of thin air. However, this particular Yuan Feng is different. He has only just joined this chat group, and judging by his words, he seems to have recently entered the divine court. Although possessing formidable strength, he should still be in a state of shock. After all, Dijuan is acutely aware that even a sage, upon witnessing the existence of the Lord of the Divine Court, who can resurrect beings at will, would undoubtedly be filled with astonishment. Could he not then be the ideal candidate for forging connections? In an instant, Dijuan made his decision. Thus, disregarding the Yuan Feng and the Luo Hou, he promptly sought out a place to focus on the chat group, to concentrate on establishing rapport with the esteemed individual. And as Dijuan deliberately sought to forge connections, his relationship with Sun Wukong swiftly escalated. Sun Wukong, with his boisterous personality, despite having been suppressed for 500 years, has gained a bit of wisdom but remains oblivious to any schemes. Moreover, he enjoys making friends. Back in the heavenly court, Sun Wukong would wander about aimlessly, sometimes discussing seniority with one, and other times swearing brotherhood with another. Before long, he and Dijuan became quite familiar, referring to each other as brothers. They even added each other as friends and began private conversations. Dijuan, is it? Fear not, I, the great sun, shall protect you from now on. Upon confirming their friendship and sensing that Dijuan seemed troubled, Sun Wukong immediately patted his chest and assured him, in this primordial world, there is no one I, the great sun, would hesitate to confront. Sun Wukong was feeling exuberant. It was as if he had returned to Flower and Fruit Mountain, a time when he regarded no one with disdain. Quite exhilarating, primordial world. Upon hearing Sun Wukong mention these two words, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Dijuan's eyes, and he could not help but exclaim, Great Sage, are you also in the primordial world? Dijuan was truly astonished. Previously, he had assumed that this Yuan Feng was like the other sages in this chat group, residing in the boundless chaos, far removed from the primordial world. But now, what had he just heard? This Yuan Feng is actually in the primordial world. Is he not nearby? Instinctively, a multitude of sage figures appeared in Dijuan's mind. Nuwa, Tong Tian Jiao Master, Yuan Shi Tian Zun, Tai Shang Lao Zi, Jiein Dao Ren, and Juan Ti Dao are as well as Dao Zhu Hongjun. Yet upon careful reflection, none of these sages referred to themselves as Lao Sun. Could it be that he is not a sage? For a moment, Dijuan found himself in a quandary. After all, the nicknames in this chat group were all self-assigned, and if he were to encounter a boisterous character who disregarded everything, it was indeed possible for them to haphazardly name themselves. What else is in the primordial world? Is there anywhere else apart from the primordial world? Upon seeing Dijuan's remark, a hint of confusion crossed Sun Wukong's face beneath the Five Elements mountain, prompting him to murmur, This Dijuan is truly a bit foolish. Not as clever as I, the great sun. With this thought, Sun Wukong promptly replied, Naturally, I am. As he gazed at the line of replies, Dijuan furrowed his brow. Caught in a moment of bewilderment, he found himself at an impasse. Could this truly be a sage? But why wait? Who claimed that there were only these few sages visible in the primordial chaos? Suddenly, a thought surfaced in Dijuan's mind. He had an epiphany. Indeed, the sages acknowledged in the chaos were merely the three pure ones, the two Buddhas, and Nuwat, not to mention the Tao Ancestor residing in the Zhixiao Palace, and perhaps even Hutu, who transformed into reincarnation. Yet, this is merely the surface. Not to mention, the Lord of the Divine Court does not belong to that list. But who would dare assert that the Lord of the Divine Court is not a sage? That being is undoubtedly an existence far beyond that of a sage. Thus, it stands to reason that there may be numerous hidden sages within the primordial chaos. For instance, the great sage equal to heaven is one such sage. Taking a deep breath, Dijuan clenched his fist tightly before quickly relaxing it. He then proceeded to type a few lines of text. Great sage, do not misunderstand. I too exist within the primordial chaos. If possible, we could meet. I wish to seek your guidance. After sending this message, a slight sheen of sweat began to bead on Dijuan's palm. He felt a wave of tension wash over him. Meeting a sage. This was undoubtedly an exceedingly audacious endeavor. No one could ascertain the temperament of such a sage. although, during their prior conversation, the sage's demeanor had been remarkably relaxed. But what if, as the Emperor of Demons, he himself could be quite capricious at times? How much more so for a hidden sage? Would the sage be willing to reveal his identity, and how might he perceive someone as insignificant as himself? Was their dialogue merely a fleeting whim? Dijun was left in the dark about all these uncertainties. He was simply taking a gamble. The assistance of a sage was of paramount importance to Dijun at this juncture. After all, he was acutely aware that the news of his resurrection was likely to have come to the sage's attention. Should any sage take a disliking to him, it was entirely plausible that they might intervene, particularly the Buddha's disciples, such as Jiejing and Zhuenti. At that moment, escape would be utterly impossible. This was also the reason Dijun had refrained from truly eliminating Guanyin. He was concerned about the sage taking action against him. To meet, beneath the Five Elements Mountain, Sun Wukong felt a pang of indecision upon reading the message in the group chat. He relished the thought of making new friends and had no qualms about meeting up. However, given his current predicament, casting a glance at the towering Five Elements Mountain, a flicker of resignation crossed Sun Wukong's face. It was not that he did not wish to gather. It was simply impossible. Chapter 33. Is the Great Sage equal to heaven related to the heavenly Tao? Dijun was left dumbfounded. Sun Wukong was at a loss. He genuinely desired to meet, yet alas, the circumstances did not permit it. That wretched Tathagata had confined him for a full 500 years. Once the day arrived when he escaped, he would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon the Grand Thunder Sound Temple. At this moment, gazing at the Buddhist edict beneath the Five Elements Mountain, Sun Wukong could not help but feel a surge of anger towards the Tathagata. Were it not for this Tathagata, he would now be soaring freely through the heavens. Do as you please. How could things possibly be as dire as they are now? In a moment of overwhelming rage, Sun Wukong's fury towards the Buddhist sect reached its zenith. Even if the journey to the west were not on the horizon, this grudge must be avenged. Meanwhile, in the northern sea, on an uncharted island, Dijun gazed at the great sage equal to heaven, who seemed to have vanished without a trace, a pallor creeping onto his face. He had miscalculated. Indeed, this seemingly amenable sage was unwilling to reveal his identity and meet with him. Or perhaps, it was that he was simply too weak to capture the sage's attention. Regardless, this time he had undeniably failed. Alas, Dijun sighed deeply, a sense of sorrow welling up within him. Must he truly rely solely on himself? The sage, at this moment, an impulse to attain sagehood surged within Dijun's mind. He yearned to become a sage. Only in this way could he acquire absolute power and cease his incessant worries. Ding. Just as myriad thoughts flitted through Dijun's mind, contemplating putting away his phone to continue searching for the Kuanpeng and the river map and Luo book, his phone suddenly vibrated. Following that, a message from the great sage equal to heaven arrived. This jolted Dijun's heart. He swiftly opened his phone and began to read. Great sage equal to heaven, dear Dijun. It's not that I do not wish to gather. It's just I've encountered a minor issue and am currently trapped. However, fret not. I shall be free shortly. Let us meet then. Trapped? Upon reading the message from the great sage equal to heaven, Dijun was taken aback momentarily, only to have a flicker of excitement grace his countenance. It turned out that he had not inadvertently offended this esteemed sage. Rather, the sage himself was experiencing some difficulties. This revelation allowed Dijun to breathe a sigh of relief. Had he unknowingly angered the great sage equal to heaven due to his impatience, it would have truly been a bitter pill to swallow. Simultaneously, a sense of dread settled in his heart. Who could possibly confine a sage? The Tao Ancestor? Or perhaps, the heavenly Dao. In an instant, a thought flashed through Dijun's mind. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, only these two entities could potentially restrain a sage, it seemed. Moreover, the Tao Ancestor was synonymous with the heavenly Tao. Their true power must far exceed that of a sage. No wonder even a being like the great sage equal to heaven could be ensnared. Thankfully, it seemed from the great sage's words that he would soon be free. The great sage. Could it be that the sage is a being on par with the heavenly Tao? As Dijun pondered the name great sage equal to heaven, a wave of profound fear washed over him. An ordinary sage could not possibly provoke the Tao Ancestor. After all, the Tao Ancestor once imparted teachings in the Zhixiao Palace, bestowing the primordial purple energy. If he were wary of the existence of sages, how could he permit their emergence? Thus, a question arises. Why does this great sage equal to heaven instill such trepidation in the Tao Ancestor that he would go so far as to personally intervene and seal him away? Undoubtedly, it is the sheer magnitude of his power that poses a threat to the Tao Ancestor. Great sage. Could it be that this is the true meaning? Taking a deep breath, Dijun felt as though he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. one that could potentially pertain to the very foundations of the primordial world, the heavenly Tao. He realized that he could no longer linger on this matter. Otherwise, it would prove detrimental to him. Without the requisite strength to comprehend the greatest secrets of the primordial realm, the most favorable outcome would likely be his demise. This, Yuan was acutely aware of. Simultaneously, he could not help but marvel at the divine court. Indeed, it was terrifying. The very existence capable of contending with the heavenly Tao had been drawn into this chat group, which was truly astonishing. Fortunately, he had chosen to join the divine court at this moment. Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that he had not foolishly rejected the invitation to join the divine court. Otherwise, he would have squandered numerous opportunities. Great sage, I await your liberation. Let us gather once more. Taking a deep breath, Yuan steadied his exhilarated heart and promptly opened his phone, meticulously typing out a message. Although the great sage was currently trapped, his words implied that liberation was imminent. When that time comes, the primordial world would likely be stirred anew. It was imperative to enhance his strength. With this thought, Yuan clenched his fists. He was still too weak. He could not engage in conflicts of this magnitude. The urgent priority was to elevate his own power. Only then, amidst the unprecedented upheaval in the primordial world, could he seize a glimmer of survival. Thus, Yuan conversed with Sun Wukong for quite some time, exchanging insights and ultimately agreeing to reconvene once Sun Wukong was free. With that, their private discussion came to a close with a sigh. After putting away his phone, Yuan lifted his gaze slightly, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes as he stared into the depths of the northern sea. He knew that Yuan was lurking here. The question remained, would he still recognize this demon emperor? And what of the Hichu and Luo Hou? Had Yuan safeguarded them well? He was indeed eager to find out. Meanwhile, on the other side, beneath the Five Elements mountain, Sun Wukong also set aside his phone. This device was immensely intriguing to him. Not only could he access a wealth of information previously unknown to him, but he could also engage in conversation with others. He could even make friends. Had he possessed such a phone 500 years ago, the passage of time would not have been so arduous. Speaking of which, who is this Yuan? It seems he has encountered some troubles. He has already acknowledged me as his elder brother and I, Sun Wukong, have pledged to protect him. Suddenly, Sun Wukong lifted his head, casting a glance at the strangely expressive Yuan not far away, and could not help but exclaim, once I emerge from here, I shall certainly assist him. Sun Wukong is not one to go back on his word. Monkey, moreover, the way that Emperor Jun incessantly referred to him as great sage filled him with an immense sense of comfort. This little brother, he had firmly decided upon. As for those who sought to bully him, Sun Wukong had no intention of letting them off lightly. He would strike them down with a single blow. Let us see if they dare to act so arrogantly again. Ahem. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's serious demeanor, Yuan lightly cleared his throat, then shook his head and spoke. Well, I am not certain. Once you are out, you may inquire about it yourself. Overall, Emperor Jun's strategy of clinging to a powerful ally had evidently borne fruit. This monkey had clearly taken Emperor Jun as a confidant. However, the dilemma was that this monkey was merely at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal stage. No one could rival him. Alas, what could be done? This monkey, in his sheer audacity, had brazenly entered the group under the moniker Great Sage equal to heaven. Truly, who would not tremble at the sight of him? It was no wonder that Emperor Jun would misunderstand. Anyone else would be equally astonished. In essence, this was a misunderstanding. Neither Emperor Jun nor Sun Wukong was aware of the other's true identity. Yet, Yuan found this misunderstanding exceedingly amusing and had no intention of revealing the truth. He was quite curious to see what would unfold once Emperor Jun and Sun Wukong became aware of each other's genuine identities. That would undoubtedly be entertaining. Oh, I see. Hearing Yuan's words, Sun Wukong found no fault in them, nodding thoughtfully, but suddenly felt a tinge of confusion and could not help but ask, since you have given me this phone, and I have already joined the divine court, what else is there? Are you not leaving? To Sun Wukong, it seemed rather peculiar that Yuan would remain after having clarified everything. Was there nothing else to attend to? Joining the divine court, completing tasks, or triggering hidden conditions could yield points. Observing the bewildered expression on the monkey's face, Yuan could not help but shake his head and solemnly remarked, however, at present, you are trapped beneath the Five Elements mountain. How can you fulfill any tasks? Without completing tasks, how can you earn points? In just a few short sentences, Sun Wukong was left utterly perplexed. This indeed posed a genuine dilemma. He had not considered it at all. Ah, this? I had not thought of that. Instinctively, Sun Wukong scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. Just moments ago, he had been so engrossed in conversation. How could he have pondered the matter so deeply? Now that he reflected on it, it was indeed the case. It must be noted that just earlier, Sun Wukong had glimpsed the forum marketplace and was aware of the existence of points in that marketplace. He had seen more than one item that could potentially aid in his escape. Yet, the issue remained that he could not redeem anything. 0. The display for points showed a glaring 0, which left Sun Wukong somewhat dazed. Even if he wished to undertake tasks to earn points, it was futile. To escape, he needed points. To acquire points, he needed to escape. This had become an inescapable cycle, completely unsolvable. Then what should I do? After pondering for an extended period, Sun Wukong found himself unable to arrive at a solution, and his gaze inevitably turned toward Yuan. Feeling at a loss, he realized he had no choice but to seek assistance. This incessant cycle was nearly overwhelming his monkey brain. Very well. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's earnest demeanor, a flicker of amusement danced across Yuan's face as he spoke with a calm tone. I can lend you some points, and once you emerge, you can repay me. However, it shall not be a free loan. You will need to pay some interest that I shall refer to it as a loan. Chapter 34. Sun Wukong's decision. The Battle of Heaven's Will. The Chaotic Demon Ape. Loan? Upon hearing these two words, Sun Wukong was momentarily baffled, struggling to comprehend. After Yuan's meticulous explanation, he began to grasp the concept, albeit still partially. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong had some understanding of the principle of debts. In the past, near the Flower Fruit Mountain, there existed a small nation named Ally, from which he had borrowed numerous weapons. Alas, he had not yet repaid them before being trapped beneath the Five Elements Mountain. Reflecting on it now, this seemed to embody the essence of a loan. According to Yuan's description of this loan, Sun Wukong categorized his prior dealings with Ally as a sort of interest-free, perpetual loan. All right, I, Sun Wukong, shall take out a loan. Having grasped the fundamental concept, Sun Wukong wasted no time and declared, I have my eyes set on two items. While perusing the forum's marketplace, he had spotted two things he urgently needed. First, the boundary-breaking talisman. It could shatter all restrictions. If he were to escape, it would rely solely on this item. Moreover, in comparison to the treasures that bore a lengthy string of zeros, this talisman was quite reasonably priced. The other items were simply beyond his means, even with a loan. Though he was uncertain how to acquire these points, he suspected it wouldn't be an easy feat after all, merely casting a cursory glance. He recognized many familiar items, such as the peaches of immortality and elixirs, which required very few points. A quick mental calculation allowed Sun Wukong to ascertain the value of these points. As for the second item he wished to redeem, it was a technique, the Battle of Heaven's Will, originating from the chaotic demon ape. Although he was unaware of what this chaotic demon ape truly was, a sudden wave of unease washed over him upon reading those words. A sense of familiarity mingled with an undercurrent of melancholy. In that moment, Sun Wukong envisioned a solitary monkey, turned away from the masses, wielding an iron staff to confront an insurmountable force. Resolute and unwavering. Observing Sun Wukong's selections, Yuan couldn't help but nod inwardly. Earlier, he had subtly employed some privileges to position the Battle of Heaven's Will prominently, ensuring the monkey would notice it at first glance. The Battle of Heaven's Will. This is a technique cultivated by the Chaos Demon Ape, one of the 3,000 demigods, who governs the laws of battle. It is indeed a practice that transcends creation. Legend has it that after the demise of the Chaos Demon Ape, a fragment of its divine consciousness surged into the primordial realm, giving rise to the four great divine monkeys: the Lingming Stone Monkey, the Cheeky Ma Monkey, the Luermi Monkey, and the Tongbi Ape. Each of these four divine monkeys possesses unique abilities and terrifying talents. Sun Wukong belongs to the Lingming Stone Monkey. Of course, these are merely tales from later generations, and Yuan has no means to verify them. However, the techniques once practiced by the Chaos Demon Ape would undoubtedly suit the current Sun Wukong. As for the boundary-breaking talisman, Yuan cannot recommend it. For once Sun Wukong emerges from this Five Elements Mountain, it is inevitable that the entire primordial realm will be set abuzz. At that point, the Buddhist sect will spare no effort to capture Sun Wukong. With his current cultivation at the Tai Golden Immortal level, he would stand no chance against the onslaught of the Buddhist forces. He could swiftly be defeated and once again sealed beneath the Five Elements Mountain. Furthermore, should the Buddhist sect exercise greater caution, it would not be out of the question for them to erase a segment of Sun Wukong's memory. In that case, this monkey might revert to his previous state, waiting earnestly for the savior to rescue him. The Battle Heaven decision can be exchanged, but in comparison to the boundary-breaking talisman, I personally recommend this option. As Yuan faced Sun Wukong, he expressed his true thoughts without the slightest hint of delicacy. This was indeed a case of tailoring one's approach to the individual. Were it Emperor Jun, Yuan would not have uttered a single superfluous word. As the former demon emperor, Emperor Jun's insight and understanding of his own circumstances far exceed that of ordinary beings. He would know precisely what he needs at present. However, concerning this monkey, it is advisable to offer assistance. After all, he is the type who, even when betrayed, would still count the money for the betrayer with his straightforward character. Caution is essential. It would be unfortunate to be left astonished without reaping any rewards, only to lose Sun Wukong instead. That would indeed be a case of suffering a loss greater than the gain. The item Yi Yun referred to was the drop of blood, the essence of the chaos demon ape. Its value, while perhaps not surpassing the previously mentioned Battle Heaven decision, is undoubtedly on par with any celestial or earthly treasure. The points required for it far exceed those of the boundary-breaking talisman. Within this drop of essence lies a fragment of the chaos demon ape's power, which not only aids in cultivating the Battle Heaven decision but, more importantly, allows you to break the seal of the 5 Elements mountain using this fragment of power. Observing Sun Wukong's puzzled expression, Yi Yun patiently elucidated, speaking earnestly, moreover, with this essence to shield you. Even if some formidable beings from the primordial realm attempt to deduce your location, it is likely to be in vain. Not to mention that during this tribulation, all celestial secrets retreat into obscurity. Whether they can deduce anything remains uncertain. Simply put, during its peak, the Chaos Demon Ape was a being of the pinnacle saint level. It completely mastered the laws of battle and was merely a tier weaker than Pangu, ranking among the top echelon of the 3,000 demigods. The sheer terror of the power contained in a single drop of its essence is, quite frankly, self-evident. Then I, the old sun, shall exchange for these. Let's see. A total of 110,000 points? Hiss. In a moment of instinctive reaction, Sun Wukong inhaled sharply, for the pan tao and the elixir served as mediums, allowing him to grasp the approximate value of the points. A staggering 110,000. Even for the typically carefree Sun Wukong, this was enough to send a shiver down his spine. This was rather excessive. He was uncertain if he could repay. 1 million. Such an astronomical figure. 120,000 has already been transferred to you. Do not forget to return it. Observing Sun Wukong's expression, Yi Yun smirked and promptly sent the funds over. Merely 100,000. In comparison to the tens of billions he had previously utilized to resurrect Di Jun, this was but a trifling sum. Simultaneously, this indirectly confirmed how exceedingly wasteful the act of resurrection truly was. It is worth noting that even if one were to expend points recklessly, tens of millions could yield a quasi-saint. With 200 to 300 million, attaining a peak quasi-saint would not pose a significant challenge. Yet, the points required for resurrection were terrifyingly exorbitant. It was an unequivocally losing venture. Of course, Yi Yun relished this, for the benefits derived from cultivating a brand new peak quasi-saint were vastly inferior to those of a resurrected peak quasi-saint. Thank you. Upon witnessing the points credited to his account, Sun Wukong fell silent for a moment before raising his gaze towards Yi Yun and expressing his heartfelt gratitude. He was merely constrained by his own limited perspective, but he was no fool. He naturally understood the immense value of this 100,000 points. This utterance of thanks was a genuine reflection of Sun Wukong's sentiments. Do not be overly excited. I am merely utilizing you. Observing Sun Wukong's demeanor, Yi Yun waved his hand dismissively and spoke nonchalantly. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave with that. Yi Yun did not linger, turning to depart without hesitation. The task was complete. Now, it was time to observe how this monkey would proceed. One could only hope for a delightful surprise. Chapter 35. The might of Di Jun, Kuinpeng, come forth. Utilizing me? Watching Yi Yun's retreating figure, a contemplative expression emerged on Sun Wukong's face as he murmured softly, how could I, old son, not see through this? Initially, Sun Wukong had indeed harbored suspicions regarding whether Yi Yun was merely exploiting him. After all, he had revealed the truth about the journey to the west and had invited him to join the divine court. More importantly, he had lent him such a substantial amount of points. 120,000. Aside from redeeming those 2 items, there was still a surplus of 100,000 points. Just moments ago, Sun Wukong had noticed that several 100,000 points could be exchanged for a primordial spiritual root akin to the Pan Tao tree. The Pan Tao tree held immense significance for the heavenly court. The Queen Mother of the West would even host a grand peach banquet periodically, inviting numerous celestial beings from the wilderness to partake. The peach banquet. Few could even gather enough for a single peach. Yet, despite this, the celestial beings attended with unrelenting enthusiasm, content merely to savor the aroma. It is evident what a monumental concept 100,000 points embodies. Yet now, he had so readily lent them to him. How could this not move Sun Wukong? This profound kindness has been etched into the memory of Sun Wukong. Moreover, he could sense that the gaze of Yi Yun upon him bore a hint of something unusual, a peculiar yet pure feeling. devoid of malice, rather imbued with a subtle benevolence, and a trace of what seemed to be the expression of an old friend. It was as if Yi Yun had known him from long, long ago. Sun Wukong was unaware of the origin of this kindness, nor could he recall any past encounter with Yi Yun. Yet instinctively, he felt inclined to trust this individual. Furthermore, Sun Wukong had always adhered to the philosophy that matters beyond comprehension should simply be left unpondered. Thus, after a brief contemplation of his relationship with Yi Yun, he resolutely cast aside such thoughts. Then, Sun Wukong took a deep breath, his gaze settling upon the two items that lay quietly in the forum's marketplace. Namely, the Battle Heaven technique and the essence of the Chaos Demon Ape. In the next moment, he unhesitatingly chose to exchange for them. Buzz! A faint ripple emerged, and before Sun Wukong materialized two items out of thin air, a time-worn jade slip and a single drop of blood. He did not dwell on the nature of their appearance, but gently touched the jade slip and the blood. Instantly, both the jade slip and the blood transformed into a stream of luminous energy. Surging into Sun Wukong's mind in almost an instant, a deluge of information erupted within his consciousness, overwhelming even one as formidable as Sun Wukong, leaving him with a sensation akin to being on the brink of madness. Yet soon, this wave of pain receded like a tide, restoring everything to normal. Within his mind, he now possessed the cultivation methods for the Battle Heaven technique. As for the drop of blood, it lay quietly in his dantian, emitting no unusual aura. Sun Wukong did not feel compelled to manipulate it, for he had heard Yi Yun mention that this drop of essence, being the blood of the Chaos Demon Ape, would surely yield extraordinary results when digested after mastering the Battle Heaven technique. And it would be at that moment that he would find his liberation. Contemplating the imminent freedom, even if but fleeting, a spark of excitement flickered within Sun Wukong's heart. 500 years. He had awaited this day for a full 5 centuries. Fortunately, his anticipation had not been in vain. Everything was unfolding in accordance with his aspirations. Now, to cultivate. Gradually, Sun Wukong suppressed the surge of excitement within, reverting to his previous demeanor, the monkey appearing listless as he fiddled with small stones and blades of grass. Yet within, he was already immersed in the cultivation of the Battle Heaven technique, unable to extricate himself. Such disguise was naturally intended for the eyes of the Buddhist order. He was acutely aware that beneath the 5 Elements mountain, despite the apparent solitude of his existence as a lone monkey, there lurked numerous concealed presences. These must be the guardians sent by the Buddhist sect to watch over him. Initially, Sun Wukong had paid little heed to these watchful energies, as escape was not an option. However, now he understood the necessity of mastering the art of camouflage, and just as Sun Wukong quietly commenced his cultivation, on the other side, the Northern Sea, after securing the formidable support of the great sage, equal to heaven, Emperor Jun appeared considerably more at ease. Although this sage could not currently manifest in the primordial realm due to certain circumstances, he would soon be liberated, as suggested by the sage himself. The prospect of having a saintly figure as his backing stirred a sense of exhilaration within Emperor Jun, despite his typically composed demeanor in recent days. While he had made appearances in the primordial realm, he had largely maintained a low profile. Even the disruption of the Water and Land Dharma Assembly was a necessity dictated by his mission. Of course, a small part of him harbored a selfish desire to reclaim some benefits from the Buddhist sect. Nevertheless, Emperor Jun remained cautiously prudent. For instance, despite having reached the pinnacle of the Northern Sea, merely a step away from the Guanyin Peng, he refrained from revealing his presence. His only apprehension stemmed from the saints. Now equipped with a backing, Emperor Jun felt his posture straighten with newfound confidence. Guanyin Peng, come forth at once. He gazed across the vast expanse of the Northern Sea, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes, as he unveiled his true form and called out with a booming voice. It was time to deal with the traitor of this demonic court, Guanyin Peng. It seemed he had been living quite well in the Northern Sea these past years. However, it remained uncertain whether he would still appear as carefree and untroubled upon their encounter. Guanyin Peng, come forth at once. As Emperor Jun's furious exclamation echoed, his voice resonated like the tolling of a grand bell, sending ripples of sound that swiftly traversed the entirety of the Northern Sea. Was this insufficient? The sonic waves surged like a tempest, showing no signs of abating even at the edges of the Northern Sea, rather continuing to roll forward. Not only the Northern Sea, but also the Eastern Sea, Western Sea, and Southern Sea. The 4 great oceans of the primordial realm reverberated with Emperor Jun's thunderous call. As for the 4 continents beyond the seas, they too felt the tremors. Even the celestial court and the underworld were stirred by the commotion. In an instant, countless beings looked up, sensing the overwhelming terror imbued within that voice. Each one left awestruck. Those who had previously dismissed the revival of Emperor Jun as mere rumors were now rendered pale with disbelief. This power, the ancient demon emperor, truly resurrected. Countless beings were astonished, grappling with the incredible reality. They were utterly dumbfounded. Mount 5 Elements. Just after bidding farewell to Sun Wukong, Yun gazed at the astonishing points that seemed to flood the screen, alongside the faint echoes of Emperor Jun's reprimands, his lips twitching slightly. This is not possible? Chapter 36. Mount 5 Elements, perhaps a far greater prison. The innate shock saint body. Observing the overwhelming points that flooded the screen, Yun felt a surge of delight and casually bestowed upon Emperor Jun a fitting moniker. There was no other choice. Following this flooding, the shock points he accrued had seen a remarkable increase. It was likely that before long, he would recover his investments, and this Emperor Jun. How many days had it been since his resurrection? Such an innate shock saint body was truly a rare find, almost impossible to encounter. More critically, this Dijuan is exceedingly diligent, his mind incessantly preoccupied with completing tasks and accumulating points. With such a worker toiling day and night for himself, it is inevitable that he will reap substantial rewards. Yet, as a worker, Dijuan receives merely 1% of the profits, truly admirable. If working is so, what more could one desire? Presently, Dijuan seeks out Kuanpeng, presumably for the purpose of the He Tu and Luo Hou. Suppressing his emotions, Yun involuntarily glanced at his system panel, a flicker of contemplation appearing in his eyes as he softly murmured, and then there is Sun Wukong. With that drop of the chaos demon ape's blood, it should not be long before I can extricate myself from my predicament. It seems that it won't be long before I can resurrect the second pinnacle of quasi-saint. Resurrecting a quasi-saint? This is Yi Yun's current plan. After experiencing the benefits bestowed by Dijuan, Yi Yun is now filled with unwavering confidence regarding this resurrection. Just one Dijuan can contribute so much. If there were a few more, what might ensue? Of course, the selection of those to be resurrected requires serious consideration. At the very least, one must not provoke the saints too intensely, especially Hong Jun. Should the saints react vehemently, even taking matters into their own hands, one with the strength of a quasi-saint could hardly defy the will of a saint. To that point, one might even bring calamity upon oneself, entangling oneself in a web of disaster. Though Yi Yun had anticipated this step in advance, establishing a master of the divine court as the source of it all, he still dared not underestimate the saints. A single misstep could plunge one into an abyss of irretrievable ruin. If only one could resurrect a saint. Realizing the immense pressure that the word saint imposed upon him, Yun couldn't help but let out a deep sigh, a hint of melancholy gracing his face. He had contemplated directly resurrecting a saint. Yet the shock points required are beyond what could be described as massive. Even if he were to expend every ounce of effort, resurrecting a saint remains utterly unattainable. The pinnacle of quasi-saint is already the utmost limit Yun can endure. Alas, one step at a time. Shaking his head, Yun chose not to linger on this issue any longer. He cast one last glance at the monkeys silently cultivating beneath the 5 Elements mountain, and in a flash, he vanished from the spot. The realm of saints remains far too distant for Yun at this moment. The most crucial task before him is to amass sufficient shock points. Once he reaches a certain threshold, perhaps he could even contend with a saint. As for the possibility of being discovered by a saint before then, why Yun has his own ideas. At worst, he could abandon everything and directly hide within the system space. Even if a saint were to arrive, they would be at a loss. Perhaps he could even gather a plethora of shock points by contending with a saint. However, this approach resembles a mutual destruction tactic, and Yun would never resort to such a course of action unless absolutely necessary. Buzz. Thus, Yun departed. Meanwhile, above the clouds, Wufang Jeti was entrusted with guarding Sun Wukong. At this moment, as if sensing something amiss, a flicker of doubt crossed the countenance of the silver-headed Jeti. He glanced around and ultimately fixed his gaze upon the golden-headed Jeti. Speaking in a grave tone, "Elder brother, have you noticed that the spiritual energy around us seems rather unusual? It feels different from just a moment ago." Just prior, a wave of unease surged within the silver-headed Jeti, as he sensed that something was not quite right, as if the spiritual energy had grown somewhat more tenuous. Having dwelled in the 5 Elements mountain for 500 years, he had long since become attuned to every nuance of his surroundings. Even the slightest rustle of the wind could not escape his notice. Spiritual energy? Upon hearing the silver-headed Jieti's words, a hint of skepticism appeared on the face of the golden-headed Jieti. He looked around and then remarked, "Indeed, it does feel somewhat thin. But the primordial spiritual energy is inherently variable. It is not constant. It should pose no significant concern." The golden-headed Jieti paid little mind to the subtle fluctuations in spiritual energy, regarding them as natural phenomena. Of course, it was not uncommon for powerful beings during their cultivation to inadvertently absorb the surrounding celestial energy, rendering it more scarce. Yet, such beings were of the highest caliber. At the very least, they would need to be great Luo Golden Immortals.as for the present moment. Aside from themselves, the Five Elements Mountain was home to merely some land spirits, mountain deities, and a solitary monkey. How could there possibly be a being of such magnitude? Indeed, after reflecting on his elder brother's explanation, the silver-headed Jieti fell silent for a moment, a look of relief creeping onto his face. He slowly nodded and remarked, "Perhaps I was overthinking it, however. I cannot help but wonder when this vigil will finally come to an end. 500 years. It has been a full 500 years. The silver-headed Jieti was merely a golden immortal. Such an interminable duration was indeed a torment for him. More critically, due to the necessity of watching over Sun Wukong, they were unable to enter secluded cultivation point 500 years. Truth be told, although that monkey seemed to entertain himself in his own absurd fashion, they too would occasionally indulge in similar antics out of sheer boredom. It was exceedingly tedious. In a certain sense, their plight was akin to that of the monkey. However, the monkey was confined within a small stone box beneath the Five Elements Mountain, while their prison was the entire mountain itself. Relief is near. Originally, we might have seen the pilgrim within a few months, but it appears there have been some issues on the Buddhist side. Nevertheless, within a year, the pilgrim would undoubtedly make an appearance. Upon hearing this, the golden-headed Jieti sighed softly, offering words of consolation. "We simply need to endure a little longer." "Very well." In response to this, the silver-headed Jieti, though somewhat resigned, nodded in agreement. Their figures gradually faded into the clouds, completely vanishing from sight. Had there been a problem with the pilgrim? After the five elemental Jieti had disappeared, Sun Wukong, who had been cultivating beneath the Five Elements Mountain, slowly opened his eyes. Just moments ago, while practicing the Battle Heaven technique, he had reached a point where he could, to some extent, project some of his consciousness. No longer entirely trapped beneath this Five Elements Mountain, for the first time, he released his divine consciousness and overheard the discussions of the five directions revealed, a trace of contemplation unconsciously appearing on his face. Chapter 37. In the North Sea, there resides a fish named Kuan. The Kuanping emerges. Firstly, Sun Wukong could affirm that the journey to the west for scriptures was indeed a deliberate arrangement by the Buddhist sect. The one seeking the scriptures was no exception. However, it seemed that recently, certain matters had arisen that the Buddhist sect could not control. Otherwise, he would soon encounter that scripture seeker. This instilled a sense of urgency within Sun Wukong. Initially, he planned to cultivate methodically, hoping to avoid drawing any attention until he reached a certain level, at which point he could absorb the essence of the chaotic demon ape's blood. Only then could he truly merge with that drop of essence. Yet now, time was too short for him to indulge in leisurely cultivation. He needed to hasten his pace. Fortunately, the guardians of the five directions revealed did not seem to mind the diminishing spiritual energy in the vicinity of the Five Elements Mountain. If they chose to report it to the Buddhist sect, Sun Wukong would indeed have to refrain from cultivating so ostentatiously. A year, not even. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of madness flickered in Sun Wukong's eyes. He intended to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal within this year. It is worth noting that after perusing the materials on that forum, Sun Wukong had gained a general understanding of the current cultivation system in the primordial world. Generally, there exists a distinction between the mortal realm and the post-immortal state. The mortal realm is further divided into 4 stages: refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and refining void to unite with the Tao. After uniting with the Tao, one must overcome 3 tribulations to ultimately ascend to immortality. Thus, one could attain longevity. Their name would be erased from the register of life and death. Of course, longevity does not imply eternal existence. Whether due to calamity or being slain by other immortals, death may befall anyone. Moreover, after achieving immortality, there are also clear distinctions in realms. Generally, those above the united Tao are referred to as true immortals. Above true immortals are earth immortals, and above them, heaven immortals. The breakthrough to heaven immortal is known as golden immortal. Golden immortals are further classified into Tai Golden Immortal and Great Luo Golden Immortal. Beyond this, surpassing the limitations of Great Luo Golden Immortal, one still remains a Great Luo, yet their power exceeds that of an ordinary Great Luo Golden Immortal by a significant margin. They may be termed quasi-saint. Above quasi-saint, there exists the true saint. Combining the knowledge from the forum and his own insights, Sun Wukong roughly understood that his realm was the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal. His strength was not weak. However, to perfectly absorb that drop of chaotic demon ape's essence, he would need at least the realm of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Thus, he must break through to the realm of Great Luo Golden Immortal before the scripture seeker arrives. 1 year. Reflecting on the fact that he had broken through to Tai Golden Immortal 500 years ago, yet had made no progress until now, even Sun Wukong could not help but feel a tinge of anxiety. He feared he might not achieve the breakthrough. If that were the case, when the scripture seeker arrived and released him, he would truly be bound to the Buddhist sect. Sun Wukong could not believe that the Buddhist sect would trust him so implicitly. Assuming he would agree to protect the scripture seeker on their westward journey, rather than strike them down with a single blow, surely there would be a series of countermeasures. Perhaps he might unwittingly follow the scripture seeker along the way. One must escape from the Five Elements mountain before the appointed time. Furthermore, it appears that once one ascends to immortality, one's name naturally fades from the book of life and death. After a moment of silence, a thought flashed through Sun Wukong's mind. He recollected that when he had just begun to cultivate and had achieved a certain level of mastery, he was drawn into the underworld by a soul-reaping ghost. Upon reaching the Hall of Yama, the king of hell proclaimed that his lifespan had come to an end. Yet, in reality, upon becoming a true immortal, lifespan bears no significance whatsoever. How could there exist such a notion as a lifespan being exhausted? There must be some hidden secrets that he did not yet comprehend. It seems that he could only seek the answers after his eventual escape. Taking a deep breath, Sun Wukong cast aside all distractions and began to focus on his cultivation. The spiritual energy of the entire Five Elements mountain was rapidly diminishing. This time, not only did the silver-haired Jieti notice the anomaly, but even the other Jieti sensed something amiss with the Five Elements mountain. However, since the scripture seeker was imminent, poised to release Sun Wukong, they did not dwell on it further. They merely regarded it as a natural phenomenon. Witnessing this scene, Sun Wukong fervently absorbed the spiritual energy. As time passed, his realm steadily increased, bit by bit. It was likely that before long, he would break through his limitations and achieve the status of a great Luo golden immortal. Meanwhile, as Sun Wukong quietly cultivated, on the other side, in the northern sea, Dijun's low roar echoed, reverberating through much of the vast wilderness. Naturally, this drew the attention of the beings in the northern sea. However, due to Dijun's overwhelming power, the ordinary creatures of the northern sea, after casting a hurried glance, were so terrified that their souls fled, hastily choosing to escape. In an instant, countless beings in the northern sea began to flee, eager to distance themselves from this place of peril. Dijun, of course, chose not to intervene, though in the entirety of the northern sea, only one being warranted his attention. That being is Guanyin. For this traitor of the demon court, Dijun was determined to ensure he paid the price he deserved. Furthermore, the river map and the Luo book must also be reclaimed. Deep in the northern sea, with Dijun's low shout resounding, a terrifying fish, thousands of miles in size, slowly opened its eyes. It gazed upward at the sky above the northern sea, its eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. After a long while, a melodious, ancient low rumble suddenly echoed above the northern sea. In the next moment, this great fish leapt out of the northern sea, its colossal form blotting out the sun, crushing countless fleeing beings beneath its path. Under this gigantic figure, everything appeared so minuscule. Were it not for the vastness of the northern sea, boundless and immeasurable, it would scarcely be able to accommodate such a great fish. As this great fish leaped into the air, it did not descend. Instead, a flesh lump gradually emerged from its back. As the flesh lump expanded, a pair of wings sprouted from the back of this great fish. Its form began to transform. No longer resembling a fish, it now bore the likeness of a bird. It was an enormous bird, its body surpassingly vast, with wings like clouds descending from the heavens. With a powerful flap, it stirred up turbulent waves. The entire expanse of the North Sea seems to cower beneath the formidable talons of the great bird, trembling in trepidation. With a resounding clang, in the next moment, the magnificent creature unfurls its mighty wings and soars upwards, defying the clouds and embracing the azure sky. It ascends to the heights of the heavens. The vast sky appears to transform into the dominion of this great bird. A realm of unbridled freedom. Countless layers of clouds intertwine, and even at such lofty altitudes, it does not exhibit the slightest hint of diminutiveness. Its colossal form is beyond imagination. Guanyin, in the primordial chaos. Certain beings gaze upon the great bird emanating a terrifying aura, their eyes flashing with a flicker of astonishment, involuntarily whispering the name of this existence. Guanyin. In the North Sea, there dwells a fish known as Guanyin, transformed into a bird. It is called Guanyin. This illustrious being, renowned since ancient times, has now re-emerged in the celestial dome. Merely by exuding a fraction of its power, it instills fear in countless souls. Instinctively, they long to submit beneath the feet of this Guanyin. Chapter 38. The esteemed friend of Xinyuanzi, the good-natured Hongyun of the primordial world Guanyin. At this moment, the gazes of innumerable beings in the primordial realm converge upon the peculiar great bird above the North Sea, their faces adorned with disbelief. For many, this ancient demon master exists solely in the realm of legend. After all, following the great calamity between the witches and demons, Kuan-Ping vanished entirely from the primordial world. Many believed he had perished. Indeed, during the cataclysm, countless powerful demon beings fell, including the invincible Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai, let alone Kuan-Ping, who was lesser than these two. Yet, only a select few who truly experienced that great calamity know that Kuan-Ping did not perish. In fact, for reasons unknown, he acquired opportunities beyond the imagination of ordinary beings. He remained in seclusion. As for what these opportunities entail, some say that Kuan-Ping obtained the supreme treasures of the demon clan, the He-Tu and Luo Hou. Others claim that Kuan-Ping's fortunes are even greater, linked to the legendary Hongming purple qi, which might grant him a chance at sanctification. Nevertheless, rumors are but whispers. Due to Kuan-Ping's prolonged absence from the primordial realm, as time has passed, the memories of this ancient demon master have become increasingly indistinct among the populace. It is unexpected that at this pivotal moment, this long-vanished demon master Kuan-Ping has reappeared. Coupled with the recent furious roar of Emperor Jun, the hearts of the beings in the primordial world quiver slightly, as they vaguely surmise something. It is known that the great calamity between the witches and demons concluded with their mutual destruction. The scale of that battle was so immense that countless beings speculated about its ultimate resolution. Yet, due to the passage of time, those who existed before the calamity have dwindled, and those who remain have grown into true powers of the primordial realm, far removed from the reach of ordinary beings. Naturally, the details of the witch-demon war have become a colossal enigma, shrouded in mystery. No one truly knows what transpired. However, at this moment, upon witnessing the formidable presence of the supreme demon emperor demanding retribution, the beings of the primordial world furrowed their brows, sensing a glimmer of the truth. Perhaps in that ancient era, this demon master, Kuan-Ping, harbored some irreconcilable conflict with the demon court. Thus, it was rather astonishing that the demon emperor, Jun, who had only recently revived, would seek out Kuan-Ping without delay. Wu's Wangwen, humph. Observing Kuan-Ping's silhouette, Zhen Yuanzi let out a cold snort, and an unusual glint of icy intent flickered in his eyes, or perhaps a murderous intent. This caused a shiver in the hearts of the two young disciples, Qingfeng and Mingyue, who were not far from him. They exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend why their revered master would display such terrifying malice. It was well known that their master was generally amiable and had never made enemies in the primordial world. Such a reaction seemed utterly unfounded. Moreover, they had not heard of any discord between their master and the demon master Kuan-Ping. Why, then, did he exhibit such a demeanor? Of course, these were merely the thoughts lingering in Qingfeng and Mingyue's minds, thoughts they dared not voice. Kuan-Ping. Unperturbed by the musings of Qingfeng and Mingyue, Zhen Yuanzi slowly lifted his gaze to Kuan-Ping atop the northern sea. The cold light in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by a faint hint of sorrow. At this moment, a figure flashed through Zhen Yuanzi's mind. Clad in a crimson robe, this individual was known for his affable demeanor and perpetual smile. Enjoying considerable favor in the primordial realm, he was also Zhen Yuanzi's closest friend, Hongyun. In the past, during the time at Zhixiao Palace, Hongyun had arrived early and secured a position on a mat. Alongside him, the three Pure Ones, Nuwa, and Kuan-Ping had also attained this mat position. At that time, the myriad immortals of the primordial realm were utterly unaware of the significance of such a position, nor did they comprehend that it was the key to becoming a saint. Due to the hurried arrival of the saints Jane and Zhuenti, who lamented in Zhixiao Palace, Hongyun, moved by compassion, relinquished his mat position. This was not an overly significant act. After all, it was Hongyun who had voluntarily given up the opportunity, even though it was an opportunity to attain sainthood. Yet, at that time, none could foresee. For Jane and Zhuenti, it was a debt of gratitude owed to Hongyun. The error lay in the fact that upon witnessing Hongyun's relinquishment of the mat position, one of the three Pure Ones, Yuan Tianzuan, cast a glance at Kuan-Ping and deemed it an affront to share the same standing with a being of such lowly birth and feathered horns. He assertively commanded Kuan-Ping to vacate his seat. Naturally, Kuan-Ping felt unwilling, yet, due to the formidable presence of the three Pure Ones, he could only acquiesce and yielded his position. Following that incident, the narrative of the Tao Ancestor distributing the primordial purple energy in Zhixiao Palace emerged. It was at that moment that the beings of the primordial realm finally realized that such a seemingly trivial mat position represented a seat of sainthood. They were filled with regret. Even Hongyun could not escape a tinge of lamentation. Yet, it was merely regret. For Hongyun, since he had relinquished such an opportunity, it no longer belonged to him. Its absence mattered little. The subsequent events in the primordial realm further validated Hongyun's perspective. For even had Hongyun not yielded his position, that seed of sainthood would not have fallen into his hands. Regarding this matter, Zhen Yunzi once felt a sense of regret for his dear friend. However, since Hong Yun himself had come to terms with it, Zhen Yunzi naturally refrained from saying much. Yet, in stark contrast to Hong Yun's nonchalance, Kuan-Peng harbored a very different sentiment. Though Kuan-Peng, having secured a position on a mat, he was but a step away from attaining sanctity. Yet, due to Hong Yun's act of yielding his seat, he found himself bereft of his own mat. This was a position of a sage. How could Kuan-Peng possibly accept such a loss? Of course, given that the three pure ones had already attained sanctity by that time, Kuan-Peng dared not express his resentment towards the sages. Thus, Hong Yun became the sole target of his grievances. Moreover, due to Hong Yun relinquishing a mat, the opportunity to attain sanctity slipped away. In compensation, the Tao Ancestor, upon concluding his teachings, bestowed upon Hong Yun a strand of primordial purple energy. An innocent man suffers for possessing a precious gem. After the various sages had attained their paths, it became evident to all that this primordial purple energy was one of the keys to achieving sanctity. Naturally, Hong Yun became a thorn in the eyes of everyone, especially for Kuan-Peng. He was already troubled by the loss of Azich's position, and now that Hong Yun had the chance to attain sanctity as well, how could Kuan-Peng possibly come to terms with it? Additionally, the allure of that primordial purple energy was simply too great. The murderous intent within his heart could no longer be concealed. Chapter 39 Kuan-Peng, Dijuan? Weren't you already dead? The primordial purple energy serves as the foundation for attaining sanctity. However, achieving sanctity requires more than just primordial purple energy. It also necessitates other opportunities. Initially, when Hong Yun received this primordial purple energy, the beings of the Hong Huang likely felt that Hong Yun, who was on the verge of attaining sanctity, would naturally not dare to harbor any greedy thoughts. Even Kuan-Peng felt the same, no matter the depth of his resentment. It could only remain buried within his heart. Although Kuan-Peng had never personally experienced the might of a sage, he could well imagine its immense power. However, what surprised Kuan-Peng and the beings of Hong Huang was that, after obtaining this primordial purple energy, Hong Yun secluded himself for many years without attaining sanctity. In such circumstances, a calamity was destined to descend. One day, Hong Yun confided in Zhen Yunzi, stating that all the sages, after attaining their paths, had traversed the Hong Huang and were inspired by their experiences. He felt that remaining in the Wuzhuang temple was indeed a waste of the opportunity to achieve sanctity. He too wished to explore. Zhen Yunzi, however, was not optimistic about this, for he had a premonition that, even with the aid of primordial purple energy, it would be impossible for Hong Yun to attain sanctity. That purple energy, instead, might endanger Hong Yun's life. Nevertheless, at that time, Hong Yun was no longer the indifferent figure he once was. His mind was now completely consumed by the thought of achieving sanctity. In his pursuit of sanctity, he seemed to disregard everything else. Even Zhen Yunzi could not dissuade him. Helpless, he could only bid farewell to his old friend, and this would be their final meeting. Shortly thereafter, while in seclusion, Zhen Yunzi received the news that Hong Yun had fallen in the North Sea, and that strand of primordial purple energy had completely dissipated, its whereabouts unknown. Upon hearing of his old friend's demise, Zhen Yunzi was momentarily stunned. As a paragon of virtue amidst the chaos of the primordial world, Hong Yun was renowned for his amiable nature, rarely incurring the ire of others and possessing almost no enemies. By that time, Hong Yun had already attained a quasi-saint level of existence, and the ordinary beings of the primordial realm could hardly perturb him in the slightest. At the first opportunity, Zhen Yunzi pinpointed the ferocious beast responsible for Hong Yun's demise, identifying those creatures with an insatiable greed for the primordial purple qi, among which was the formidable Kuan-Peng. Through a series of investigations, Zhen Yunzi became nearly certain that the perpetrator behind Hong Yun's death and the theft of the primordial purple qi was indeed Kuan-Peng. However, he lacked concrete evidence. Moreover, most crucially, that strand of primordial purple qi mysteriously vanished after the battle. Kuan-Peng did not obtain it, nor did any other being in the primordial realm. Following this, the great calamity of the Wu and Yao commenced, the demon court was annihilated, and Kuan-Peng vanished. Even if Zhen Yunzi wished to uncover the truth of those events, he found himself powerless. Over the years, he had been intent on locating Kuan-Peng to avenge his dear friend. Yet, as Kuan-Peng never reappeared in the primordial realm, that thought gradually faded from his mind. However, Zhen Yunzi could not have anticipated that Kuan-Peng would resurface and, moreover, find himself at odds with an ancient, heavenly emperor. In that instant, a multitude of thoughts flashed through Zhen Yunzi's mind. He pondered whether he could leverage the hand of this ancient, heavenly emperor to eliminate Kuan-Peng. Or perhaps, after this period of secluded cultivation, Kuan-Peng's strength might surpass that of Dijuan. All of this remained an enigma. Should Dijuan falter, The old Taoist would bear the burden of karma and, even at the cost of his last breath, ensure that Kunpeng pays the price. Taking a deep breath, a resolute glimmer surfaced in Xinyuan Zizi's eyes as an ancient and weathered tome materialized behind him. He murmured softly, "Hong Yuan, my old friend, I truly wonder if there shall be a day when we meet again." Xinyuan Zizi's life had been rife with delays. Although he had encountered numerous beings, only a handful could be deemed true friends. Among them, Hong Yuan held the foremost place in his heart. This was largely due to their shared aspirations, as they had felt an instant affinity upon their first meeting, leading to countless discussions over tea and philosophy at Wuzhuang Temple. Their bond was profound. The death of Hong Yuan had long weighed heavily on Xinyuan Zizi, and upon seeing what was likely the murderer of his dear friend, he could hardly contain the murderous intent boiling within him. Yet, he awaited the outcome of this battle. Taking a deep breath, Xinyuan Zizi raised his gaze once more to the summit of the northern sea. However, unlike his previous demeanor of mere spectator, his expression was now laden with gravity. At the summit of the northern sea, Kunpeng soared upward and ultimately descended, casting his gaze upon the being who had spoken so insolently. But then, he was left utterly bewildered. "Your Majesty?" The words escaped his lips without hesitation, even with Kunpeng's composure. He felt as though struck by a thunderclap, utterly dumbfounded. This was Dijuan? Previously, Kunpeng had been engrossed in secluded cultivation, striving to unravel the mysteries contained within the river chart and Luo Hou, for this treasured artifact was indeed shrouded in profound enigma. Even the mighty Kunpeng believes that even his predecessor, the illustrious Dijuan, who possessed the river diagram and Luo book as his innate spiritual treasures, could not truly comprehend the profound mysteries contained within them. Throughout the endless passage of time, Kunpeng has been diligently refining his skills, evolving from the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood to the pinnacle of the same realm. Yet, Kunpeng remains unsatisfied. He yearns to fully unravel the secrets of the river diagram and Luo book, aiming for a monumental breakthrough to a higher echelon. Sanctification. This is Kunpeng's grand ambition. In the past, after vanquishing Hong Yuan, Kunpeng briefly attained the primordial purple energy. Though ultimately, for reasons unknown, this primordial energy vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, the insights gained from it are undeniably genuine. Over the years, Kunpeng has utilized the enlightenment granted by this primordial energy to delve into the treasures of the river diagram and Luo book. He has discovered that there are still great secrets hidden within. Should he unravel them, even if he cannot achieve sanctification in one fell swoop, he would undoubtedly become an invincible entity within the quasi-saint realm. Not long ago, Kunpeng sensed a presence in the skies above the North Sea that rivaled his own. Moreover, it audaciously commanded him to show himself. Most perplexing to Kunpeng was the familiar aura emanating from this presence, as if he had encountered it before. Under such circumstances, Kunpeng temporarily set aside his contemplation of the river diagram and Luo book, intending to investigate the audacious individual who dared to summon him. However, upon his first glance, Kunpeng was utterly astounded. Dijuan? How could this be possible? Regarding the fate of Dijuan, others might hesitate, but he had witnessed Dijuan's fall with his own eyes. In fact, he had played a part in that downfall. How could he be alive again? Chapter 40. Your Majesty, isn't it better to be a little muddled? Must you risk your life? At this moment, Kunpeng truly felt as if struck by lightning, completely dumbfounded. How could the long-deceased Dijuan possibly be resurrected? Could it be that he had erred in his cultivation, leading to a hallucination? A flicker of doubt crossed Kunpeng's mind as he stared at Dijuan for an extended period, but no matter how he looked, the figure before him was identical to his memories of the demon emperor. Even the aura was the same. It was as if, just the day before, Dijuan had presided over the demon court, commanding myriad demons only to appear before him in the next moment. But how could this be? An illusion. It must be an illusion. Taking a deep breath, Kunpeng instinctively recalled the countless years spent contemplating the river diagram and Luo book, pondering if perhaps a trace of Dijuan's aura lingered within, thus causing this hallucination. Yet, could it be so vividly real? Casting another glance at Dijuan, an involuntary chill coursed through Kunpeng's heart. It resembled him too closely. Perhaps his prolonged seclusion had dulled his senses. It seemed time to venture out for some fresh air. Kunpeng, do you not recognize me? Gazing at Kunpeng, who alternated between a solemn expression and one of wistfulness, a flicker of coldness appeared in Dijuan's eyes as he spoke with a hint of detachment. In those days, during the great calamity of the Wu and Yao, you seized the river diagram and Luo book, leading to the foundational loss of the great array of the constellations, which was subsequently shattered by the 12 capital heavenly gods' great array. This account must be settled. The war of the Lich and the demons transpired in two distinct phases. In the first encounter, The demon race was no match for the witch tribe, being besieged by Emperor Jiang and the 12 Ancestral Witches, until the intervention of Taoist ancestor Hongjun thwarted that catastrophic event. Thus, a fleeting peace was established between the two races. However, the deep-seated animosities between them rendered reconciliation utterly impossible. The Second War of the Lich and the Demons commenced quietly, yet, compared to the peak strength of the witch tribe in the previous conflict, the witches during this second war were significantly weakened. One of the 12 Ancestral Witches, Gonggong, inexplicably clashed with his fellow ancestral witch, Zhuyong, leading to Gonggong's defeat and his furious assault on Mount Buzhou. Although Zhuyong emerged victorious, it was at a great cost. Shortly thereafter, he returned to the heavens. Furthermore, Hu Tu mysteriously vanished from the witch tribe following the fierce battle between Zhuyong and Gonggong. With 3 of the 12 ancestral witches lost, the once mighty 12 divine formations of the witch tribe had inevitably diminished in power, easily obstructed by the celestial formations of the demon race. Just as Emperor Jun resolved to deliver a decisive blow to completely vanquish the witch tribe, an unforeseen calamity struck, that Kuan-Ping audaciously seized the He Tu and Luo Hou, foundational elements of the celestial formations, and vanished to an unknown location. Relying solely on the Eastern Emperor Bell proved insufficient to withstand the witch tribe's onslaught. The two formidable formations fell one after another. A true battle of attrition ensued between the witches and the demons. In that clash, both sides faced mutual annihilation. Although Emperor Jun was aware that deeper reasons lay beneath the surface, it did not hinder his resolve to eradicate the traitors within the demon court. Upon hearing Emperor Jun's words, Kuan-Ping, who initially believed all of this to be a mere illusion, furrowed his brow in sudden realization. A closer examination of Emperor Jun revealed that this was not an illusion, but a genuine being. Moreover, no one aside from himself had knowledge of his theft of the He Tu and Luo Hou. Most beings in the primordial realm assumed that after the conclusion of the War of the Lich and the Demons, and with Emperor Jun's apparent demise, he had claimed the He Tu and Luo Hou as his own. In truth, he had seized these foundational texts during the peak of hostilities between the two races. Unfortunately, those who knew the truth had perished in that great catastrophe. Thus, the possibility that the figure before him, Emperor Jun, was merely a disguise of another being was effectively eliminated. Could it truly be Emperor Jun? A fleeting thought crossed Kuan-Ping's mind, and a shadow of darkness crossed his visage. After a moment of silence, he suddenly transformed his expression, donning a broad smile as he clasped his hands in salute to Emperor Jun, exclaiming, "It appears your majesty has survived that cataclysm. It truly brings me great comfort. The heavens have not forsaken the demon race. As for the He Tu and Luo Hou, the situation was dire at that time, and I had no choice but to act. For these years, I have merely safeguarded them for your majesty and shall return them shortly." In that moment, Kuan-Ping feigned loyalty, expressing a facade of unwavering fidelity while candidly admitting that his initial acquisition of the He Tu and Luo Hou was driven by unspoken reasons. After all, while he remained oblivious to the reasons behind Emperor Jun's sudden resurrection, he possessed some understanding of his prowess. I do not genuinely wish for an irreconcilable conflict. Moreover, that battle from years past was destined to result in mutual destruction. Even if I did not possess the river map and the Luo book, the grand celestial array would inevitably be shattered for various reasons. This is the prevailing trend. I trust that Dijuan will comprehend this. However, in response to Kuan-Ping's explanations, Dijuan exhibited no reaction whatsoever, merely gazing at him with a pair of eyes filled with indifference. Your Majesty. Upon witnessing this, Kuan-Ping's smile gradually faded, his once slightly hunched form straightening. He gently shook his head and spoke softly. We are the last two beings of the demon court. Must we truly pursue an unending conflict? Sometimes, isn't it better to be a little muddled? Kuan-Ping understood that some of his assertions were fundamentally untenable. Yet, the demon court has now been obliterated, leaving only a scant few remaining beings. As a former demon master within the court, he held significant sway. If Dijuan were to turn a blind eye, he would indeed be amenable to returning to the demon court. After all, this is no longer Dijuan's era. The heavenly court and the Buddhist sect both possess resources that rival or even surpass those of the former demon court. Furthermore, they are backed by saints. If Dijuan wishes to establish a foothold in the primordial chaos, he undoubtedly requires my assistance. Regrettably, it seems Dijuan does not intend to afford me this opportunity. Had it been in the past, I might truly have spared your life. Casting a glance at Kuan-Ping, Dijuan gently shook his head and spoke earnestly, but now it is no longer necessary. Dijuan was acutely aware of Kuan-Ping's strength. He also understood the current situation in the primordial realm. Had Kuan-Ping not allied himself with the divine court, he might indeed have spared Kuan-Ping's life. As he himself stated, there are few beings left from the former demon court. Even those who have betrayed are still of the same era. But now, it is no longer necessary. The divine court can resurrect the departed beings. As long as I accumulate sufficient merit points, I can bring them all back to life. Why would I concern myself with a mere Kuan-peng? No.it is no longer necessary. Upon hearing Dijuan's words, a flicker of surprise crossed Kuan-peng's face as he struggled to grasp the meaning behind Dijuan's statement. What does it mean, no longer necessary? Has he truly considered this? Only to suddenly change his mind? Heh. Shaking his head, Kuan-peng temporarily suppressed this doubt within him. Then a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he softly murmured, if that is the case, then this old minister must offend you, Dijuan. Chapter 41. A wisp of primordial purple chi. The truth behind the fall of the red cloud, clang. The moment Kuan-peng uttered these words, his form suddenly expanded, his wings unfurling with fury, as countless gusts of wind surged from his body, stirring up thousands of waves. When viewed from afar, he appeared like a constellation, imparting an extraordinarily brilliant impression. Over the years, Kuan-peng had been contemplating the river map and the Luo book, and it was not without reward. In contemporary times, he has harnessed the tumultuous waves of the northern sea to establish a formation reminiscent of the ancient demon clan's celestial array. Merely casting a glance upward induces a disorienting dizziness. Humph! Observing this, Emperor Jun let out a cold snort, and a searing aura emanated from his being, enveloping the entire firmament in its fiery embrace. The starry waves, under the influence of this fervent heat, dissipated into nothingness. The northern sea returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. After all these years, this is what you have comprehended. Having effortlessly dismantled this faux celestial array, Emperor Jun slowly raised his gaze to the Kuan-peng above in the heavens and spoke languidly. Heh! It seems the river map and Luo book are indeed ill-suited for you. Emperor Jun shook his head, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. The celestial array transcends the river map and Luo book, and despite the Kuan-peng's prolonged contemplation of these ancient texts, he could only barely grasp this pseudo-celestial array. Such a revelation left Emperor Jun somewhat disheartened. He had anticipated that the Kuan-peng might surprise him, yet it appeared he had overestimated the creature's capabilities. A pre-saint, the pinnacle. Unfazed by the mockery in Emperor Jun's tone, the Kuan-peng wore a serious expression, fixating on the aura emanating from Emperor Jun. After a prolonged silence, he spoke softly. It has been many years, Your Majesty, yet your grandeur remains undiminished. I am in awe. Initially, the Kuan-peng believed that even if Emperor Jun had fortuitously survived the cataclysm, he would have undoubtedly suffered severe injuries, perhaps even fallen in rank. Otherwise, why had he not appeared in the primordial world for such an extended period? However, the Guanyin was now astonished to discover that Emperor Jun exhibited no signs of decline. In fact, even the hidden wounds from years of battle had vanished before the final confrontation between the witch and the demon. Emperor Jun was in a state of absolute peak. No, in some respects, he appeared even stronger than during his zenith. This realization caused the Guanping's heart to sink slowly. He was acutely aware of how terrifying Emperor Jun had been at his peak. Fortunately, he did not possess the river map and Luo book at this moment. Otherwise, even with some hidden cards, he would still be no match for Emperor Jun. In response to the Guanping's compliment, Emperor Jun's expression remained unchanged as he gradually closed his eyes. He was attuning himself to the river map and Luo book. After all, this treasure was his innate companion, imbued with a mysterious connection to him. This was also the true reason Emperor Jun was aware of the Guanping's seclusion. Regardless of the Guanping's intentions, this time, Emperor Jun was determined to reclaim the river map and Luo book. Your Majesty, I can see that your strength is formidable. I am no match for you. At that moment, the Guanping also noted Emperor Jun's apparent disregard for him, yet he felt no anger, merely responding calmly. Moreover, even the legacy of the demon clan is not fully grasped. As an ancient divine beast, the Guanping's roots undoubtedly ranked at the pinnacle of the primordial hierarchy. However, when compared to a figure like Dijuan, who possesses the supreme destiny of the 9-9, the three-legged golden crow, it pales significantly. Even the speed that Guanping prides himself on, in certain respects, falls short of Dijuan's prowess. This has perpetually instilled a sense of defeat within Guanping's heart, particularly after the opportunity to attain sanctity slipped through his fingers due to a series of unfortunate events. Guanping found himself engulfed in profound regret. In such circumstances, upon witnessing the climactic end of the battle between the witch and demon clans, poised for mutual destruction, he dared to steal the river map and Luo book. He yearned to see the two clans perish together. At that time, while the fate of the witch clan remained uncertain, the fortune of the demon clan would undoubtedly belong to him. Originally, Guanping had intended to seize the Eastern Emperor bell as well. Yet, as this thought flickered through his mind and he attempted to touch the bell, he discovered that no matter what he did, he could not budge it. Left with no other choice, he decided to first take the river map and Luo book, planning to retrieve the Eastern Emperor bell after the battle concluded, and he could claim the battlefield for himself. Alas, fate did not align with his desires. After the fall of the Eastern Emperor Tai, the Eastern Emperor bell soared into the void, offering him no opportunity whatsoever. It was at that moment that Guanyin realized the true name of the Eastern Emperor bell, the Chaos Bell, an innate treasure of even higher caliber than the river map and Luo book. This realization was a significant disappointment for Guanyin. Yet, he understood that an existence of such a primordial treasure was beyond his grasp. Securing the river map and Luo book was already a considerable achievement. Moreover, having briefly possessed the primordial purple chi, he could gradually glimpse the true might of the river map and Luo book through a fragment of its essence. His strength had ascended to the late quasi-saint level. He was merely a hair's breadth away from the pinnacle of quasi-saint. A breakthrough could occur at any moment. Nevertheless, such power, while commendable in the vast wilderness, appeared somewhat inadequate in the presence of Yuan. This ancient demon emperor, Guanyin conceded this fact. However, after years of secluded cultivation, would he truly emerge with nothing more than a fabricated formation of the celestial constellations? Yet, do not expect to vanquish me so easily. Guanyin spoke again, his visage gradually contorting into a fearsome expression. A purple aura enveloped his form, swirling continuously. Around him, the brilliance of myriad laws flowed ceaselessly. The entire northern sea seemed to resonate with this overwhelming power, trembling incessantly. Even Yuan slowly opened his eyes, and in his gaze upon Guanyin, a hint of inexplicable emotion flickered. Primordial, purple chi? After a considerable time, Yuan recognized the source of this purple aura, and a grave expression crossed his face as he murmured softly, "This Guanyin, from years past, has he truly succeeded?" Yuan was well aware of the enmity between Guanyin and Hongyun. However, as the demon emperor, he chose to disregard such matters. As for the subsequent demise of Hongyun, Yuan did not take it to heart. By that time, the battle between the witch and demon clans had commenced, and Yuan himself was overwhelmed with responsibilities. Naturally, he had no inclination to forge new adversaries. Yet now, upon beholding the Guanyin, he was reminded of the Red Cloud. Could it be that the fall of the Red Cloud was indeed connected to the Guanyin? Chapter 42, Guanyin. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I am the oriole. All at once, the form of the Guanyin was enveloped in swirling purple aura, causing the entire sky to tremble. The voice of the great Tao reverberated gently, accompanied by a unique ripple. Over the expanse of the North Sea, numerous anomalies began to manifest. The heavens and earth were shrouded in this terrifying power, transforming into something utterly different. Primordial purple chi? At this moment, gazing at the faint aura that emerged from the body of the Guanyin, all beings in the vast wilderness who were attuned to this battle stood in stunned silence. Although most beings in the wilderness, apart from the myriad saints, had no connection to this primordial purple chi, they had nonetheless encountered it before, especially during the days of the Purple Cloud Palace and the 3,000 guests of red dust. When the Tao Ancestor distributed the primordial purple chi, he had not deliberately excluded them. The general form of that aura had left an impression on those present at the time. However, they were devoid of the means to comprehend it. As time flowed on, countless ages passed, and most of the 3,000 guests of red dust had perished. Thus, the primordial purple chi had become a mere legend. Yet, no one could have anticipated that at the pinnacle of the North Sea, they would once again witness the traces of this primordial purple chi. Although it was clear to all that this primordial purple chi was merely a hollow shell, possessing form yet devoid of essence, it could not possibly lead anyone to the path of sanctification. It was likely just a clumsy imitation by the Guanyin. Nevertheless, it was still primordial purple chi, enough to draw the attention of countless beings. Furthermore, the Guanyin's ability to manifest such a shell of primordial purple chi indicated that he had encountered the genuine article, perhaps even momentarily possessed it. How could this not stir the hearts of the onlookers? How had the Guanyin come into contact with the true primordial purple chi? Unavoidably, a flicker of doubt crossed the minds of some beings, leaving them perplexed. It was the Red Cloud. Soon, a figure flashed through the minds of most beings in the wilderness. The Red Cloud, who had missed the opportunity due to a seeding mishap, was thus pitted by the Tao Ancestor and received a remnant of primordial purple chi. However, after acquiring the primordial purple chi, the Red Cloud not only failed to attain sanctification but instead met an untimely demise. In retrospect, it seemed that the fall of the Red Cloud was indeed orchestrated by the Guanyin. Reflecting upon it now, one could not help but sigh in lamentation. After all, the Red Cloud had been quite well regarded among the beings of the wilderness. Simultaneously, through this incident, the beings of the wilderness also gleaned a fragment of understanding. That is to say, the primordial purple chi is a necessary yet insufficient condition for achieving sanctification. To become a saint, possessing the primordial purple chi alone is inadequate. Additional opportunities are required. As for what these opportunities may be, none could ascertain in any case. Since that time when the myriad saints had attained their sanctifications, no new saint had emerged in the wilderness. Wu Zhuangwen. So it is you? After the Guanyin summoned the pseudo-primordial purple chi, Zhen Yuanzi rose abruptly, his gaze fixed intently in the direction of the North Sea, murmuring softly, Guanyin, you have slain my old friend. In this world, I shall avenge the red cloud, boom. As the words fell from his lips, Zhen Yuanzi hesitated no longer. With a swift gesture, he summoned the earth book. Simultaneously, he took a step, and his figure abruptly vanished within the confines of Wuzhuang Temple. This unexpected act left Qingfeng and Mingyue in a state of bewilderment. Master, where could he possibly be going? Just recently, had he not cautioned them about the dangers of the primordial chaos, instructing them to seal the mountain and enter seclusion? They had even prepared the formations. From the outside, it was impossible to discern the existence of Wuzhuang Temple. Yet now, their master was personally tearing apart the carefully arranged formations and departing into the void. This left Qingfeng and Mingyue utterly puzzled. Was their master having a moment of folly? After a considerable time, the two youngsters exchanged glances, and a thought flashed through their minds. What could they do? After all, their master never divulged anything to them. They could only speculate wildly. Nevertheless, once Zhen Yuanzi had departed, Qingfeng and Mingyue let out a gentle sigh of relief, fully relaxing. With their master present, they had been on edge, not daring to show even the slightest hint of negligence. Those few short days had felt like years. Now that their master had temporarily left, surely Wuzhuang Temple was under their command. Setting aside other matters, they decided to indulge in a well-deserved nap. They glanced at the remnants of the formations, yawned in unison, and resolved to find a cozy spot to enjoy a restful sleep. Such leisurely days were rare and must be cherished. When their master returned, they would likely be burdened with diligent toil once more. That would be far too exhausting. A little idleness was much more enjoyable in the heavenly court. At the Lingshao Treasure Hall, a mirror radiating a faint golden light appeared above the Grand Hall, reflecting scenes of the current standoff between Emperor Jun and Guanyin above the Northern Sea. The moment he decided to take action against Emperor Jun, Haoyan had already been searching for his whereabouts. The furious roar from the Northern Sea had further allowed him to pinpoint Emperor Jun's location. However, due to uncertainty regarding the remnants of the ancient demon emperor's power, Haoyan had refrained from acting hastily, opting instead to observe for a while. Should it turn out that Emperor Jun's strength had waned, Haoyan would decisively strike, erasing this former heavenly emperor to demonstrate that there could only be one heavenly emperor in the primordial chaos. Yet, if Emperor Jun retained his former peak power, while Haoyan would still choose to act, he would certainly refrain from doing so in a rash manner. He intended to plan his moves carefully. However, at this moment, in comparison to Emperor Jun, the pseudo-homing purple chi unleashed by Guanyin caused Haoyan's expression to grow grave. Even if it were a mere imitation, the Hongming purple chi was an exceedingly terrifying presence. It was potent enough to rival the pinnacle of quasi-saint power. Such strength ought to be wielded by him alone. This insignificant Guanyin did not merit it. Your Majesty, it may be prudent to wait until they have both exhausted one another before making a move. As if sensing Haoyan's thoughts, the star of Venus narrowed his eyes slightly, then leaned closer to Haoyan, whispering, thus, we can achieve a lasting resolution. As for the Buddhist sect, their focus on the Western journey, combined with previous grievances with Emperor Jun, would undoubtedly prevent them from intervening. At this moment, Taibai Jinxing deliberated the advantages and disadvantages, articulating the outcome most favorable to Haoyan. A trace of satisfaction flickered across Haoyan's visage. He harbored similar thoughts. Although the Guanyin was at the late stage of quasi-saint, with the presence of this pseudo-homing purple aura, its true strength had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint. The same could be said for Dijuan. Moreover, due to the absence of the Hichu and Luo Hou, should a confrontation arise, Dijuan might even prove inferior to Guanyin. This undoubtedly presented an opportunity for Haoyan. Wait patiently, seek a chance, and then react. Taking a deep breath, a look of solemnity emerged in Haoyan's eyes as he gazed at the swirling Haoyan mirror, which continuously unveiled scenes before him, softly murmuring. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. In this scenario, it was unclear who the mantis was, Guanyin or Dijuan. Yet the oriole must certainly be me. I am the heavenly emperor. All others are but false emperors. Chapter 43. The Fire of the Tao. Astonishing the world, Guanyin's utter defeat. Meanwhile, in the North Sea, A magnificent power radiated from Guanping's form, his gaze then fixating upon Dijuan, a sinister expression manifesting upon his face. For years, his seclusion had been dedicated to comprehending this Hongming purple aura. No, to be precise, he had been deciphering the faint trace of the Hongming purple aura that lingered upon him. Though merely a trace, it constituted the foundation of sanctification, harboring powers unimaginable to ordinary beings. After countless eons, Guanping had exhausted myriad methods in an attempt to recreate the Hongming purple aura. Yet, all had ended in failure. Nevertheless, he had not emerged empty-handed. With the aid of the Hichu and Luo Hou, Guanping had simplified the process of simulating the form of this Hongming purple aura. Now, faced with the life-and-death crisis posed by Dijuan, Guanping could no longer afford to hesitate. He unveiled his final trump card. He was convinced that in the presence of this pseudo-Hongming purple aura, even Dijuan, the ancient demon emperor, would be compelled to bow down. Another counterfeit die in response to Guanping's pseudo-Hongming purple aura, Dijuan, after a brief moment of astonishment, gently shook his head, a hint of disdain surfacing in his eyes as he spoke. Even if you manage to simulate the entirety of the Hongming purple aura's form, ultimately, the false remains false. It can never become true. After all these years, Guanping, have you not grasped this fundamental truth? As the former demon master of the demon court, Guanping's talent, foundation, and comprehension are undoubtedly exceptional. Within the demon court, aside from the already sanctified Enhua, he ranks only behind Dijuan and Tai. He can be regarded as the third figure of the demon court. However, Guanping's strength has remained stagnant at the mid-stage of quasi-saint, unable to break through. No amount of heavenly treasures or earthly gems could alter this. It is not that his foundation is lacking. Rather, it is simply due to his temperament. Just as it is now, whether it be the pseudo-Zhou Tian star formation or the pseudo-Hongming purple aura, Guanping is merely engaged in an extraordinary imitation performance. In the realm of quasi-saintly existence at its pinnacle, the mind is as clear as a tranquil lake, advancing unyieldingly. They disdain imitation, dedicating themselves instead to forging their own path. When this path reaches its utmost limit, rendering further progression impossible even by a single step, the domain of the quasi-saint reaches its terminus. Beyond this point lies not their concern, but rather the constraints imposed by heaven and earth. The cosmos forbids their further advancement. Such beings are worthy of being termed the pinnacle of quasi-saints. Once, Emperor Jun believed he had arrived at his conclusion. The sun's true fire, a terrifying flame forged from the fusion of the lunar essence and the golden blaze of the sun, capable of incinerating all in existence. Yet, not long ago, after acquiring the fire of the great Tao from the divine court, Emperor Jun recognized within his heart that his path had not truly reached its final destination. There remained the potential for further progress. Moreover, Emperor Jun harbored a premonition that upon attaining this flame, seemingly unconnected to the primordial chaos, he might once again arrive at the end of this path and perhaps transcend the limitations of heaven and earth. In a single stroke, he could attain sanctification. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought within Emperor Jun's mind. The specifics remained unknown even to him. Yet, he was acutely aware of one thing. The Guanping before him, who knew only to mimic his predecessors, step by step, could never genuinely ascend to the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Even if he could temporarily harness the combat prowess of a quasi-saint, he would eternally be unable to take that decisive step. Imitation? A mere facade. Upon hearing Emperor Jun's words, the Guanping's visage twisted with greater ferocity, his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, radiating an inexhaustible aura of malice. Once again, that lofty demeanor. In the days of the demon court, this very attitude of Emperor Jun had filled the Guanping with unbridled rage. It seemed Emperor Jun believed that he would forever remain beyond the Guanping's reach. Such disdain, absolute disdain. Did he look down upon him? At times, Emperor Jun would deliberately share insights regarding quasi-sainthood, as if to aid the Guanping in breaking through his current limitations. Yet, the Guanping, though he listened, never felt grateful, for he perceived this as nothing but Emperor Jun's pity, and he did not require pity. Thus, over the years, although he was well aware of Emperor Jun's fall, he still subconsciously compared himself to him after breaking through his current realm. Consequently, after manifesting this pseudo-primal chaos purple chi, the Guanping believed he had utterly surpassed Emperor Jun, for even the once supreme demon emperor could not possess such power, akin to that of a saint. He had emerged victorious. Regrettably, though he had won, Emperor Jun had perished. Even his desire to return the disdain of Yer was rendered moot. This left the Guanping with lingering regret for quite some time. Little did he anticipate, however, that Emperor Jun had resurrected. When he beheld Emperor Jun standing before him once more, a tremor of astonishment flickered within the Guanping's heart, mingled with concern. but predominantly a fervent madness. He yearned for Emperor Jun, who had once looked down upon him, to fully comprehend the magnitude of his power. Death. Upon reaching this juncture, Guanyin felt no hesitation whatsoever. He harnessed the power of the primordial purple aura and surged forth towards Dijuan with unrelenting force. This time, Guanyin summoned all his might, intent on toppling the once mighty demon emperor from his pedestal in a single clash. He yearned to witness the despair and devastation in Daijun's gaze, to behold the sight of Daijun pleading for mercy. However, Guanyin miscalculated. In the face of Guanyin's onslaught, Daijun exhibited not a trace of concern or fear, only an unwavering calmness as serene as a still lake, undisturbed by ripples. Feigning the supernatural? Upon witnessing this scene, Guanyin snorted derisively, and countless streams of light cascaded from his form, coalescing into a singular point, and then he unleashed it towards Dijuan with a thunderous roar. He could not fathom that Dijuan could withstand this strike. Crack! In the face of this terrifying blow, Dijuan's expression remained unchanged. He merely raised his gaze towards Guanyin in an instant. A flame flowed from his fingertips, faintly rippling with the essence of the great Tao, incinerating everything in its vicinity to emptiness. The next moment, this flame made contact with Guanyin's power. In but an instant, the pseudo-primordial purple aura that Guanyin had taken great pride in dissipated entirely. The vast void fell into a profound silence, as if nothing had transpired at all. In a single confrontation, Guanyin faced utter defeat, and in that moment of loss, Guanyin found himself at a loss for words, for he did not even comprehend how he had been vanquished. Everything occurred with startling abruptness. Caught unawares, he had succumbed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 44. The remnants of a fallen era deserve only to struggle for survival. The flames of the great Tao swept across the heavens, incinerating all. On Guanyin's body, myriad resonances came to an abrupt halt, and in a fleeting moment, they all vanished. It was as though they had never existed. The pseudo-primordial purple aura was also utterly extinguished, leaving not a trace behind. All of this transpired due to a mere wisp of flame. This flame seemed capable of incinerating everything. Any existence stood no chance before it, unable to endure even for an instant. Guanyin stood in stunned disbelief. He had contemplated the possibility that he might not be a match for Dijuan. After all, the reputation of the ancient demon emperor was overwhelmingly formidable, particularly for an elder like Guanyin, for whom the name Dijuan represented absolute invincibility, a being that once governed heaven and earth. Yet Guanyin had not anticipated that he would be defeated so swiftly, so unexpectedly. In the blink of an eye, all the foundations he had amassed over the years had crumbled to nothing. This was an outcome he found hard to accept. In his recollections, although Dijuan's solar true fire was powerful, it had never reached such an extreme weight. This flame seemed somewhat different from the solar true fire he remembered. Suddenly, Guanyin's gaze fell once more upon the wisp of flame, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face. This did not resemble the solar true fire. Though potent, the solar true fire should not be this outrageous. If it were merely reliant on this flame to incinerate all, the demon court would not have needed to deploy the great array of the 12 Ancestor Witches to resist the 12 Ancestor Witches. They could have simply sent Dijuan alone. What further matters remain? Ultimately, this Dijuan still resides within the quasi-saint realm, yet to transcend. When faced with beings of equal caliber, even if he were to claim victory, it would be a Pyrrhic one. As for Guanyin, having acquired that pseudo-homing purple chi, he possesses the pinnacle strength of a quasi-saint. It is implausible for him to be defeated so swiftly, unless, at this moment, Dijuan is significantly stronger than he was during the calamity of the Wu and Liao, or perhaps has achieved a new breakthrough. But is that even possible? At this instant, Guanyin's countenance darkened, myriad thoughts flashing through his mind, leaving him momentarily stunned in place. The flames of the great Tao. Meanwhile, Dijuan gently raised his hand, feeling the flames dancing at his fingertips, a flicker of surprise appearing in his eyes. The power of this fire surpassed his expectations. On the journey to the northern sea, Dijuan had been refining the flames of the great Tao he exchanged for with points in the divine court. Not long ago, he had just refined a wisp of it, merging it with the true fire of the Sun. In that moment, Dijuan distinctly sensed a marked enhancement in the true fire of the sun he possessed. However, he could not ascertain the precise extent of this enhancement, as it lay beyond realms he had yet to tread. When Guanyin unleashed the pseudo-homing purple chi, Dijuan too summoned forth this strand of true fire of the sun, now infused with the flames of the great Tao. The effect was astonishingly profound. Upon invocation, all things were annihilated, and this was merely a fusion of a wisp of the flames of the great Tao. If he were to merge them all, to what heights would he ascend? In that fleeting moment, even Dijuan found himself momentarily entranced, grappling with the incredibility of it all. at that juncture, even without having transcended to the saintly realm. He feared there would be no being in the quasi-saint domain who could rival him, the heavenly court, the Lingxiao treasure hall. At this moment, witnessing Dijuan effortlessly overpower Yuan Feng, the assembled celestial beings fell into a profound silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. There was no other recourse. Previously, most celestial beings speculated that even if Dijuan were to rise from the dead, he would undoubtedly suffer grievous wounds from the tribulations. How much of his former strength at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint level remained? None could say. In such circumstances, they believed that if the heavenly court were to intervene, it would be akin to crushing dry weeds, swiftly vanquishing Dijuan. Yet now, the celestial beings were left dumbfounded. How could it be that Dijuan's strength appeared even greater than when he was the demon emperor? Even Haoyan, upon witnessing the terrifying power emanating from Dijuan, felt his expression darken, a glint of malevolent intent flickering in his eyes. If Dijuan were truly not at his peak, Haoyan might not resort to drastic measures. He would not concern himself with a fallen heavenly emperor, as it posed no threat to his existence. Haoyan's intent to act would solely be to uphold the dignity of the heavenly emperor. But should a heavenly emperor at the pinnacle of his powers arise, the threat to Haoyan would be immense. At that point, if Dijuan were to unite with the myriad demons and re-establish the demon court, what would become of the heavenly court? This was an outcome Haoyan could not possibly accept. Your Majesty, this Dijuan. Sensing the chilling murderous aura radiating from Haoyan, Bai Jinxing, standing beside him, was momentarily taken aback, a hint of concern instinctively flitting across his face as he murmured softly, "If we act now, it would be difficult to subdue him." Moments ago, the battle between Emperor Jun and the Yuan Feng was witnessed by the illustrious Bai Jinxing. It was undoubtedly a confrontation of the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. Such formidable power transcends the imagination of the vast majority of beings in the primordial world. Even for the heavenly court, opposing such a force would undoubtedly prove to be an exceptionally daunting task. I am well aware of this. Upon hearing these words, Hao Tian's expression remained unchanged. His gaze fixated upon the image within the Hao Tian mirror, softly murmuring, "Yet, ultimately, this is no longer the age of antiquity. What of the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm? Before the Tao of heaven, they are but mere ants." Once, Emperor Jun, as the sovereign of the demon court, wielded the fortunes of myriad demons. His glory was unparalleled. Aside from the witch clan, which, devoid of a primordial spirit, remains unbound by the Tao of heaven, no other being could challenge his authority. Even the saints were compelled to retreat. For, in that era, Emperor Jun, in a certain sense, embodied the Tao of heaven. He acted on behalf of the heavens. Thus, he was under the protection of the cosmos, and no creature dared to provoke him. Yet now, the one under the aegis of the Tao of heaven is none other than himself. Moreover, throughout these years of managing the primordial realm, he has amassed considerable human fortune through various means. Unity of heaven and man. Even if one stands at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, what does it matter? Can one truly surpass the Tao of heaven? Of course, even as the heavenly emperor, he must pay a certain price to mobilize the forces of the Tao. Unless absolutely necessary, Hao Tian is reluctant to resort to such measures. Hao Tian believes that Emperor Jun must also grasp this principle. Therefore, when faced with the quasi-saint pinnacle Emperor Jun, after deep contemplation, Hao Tian temporarily relinquished the notion of erasing him outright. As long as Emperor Jun acknowledges that this is no longer the era of the demon court, he is no longer the heavenly emperor. Simultaneously, should he vow by the Tao of heaven never to establish the demon court again, Hao Tian would not mind having an additional ordinary quasi-saint pinnacle in the primordial realm. After all, the strength at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm is already at the apex of the primordial hierarchy, an existence invincible beneath the saints. Although Hao Tian enjoys the protection of the cosmos and the accumulation of fortune, he is unwilling to engage in a life-and-death struggle, lest the Buddhist sect reaps the benefits. However, if Emperor Jun were to defiantly defy the heavens, Hao Tian feels he would not hesitate to invoke the fortunes of heaven and earth, imparting upon Emperor Jun a vital lesson. The times have changed. The remnants of the old era, such as Emperor Jun, can only retreat into a corner and cling to survival. Should he choose to contend further, it would lead to naught but a dead end. Chapter 45, Yuan Feng. Do you truly believe you can crush me, Tao of heaven? Upon hearing Hao Tian's words, Bai Jinxing was momentarily taken aback, vaguely sensing something profound. In an instant, he found himself rendered speechless. Indeed, as it stands, the recognized sovereign of the three realms by the Tao of heaven is Hao Tian. Even if Emperor Jun is at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, he cannot alter this reality. Not to mention himself, even if the Eastern Emperor Tai were to resurrect, it would change nothing. Ultimately, beneath the Tao of heaven, all beings are but ants. They are utterly incapable of resistance. Even the saints are no exception. Naturally, the existence of a pinnacle quasi-saint is not easily dealt with. How His Majesty will choose, Tai by Jing Xing does not know. Yet, it promises to be a confrontation of the highest caliber. Would the ancient demon emperor, Emperor Jun, easily concede? All of this remains uncertain. In comparison, the battle against Guanyin seems but a mere appetizer, hardly worthy of mention. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the atmosphere of solemnity enveloping the heavenly court, the Western realm, specifically Ling Mountain, exudes a tranquil ambience. At this moment, atop the grand hall of great heroism, the 3,000 Buddhas, 500 Arhats, and various bodhisattvas and bhikkhunis are seated on either side, observing the fierce clash over the northern sea with serene expressions. Some Buddhas and bodhisattvas even bear faint smiles, clearly satisfied with the unfolding events. O world-honored one, following this battle over the northern sea, the attention of the heavenly court will undoubtedly be entirely focused on Emperor Jun just then. Manjushri Bodhisattva stepped forward, bowed respectfully to the Tathagata, and spoke in a solemn tone. Regarding Emperor Jun, he shall have no leisure to attend to other matters. Yet, one wonders, when does the world-honored one intend to resume the journey to the west? Emperor Jun presently exhibits a terrifying power at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, seemingly stronger than during the ancient era of the demon court. For the majority of beings in the primordial wilderness, this merely elicits mild astonishment. However, for the heavenly court, this is of no ordinary consequence. The demon court, where Emperor Jun resides, exists in an intrinsic opposition to the current heavenly court, rendering any possibility of integration utterly impossible. Now, without any prior indication, Emperor Jun has suddenly returned from the dead with strength that surpasses his former self. This inevitably raises the question of whether he truly perished in that calamity between the witch and the demon, or if he survived through some extraordinary means. Alas, the beings of the primordial wilderness remain oblivious. Thus, the question arises, after lying dormant for so many years, what was his purpose? Furthermore, why did he make such a forceful return at the moment of his breakthrough? To assert that there are no schemes at play would even be incredulous to the Buddhist sect, let alone the heavenly court. In other words, Emperor Jun merely needed to survive, quietly enhance his realm, but the heavenly court has far more to ponder. Now, with Emperor Jun's resurgence to his zenith, this is undeniably a matter that the heavenly court finds difficult to accept. In contrast, the Buddhist sect seems to lack substantial presence. It is indeed an opportune moment to fulfill the journey to the west. Indeed, for the Buddhist sect, this is the most auspicious time. Amitabha, this humble monk is willing to journey to the eastern lands, to enlighten the seeker of the scriptures, hastening his journey to the west. Well said. The disciples are also willing to go. As Manjushri speaks, several bodhisattvas and Buddhas rise, each adorned with righteous expressions, as if ready to dedicate themselves to the Buddhist cause at any moment. It must be noted that enlightening the seeker of scriptures also brings about certain merits from the way of heaven. Previously, this had all been monopolized by Guanyin, leaving others unable to intervene. However, the situation has changed. Guanyin has severed an arm and is currently engaged in cultivation at the 8 Treasures merit pool. For the time being, she is unable to emerge. Thus, this portion of heavenly merit shall be graciously accepted by them. Amitabha, observing the fervent discussions among the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, the Tathagata's expression remains tranquil, his eyes revealing neither sorrow nor joy, merely nodding gently, uttering a Buddhist chant, "Esteemed ones, please remain calm." The journey to the west is of paramount importance to the Buddhist realm, allowing for no trace of negligence. Everything must be meticulously prepared. At present, Emperor Jun demonstrates combat prowess at the pinnacle of quasi-saint level, forcefully suppressing Guanyin. This is indeed astonishing. One cannot help but speculate whether Emperor Jun has acquired certain fortuitous opportunities during these years. However, as of now, Emperor Jun has yet to engage in battle with the heavenly court. The future remains uncertain. If the heavenly court refrains from taking action during the pilgrimage to the west, how will it fare if Emperor Jun intervenes at that moment? At that time, the first trial faced by the pilgrim upon leaving Lingshan would be confronting this ancient demon sovereign. This would pose a tremendous blow to the entire journey to the west. Therefore, the Tathagata must ensure that Emperor Jun is truly incapable of interfering in the pilgrimage before allowing Xuanzang to embark on his journey. The journey to the west must not encounter the slightest issue. In light of such thoughts from the Tathagata, although the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas feel some regret, they dare not voice their opinions. They can only once again turn their gaze towards the northern sea, silently observing the impending battle. At this moment, atop the northern sea, the tumultuous waves surge, with countless splashes appearing and vanishing upon the surface. A ceaseless cycle, layer upon layer. The confronting figures of Emperor Jun and Kuan-Ping remain oblivious that their clash has already stirred a tempest throughout the primordial realm. Yet, even if they were aware, perhaps it would matter little. Crack, with a mere flick of his hand, Emperor Jun extinguishes the flames dancing at his fingertips, then gently raises his gaze towards Kuan-Ping, his voice resonating with a hint of oppressive authority. In consideration of your past contributions to the demon court, I shall spare your life. You may take your own life. I can assure you, your body will be properly interred, and you shall still be revered as a teacher of the demon court. Though Emperor Jun's voice is not loud, it carries an inexplicable majesty that momentarily stifles the surging waves of the northern sea. Everything around seems to fall silent, for Emperor Jun, who has already grasped some fires of the great Tao. This Kuan-Ping, merely at the late quasi-saint stage, is no longer worthy of his regard. They are not even of the same caliber. Moreover, although Kuan-Ping harbors some ulterior motives, he is, after all, a former demon master of the demon court, with some merits to his name. Had he not betrayed the demon court, merely choosing to save his own life in the final battle, Emperor Jun would not have come to settle accounts. Betrayal. For an emperor, it remains an unforgivable sin. Take my own life? Upon hearing Emperor Jun's words, Kuan-Ping is momentarily taken aback. Then, as if he has heard the most amusing joke, he cannot help but scoff. I acknowledge your strength. You could indeed easily surpass me, but do you truly believe you can effortlessly take my life? Defeat and death are two entirely different concepts. Kuan-Ping embodies the pinnacle of speed in the primordial realm. Even if I wished to flee, how could Emperor Jun possibly keep me here? Chapter 46. Emperor Jun. To kill a man is to strike at his heart. So this is the feeling. Shall I give it a try? Observing Kuan-Ping's arrogant demeanor, Emperor Jun's expression remains unchanged. He merely glances at Kuan-Ping and speaks calmly. He is at peace. To Emperor Jun, this constantly clamoring Kuan-Ping appears merely as a foolish jester. As long as he desires, he can crush it at any moment. This certainly left Kuan-Ping with a sense of perplexity. After all, the shock that Jun had just imparted upon him was indeed quite substantial. Yet soon, Kuan-Ping steadied his mind, a glint of fierce determination flashing in his eyes, and he admonished in a low voice, "Do you truly believe that the golden crow's transformation into a rainbow can surpass me? Thus, you feel invincible. However, that golden crow transformation travels in a straight line, able to parallel me for a brief time and even slightly exceed. But in the long run, defeat is inevitable. Furthermore, the Kuan-Ping lineage soars to great heights of 90,000 miles. How high can your golden crow transformation fly? Are you not aware of this?" At this moment, Kuan-Ping articulated the shortcomings of the golden crow transformation and his own advantages. The great Pong spreads its wings, ascending to 90,000 miles. This is not a feat that ordinary soaring techniques can rival. Even if the golden crow's transformation is wondrous, it cannot contend with me in this regard. If you wish to flee, who can hinder me? I shall grant you one final opportunity. Take your own life and salvage the last shred of dignity. Otherwise, death. Upon hearing this, Jun shook his head, a glimmer of murderous intent appearing in his eyes as he spoke earnestly. This was his second chance for Kuan-Ping. In the balance of merit and demerit, Jun was well aware. If Kuan-Ping were to misinterpret his goodwill, then he would not be held accountable for disregarding their past sovereign-subject bond. Haha! You think to deceive me into self-termination with mere words? Jun, have you lost your senses? Upon hearing this, Kuan-Ping regarded Jun as merely posturing, letting out a hearty laugh as he unfurled his wings and soared into the sky. His speed was astonishing. Even the pinnacle of ordinary quasi-saints could not match it. Kuan-Ping was renowned for his swiftness. Back in the Zhixiao Palace, it was precisely due to his unparalleled speed that he snatched a mat, leaving Jun and Tai, who accompanied him, without a chance to sit. This illustrates the terrifying nature of Kuan-Ping's velocity. Alas! In the face of Kuan-Ping's rapid escape, Jun let out a soft sigh, then gently raised his hand. Whoosh! In an instant, boundless flames surged from all directions, enveloping the entire firmament in a heartbeat. Kuan-Ping's speed was remarkable, yet it could not compare to the swiftness of the flame's ignition. In the blink of an eye, a sea of fire surrounded Kuan-Ping. What manner of flames are these? Upon witnessing this inferno, a deep sense of trepidation arose in Kuan-Ping's eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, he shifted his direction. However, he soon discovered with astonishment that he was encircled on all sides by this terrifying fire, front, back, left, right, even above and below. Every place Kuan-Ping's gaze fell upon was shrouded in flames. He was utterly trapped within a fiery cage. Unable to break free, beyond this cage, Kuan-Ping beheld Jun standing in midair, his expression calm as he gazed at him, devoid of any visible emotion. When did this happen? Sensing the searing heat emanating from the flames that scorched the very soul, Kuanping's countenance darkened, and he instinctively inquired. Such an encompassing fire could not possibly be conjured in an instant. Long before, Emperor Jun must have been preparing. But when exactly? As I carefully recollect, from the moment I engaged in battle with this Emperor Jun to the recent attempt to escape, it seems he had no time to orchestrate all of this. Just as I was conversing with you, confronted with the Kuanping, already trapped in the cask, Emperor Jun remained unfazed, calmly stating, "At the very moment you attempted to flee, everything was just arranged." Emperor Jun understands the nature of Kuanping. If he perceives himself to be at a disadvantage, he will undoubtedly choose to flee. That is a certainty. Earlier, when Emperor Jun commanded Kuanping to take his own life, it was perceived by Kuanping as mere nonsense. Yet, in truth, his words were not without purpose. While Kuanping was preoccupied with their dialogue, he discreetly scattered seeds imbued with the true fire of the sun, fused with the essence of the great Tao, around him. Ultimately, this birthed a fiery prison, and this would become Kuanping's final resting place. Of course, should Kuanping choose to end his own life, Emperor Jun would indeed grant him a semblance of dignity. Emperor Jun, you. Upon hearing these words, Kuanping was momentarily taken aback, followed by a flicker of bewilderment in his eyes, instinctively wishing to retort. How infuriating to deliberately divert his attention and lay a trap. When did Emperor Jun become so insidious? Wasn't he once a proponent of overwhelming strength, eschewing deceit and subterfuge, preferring to smash through obstacles with a single punch? Why has he seemingly transformed into a different person? Yet, Kuanping found himself at a loss for words, for he realized, as time passed, the flames surrounding him steadily encroached. In a mere instant, his footing had diminished by more than half. Sensing the all-consuming essence of the flames, an expression of sheer terror dawned in Kuanping's eyes. He was utterly terrified. Perishing in these flames would be the most excruciating torment imaginable. Kuanping did not wish to die. "Your Majesty," Kuanping acknowledges his wrongs. "I beseech your Majesty for mercy." Without the slightest hesitation, Kuanping pleaded for his life. Yet upon witnessing Emperor Jun's unyielding demeanor, he gritted his teeth and spoke in a deep voice, Wait. Did you not say that as long as I take my own life, you would grant me a dignified end? I will end my life. I will. If you do not believe me, I can swear an oath to the heavenly Doi." In that moment, Kuanping cried out loudly, intent on taking his own life. For in Kuanping's perspective, as long as Emperor Jun withdrew the inferno, he would have the opportunity to escape. As for the heavenly Tao oath, setting aside whether the backlash of the heavenly Tao might claim his life, even if it did, it would be far preferable to dying on the spot. For him, every additional moment of life was a precious gift. Very well. Gazing at the frenziedly swearing Kuanping, Emperor Jun appeared somewhat moved, and in response to the latter's fervent gaze, he slowly uttered a single word. However, in an instant, Emperor Jun shifted his tone, continuing, "Nonetheless, I have already granted you an opportunity. Therefore, rest in peace." Crack, as the sound reverberated. Jun raised his hand and gently snapped his fingers. In an instant, flames erupted from every direction, roaring forth. Upon hearing Jun's acquiescence, Kuanping's face initially flickered with a hint of joy, contemplating a chance to escape amidst the momentary dissipating flames. Yet, in the next heartbeat, he realized the inferno had already enveloped him. Despair washed over Kuanping instantly, his countenance a mask of shock and disbelief. He had never anticipated that Jun would toy with him at the final moment. To kill, to strike at the heart? On the other side, gazing at the despondent Kuanping, Jun suddenly grasped the meaning of to kill and to strike at the heart. Was this the sensation it entailed? Chapter 47. Kuanping? I just secured a fine price. Countless flames streaked across the heavens. This was a funeral of fire. Immersed in the blaze, Kuanping had succumbed to despair. He felt resentment. He felt unwillingness. But it was all in vain. Before the flames that consumed all, Kuanping's every act of resistance seemed to transform into a mere jest. At that moment, Jun furrowed his brow, sensing his phone vibrating. Instinctively, he took it out and glanced at the screen. It was a message from Yuan. Seeing the notification on his device, Jun was somewhat taken aback. Although he had exchanged contact information with Yuan earlier, they had only just parted ways. What could possibly warrant further communication? Without hesitation, Jun opened his phone to read the message. Faced with this senior of the divine court, despite his not-so-high realm, Jun dared not treat him lightly. Setting aside the fact that Yuan had imparted much knowledge regarding the divine court to him, and was thus a benefactor, the faint aura of mystery emanating from him commanded Jun's utmost respect. especially since this individual had been mentioned by the Lord of the Divine Court, who had also suggested that he could consult Yuan in times of need. How could someone remembered by such a being be an ordinary creature? Lastly, the reason Dijun felt genuine apprehension towards Yuan was that, for reasons unknown, he sensed that Yuan was somewhat extraordinary, perhaps harboring certain secrets. Nevertheless, Dijun did not wish to delve deeper. In this primordial realm, everyone possessed their own mysteries. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, Dijun would never underestimate Yuan due to his cultivation level. Rather, he approached him with utmost seriousness. Confronted with the message received, he dared not let his guard down. Upon opening his phone and comprehending the content of the message, Dijun was once again taken aback. It was a simple phrase. If you defeat Guanyin, please leave the whole corpse. What could this mean? Gazing at Guanyin, who was burning amidst the great fire of the Tao and clearly on the verge of collapse, Dijun frowned. It was no surprise that Yuan was aware of his pursuit of Guanyin. Setting aside the residual waves of battle, which likely resonated throughout much of the primordial realm, making it impossible to conceal, he had previously hinted to Yuan about his intentions before departing. However, why the insistence on preserving the whole corpse? Contemplating this, Dijun decided to send a message for clarification. After all, that Guanyin would not be perishing anytime soon. This Guanyin's flesh is of the highest quality. Do you know, my friend, that there is an ancient saying? In the North Sea, there is a fish named Guanyin. The vastness of the Guanyin is such that it cannot be contained in a single pot. Transformed into a bird, it is named the Peng. The enormity of the Peng necessitates 2 barbecue grills. Even ancient beings yearn for the divine essence of the Guanyin, indicating that its delectable flavor is unparalleled by any existence. Of course, I shall not allow my fellow Taoists to suffer losses. I am willing to expend 200,000 points for a repurchase. Soon, a message from Yuan arrived, leaving Dijun in a state of bewilderment. What is this about the Guanyin being too large to stew in one pot? What nonsense is this? Indeed, some beings possess nourishing qualities, but at the level of the Luo Hou, they have become largely ineffective. This Yuan is still not at the Luo Hou level, so the flesh of the Guanyin would still hold certain benefits for him. Furthermore, 200,000 points. Gazing at Yuan's final statement, Dijun instinctively clenched his fist, his breath quickening. What is it that Dijun lacks the most at this moment? Points. With points, he could not only exchange for treasures that would enhance his strength, but most importantly, he could resurrect his brother Tai. However, accumulating these points is no easy feat. Just the other day, he had painstakingly gathered 1,000,000 points, only to deplete them all in a single moment for the exchange of the fire of the great Tao. At this rate, when would he be able to resurrect Tai? And now, Yuan has the audacity to claim he wishes to exchange the body of the Guanyin for 200,000 points, stirring excitement within Dijun. Although this sum is but a drop in the bucket towards the goal of resurrecting Donghuang Tai, every little bit counts. Dijun certainly would not allow this opportunity to slip away. With a deep breath, Dijun readily agreed, his gaze falling upon the Guanyin, carefully scrutinizing it. Noticing that its body bore no significant damage, his expression instantly relaxed. For Dijun, this Guanyin had transcended mere creature status. It had become a living embodiment of points. Not a single misstep could be tolerated. As this thought flickered through Dijun's mind, the flames surrounding the Guanyin noticeably began to dissipate. The Guanyin felt a surge of excitement. It believed that Dijun was simply reluctant to slay it, merely coercing it into submission. After all, this is no longer the era of the ancient demon court. Despite Dijun's formidable power, he is destined to be a solitary tree unable to bear the weight of the storm. He needs me, surely. In the next moment, Dijun will devise a way to persuade me to serve him. I could seize the opportunity to agree. And then, once he withdraws these flames, I shall escape, leaving Dijun in fruitless anticipation. A glimmer flashed in the Guanyin's eyes as an exhilarating thought crossed its mind. For it, as long as it survives, hope remains. At worst, it could seek out another place, thoroughly conceal its presence, and lay low for a time. Eventually, when Dijun falls for various reasons, it could emerge once more. Humph. Ultimately, this existence, destined to perish in ancient times, cannot possibly endure in this era. If all else fails, it shall ally with the heavenly court. There cannot be two suns in the sky. The heavenly court would undoubtedly not permit Dijun to exist. If one were to seek refuge in the past, it is certain that one would be valued highly. At that moment, would not this Dijun be at my mercy? Your Majesty, I am willing to submit, pleased. Dio extinguish this flame. With this thought, Guanyin hastily spoke, urgency evident in his voice. I swear, I shall never betray the demon court again. From now on, if your Majesty commands me to go east, I shall not venture west. I will be utterly devoted to your Majesty. Despite these words, he had already quietly unfurled his wings, preparing to flee. Oaths? When has Kuan-Ping ever kept an oath? Loyalty? That is unnecessary. Observing Kuan-Ping's demeanor, Dijuan merely smiled faintly, then gently raised his hand, a flicker of flame appearing at his fingertips, and continued, "If you are truly loyal, there is a task at hand that requires your attention. Only you can accomplish it." What task? Sensing something amiss in Dijuan's expression, Kuan-Ping instinctively felt a sense of unease, yet he steeled himself to inquire. Having reached this juncture, Kuan-Ping found himself devoid of options, relying solely on the hope that Dijuan would extinguish the flame. "I require your physical form." Upon seeing this, Dijuan chuckled lightly, then spoke with grave seriousness. "I have just secured a splendid deal." Eh? Chapter 48 Yuan. "You may profit immensely, but I shall never incur a loss." Kuan-Ping was somewhat bewildered. He barely comprehended Dijuan's meaning. What does it mean to secure a splendid deal? Who was it sold to? Furthermore, what existence could engage in such a transaction with Dijuan? Having once been a demon master in the demon court, Kuan-Ping possessed profound insight into Dijuan's character. He was immensely proud. In this primordial realm, aside from the Eastern Emperor Tai, few could meet his gaze, let alone engage in trade. Yet now, at some unknown point, it seemed Dijuan had struck a deal with a mysterious figure, and outsold his own body? Wait. Why the body? Boom. Just as Kuan-Ping was momentarily dazed, struggling to comprehend, Dijuan made his move. A wisp of flame, at an unfathomable speed, swept past Kuan-Ping's head. In the next moment, Kuan-Ping felt his soul tremble, his original spirit being drawn forth by the flame, devoid of any capacity to resist. He had completely detached from his physical form. Dijuan? In the face of Dijuan's formidable technique, Kuan-Ping was struck with an overwhelming sense of horror, instinctively wishing to escape with his original spirit. He could scarcely attend to his own corporeal form. But how could Dijuan allow such an escape? With merely a wave of his hand, flames surged forth, enveloping Kuan-Ping's original spirit. Subsequently, the flames began to contract, along with Kuan-Ping's original spirit within, shrinking. Ultimately, the flames ceased to burn, transforming instead into a solid entity. It was a crimson orb. Within that orb, Kuan-Ping's original spirit thrashed about in vain, for even with all his might, he could not escape the confines of the orb. Meanwhile, Dijuan's gaze fell upon Kuan-Ping's physical form, his brows knitting together once more. He then raised his hand, retrieving an object to secure Kuan-Ping's body. The flames that once blazed atop the northern sea, nearly obliterating all in their path, dissipated completely with a mere gesture from Emperor Jun. A profound silence enveloped the entirety of the northern sea. The magnificent Kuan-Ping was vanquished, its soul and corporeal form severed. A flicker of terror emerged upon the faces of many beings. This Emperor Jun was truly formidable. Initially, the onlookers presumed that Emperor Jun had merely ensnared the Kuan-Ping within a fiery abyss, intending to incinerate it alive. Though such an act was undeniably cruel, it did not inspire sheer dread. Moreover, upon death, the Kuan-Ping might have had a chance to descend into the cycle of reincarnation, seeking a final sliver of existence. Yet now, Emperor Jun had left not even that last glimmer of hope, directly seizing the Kuan-Ping's primordial spirit, along with its physical form. It was rumored that just moments ago, Emperor Jun had muttered something about not being able to stew it all in one pot, leading some to ponder whether he believed that simply killing the Kuan-Ping would not suffice for his vengeance, and that he intended to stew and consume it. Hiss! At this thought, many beings inhaled sharply, deeply realizing the sheer terror embodied by the ancient demon emperor. Truly, they could not afford to provoke such a being. In that instant, those who had harbored curiosity about the ancient demon emperor and wished to forge a connection promptly extinguished that notion. Such a ruthless entity was far beyond their reach. For the sake of their own lives, it was best to maintain a safe distance. Of course, Emperor Jun paid no heed to the sentiments of the myriad beings of the primordial world. His sole concern was to ensure that those 200,000 points were firmly in his grasp. Just as this thought flickered through his mind, Emperor Jun suddenly felt his phone vibrate. Furrowing his brows as he instinctively retrieved it, stunned, he beheld the notification. 2 million points? Gazing at the message that flashed across his screen, Emperor Jun was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. What was happening? Although Yi Yun had previously mentioned that, aside from the tasks assigned by the Divine Court, engaging in other endeavors could also yield points, the sheer magnitude of 2 million had caught Emperor Jun completely off guard. Was it not said that such exploration tasks granted significantly fewer points than the usual assigned tasks? After a moment of silence, Emperor Jun resolved to seek clarification. Naturally, the only individual he thought to consult was Yi Yun. As Emperor Jun inquired, Yi Yun's response swiftly arrived. This revelation eased the tension etched upon Emperor Jun's brow. He learned some fundamental details that in truth, within the primordial realm, there existed hidden tasks that were not displayed in the forum's task list. Completing these could similarly yield substantial rewards. However, the specifics of how to accomplish these hidden tasks remained unclear even to Yi Yun, who could only suggest that it all depended on fate. Sometimes, a seemingly trivial action could yield a considerable bounty of points. Yet, at other times, even the most tumultuous endeavors could result in naught. Nonetheless, in the final moments, Yi Yun divulged a bit more. Generally, the greater the commotion, the higher the likelihood of uncovering a hidden task. Initially, Emperor Jun had thought that he would not be fortunate enough to directly receive such a hidden task. Moreover, Yi Yun candidly expressed that the method he previously mentioned regarding gaining points beyond tasks was indeed the catalyst for triggering hidden missions. However, the conditions for activating these hidden missions are exceedingly arduous. At that time, he had not delved into the matter in detail. He had never anticipated that Di Jun would be the one to initiate action for the first time and, astonishingly, trigger this hidden mission. His words carried a hint of envy. "Thank you, fellow Taoist." After expressing his sincere gratitude, Di Jun's gaze inevitably fell upon the description of how to obtain points. This particular hidden mission was quite straightforward. It entailed defeating Guanyin Peng. Perhaps, vanquishing some renowned entities of the primordial era was the key to activating this hidden mission. This thought flashed through Di Jun's mind. He speculated that Yi Yun had yet to trigger the hidden mission, possibly due to his own realm limitations, rendering him incapable of inflicting harm upon some long-established figures of the primordial era. Yet he, on the other hand, was different. He was at the pinnacle of quasi-saint. In this primordial realm, no being, aside from the saints, could stand as his opponent. Indeed, it must be so. Consequently, wouldn't his efficiency in acquiring points be significantly enhanced? Amassing sufficient points would no longer pose a challenge. With this realization, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Di Jun's eyes, as he felt he had uncovered the truth of the divine court. Without hesitation, Di Jun promptly conveyed this information to Yi Yun. After all, having received so much grace from Yi Yun, it was only natural to share intelligence. Yi Yun, taken aback by Di Jun's thoughts, further solidified Di Jun's conviction. He believed that he might soon gather enough points to resurrect Tai De Tang. After putting down the phone link to Di Jun, Yi Yun's gaze inevitably turned to the summit of the Northern Sea. The notion of a hidden mission was, of course, a whimsical fabrication by Yi Yun. The commotion caused by Di Jun this time was so significant that it would not be long before it attracted the attention of the saints. Even if the saints were not drawn in, the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect would pose considerable challenges. The immediate priority was to elevate Di Jun's strength. The purpose of granting him these points was precisely for that reason. As for whether Di Jun would hoard points, perhaps he might have considered it before, but after undergoing the baptism of the great Tao's fire, he would likely relinquish that notion. Of course, Yi Yun would not suffer losses either. This time, through the clash between Di Jun and Guanyin Peng, the shock points Yi Yun garnered exceeded his expectations. Truly, he was deserving of the title innate shocking saint body. Chapter 49. The Fire of All Things. Di Jun's strength enhancement, Guanyin Peng's jealousy. The urgent task at hand was to accumulate more shock points to resurrect another attention-grabbing figure. Glancing at the shock points he had gathered over the past few days, Yi Yun furrowed his brow slightly and murmured softly, "Just a bit longer, it should soon be sufficient." Even with over 1 billion shock points, it would not be an easy feat for Yi Yun to amass them in a short time. Even with his fervent exploitation, however, with Di Jun, a veritable model worker of the innate shocking saint body, the task became considerably more manageable. Furthermore, Yi Yun did not believe that the heavenly court would allow Di Jun's existence to go unchecked. It would likely not be long before new shock points came rolling in. Certainly, to accomplish all of this, time is of the essence. At this moment, Yi Yun is in urgent need of time. One can only hope that the sage will refrain from taking any action in this matter. Although the likelihood of the sage intervening is slim, one can never be too cautious. Just as Yi Yun fretted over this shocking predicament, meanwhile, across the expanse of the North Sea, Di Jun's eyes sparkled with brilliance, as he felt he had grasped the patterns of the divine court. With this insight, the resurrection of Tai no longer seemed an unattainable dream. However, the paramount concern now is to enhance his own strength. With a slight gesture, Di Jun retrieved the orb that contained Guanyin Peng and gently pointed it forward. With a ripple, a faint wave stirred in the void. Subsequently, a spark of spiritual light surged forth from Guanyin Peng's primordial spirit, piercing through the orb and materializing before Di Jun. The moment it escaped the orb, the light expanded dramatically, revealing a tome embellished with numerous mysterious symbols. Upon closer inspection, one could perceive boundless profundities within. It was none other than Di Jun's companion treasure, the He Tu and Luo Hou. At this moment, As if sensing Di Jun's presence, the He Tu and Luo Hou shimmered with vibrant light, pulsating with excitement. It seemed to exude a sense of impatience. Ultimately, it made a leap, retracting its surrounding radiance, and quietly nestled in the palm of Di Jun's hand. It appeared as though a wayward child, long separated from home, had returned to a mother's embrace, serene, tranquil, with a hint of gentle nostalgia. Not far away, the Guanyin trapped within the orb felt a sudden chill wash over him upon witnessing this scene. His expression darkened, eyes reflecting a flicker of resentment and malice. Over the years, Guanyin had absorbed this tome into his consciousness, relentlessly attempting to claim the He Tu and Luo Hou for himself. Yet, no matter the methods employed, be it coercion or inducement, the tome remained utterly unmoved. He could only passively comprehend the aura it exuded, utterly incapable of mastering it. As for using it to counter foes, that was out of the question. Complete control was beyond his reach. Previously, during his most trying times, Guanyin had never considered using the He Tu and Luo Hou against Di Jun. Precisely for this reason, he feared that should he truly invoke the tome, it would betray him before he could even launch an attack on Di Jun. However, upon witnessing the current spectacle, a torrent of resentment surged within Guanyin. Reflecting on it, Guanyin realized he had been most diligent over the years. Regardless of what the He Tu and Luo Hou required, even if it were the rarest of celestial treasures, he would spare no effort in acquiring them, hoping to facilitate the tome's absorption. Yet, the He Tu and Luo Hou continued to disregard him. Guanyin felt aggrieved, but resigned himself to the notion that such a treasure possessed its own spirit. Perhaps exhibiting an aloofness befitting its status, it was to be expected that a treasure of the He Tu and Luo Hou's caliber would have its whims. But now, what had he witnessed? This He Tu and Luo Hou, in a manner surpassing his initial fervor towards it, was now eagerly accommodating Di Jun. This stirred a pang of bitterness within Guanyin's heart. DJU and it is all Di Jun's doing. Had he not already perished? How could he possibly return to life? Resurrection may have been one matter, but to seize his He Tu and Luo Hou, and to contemplate self-destruction. At this moment, the resentment that Guanyin harbored towards the Emperor Jun reached an unprecedented zenith. Of course, the Emperor Jun remained indifferent to Guanyin's sentiments. After securing the He Tu and Luo Hou, his gaze inevitably wandered to the mobile marketplace. With 2 million points at his disposal, this sum could hardly be considered trifling for the current Emperor Jun. Although he yearned to accumulate these points to eventually resurrect his brother Tai, reason admonished him that such a course was untenable. The primordial world was fraught with peril. Emperor Jun had to enhance his strength as much as possible. Tai, wait for me a little longer, until I have gathered sufficient points. Taking a deep breath, Emperor Jun's fingers glided through the foreign marketplace, and soon several items materialized before his eyes. They were all flames. Their levels were akin to the previous Great Dao Fire, all priced at 1,000,000 points. Yet, there were subtle differences, some greater, some lesser. Ultimately, after a meticulous selection process, Emperor Jun chose a particular flame, the Fire of All Things. Its required points even surpassed that of the Great Dao Fire, amounting to a staggering 130,000 points. However, its effects appeared to be slightly inferior to that of the Great Dao Fire, at least according to its description. The flame that revives all things. When compared to the incineration of the Great Dao, it indeed fell short. Yet, this very description caused a faint stir in Emperor Jun's heart. The simplest of things can often be the most complex. Moreover, with a cost of 130,000 points, a notion of gambling began to stir within him. And as fate would have it, Emperor Jun's gamble proved fortuitous. When a small wisp of green flame materialized before Emperor Jun, he perceived that the entirety of the northern sea seemed to invigorate within this tiny flicker of fire. His previous battle with Guanyin, although aimed at the beings of the northern sea, had nonetheless inflicted considerable damage. The adage when deities clash, mortals suffer rings true. However, within this small wisp of green flame, every creature still possessing a trace of vitality was restored, becoming lively once again. And this was merely a fraction of the power inadvertently emanating from this minuscule flame. Exhaling, taking a deep breath, Emperor Jun hesitated not for a moment and directly absorbed this fire of all things into his being. Instantly, alongside the Great Dao Fire within his dantian, a small wisp of green flame emerged. As if sensing the formidable nature of the fire of all things, the previously domineering Great Dao Fire, which had expelled the sun's true fire, exhibited no significant reaction, allowing the coexistence of the fire of all things. Indeed, this flame was extraordinary. At this moment, Emperor Jun also sensed the terrifying vitality surging within his body. He could affirm that with this flame, as long as he drew breath, he could instantly return to his pinnacle. This power lay not in offense, but in restoration. Beneath the flames, all things flourish. Is this the essence of it? Fellow Taoist, having observed for so long, might it be time for you to reveal yourself? After sensing a modicum of the fire of all things power, Emperor Jun chose not to refine it, but rather slowly opened his eyes and gazed upward, speaking with a hint of nonchalance, or shall I compel you to emerge? Chapter 50. Zenyuzi, how absurd. I am exceedingly cautious, you know. Di Jun's voice echoed across the northern sea, imbued with a hint of indifference and an air of authority that brooked no dissent. As his words fell, the He-Tu and Luo Hou soared forth, creating ripples that spread outwards. The cosmos seemed to fall into a deeper silence. During his confrontation with Guan Feng, Di Jun had sensed the presence of a quasi-saint-level aura approaching the northern sea, only for it to vanish almost immediately. At that moment, engaged in battle with Guan Feng, he had no desire to provoke further complications. Though he remained vigilant, he chose not to expose this presence. Moreover, Di Jun was confident in his ability to contend with two adversaries simultaneously. However, that individual did not make a move, remaining hidden until the conclusion of the fierce battle. Di Jun pondered whether this quasi-saint might strike unexpectedly once his duel with Guan Feng reached its end. To this end, he deliberately relaxed, not only retrieving the He-Tu and Luo Hou but also exchanging for an entirely new flame, intending to create an opportunity for that unseen entity. If one were inclined to launch a surprise attack, this would undoubtedly be the most opportune moment. Yet, for reasons unknown, throughout the entire ordeal, that being remained elusive, as if merely a passerby who, upon arriving at the northern sea, chose to remain utterly inactive. Had it not been for his acquisition of the fire of all things, Di Jun's perception of his surroundings would not have heightened significantly, allowing him to discern the approximate location of this being. He even began to suspect that perhaps he had been ensnared by an illusion. Could it be that this person was simply a spectator? Ultimately, as he prepared to depart, and still the being did not reveal itself, Di Jun resolved to cease waiting and spoke out with authority. Silence, with his command, an all-encompassing stillness enveloped the northern sea. Not a single ripple disturbed the surface. In the distance, tumultuous waves churned, creating myriad undulations. Yet, as those waves surged skyward, they splashed droplets into the air. Above, a series of unique ripples began to materialize, intertwining with the water droplets, seemingly possessing the power to obscure celestial secrets. In an instant, this phenomenon enveloped the entire void. Heavenly Court, Buddhist sect. Even the myriad beings of the primordial wilderness who cast their gaze upon the northern sea were astounded to discover that it appeared shrouded beneath an invisible barrier, rendering any further scrutiny impossible. Lingshao Treasure Hall, Humph. Glancing at the indistinct expanse of the Haotian mirror, the Jade Emperor snorted coldly, a glint of frost emerging in his eyes. The celestial secrets had been obscured. Although the Haotian mirror possessed the ability to oversee the three realms, for those truly powerful beings, evading its gaze was an exceedingly simple task. Your Majesty, who could that being mentioned by Di Jun possibly be? Tai Bai Jingxing, having noticed the rendered ineffective Haotian mirror, could not help but furrow his brow and softly inquire of Haotian. Could it be that remnants of the demon race still exist within the primordial wilderness? After the ancient demon court's destruction, the Heavenly Court had conducted numerous purges against the surviving demon remnants. Even if some formidable demons managed to survive that catastrophe, they had long since perished beneath the Heavenly Court's might. Now, who would dare to appear before this ancient demon emperor? Ultimately, only a select few could obscure the Haotian mirror. Upon hearing this, Haotian's eyes glimmered with a cold light as he softly murmured, "Conspiring behind my back with Di Jun, Mingi, Zenyuanzi, or perhaps the Queen Mother of the West." A few figures emerged in his mind, all renowned entities within the primordial realm. Only beings of such caliber could possess the ability to obscure the heavenly secrets. Nevertheless, certainty eludes him. It is entirely possible that it could be some great demon from the demon clan. For instance, that Luya. Once a prince of the demon court, he had the fortune of surviving under the protection of the Saint Yuwa. Aware of Di Jun's existence, he would undoubtedly seek every means to meet him. Di Jun, after all, remains a considerable threat. Contemplating this, Haotian let out a gentle sigh, and a hint of murderous intent flickered once more in his eyes. Initially, had Di Jun abandoned his plans to reconstruct the demon court, Haotian would not have pursued a complete extermination. After all, Di Jun's strength is evident to all. Yet now, as long as Di Jun lives, his heart will find no peace. He must devise a means to resolve this. Sensing the murderous aura emanating from Haotian, Tai Bai Jingxing's heart sank with trepidation, and he quietly stepped aside, choosing to remain silent. He understood that His Majesty was currently embroiled in a dilemma. Di Jun is not one to be trifled with. Even with the backing of the heavenly Tao's fortune, the outcome remains uncertain, and of course, such thoughts would never escape Tai Bai Jingxing's lips, For him, it sufficed to strictly execute His Majesty's commands. As for the rest, let His Majesty ponder it himself. Just as the heavenly court was once more enveloped in an atmosphere of impending doom, on the other side, in the North Sea, as layers of ripples surged, the heavenly secrets were entirely obscured. However, it appeared that the newcomer was exceedingly cautious, having laid down several formations that almost entirely covered the front, back, left, and right. Even Yuan furrowed his brow. This individual seems excessively prudent. In truth, Yuan could discern that even the recent layers of ripples were sufficient to sever the gaze of any being aside from the saints. As for the saints, no matter how many layers of restrictions or formations are established, should they wish to observe, they would see through it without fail. Such an abundance of formations and restrictions seems rather superfluous. Nevertheless, after the countless formations and restrictions were set, an elderly figure adorned with a purple gold crown, draped in a crane feather robe, and sporting a long beard, materialized before Yuan. Upon seeing Yuan, the elder appeared somewhat awkward. Clearing his throat and slightly cupping his hands, he spoke in a deep voice, "Ahem, fellow Taoist. It has been a long time." This individual, of course, was Yuanzi, who had arrived from Wuzhuang Temple. Initially, Yuanzi had resolved to risk his life to avenge Hongyun, boldly stepping out of Wuzhuang Temple. Yet upon arriving at the North Sea, he discovered that it seemed the battle had already concluded. The Guanyin was trapped in a sea of fire, utterly devoid of the capacity to resist. Had it been defeated? How swift was that? For a moment, Yuanzi was left in a daze. Especially upon encountering the formidable Yuan, he felt a tinge of cowardice. If he were to charge out, what if Yuan mistook him for an enemy and decided to strike him down? How unjust would that be? Thus, in a state of apprehension over potential misunderstandings, Yuanzi was compelled to conceal his presence, intending to return stealthily to Wuzhuangwen after the departure of this ancient demon emperor. However, despite his utmost caution, he was unexpectedly discovered. Reluctantly, Yuanzi had no choice but to emerge. Naturally, for the sake of safety, he made some arrangements and set up a few formations, for the causal entanglements surrounding Emperor Jun were exceedingly profound. Yuanzi was truly unwilling to become embroiled in them. Shielding the heavenly secrets was also a means of self-preservation. Chapter 51. Emperor Jun's provocation. Yuanzi travels to the Tang dynasty. Yuanzi. Upon seeing the visitor, Emperor Jun was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow and spoke softly, "Indeed, it has been quite some time. Pray tell, what brings you to the North Sea? And why do you hide in the shadows?" He was not well acquainted with Yuanzi, having merely crossed paths once in Zishao Palace during a discourse on Tao. Nonetheless, as a fellow from the past, Emperor Jun refrained from displaying overt hostility, gently extending his hand to retract the somewhat agitated Luo Hou, which seemed to have been pent up with aggression and was eager to engage in conflict. Had he not intervened earlier, Luo Hou would have charged forth in a frenzy. However, suppressing hostility did not signify that Emperor Jun intended to gloss over the matter. After all, Yuanzi's furtive demeanor was rather perplexing. "Ahem. The elder Taoist has come to avenge his old friend Hongyun." Yuanzi began. "Little did I expect, esteemed friend, your prowess to be so formidable, dispatching Guanyin with such ease. I had indeed overestimated my own capabilities." In response to Emperor Jun's inquiry, Yuanzi did not hesitate in the slightest, articulating the series of events that led to his arrival in the North Sea. He particularly emphasized that his decision to remain hidden was to avoid misunderstandings. Yet, it seemed that misunderstandings had only multiplied. "Ah, so it is." Upon hearing Yuanzi's explanation, Emperor Jun's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, and he shook his head with a serious expression, stating, "You are indeed considerate. Regarding the rift between Guanyin and Hongyun, upon witnessing that illusory primordial purple qi, I had surmised as much. However, I did not anticipate that Yuanzi would venture to the North Sea to confront Guanyin over a being long departed. From your earlier fervent arrangement of formations, it is evident that you wish to avoid entanglements of causality. To act for the sake of an old friend, you must have prepared yourself mentally. By the way, I have a matter that requires your assistance." After glancing at Yuanzi, Emperor Jun turned his gaze skyward, pausing in silence for a moment before speaking. During his confrontation with Guanyin, in addition to sensing Yuanzi's presence, Emperor Jun had also perceived several other prying gazes, some familiar, some unfamiliar, and others emanating from the heavens, from the 33 heavens. If all went as expected, it should be the current heavenly emperor. Emperor Jun was not surprised by this. Should the current heavenly emperor still remain oblivious to his presence, lost in revelry and merriment, it would be rather unbecoming for a ruler of heaven. In truth, no matter how well he performs, Yuan would never deem himself adequate. For in this world, there exists but one celestial emperor, and that is none other than himself. The rest are mere pretenders. What is it? Upon hearing Dijuan's voice, Zhen Yuanzi was momentarily taken aback, a hint of confusion flickering across his face as he instinctively inquired. From the recent confrontation between Dijuan and Kuanpeng, Zhen Yuanzi was acutely aware that Dijuan's strength had reached an extraordinarily terrifying pinnacle, the peak of quasi-saint. It is likely that even an ordinary peak quasi-saint would find it impossible to defeat Kuanpeng with such ease. Under such circumstances, what could Dijuan possibly require of him? Zhen Yuanzi found himself utterly perplexed. I must trouble you, my friend, to journey to the Tang dynasty and deliver Kuanpeng's corporeal form to the national master Yi Yun. This is a promise. I fear I shall not have the time to return any time soon. Casting another glance at the heavens above, it seemed as if Dijuan had made a decision, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes as he spoke softly. I can only beseech your assistance. As a token of gratitude, allow me to bestow this upon you. As his words fell, Dijuan raised his hand and cast forth two streams of light. One was a wooden box, the other a pearl. Within the wooden box lay a space, wherein Kuanpeng's body was contained. As for the pearl, it held the essence of Kuanpeng's soul. Observing the two items thrown by Dijuan, Zhen Yuanzi's face betrayed a hint of helplessness. It appeared that this demon emperor, while ostensibly negotiating with him, had fundamentally left him with no choice but to comply. It seemed he must assist in this matter. The national master of the Tang dynasty? Reflecting on Dijuan's earlier words, Zhen Yuanzi felt somewhat taken aback. He was aware that the Tang dynasty served as the starting point of the westward journey. However, was not the Tang dynasty a realm of mortals? Surely the national master of the Tang was merely a mortal. How could this demon emperor remember him, and why would he wish to entrust Kuanpeng's corporeal form to him? What is this? Just as he pondered in confusion, Zhen Yuanzi instinctively lowered his gaze and caught sight of the blood-red pearl, particularly feeling the faint essence of the soul emanating from within, rendering him utterly speechless. It seemed to contain Kuanpeng's essence. My friend, this is for me? Reflecting on Dijuan's earlier words, Zhen Yuanzi was genuinely astonished. As an ancient demon master, Kuanpeng's essence undoubtedly harbored numerous secrets. Yet now, the demon emperor Dijuan was directly gifting this essence to him as a token of thanks. This was rather absurd. Did he not fear exposing the secrets of the demon court? The secrets within Kuanpeng's mind have long since become obsolete. As if perceiving Zhen Yuanzi's thoughts, Dijuan shook his head gently and spoke. This essence is of no use to me. It may hold more significance in your possession than it would in mine. For Dijuan, the greatest utility of Kuanpeng lay in safeguarding the He-Tu and Luo Hou. As for Kuanpeng himself, Dijuan had never cared. Indeed, had it not been for Yi Yun's specific reminder to preserve Kuanpeng's corporeal form, Dijuan would have long since reduced both body and essence to ashes in a conflagration. In this present moment, Zhen Yuanzi has arrived, intent on avenging Heng Yun. Emperor Jun is not averse to forging a benevolent connection, extending a favor with ease. Thank you, my esteemed friend. Upon hearing Emperor Jun's words, Zhen Yuanzi inhaled deeply, respectfully cupping his hands toward Emperor Jun and solemnly declaring, regardless of the circumstances, I shall ensure this item is delivered. Farewell? Zhen Yuanzi was acutely aware of Emperor Jun's intentions, and his heart was inevitably stirred. The opportunity to personally avenge an old friend filled Zhen Yuanzi with exhilaration. At long last, the day has come. After leaving this statement, he hesitated not for a moment, transforming into a streak of light as he sped toward the Tang dynasty. Soon, he vanished amidst the vast expanse of the northern sea. With the loss of support, the formation Zhen Yuanzi had previously established gradually dissipated. The previously concealed heavenly secrets resurfaced once more, in the primordial chaos. Countless beings turned their gazes back to the northern sea, where only the solitary figure of Emperor Jun stood tall upon the summit of the northern sea. In the next instant, as if sensing the attention of the multitude, he slightly raised his gaze toward the boundless heavens above, and then raised his middle finger. Chapter 52. The Clash of Emperors, the Murderous Intent of Haotian. Emperor Jun looked up at the sky, gently raising a middle finger. Silence. As they beheld this scene, the entire primordial chaos fell into a hush. Countless beings were momentarily taken aback. What did they just witness? This ancient demon emperor was raising his middle finger to the heavens. This? For a moment, their minds were clouded, grappling with disbelief. How could it be that a demon emperor of such stature would resort to such pedestrian actions? After all, the gesture of raising a middle finger is somewhat well known among the beings of the primordial chaos, signifying disdain and contempt. Typically, it is employed by lesser beings. Those of higher standing generally cherish their reputation and would not behave so disrespectfully. Yet, here was Emperor Jun, an ancient demon emperor, exhibiting such conduct, truly astonishing and hard to fathom. Of course, there were also some beings whose expressions darkened. They could genuinely perceive the provocation inherent in Emperor Jun's action. As for the target of this provocation, it was none other than the Heavenly Court. As the inheritor of the ancient demon court, the Heavenly Court holds an esteemed position within the primordial chaos, nearly unifying the three realms. The four seas bow in submission. The underworld yields. The mortal realm has also become a domain for the Heavenly Court to harvest fortune and faith. The desires of mortals for favorable weather and abundant provisions are bestowed by the deities. A slight misstep, angering the Heavenly Court, could bring unimaginable calamities upon oneself or even the citizens of an entire city or nation. Furthermore, these mortals must revere and worship the gods. They build ancestral halls and establish temples, devoting their fleeting lives to the veneration and offerings to a deity. Naturally, there are those who have contemplated rebellion against such a heavenly court. Yet, these individuals have faded into obscurity over the ages, turning to dust. For countless years, the beings of the primordial chaos have grown accustomed to the existence of the heavenly court, and no one, not even the most heinous of demons and evildoers, dares to exist beyond the confines set by the heavenly court. No one would dare defy the heavenly court. Even if someone were bold enough to resist, it would be within the parameters of the heavenly court's design. The heavenly court allows you to rebel. You are indeed mistaken. Do not deny it. You have long since met your demise in some desolate wilderness. Yet now, that ancient demon emperor has manifested. Within this primordial chaos, it seems there exists a being truly audacious enough to defy the heavens. In an instant, the myriad beings of the primordial realm are engulfed in a haze of disbelief. Moreover, a lingering doubt festers within their hearts. In the face of this provocation from Dijuan, can the heavenly court still maintain its composure? The heavenly court, the Lingxiao Palace. As the scene materializes upon the Haotian mirror, Haotian abruptly rises, a chilling murderous intent flashing in his eyes. A provocation. This is a brazen affront. Initially, Haotian harbored a flicker of hope that upon learning of the complete annihilation of the ancient demon court, Dijuan would refrain from contending for the position of the heavenly emperor. However, with Dijuan's audacious act, all such thoughts have dissipated into thin air. Dijuan, after all, is Dijuan. Is he truly daring to challenge me? Your Majesty, this Dijuan shows utter disregard for the heavenly court and must be eliminated. Sensing the chilling aura of death emanating from Haotian's form, the king of the heavenly kings, Li Jing, promptly steps forward, bows respectfully to Haotian, and speaks in a solemn tone. I beseech your Majesty, grant me permission to immediately slay Dijuan. As a Tai golden immortal, Li Jing is well aware that he cannot possibly contend with the peak quasi-saint level of Dijuan. Yet, as the commander of the heavenly court, overseeing 100,000 celestial soldiers, Li Jing must express his stance. He is compelled to do so. For Dijuan's provocation against the heavenly court has exceeded the limits of tolerance for the entire court. And as Li Jing speaks, those who previously opposed a conflict with Dijuan, such as the 9 Yao Star Lords, fall into a profound silence. They understand that at this moment, the clash between the ancient demon court and the heavenly court has become unavoidable. No one can prevent it. In truth, they also realize that even without Dijuan's provocative actions, this battle would have erupted sooner or later. Your Majesty, Dijuan must not be allowed to survive in this world. The threat he poses is far too great. Under such circumstances, they naturally refrain from voicing any further opposition. Your Majesty, at this time, the barefoot immortal's gaze flickers slightly, and he too steps forward, suddenly bowing to Haotian and solemnly declaring, Dijuan's actions are utterly rebellious. I, an old minister, also request the execution of Dijuan. I second this. I second this. With Li Jing and the barefoot immortal both voicing their support, the assembled celestial beings harbor no other thoughts and immediately echo their agreement. Only Haotian remains, his expression grim, standing silently within the grand hall. Agreed. After a lengthy pause, Haotian softly utters a single word. The next moment, he raises his head to gaze at Dijuan within the Haotian mirror. A piercing murderous intent surfacing in his eyes. In the Haotian mirror, Dijuan seems to sense Haotian's gaze, lifting his head gently to meet it. The two heavenly emperors, at this moment, engage in a silent confrontation across the void. This contest of emperor versus emperor has reached an inescapable juncture, situated several thousand miles from Beihai. Zhen Yuanzi seemed to sense the terrifying atmosphere of the clash between emperors, instinctively glancing back, his mind recalling Dijuan's words about having no time, suggesting he had matters to attend to. Vaguely, Zhen Yuanzi became aware of certain implications. Suddenly, he clenched his fists, his expression grave. This battle, regardless of the circumstances, would undoubtedly be extraordinary. The heavenly court, after accumulating fortune for countless years, had evolved into a true behemoth. It was far beyond the capabilities of mere Kuanpeng. Could Dijuan, despite his strength, emerge victorious? First, I must head to the Tang dynasty and entrust this to the national master there. After a moment of silence, Zhen Yuanzi relinquished the idea of observing this battle, his mind occupied with Dijuan's instructions, swiftly darting toward the direction of the Tang dynasty. As a being of quasi-saint level, his full-speed advance was certainly extraordinary. It could be likened to racing against the stars and the moon. In merely the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, he traversed vast distances, arriving at the realm of the Tang dynasty. The national master should be in the imperial palace. After slightly confirming his direction, Zhen Yuanzi pressed on without pause, heading straight for the palace. At this moment, within the palace, Li Shimin was still reviewing memorials. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, sensing an extremely terrifying aura rapidly approaching him. This was far beyond the capabilities of the earlier ruffian who randomly set fire to chairs. No matter. Just as Li Shimin was quietly preparing his club for a surprise attack on the Grand Hall, he suddenly heard a familiar voice from outside, and his expression relaxed immediately. The national master? In the next moment, a hint of joy appeared on Li Shimin's face as he looked towards the figure outside the door. It was none other than Yi Yun, and not far behind Yi Yun, Zhen Yuanzi followed closely. At first glance, he noticed Li Shimin, draped in a yellow robe, as well as the composed Yi Yun. So this is the national master of the Tang dynasty? Gazing at Yi Yun, Zhen Yuanzi inexplicably felt a pang in his heart. It seemed to him that this was not a mere mortal. Chapter 53 Zhen Yuanzi. Fellow Taoist, your presence frightens me. National master, who is this person? After a moment of silence, Li Shimin slightly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over Zhen Yuanzi, unable to restrain himself from softly inquiring. Since mastering the intricacies of fortune, Li Shimin had become entirely different from before. Though still possessing a mortal form, under the protection of fortune, he feared even the great Luo Jingxian not in the slightest. He could even challenge beings far stronger, such as the power of fortune. However, regarding this venerable elder who had just arrived, Li Shimin felt somewhat uncertain. He had an instinctive sense that should he take action against him, the outcome would likely be disastrous. Even a surprise attack would yield the same result. This was not a confrontation of equal levels. Nevertheless, since this elder had come alongside Yi Yun, Li Shimin assumed he was a being summoned by the national master. He wished to inquire about this individual's identity. Yet, upon seeing Yi Yun remain silent, his gaze fixated on the heavens above, the atmosphere grew slightly tense. Li Shimin realized that this might not be an ally accompanying the national master. Could he be an enemy? Upon reaching this thought, a glint of brilliance flickered in Li Shimin's eyes, and behind him, a faint golden light materialized, swirling in midair before ultimately transforming into the ethereal silhouette of a five-clawed golden dragon. The gaze within its eyes, flickering open and closed, bore a hint of coldness as it faced Zhen Yuanzi directly. The fortune manifesting as a dragon? Meanwhile, Zhen Yuanzi observed the golden figure that vaguely emerged behind Li Shimin, his brow arching in surprise, a trace of astonishment crossing his countenance as he murmured softly, "In the realm of mortals, emperors are forbidden from cultivating. Even as the son of heaven, one cannot break such constraints." Yet, who would have imagined that one could harness fortune for personal gain, achieving a power rivaling that of any de Luo Jingxian? In that fleeting moment, the strength Li Shimin unleashed was unmistakably clear to him. This was no ordinary emperor of the mortal realm. As for the figure beside him, the Grand Master of the Tang dynasty? Zhen Yuanzi had certainly heard Li Shimin's inquiry, but upon gazing at Yi Yun, an inexplicable feeling lingered within him. He felt as though he had been completely seen through. It seemed that the Tang dynasty harbored profound secrets. Unbidden, Zhen Yuanzi recalled the earlier admonitions of Emperor Jun. Previously, he had hesitated, uncertain of the significance of seeking a mortal. Now, however, he began to suspect something. Perhaps there existed a connection between Emperor Jun and the Tang dynasty. No wonder this demon emperor's first appearance was within the Tang. It was likely that neither the heavenly court nor the Buddhist sects were aware of this. No, wait, that I am but a humble Taoist delivering an item. Why should I concern myself with such matters? At this moment, a multitude of thoughts flashed through Zhen Yuanzi's mind, but he quickly shook his head, casting aside all that should not be contemplated. One must not dwell. One must not delve deeper. One must not entangle oneself in karma. It was evident that the ancient demon emperor, Emperor Jun, must have reached some accord with the Tang, the intricacies of which ran too deep. Zhen Yuanzi had no desire to become embroiled in such karma. A single misstep could lead to his demise. He was merely entrusted to deliver an item. Esteemed gentlemen, I harbor no ill will. Contemplating this, Zhen Yuanzi dared not delay. promptly speaking up while retrieving the small box bestowed upon him by Emperor Jun. He spoke earnestly. I am known as Yuan Zhenzi, and while traversing the Northern Sea, I encountered a being that entrusted me with this item to present to the Grand Master of the Tang Dynasty. This is a token of a promise. That is why I hastily made my way here. Now that it has been entrusted to your hands, I shall take my leave. Having spoken, Zhen Yuanzi tossed the small box towards Yi Yun and transformed into a streak of escaping light, hastening away into the distance. This place was far too perilous. A moment's carelessness could lead to entanglement in karma, resulting in eternal damnation. At this moment, Zhen Yuanzi had no thoughts beyond escape. Even the venerable ancestor of the immortals dared not reveal his true name, opting instead for an alias. The reason was simple: to avoid entanglement in karma? Oh, upon receiving the wooden box, Yi Yun casually cast a glance inside and was immediately struck by the colossal form of the Guanyin, which loomed like a mountain. Without hesitation, he collected it and turned to the departing Zhen Yuanzi, speaking in a tone that was both calm and probing. Yuan Zhenzi, the esteemed ancestor of the immortals, Zhen Yuanzi, has changed his name. How is it that I have not received any news of this? With the utterance of these words, Zhen Yuanzi's figure, suspended in midair, froze momentarily, his body betraying a slight tremor before he finally halted. Just that single phrase nearly caused him to injure himself. He thought to himself, Zhen Yuanzi? I have been recognized? At that moment, Zhen Yuanzi felt a wave of confusion wash over him. This shouldn't be possible. Prior to arriving in the Tang Dynasty, he had meticulously prepared, not only altering his appearance but also erasing all traces of his existence along the way. Logically, no one should be able to identify him. Moreover, this national master of the Tang Dynasty was someone he was encountering for the first time. How could his identity be revealed so easily? Could it be that Emperor Jun had employed some special means of communication to inform him that he had entrusted the Guanping's form to him, leading him to believe that I am Zhen Yuanzi? Such thoughts flitted through Zhen Yuanzi's mind. He had disguised himself so well. How could he possibly be exposed? Ahem, my friend, you must have mistaken the person. With this realization, Zhen Yuanzi turned back to Yi Yun, earnestly stating, in truth, allow me to be frank. Initially, it was indeed Zhen Yuanzi who was entrusted with this task. However, the esteemed ancestor of the Earth Immortals had urgent matters to attend to and thus requested me, a humble wanderer, to undertake this journey in his stead. In fact, I owe a debt of gratitude for this double obligation. He cleared his throat, adding, but if you have no further business, I shall take my leave. I just remembered that I have 2 disciples waiting at home. If I am absent, they are sure to cause quite the uproar. I must return post-haste. As his words fell, Zhen Yuanzi turned once more to depart. However, he soon sensed something amiss. For upon hearing his explanation, the national master of the Tang Dynasty showed no alteration in expression, simply gazing at him, a gaze that sent chills down his spine. The corners of Yi Yun's mouth curled into a sly smile, as though he were an audience member relishing a comical performance. Am I truly Yuan Zhenzi? Zhen Yuanzi exclaimed in exasperation, attempting to remind him. Yet Yi Yun remained unfazed, his countenance still adorned with a serene smile. Why do you refuse to believe me? I assure you, I am genuinely displeased. Please, whatever your intentions may be, spare me. I am merely a messenger. Alas. Must you press me so? Zhen Yuanzi continued to plead, but Yi Yun simply maintained his unwavering gaze, making no further movements. Ultimately, Zhen Yuanzi could no longer sustain his facade. I am Zhen Yuanzi. With a deep sigh, he descended, his gaze resting upon Yi Yun, and he spoke with resignation. My friend, could you cease your laughter? The seasoned Taoist found himself somewhat unnerved by the laughter. Chapter 54 presents a rather unremarkable organization capable of resurrecting individuals. Zhen Yuanzi indeed felt a twinge of anxiety. He contemplated fleeing, but the smile that graced Yi Yun's face left him feeling distinctly uneasy. If he were to depart, who could predict what might transpire? Therefore, after much hesitation, Zhen Yuanzi ultimately acknowledged his identity. After all, having come this far, there was little point in continuing the pretense. Zhen Yuanzi, the very progenitor of the Earth Immortals? At this moment, upon hearing Zhen Yuanzi introduce himself, Li Shimin could not help but display a flicker of astonishment on his face, softly uttering, I never anticipated encountering him here. Since commencing his cultivation of fortune, Li Shimin had indeed intensively studied the fundamental knowledge of the primordial era, thus he was well aware of this progenitor of Earth Immortals. He had not expected that the seemingly cautious old Taoist before him was, in fact, that very progenitor. Who would have thought that the Tang Emperor recognized the old Taoist? Upon hearing Li Shimin's words, Zhen Yuanzi gently nodded, then offered a respectful gesture towards him, solemnly stating, however, titles like progenitor of Earth Immortals are merely nominal. The old Taoist has simply lived longer than his peers, and it is indeed somewhat embarrassing to be bestowed with such a title. Zhen Yuan's eye remained humble, showing no trace of the airs typically associated with a progenitor of Earth immortals. This was in part due to his inherent nature, as he was not particularly concerned with such distinctions. Additionally, it was influenced by the peculiar atmosphere radiating from this Grand Tang dynasty, of course. Setting all that aside, a mortal emperor capable of transforming fortune into tangible power certainly deserved his equal regard. The human sovereign. For reasons unknown, a thought suddenly flashed through Zhen Yuan's mind. In the days leading up to the great calamity of the Fengshen, the human sovereign could also wield the power of fortune. This meant that even if the sages sought to strike against the human sovereign, they would first have to diminish the fortune of humanity to find an opening. Otherwise, as long as the fortune of humanity endured, so too would the human sovereign. Now, this Tang emperor, though not yet a true human sovereign, who could predict what the future held. Just as Zhen Yuan's had not anticipated the extraordinary nature of this place before arriving in the Tang dynasty. Ah, my friend, your revelation of my identity surely isn't merely to engage the old Taoist in idle conversation. Shifting his gaze from Li Shimin, Zhen Yuan's felt compelled to look at Yiyun. Hesitating for a moment before expressing, let it be known that if you seek to invite this old Taoist to join some peculiar organization, I shall not acquiesce. Throughout my life, I have sought only to live in tranquility, wishing to avoid any further turmoil. The alliance between the Tang dynasty and Dijuan undoubtedly conceals a great secret. Whether it involves plotting against the heavens or targeting the Buddhist sect, neither of these scenarios bodes well. Zhen Yuan's had no desire to wade through such murky waters. He merely harbored a yearning to connect with a kindred spirit. Observing Zhen Yuan's exceedingly cautious demeanor, Yiyun smiled softly and replied, by the way, before the friend arrived from the North Sea, had Emperor Jun already engaged in battle with Haoyin? This statement, devoid of excessive emotion, nonetheless tightened the heart of Zhen Yuanzi. Is it truly appropriate to speak of such matters so openly? Casting a glance at the unimpeded heavens and earth, Zhen Yuanzi hesitated momentarily before sequentially establishing several prohibitions. Only then did he offer a wry smile to Yiyun, uttering helplessly, when I arrived. The battle had yet to commence, however. It is likely that that figure from the heavenly court should be growing restless. He bears the fortune of the heavenly Tao. Zhen Yuanzi opened his mouth, wishing to caution Yiyun that although Haoyin's true strength may not match that of Emperor Jun, the fortune of the heavenly Tao he carries is sufficient to suppress all. Yet soon, Zhen Yuanzi recalled the fortune of humanity residing within Li Shimin, leading him to realize that his warning may be somewhat superfluous. Given the Tang dynasty's understanding of fortune, how could one possibly neglect to guard against the fortune of the heavenly Tao? Is that so? Upon hearing Zhen Yuanzi's words, Yiyun furrowed his brow, sensing that his earlier actions had seemingly led Emperor Jun to misunderstand something. Nevertheless, the competition for the title of Heavenly Emperor undoubtedly yields a significant number of shock points. Furthermore, the clash between Emperor Jun and Haoyin is an inevitable affair. The question remains as to whom the title of Heavenly Emperor truly belongs. One wonders if the sages will pay attention to this battle. Upon further reflection, given the current period of calamity, even the sages should be reluctant to intervene lightly. At the very least, a mere Haoyin is not worthy of such grandiose actions from the sages. The only concern now is the outcome of the battle between Emperor Jun and Haoyin. As Zhen Yuanzi mentioned, Haoyin, who has amassed countless years of heavenly Tao fortune, is indeed not so easily dealt with. However, for the sake of prudence, it is still advisable to exercise extra caution. Thank you for informing me of this matter. Gradually suppressing the thoughts in his mind, Yiyun clasped his hands toward Zhen Yuanzi and softly spoke, since you are still busy, I shall not keep you any longer. Huh? Hearing Yiyun's words, Zhen Yuanzi was momentarily taken aback, somewhat surprised. To be allowed to leave so easily, without any coercion. Could there be some hidden scheme? In an instant, Zhen Yuanzi found himself hesitating. Having been eager to depart earlier, now that he was being permitted to leave, he felt a sense of trepidation. Friend, do you still have matters to attend to? Noticing Zhen Yuanzi's reluctance to move, Yiyun's face flashed with a hint of confusion, prompting him to inquire, is it truly that simple to let the old Taoist leave? There are no other matters? Zhen Yuanzi remained somewhat incredulous. Logically speaking, once one boards a pirate ship, how could it be so easy to disembark? To be honest, I indeed intended to invite you to join an organization, but you mentioned wanting to live a tranquil life, so it was I who acted hastily. Upon hearing this, Yiyun shook his head and replied nonchalantly, speaking of which, this organization is not particularly significant. Aside from the ability to exchange for certain treasures and spiritual roots, it merely allows for resurrection. It holds little value. For someone like you, living a peaceful and quiet life is quite commendable. Upon hearing Yiyun's words, Zhen Yuanzi was initially taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. What had he just heard? Resurrection from death? Earlier, when Yi Yun had candidly stated that he wished for Zhen Yuanzi to join an organization, Zhen Yuanzi had felt a sense of relief, grateful for his foresight in preemptively dismissing the proposal. To unwittingly join some organization would have posed a significant problem. However, now Zhen Yuanzi found himself somewhat bewildered. If resurrection were indeed possible, could it be that his old friend Hong Yun might be brought back to life? Yet, in the vast expanse of the primordial world, could such miraculous phenomena truly exist? Could it be that he was merely being deceived? For a moment, Zhen Yuanzi hesitated. But soon, a glimmer of contemplation flickered in his eyes. If it were a deception, such a clumsy lie would surely be unraveled by him in no time. Moreover, Emperor Jun was also meant to have perished during the Great Calamity. Yet he had returned. Could it be that this organization genuinely possessed the ability to grant life anew? Chapter 55. Elevating the quality of life for the people of the Tang Dynasty. The dawn of a new era. Very well. Since you have made your decision, dear friend, further entreaties would be futile. Should the opportunity arise, do visit the Tang Dynasty again. I shall extend my hospitality. Just as Zhen Yuanzi was engulfed in uncertainty, Yi Yun's voice echoed once more, calmly stating, the hour grows late, and your two disciples are likely causing quite the uproar. Please, do as you wish. I shall not see you off. As he spoke, he prepared to depart. Wait, dear friend. Observing Yi Yun's apparent intention to turn away, Zhen Yuanzi felt a jolt of urgency and instinctively called out. Yet, no sooner had the words escaped his lips than he regretted them. He had just proclaimed his refusal to join any organization, relishing in his own conviction, but in an instant, he found himself contradicted. This sensation was indeed disheartening for Zhen Yuanzi. Nevertheless, if it meant the possibility of reviving his old friend Hong Yun, Zhen Yuanzi felt compelled to take the plunge. Upon hearing Zhen Yuanzi's call, Yi Yun turned back, a hint of curiosity gracing his features, clearly questioning, is there something else you require? This prompted a fresh wave of inner turmoil for Zhen Yuanzi. Coughing lightly, after a brief moment of hesitation, Zhen Yuanzi steeled his resolve and ventured to voice his lingering doubts. Friend, regarding the organization you mention, is it truly capable of resurrecting departed souls, even those who have been gone for many years? Can Hong Yun the Taoist be revived? For Zhen Yuanzi, the demise of his old friend, Taoist Hong Yun, had long been a thorn in his heart. Countless times he had regretted not preventing Hong Yun from pursuing the comprehension of the primordial purple qi. Had he done so, Hong Yun would not have perished. If there existed even the slightest chance to bring his dear friend back to life, Zhen Yuanzi felt that he could not let this opportunity slip away. Absolutely. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun showed no hesitation, nodding affirmatively as he replied, however, since Hong Yun is a being of quasi-saint caliber, certain sacrifices must be made. Moreover, the matter of resurrection is one of the organization's closely guarded secrets. Only by joining can one truly comprehend the entire process. I understand. Upon hearing these words, Zhen Yuanzi exhibited no surprise. He simply nodded in agreement and spoke. However, this organization regarding resurrection, it naturally requires a price. Zhen Yuanzi was not the least bit astonished by this notion. If resurrection were to be granted without restraint, it would inevitably lead to chaos. Yet, he harbored some reservations concerning the organization that Yi Yun had mentioned. He was somewhat apprehensive about entangling himself in karmic consequences. One could only hope that in the attempt to revive his old friend Hong Yun, he would not end up sacrificing himself. That would indeed be a loss beyond measure. This organization is known as Shanting. If you are interested, you might consider it. Observing Zhen Yuanzi's hesitant demeanor, Yi Yun chuckled lightly and spoke nonchalantly. Currently, Shanting is in a phase of expansion, and selecting candidates is not overly complicated. However, joining later will require enduring several trials. Yi Yun spoke half in jest, half earnestly. Presently, including himself, Shanting had merely 3 members. Given Zhen Yuanzi's status as one of the ancient greats, his inclusion would undoubtedly be advantageous for Shanting. Nevertheless, Zhen Yuanzi was rather too cautious. Even if he were to join, it was unlikely to bring Yi Yun much astonishment. At most, he would merely serve as a number, better than nothing, perhaps. Were Shanting to be adequately staffed and brimming with martial virtue at this moment, Yi Yun might not have regarded Zhen Yuanzi so highly. Hinting? Upon hearing this name, Zhen Yuanzi felt a slight jolt in his heart. After a moment of silence, he could not help but inquire, is it true that the Demon Emperor has also joined Shanting? With Dijun resurrected, and Shanting possessing the ability to revive beings, it was not difficult to deduce the reality of Dijun's affiliation with Shanting. As for Zhen Yuanzi's query, Yi Yun smiled without offering a direct response, which only heightened Zhen Yuanzi's unease. He had never anticipated that Dijun's resurrection concealed such a secret. My friend, may I take a few days to contemplate this? After a moment's hesitation, Zhen Yuanzi gritted his teeth and spoke. In a few days, I shall provide you with my answer. At this moment, Zenyuan Zai was genuinely conflicted. He was indeed inclined to join Shunting in exchange for the opportunity to resurrect his old friend. Yet he was also fearful of becoming ensnared in karmic repercussions, ultimately leading to his own demise. In desperation, he had no choice but to request a few days for consideration. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun did not hesitate to agree, even personally sending someone to find a tranquil courtyard for Zenyuan Zai's temporary stay. Grateful for this gesture, Zenyuan Zai subsequently chose to depart. National Master, will this not expose us? Watching Zenyuan Zai's retreating figure, Li Shimin's eyes flickered with gravity as he could not help but voice, the existence of Shunting should be kept confidential, should it not? To Li Shimin, Yi Yun did not reveal that he was the creator of this Shunting, but merely mentioned that he had joined it. He also briefly alluded to some of Shunting's influence, which elicited a wave of astonishment from Li Shimin. He had not anticipated that such a force existed within the primordial realm. Initially, Li Shimin harbored intentions of joining the divine court. However, upon further contemplation, he realized that with Yi Yun present there, it was akin to his own presence within. Thus, he opted not to join. Regardless of whether he became part of the divine court, his sole criterion remained. If a matter arose, seek the National Master. Should the National Master prove incapable of resolving it, then he would simply resign himself to inaction. After all, if even the National Master could not find a solution, it would indicate that the issue was insurmountable. Why waste time on it? Nonetheless, Li Shimin was aware that the fundamental circumstances of the divine court should remain confidential, and as for Zenyuanzi, he found it difficult to place his trust in him. After all, the moment this person appeared, he exuded an aura of extreme caution, embodying a character that was fearful of death. Nevertheless, Zenyuanzi is not a person given to idle chatter, and besides, it is merely a name, unlikely to stir significant commotion. Upon hearing these words, Yi Yun gently shook his head and then produced the small box sent by Dijuan, handing it to Li Shimin while explaining, "This is the flesh of Guanyin. You must find a way to prepare it for the citizens of the Tang dynasty. It is time to enhance the physical constitution of the populace." As he spoke, Yi Yun opened his phone and transferred 200,000 points to Dijuan. His intention for acquiring the body of Guanyin was not merely to satisfy his culinary desires. As a divine beast, Guanyin was indeed a treasure trove. Even a fragment of its flesh, containing just a fraction of its power, could bolster the health and longevity of ordinary beings, and might even lead them to comprehend spiritual energy, embarking on the path of cultivation. Consuming it could awaken the spiritual intelligence of beasts. It was an absolute treasure. Providing it to the citizens of the Tang dynasty could yield miraculous effects. Subsequently, once the physical constitution of the populace improved, the next step would be the nationwide cultivation initiative. Simultaneously, the technological revolution must not be overlooked. Steam engines, textile machines, and the like had already permeated every aspect of the Tang dynasty. The next frontier was electricity. A dual approach. Both could complement each other. Perhaps they could usher in an entirely new era. Chapter 56. Has Luya been captured? Li Shimin. This is indeed a misunderstanding. Guanyin flesh. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Li Shimin was momentarily taken aback, instinctively accepting the small box. With a mere thought, an extraordinarily colossal, vaguely exuding a hint of malevolence, peculiar bird appeared before Li Shimin. It was immense, towering like a mountain, suspended in the void. This small box contained a self-contained space. Otherwise, even the entirety of Chang'an City would scarcely be able to accommodate such a terrifying presence. Moreover, beyond all this, what most astonished Li Shimin was the terrifying aura emanating from this body. Quasi-saint? In an instant, Li Shimin recognized the being's realm. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary quasi-saint. It was undoubtedly among the elite of the quasi-saint domain. The efficacy of such flesh was, without a doubt, formidable. Li Shimin even suspected that some beings consuming it might achieve instant enlightenment. Yet, the most pressing concern was how to present such incredibly potent flesh for consumption by ordinary citizens. Would they not risk explosive consequences upon ingestion? This is a selection of materials that can dissipate the malevolence inherent in flesh and blood, transforming it into the most pure essence of vitality. Ideal for crafting a delectable broth. I shall temporarily set aside the wings for another purpose. Regarding the concerns about Li Shimin, Yi Yun had already made preparations, promptly presenting a collection of items he had meticulously gathered and handing them to Li Shimin. These were all acquired through the system, possessing similar effects. They can eliminate all impurities from the flesh, aside from the most refined energy, while simultaneously enhancing the flavor of the meat. However, considering the current circumstances in the Tang dynasty, particularly given that most individuals are mere mortals who have yet to embark on the path of cultivation, it is unwise to allocate a portion of the Guanyin meat to a single person. Furthermore, elaborate culinary techniques are inappropriate. A straightforward broth would be most suitable. After all, one cannot generalize the physical constitution of individuals. Those with a robust constitution may indulge in several servings of the broth, while the weaker ones should dilute it with plain water, managing to sip just a small amount in this manner. The physical well-being of the citizens of the Tang dynasty will undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. At the very least, it will help to mitigate certain deficiencies. Whether pursuing cultivation or engaging in other endeavors, they will find themselves better equipped to handle challenges. As for the remaining portions, they are excellent for roasting, particularly those 2 wings. Such a size would be a pity not to prepare as barbecue chicken wings. Even Yuan could not help but remind Li Shimin to preserve those 2 wings. It turns out the national master had long been prepared. Does this mean I can partake in Guanyin meat as well? Receiving the materials, a glimmer of delight crossed Li Shimin's face as he hastily commanded the construction of a large pot, simultaneously summoning officials from the imperial kitchen to discuss the best methods for preparing Guanyin meat. This substance is evidently extremely precious and must not be wasted. By the way, National Master. Recently, an unusual individual arrived in the Tang dynasty, seemingly in search of someone, and I have detained him. Once the arrangements for the Guanyin meat were settled, Li Shimin suddenly seemed to recall something and spoke up. I believe he is called Luya. Yes, that's it, Luya. He keeps proclaiming something about being the prince of the Jinwu clan, and I wonder if he has some backing? Li Shimin had a vague recollection of the individual who had intruded into the Taiji palace and set fire to a chair in his presence. Primarily, this person demonstrated considerable strength, far beyond what an ordinary prison could contain. Li Shimin had to expend a fraction of his fortune to restrain his power. Additionally, he had assigned Cheng Yaojin to keep a close watch on him. After several unsuccessful attempts at prison breaks, it seemed Luya had resigned himself to his fate. Now, with this individual crossing his mind, Li Shimin felt compelled to inquire about Luya's identity from Yuan. Despite having caught up on some of the fundamental circumstances of the current era, his understanding remained superficial. For instance, he was unaware of Luya's true identity, Luya. Upon hearing Li Shimin mention this name, Yuan was momentarily taken aback, an expression of surprise flitting across his face. This fellow has been detained by Li Shimin? Upon careful reflection, it is indeed not impossible. Luya, the youngest among the 10 sons of Emperor Jun, is also the sole surviving 3-legged golden crow from the legendary Hou shoots the suns. Over the years, under the protection of the saintly Nuwa, he has thrived remarkably in the Battle of Fengshan. He achieved considerable feats. Should he become aware that Emperor Jun still lives, he would undoubtedly seek him out without delay. For Luya, an earthly sovereign like Li Shimin would hardly warrant his attention, and thus one might surmise that he has learned a significant lesson this time. Is this person known to the national master? Observing Yuan's expression, Li Shimin could not help but pause, unable to restrain himself from speaking. Could it be that he truly possesses some formidable backing? Where does he hail from? The Buddhist realm or the heavenly court? For Li Shimin, at this juncture, these 2 factions were the only ones that truly concerned him. Despite possessing the strength to stand alone, he dared not reveal himself. If Luya were to originate from either of these 2 factions, it would indeed pose a considerable dilemma. At that moment, Li Shimin's gaze darkened slightly as he pondered strategies. If all else fails, perhaps he might eliminate Luya, leaving no evidence behind. But that would not suffice. He is the son of Emperor Jun, and as for Emperor Jun, he had only recently arrived in the Tang dynasty, and this Guanyin form was bestowed by him. Luya must have come to the Tang to seek out Emperor Jun. Observing Li Shimin's pensive demeanor, Yuan shook his head and remarked, however, this young man has indeed acted rather recklessly. This time, he should have learned a lesson, realizing that there are greater powers beyond the heavens. We should find an opportunity to release him. After all, being captured by the Tang dynasty is a source of great embarrassment for Luya, and he would likely prefer not to broadcast such a disgrace. Let it be considered a misunderstanding and move on. Li Shimin's assessment was straightforward, yet Yuan could easily envision Luya's arrogant demeanor upon his arrival in the Tang indeed. After all, he is the prince of the ancient demon court, renowned for his prowess with the immortal slaying flying blade, having shone brilliantly during the Fengshan. Unfortunately, he encountered Li Shimin, who was shielded by the fortune of humanity in the Battle of Fengshan. Luya assisted King Wu in overthrowing the tyrant Zhou, thus forging a grudge with the fortune of humanity. However, at that time, bolstered by the might of the heavenly Tao, the fortune of humanity could do little against him. Now, does he still dare to come alone? Emperor Jun? Upon hearing this, Li Shimin was taken aback. He had recently encountered this demon monarch, albeit too swiftly to exchange pleasantries. Moreover, this demon monarch seemed to have established some form of agreement with the national master. They could be considered allies. Ultimately, Emperor Jun harbors old grievances with the heavenly court, which aligns closely with the interests of the Tang dynasty. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, even if only a temporary alliance. Now, They have actually captured the only son remaining in the world of that demon sovereign. Is this not akin to a deluge inundating the Dragon King's temple? I understand now. After some contemplation, Li Shimin nodded, resolving to take a moment to inform Cheng Yaojin to release that young man. No, that won't do. He must act swiftly. Given Cheng Yaojin's temperament, should he strike too hard and seriously injure Luya, it would be a challenge to explain. Chapter 57. Cheng Yaojin shows leniency. At long last, Luya successfully escaped from prison. Soon after, a secret decree emerged from the Taiji Palace, delivered into the hands of Cheng Yaojin. Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened slightly as he scrutinized the contents of the decree, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. The emperor intends to release that young man, and it must be done discreetly. Is this not a task beyond my capabilities? For Cheng Yaojin, while he might excel at combat, the art of subterfuge eludes him. His straightforward nature leaves little room for devious machinations. In desperation, he sought the counsel of Qin Xiong, hoping to glean some wisdom. Ultimately, the two convened for an extended discussion, and with Qin Xiong's suggestion, an idea sparked in Cheng Yaojin's mind. He resolved to give it a tentative attempt. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Great Tang's prison, Luya sat with vacant eyes, staring blankly at his surroundings, engulfed in sorrow. Captured. Moreover, the spiritual energy within him had been sealed by an inexplicable force. Presently, Luya found himself lesser than an ordinary being. How could the emperor of the Great Tang possess such overwhelming strength? Where had things gone awry? After a lengthy pause, Luya struck his head in frustration, feeling a wave of pain, and muttered helplessly. Was it not said that after the deification, the human emperor becomes akin to the celestial sovereign? Am I not now indistinguishable from an ordinary mortal? Reflecting on certain encounters from before, Luya longed to unearth the source of this rumor and deliver a thorough thrashing. Is this not a cruel jest? You dare label such a thing as mortal? Must I remain confined here indefinitely? Following an outburst of frustration, Luya cast a longing gaze towards the bars. His face etched with deep discontent. In recent days, he had exhausted every conceivable escape plan, yet he remained ensnared in the grasp of that formidable brute. Despair began to seep into his heart. Was he to languish here until death claimed him? Father, I have failed you. I have not only failed to find you, but have also ensnared myself. As this thought crossed his mind, a tremor of emotion surged within Luya, and he murmured to himself, on the brink of tears. The weight of this ordeal bore heavily upon him. That moment, a gruff voice echoed from outside the cell, followed by a series of numbers and the resounding calls of present. This roll call was a daily ritual for every prisoner in the Great Tang. When one's name was called, an immediate response was mandatory. Failure to comply would result in punishment. Strangely, here, prisoners did not use their real names but were identified by numbers. Reflexively, Luya glanced down at the ill-fitting prison garb he wore, which bore a series of digits. 9527. The reasoning behind this numbering remained a mystery to him. Upon arriving at this grim prison, the number assigned to him had become an inseparable part of his existence. Soon enough, that very number, which he had grown entirely accustomed to over the past few days, was pronounced by the owner of a rough voice. Luya instinctively stood erect, his arms straightened at his sides, imbued with a sense of unease and tension as he responded loudly. Simultaneously, he caught sight of the owner of that gruff voice. A burly man. Luya vaguely recalled that he bore the surname Chen was this very man who had personally apprehended him during his previous escape attempts. Each time he was recaptured, he endured a severe beating. Luya was on the verge of developing a psychological trauma from it all. I thought it was over. Casting a glance at the stiffly standing Luya, the owner of that rugged figure nodded, casually circling something in a booklet he held, and remarked, "You've performed quite well these past few days. Heh, old Cheng can finally take a breather and indulge in some drinks." With that, old Cheng turned to leave. However, in that fleeting moment as he pivoted, a small set of keys inadvertently clattered to the ground, landing not far from Luya. The burly man, seemingly preoccupied with thoughts of drinking, remained blissfully unaware. Upon witnessing this scene, Luya was momentarily taken aback. His instincts warned him of a trap. He was all too familiar with the repercussions of fleeing. Could it be that this fellow was itching for another lesson at his expense? A sense of wariness enveloped him. Ultimately, he chose to adopt a strategy of out of sight, out of mind, closing his eyes in an effort to ignore the keys. Yet, Luya could not resist the temptation. Faced with the prospect of languishing here until death, he felt compelled to take a chance. If he won, freedom would be his. If he lost, at worst, he would receive another beating. Thus, emboldened by desperation, Luya reached out. Stealthily retrieving the set of keys, he then quietly unlocked his cell door. Throughout his escape, he treaded cautiously, fearful of detection. However, it soon became apparent that his concerns were unfounded. the man named Cheng appeared to have truly relaxed, imbibing copious amounts of alcohol and slumbering deeply beside him. As for the other guards, they too had indulged in drink and were now in a state of stupor. Remarkably, Liu Ye's escape plan unfolded with unexpected ease. Finally, he emerged from the prison gates. Had he truly escaped? Gazing at the bustling street, Liu Ye felt an unreal sensation wash over him. He had never imagined he would break free so effortlessly. It exceeded all expectations. He needed to leave quickly. This was not a place to linger. Taking a deep breath, Liu Ye cast aside all doubts and fears, shedding his prison garb and hastily draping a tattered cloth to obscure his form. He then hurriedly blended into the crowd, disappearing from view. For Liu Ye, if it were within his power, he would never wish to return. This was the darkest hour of his life. Alas, at long last, he has been sent away. This fellow, old Cheng, even entrusted him with the keys. Yet he hesitated for a full 2 hours, almost causing me to reveal my true self. Just as Liu Ye departed, the once drunken Cheng Yaojin unexpectedly appeared at the entrance of the prison, gazing at the departing Liu Ye, wiping away non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, muttering to himself, "Now, I can finally drink in peace." It wasn't easy. With that, Cheng Yaojin shook his head and hurriedly retreated. This time, he intended to indulge himself in drinking to his heart's content. Chapter 58. When allies are uncooperative, the old Taoist has other methods. Liu Ye has departed. Initially, he believed that upon escaping that terrifying cage, he would finally attain true freedom. However, it soon dawned on Liu Ye that he had been overly optimistic. Although he had fled the prison, the restrictions upon him remained intact. At present, he was, at best, slightly more formidable than an ordinary mortal, lacking in all other aspects. This realization filled Liu Ye with a sense of sorrow. Even after escaping that cell, he found himself ensnared within an even larger prison. The road to genuine freedom was still long and arduous. No, how can I so easily concede defeat? Just as Liu Ye began to feel disheartened, the image of Emperor Jun suddenly flashed through his mind. Lifting his spirits, he murmured softly, "I still do not know my father's current situation, but as long as father remains in the Tang dynasty, I shall eventually find him. Once I see father, everything will be manageable." Having been trapped within the Tang prison for so many days and deprived of his spiritual power, Liu Ye was naturally oblivious to the happenings of the outside world. At this moment, he believed Emperor Jun still resided in the Tang dynasty and regarded him as his savior. In Liu Ye's eyes, Emperor Jun was nearly omnipotent and could easily unravel his predicament. Of course, this was contingent upon him finding Emperor Jun. This was his foremost task at present. Gurgle. Just as Liu Ye rekindled his determination and resolved to seek out Emperor Jun, a sudden rumbling emanated from his stomach. The invigorated spirit within him faltered. He was hungry. Previously, with spiritual power at his disposal, Liu Ye had no need for sustenance. Even when he did indulge occasionally, it was merely to satisfy his palate. However, now, deprived of his spiritual energy, he found himself as reliant on food as any mortal, requiring 3 meals a day. Missing even one would leave him ravenous. During his imprisonment, meals had been provided, but he had already escaped. Most critically, in his hasty flight, Liu Ye had not had time for his last meal. Consequently, he was now starving to the point of discomfort. I must prioritize finding something to eat first. Taking a deep breath, Liu Ye temporarily shifted his focus from searching for his father, deciding that filling his belly took precedence. Thus, he dragged his weary body step by step into the throng of people, intent on finding some sustenance. Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard, Zhen Yuanzi descended, holding a pearl in his hand. This small courtyard was, of course, the place Yi Yuan had previously promised to let Zhen Yuanzi stay. In response, Zhen Yuanzi did not refuse and graciously accepted the kind gesture. The Guanyin, having chosen a random spot to sit, observed the pearl before him, within which a soul continuously collided against the barriers. With a calm demeanor, Zhen Yuanzi remarked, "Do not keep striking. You cannot escape." This pearl, indeed, contained the essence of the Guanyin soul. As if heeding Zhen Yuanzi's admonition, the Guanyin soul ceased its relentless attempts to break free, letting out a cold sneer before intoning, "Zhen Yuanzi, do you truly believe that Di Jun had the benevolence to gift you my soul? Do not jest. His intentions are merely to drag you down with him, to bear the weight of the consequences." Since Zhen Yuanzi departed from the North Sea, he had imposed over a dozen seals upon the Guanyin soul. Consequently, the Guanyin remained entirely oblivious to the events transpiring in the Tang dynasty. He was even unaware of the initial conversation between Di Jun and Zhen Yuanzi. The Guanyin only felt a momentary disorientation, as if he had been cast aside by Di Jun to Zhen Yuanzi. However, despite his ignorance of the agreement between Zhen Yuanzi and Di Jun, he instinctively sensed that Di Jun had bestowed his soul upon Jin Yuanzi for some ulterior motive. As for what that motive might be, the Kuanpeng was in the dark. He did not even comprehend the purpose of Zhen Yuanzi's appearance in the North Sea. Yet, this did not hinder the Kuanpeng from sowing discord between Jin Yuanzi and Di Jun. Was it you who killed Hong Yun? Listening to the insinuations in the Kuanpeng's tone, Jin Yuanzi remained unperturbed, asking in a deep voice. Although a plethora of evidence indicated that Hong Yun had indeed met his demise at the hands of the Kuanpeng. For reasons unknown, Jin Yuanzi wished to hear the party involved confess to this matter personally. Hong Yun. Upon hearing Jin Yuanzi's inquiry, the Kuanpeng was momentarily taken aback. Then an expression of incredulity crossed his face as he could not help but exclaim. You came to the North Sea seeking me for Hong Yun. For someone who has long since passed into oblivion. The Kuanpeng was genuinely astonished. In his view, the living were hardly worthy of concern, let alone a deceased individual. Yet here was Zhen Yuanzi, forging an agreement with Di Jun for the sake of a ghost. Was he mad? Did he not comprehend the immense consequences that such actions could entail? Indeed. Observing Di Jun's demeanor, Zhen Yuanzi furrowed his brow and solemnly stated, I shall ask once more, did you kill Hong Yun? Was it a personal vendetta or merely for the sake of the primordial purple qi? Certain matters had long been resolved in Zhen Yuanzi's mind. Nevertheless, he could not suppress his urge to inquire further. Humph. Looking at Zhen Yuanzi's expression, the Kuanpeng snorted coldly and replied indifferently, Want to know? Release me, and I shall divulge the entire sequence of events to you. Just as the Kuanpeng intended to leverage this secret in negotiations with Zhen Yuanzi, he suddenly noticed a movement from Zhen Yuanzi. Before him, Zhen Yuanzi gently raised a hand, and an indistinct, ancient tome materialized in front of him. Boom! In the next moment, as the ancient tome flowed with an ethereal energy, Kuanpeng felt a tumultuous roar reverberating within his mind, causing him to momentarily lose consciousness, plunging into a void of emptiness. The venerable Taoist, aware that Kuanpeng would not easily cooperate, found solace in his modest research on the aspect of the primordial spirit. Casting a glance at the dazed Kuanpeng, Zhen Yuanzi shook his head and softly proclaimed, If you remain silent, I shall compel you to speak. His earlier inquiry into Kuanpeng's past was a strategic attempt to evoke memories of bygone events, intending to wield the power of the earthly scroll to resurrect the memories within his mind. As the progenitor of earth immortals, Zhen Yuanzi, though amiable in demeanor, was far from a true recluse, wholly devoted to the path of cultivation. The archetype of a good-natured person seldom lives long. With Zhen Yuanzi's words, ethereal shadows began to materialize above Kuanpeng's primordial spirit. Initially vague, they gradually crystallized with the passage of time, revealing a scene from the past from Kuanpeng's perspective. Within this vision, a figure clad in a crimson Taoist robe adorned with embroidered clouds emerged, none other than his former companion, the venerable Hong Yun. However, the once majestic Hong Yun now appeared woefully disheveled, devoid of any celestial grace. Fleeing in a state of utter desperation, his form marred by bloodstains, clearly in a dire predicament. On the pinnacle of the northern sea, Hong Yun fled in a frenzy, his body smeared with blood, leaving a crimson trail upon the surface of the water. Yet, he dared not pause for a moment. Jie, Hong Yun, your demise is imminent. At that instant, a sinister voice echoed, laced with an icy intent to kill. Kuanpeng? In that fleeting moment, Zhen Yuanzi instantly recognized the voice's owner. It was indeed Kuanpeng. This realization caused Zhen Yuanzi to instinctively clench his fists, his gaze toward Kuanpeng imbued with an icy detachment. The scene continued to flicker. The beleaguered Hong Yun was no match for Kuanpeng, outclassed in both speed and strength, comprehensively overwhelmed. Soon, Hong Yun met a bloody end, his body torn asunder by Kuanpeng's razor-sharp claws, plummeting into the abyss of the northern sea. Concurrently, a wisp of faint purple aura escaped from Hong Yun's form. This was the primordial purple energy. At the moment of its emergence, the scene experienced a violent upheaval as Kuanpeng, in a state of profound excitement, seized it without a moment's hesitation. Alas, I regret not heeding my friend's counsel. As Hong Yun's body descended, he suddenly exhaled a deep sigh, uttering a sorrowful lament before vanishing beneath the waves of the northern sea, utterly lost to sight. The vision abruptly ceased at that moment in the Tang dynasty. Kuanpeng regained his consciousness. He cast a glance at Zhen Yuanzi's expression and surmised the general events that transpired during his moment of unconsciousness. However, it was evident to Kuanpeng that Zhen Yuanzi, much like himself in years past, had come seeking the primordial purple energy, seeking vengeance for a fallen comrade. To Kuanpeng, this was merely a pretext for Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi, as you have observed, I have indeed once acquired the primordial purple energy. Taking a deep breath, a grave expression emerged in Kuanpeng's eyes as he spoke in a solemn tone, and moreover, I have contemplated upon it for a considerable time. Although later, this primordial purple energy departed from me. I still vaguely brushed against the threshold of becoming a sage. When mentioning sage, a flicker of almost fanatical fervor swept through the depths of Kuanping's gaze. He has been preparing for this moment for far too long. Furthermore, Kuanping firmly believes that given a certain amount of time, he could indeed attain sagehood, that time, not to mention a mere Dijuan. Even if Tai were to resurrect, he would harbor no fear. For he is a sage. So, upon hearing Kuanping's words, Zhen Yuanzi gently lifted his gaze, regarded him with a calm demeanor, and replied nonchalantly, "What do you wish to convey?" Zhen Yuanzi remained composed. Initially, he believed that witnessing the demise of his old friend would incite immense fury within him, brimming with murderous intent. Yet, he felt none. This tranquility, even Zhen Yuanzi could not discern its origin, but it had inexplicably manifested. "Do you not desire to become a sage? Grant me some time, and I could potentially replicate the perfect primordial purple energy. At that juncture, not only I, but you as well could ascend to sagehood." Observing Zhen Yuanzi's calm demeanor, Kuanping assumed he had guessed correctly and eagerly exclaimed, "That is the path to sagehood. I am unaware of what Dijuan has promised you, but as long as you stand by my side, I vow that together, you and I shall attain sagehood." The more Kuanping spoke, the more exhilarated he became. He could hardly believe that, within this vast wilderness, anyone could resist the allure of sagehood. Even if Zhen Yuanzi has always been indifferent to fame and fortune, he too would be unable to refuse. Achieving sagehood, you say? Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi nodded, then fixed his gaze upon Kuanping, earnestly stating, "Indeed remarkable. Alas, I must decline." Huh. At these words, Kuanping, who had assumed Zhen Yuanzi would surely acquiesce, was taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. Zhen Yuanzi actually rejected him? In the entirety of the wilderness, could there be anyone who would refuse the path to sagehood? If you doubt it, I can swear by the heavenly principles. Furthermore, should the primordial purple energy come to fruition, I can allow you to attain sagehood first. Taking a deep breath, Kuanping believed Zhen Yuanzi merely harbored disbelief and thus felt compelled to elaborate. "You have already witnessed that I once synthesized pseudo-primordial purple energy. If only given sufficient time, I shall undoubtedly create the true primordial purple energy." Kuanping grew somewhat exasperated. In his perspective, the opportunity for sagehood lay right before him, merely requiring time. Yet Zhen Yuanzi had rejected it. Was this not madness? He was certain that his promises were insufficient. He pondered whether he should swear an oath immediately, risking death if he were to violate it. Excellent. However, the humble monk still refused. The words of Hongyun echoed in his mind as he faced his end. Zhen Yuanzi shook his head and spoke earnestly, "Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude to you for unraveling the mystery of Hongyun's demise. Now, you may meet your end." Crack. As his words fell, Zhen Yuanzi gently raised his hand, cradling a bead within it, and with a slight exertion in an instant, the bead became riddled with cracks. At this moment, Kuanping's primordial spirit had already merged with the bead. The two were inseparable in their fate. Once the bead shattered, Kuanping's primordial spirit would be utterly obliterated, ceasing to exist. Wait. Observing Zhen Yuanzi's seemingly genuine actions, a flicker of terror crossed Kuanping's face as he almost frantically shouted, "What exactly did Dijuan promise you? How could you forsake the chance to achieve sanctification? It is inconceivable. In the vast wilderness, how could anything be more significant than attaining sanctification? Dijuan, what did he say? No. Regardless of what Dijuan promised, I can achieve it. I am a demon master, second only to Dijuan and Tai in the demon court." Zhen Yuanzi, Kuanping was rendered speechless. He was even at a loss for words. No matter how he pondered, he could not comprehend what promise could lead Zhen Yuanzi to relinquish the possibility of attaining the Tao and becoming a saint. Dijuan, what exactly did he convey? He promised to resurrect Hongyun. Hearing Kuanping's panicked voice, Zhen Yuanzi shook his head and then calmly swept his gaze over Kuanping's primordial spirit, saying, "Can you truly achieve that?" Huh. At the utterance of those words, the previously agitated Kuanping abruptly froze, doubting if he had misheard. Resurrection of Hongyun. What sort of jest is this? He himself had slain Hongyun and buried him in the northern sea. How could he possibly bring him back to life? Yet, Zhen Yuanzi provided no time for Kuanping to ponder. Without hesitation, he exerted a slight force. Crack. With a soft sound, the bead containing Kuanping's primordial spirit shattered, and along with it, Kuanping's primordial spirit disintegrated. Once a demon master of the quasi-saint late stage, Kuanping met his demise, his essence extinguished. Chapter 60. Zhen Yuanzi's instructions for aftermath before joining the divine court. Kuanping was dead. His primordial spirit transformed into a rain of light, gradually dissipating into the void. leaving no chance even for reincarnation. Perhaps there might be a chance, but it would certainly not be the complete primordial spirit of Guanyin, rather merely a fragment. Moreover, it would be a staggered entry into reincarnation. Thoughts of reincarnation and rebirth should be cast aside. At least, Zhen Yuanzai could not conceive of any means by which Guanyin could die and be reborn. However, after eradicating Guanyin, Zhen Yuanzai felt a wave of complexity within his heart. Resurrecting Hongyun? Unbidden, the words of the Great Tang's national master flashed through Zhen Yuanzai's mind. Perhaps it truly is feasible. That mysterious organization, the Divine Court, to which the Demon Emperor Dijuan has also joined. Should I consider joining? In that moment, a multitude of thoughts flashed through Zhen Yuan's mind. His clenched fists repeatedly relaxed, only to be tightened once more. This clearly indicated that his heart was far from tranquil. Ultimately, Zhen Yuan took a deep breath, and when he lifted his gaze again, there was no trace of confusion in his eyes, only unwavering resolve. He had made up his mind to join the Divine Court, not solely for the sake of his old friend Hongyun, but also for himself. From the emergence of the ancient demon emperor to the advent of the Divine Court, all these events heralded an unrestful future for the Honghuang. Rather than continue to evade, it seemed more prudent to engage in the unfolding drama. After all, some matters cannot simply be avoided by sheer will. Take the journey to the west, for instance. Despite his utmost caution, the Buddhist sect had still located him, demanding his assistance in overcoming the challenges of their pilgrimage. Had it been earlier, Zhen Yuan's might have indeed endured. But now, he found himself unwilling to acquiesce. However, before truly joining the Divine Court, Zhen Yuan's intended to undertake one more task. He slowly raised his head, his gaze fixed upon the summit of the North Sea, and with a flicker of his form, he vanished from sight. He sought to retrieve Hongyun's remains in the imperial palace. The moment Zhen Yuan departed from the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin sensed it, turning his attention toward Yi Yun, unable to suppress his words, "National Master," that Zhen Yuan's. Earlier, you had revealed certain secrets to him, presumably to draw him into our fold. Yet now, he has simply walked away. Has your plan faltered? Not to worry, he will return. Casting a glance in the direction Zhen Yuan had taken, Yi Yun gently shook his head and clarified. He merely went to pay his respects to an old friend. This spares me the trouble of making a journey myself. Yi Yun had been closely observing Zhen Yuan's actions in the Tang dynasty. Although Zhen Yuan possessed greater strength, this realm belonged to him. Moreover, there were a series of invaluable treasures exchanged through the system. Zhen Yuan could hardly detect his surveillance. As for the reason behind his departure, Yi Yun was fully aware and deemed it unnecessary to intervene. After all, if Zhen Yuan intended to resurrect Hongyun, he would require some remnants of Hongyun's physical form. Even if Zhen Yuan chose not to go, he himself would need to make that journey. Now, that had alleviated a considerable amount of hassle. Of course, Yi Yun would not expend shock points solely to recruit Zhen Yuan or directly resurrect Hongyun. Although the shock points required for reviving an ordinary quasi-saint were significantly fewer than those needed for a peak quasi-saint, it still demanded several hundred million. Given that Yi Yun had limited shock points, it was only logical to resurrect the one with the greatest cost-effectiveness. Hongyun would have to wait a little longer. If in the future shock points were abundant, or if Zhen Yuan genuinely amassed enough points, resurrecting Hongyun would not be out of the question. I see. Upon hearing this, Li Shimin vaguely recalled Yi Yun mentioning the bond between Zhen Yuan and Hongyun, his furrowed brow unfurling as he nodded gently. Zhen Yuan indeed seems to be a person of deep affection and loyalty. From the previous demeanor of Zhen Yuanzai, it is evident that he is an exceedingly cautious individual. Yet now, he has chosen to join this Divine Court for the sake of a long-departed friend. It is not that the Divine Court of the National Master is lacking in merit. Rather, for someone like Zhen Yuanzai, he would likely prefer a more tranquil existence, devoid of such grandiose upheavals. Indeed, upon hearing this, Yi Yun nodded in agreement, finding a certain resonance with the sentiment. His choice of Zhen Yuanzai stemmed from an appreciation for this very characteristic. In the vast expanses of the primordial world, beings of such nature are indeed rare. On another front, Zhen Yuanzai moved with great haste, swiftly arriving at the northern sea within the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. After a careful search, he soon located the site of the final battle between Guanyin and Hongyun, as well as the severely maimed remains of his old friend. Gently securing the remnants of his companion, Zhen Yuanzai lifted his gaze and cast a glance towards the direction of Dijuan. At this moment, Dijuan stood resolutely atop the northern sea, his form remaining utterly unmoved. Simultaneously, an ethereal aura of myriad flames surrounded him, as if capable of incinerating all in its path. Before Dijuan, a mirror-like surface materialized out of thin air. Within that reflective plane, Haoyan, adorned in imperial robes, met Dijuan's gaze with an expression of indifference. Behind him, shadowy figures could be discerned, along with a series of palatial structures and towering pavilions. It must be the heavenly court. Currently, these two celestial emperors had yet to truly meet. Instead, they confronted each other from afar. The power radiating from them was so profound that even Zhen Yuanzai, at a considerable distance, felt a surge of trepidation. Time to depart. Taking a deep breath, Zhen Yuanzai dared not linger in the northern sea, hastily transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards the direction of the Tang dynasty. However, as he passed by Wuzhuangguan, he stopped momentarily to enter. His sudden appearance startled Qingfeng and Mingyue, who were stealing a brief respite amidst their labors. The two young disciples stood together, cautiously glancing at Zhen Yuanzai, fearful of incurring the ire of their venerable ancestor. Nevertheless, Zhen Yuanzai refrained from reprimanding their laziness. Instead, he urged them to diligently pursue their cultivation, stressing the importance of perseverance. He then gifted each of them a ginseng fruit, after which he floated away gracefully. This left both Qingfeng and Mingyue somewhat perplexed. Was their ancestor's demeanor reminiscent of someone preparing for a final farewell, bestowing ginseng fruits upon them? Yet soon, the two children dismissed their doubts, and their eyes, their ancestor, being the progenitor of the earth immortals, was beyond the reach of any force within the primordial realm. They felt no fear. Moreover, the ginseng fruit, merely inhaling its fragrance, evoked a sense of transcending to immortality. Each child cradled their respective ginseng fruit, unable to conceal the joy etched upon their faces. Meanwhile, Zhen Yuanzai continued his journey towards the Tang dynasty. Having secured the remains of his old friend and returned to Wuzhuangguan to arrange for the subsequent affairs, he found little within the primordial realm to hold him back. The next course was to join the divine court. In Zhen Yuanzai's perspective, becoming a part of that divine court would inevitably impose numerous constraints upon him, where every action and decision could entangle him in various karmic repercussions. After all, resurrecting those who have long since departed is not a matter to be taken lightly when it comes to transgressing the heavenly laws. However, Zhen Yuanzai had long ceased to care. After all, he had accomplished all that was necessary. At most, he would face his own demise. Yet, this was of little consequence. To enter the fray is to gamble. Whether one wins or loses, one must bear the consequences. Chapter 61. Working to accumulate points, the hopeful Zhen Yuanzai soon enough, in the grand expanse of the Tang dynasty, Zhen Yuanzai sought out Yi Yun and solemnly conveyed his decision. He wished to join the divine court. Subsequently, under Yi Yun's recommendation, Zhen Yuanzai found himself in an unimaginably vast realm, where he encountered a spectral figure. The figure merely cast a distant glance at Zhen Yuanzai, sending a shiver coursing through his entire being. A sage? In that fleeting moment, Zhen Yuanzai believed he had beheld a sage. Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed that even a sage could not possess such terrifying might. Nevertheless, Zhen Yuanzai found some solace in the fact that, in the blink of an eye, he had exited that realm. Shortly thereafter, he received an entity known as a mobile phone, which, upon blood oath, recognized him as its master. Then, he heard Yi Yun's voice welcoming him to the divine court. Is this not sufficient? Clutching the phone, Zhen Yuanzai felt somewhat bewildered and instinctively inquired. Initially, he had presumed that joining such an organization would entail solemn oaths and stringent regulations. Yet now, apart from this phone for receiving tasks and communicating with other members of the divine court, he found no further restrictions. Naturally, as long as one does not disclose information about the divine court, there are no limitations imposed on its members. Observing Zhen Yuanzai's puzzled expression, Ian shook his head and spoke earnestly. However, if one wishes to receive assistance from the divine court, one must diligently accumulate points. With that, Yun gestured for Zhen Yuanzai to open the phone and browse the marketplace page. Gazing at the dazzling array of items available for exchange in the marketplace, Zhen Yuanzai could not help but gasp in astonishment. Among the offerings were even innate spiritual roots, primordial treasures, the primordial purple chi. There's primordial purple chi. Staring at the exchange page, adorned with a multitude of zeros, Zhen Yuanzai felt utterly dazed. This pivotal element for ascension, the primordial purple chi, could indeed be exchanged? The primordial purple chi, to put it simply, is the very essence of the heavenly Tao, hence it is available for exchange. However, possessing primordial purple chi does not guarantee one's ascension. Divine recognition from the heavenly Tao is still requisite. To transcend the heavenly Tao and achieve sanctification, one must grasp the laws. For instance, the former 3,000 demonic deities, each possessed saintly powers and represented distinct laws. Noticing Zhen Yuanzai's gaze lingering on the primordial purple chi, Yun discerned his thoughts, shook his head, and spoke with a hint of indifference. Several tens of millions can be exchanged for a single primordial purple chi. But that this is truly of no use. Currently, the ranks of saints in the primordial realm are full. The heavenly Tao cannot permit any new saints to emerge. Previously, during his conversation with Emperor Jun, he had also inquired about the primordial purple qi. At that time, Yi Yun had candidly informed him, in essence, it is merely a fade. If the heavenly Tao recognizes you, even without primordial purple qi, you can still attain the path to sanctification. For instance, Hou Tu, having supplemented the heavenly Tao and possessing immense virtue, attained sanctity even in the absence of the primordial purple energy. However, if the heavenly Tao does not acknowledge one, no matter how masterfully one wields this primordial purple energy, it is of no avail. Hong Yun serves as a living testament to this truth. Indeed, is it truly so? Upon hearing Yi Yun's explanation, Jin Yuanzi appeared somewhat dazed, as this notion fundamentally overturned his long-held beliefs. Yet, upon further contemplation, it certainly seemed accurate. In the past, his old friend Hong Yun, despite receiving that primordial purple energy, ultimately met a tragic demise, falling to the depths of death and annihilation. Does the heavenly Tao recognize this? As anticipated, attaining sanctity is not a simple endeavor. The previous Kuan Peng clearly fell into this misconception, believing that possessing primordial purple energy would suffice for sanctification. In reality, even if he were granted 1,000 years, or 10,000 years, should Kuan Peng manage to replicate the primordial purple energy in its entirety, it would hold no significance whatsoever. The heavenly Tao would not permit him to attain sanctity. Reviving beings. With great difficulty, Jin Yuanzi shifted his gaze from the primordial purple energy and scrolled through the marketplace page, ultimately discovering an exceptionally unique item for exchange. Reviving beings? Does this also require points? At this moment, Jin Yuanzi genuinely grasped the importance of these points and understood the operational mechanics of the Divine Court. It serves as a platform where one can earn points through tasks or other means, subsequently exchanging them for items. This could be considered a form of collaborative mutual benefit. Moreover, it appeared that the influence of this divine court extended beyond the Honghuang realm, encompassing other worlds as well. It was an immensely vast organization. Contemplating this, Jin Yuanzi couldn't help but chuckle at his previous cautious demeanor, even to the extent of arranging for his own affairs. He had thought he would become thoroughly ensnared within this situation. By the way, the figure I glimpsed earlier. Taking a deep breath, Jin Yuanzi suddenly recalled the imposing silhouette he had fleetingly perceived, and he lowered his voice to inquire. That being was so extraordinarily majestic. Just a distant glance nearly shattered his psyche. How terrifying must its true power be? In response to Jin Yuanzi's inquiry, Yi Yun, who was already aware, spoke with a hint of longing, revealing the identity of the master of the divine court. He candidly stated that this master was merely a manifestation, and any being wishing to join the divine court must first undergo a review. But not merely a manifestation. Reflecting on that towering figure from his memory, Jin Yuanzi inhaled deeply, filled with astonishment. The divine court was far more formidable than he had ever imagined. Thank you, fellow Taoist. After allowing his shock to subside somewhat, Jin Yuanzi respectfully clasped his hands in gratitude towards Yi Yun. Were it not for Yi Yun, he might have missed such a monumental opportunity. In response to Jin Yuanzi's thanks, Yi Yun, of course, did not presume too much. Their brief exchange was exceedingly pleasant. As Jin Yuanzi became more acquainted with Yi Yun, he developed an interest in the generators and steam engines that Yi Yun had been manipulating for the Tang dynasty, prompting him to voice his curiosity. In fact, after arriving here, Jin Yuanzi had already taken note of these peculiar little contraptions. It was merely the divine court that had left him utterly astounded, and now he found himself compelled to inquire about it. As Yi Yun elucidated the matter, a profound interest manifested on Jin Yuanzi's face, prompting him to engage with the apparatuses. To Yi Yun's astonishment, some rudimentary machines that had yet to take shape surprisingly sprang to life under Jin Yuanzi's touch. This revelation left Yi Yun momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such latent talent in Jin Yuanzi. Without delay, Yi Yun presented some of his sketches for Jin Yuanzi to examine. In response, Jin Yuanzi expressed continuous wonder, displaying an avid fascination for these inventions. Observing this, Yi Yun wasted no time and promptly issued a personal commission. He assured Jin Yuanzi that for every creation he could produce, he would receive a certain number of points. And additionally, he would provide a monthly stipend of 10,000 points as a base salary. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuanzi readily accepted, relieved to find a means to acquire points, especially considering the formidable task maniac, Di Jun, who was known to seize any task available, including those of his own creation. Jin Yuanzi lacked the confidence to compete with him. The prospect of working for points aligned perfectly with Jin Yuanzi's aspirations. It was not hazardous and would not inadvertently entangle him in karmic repercussions. Moreover, the potential rewards were promising, albeit requiring a significant investment of time. However, Jin Yuanzi regarded this as inconsequential, as he had ample time at his disposal. He presumed that his old friend, Hong Yuan, was in no rush in the coming years. It was, indeed, a perfect arrangement. Chapter 62. The Second Industrial Revolution and the Transformation of Spiritual Energy into Electricity. Dear friend, this is the current foundational plan for the development of the Tang dynasty. Gazing at Jin Yuanzi, Yi Yuan unreservedly presented 2 volumes, simultaneously stating, at present, the Tang dynasty has essentially completed its first industrial revolution and is embarking on the second. One book was titled An Overview of the First Industrial Revolution, and the other An Overview of the Second Industrial Revolution. These works were primarily crafted by Yi Yuan, drawn from the memories in his mind, and subsequently expedited by Li Shimin and his associates in the Ministry of Works. Currently, steam engines were functioning normally within the Tang dynasty. Upon his arrival in the Tang dynasty, Yi Yuan had been exceedingly enthusiastic about this development, closely monitoring the progress of the Industrial Revolution, as it represented the most effective means for him to garner points of astonishment. However, at present, his main focus lay within the primordial chaos. Nonetheless, the Industrial Revolution remained of paramount importance, serving as a crucial step toward elevating the Tang dynasty to greater heights. Relinquishing direct oversight left Yi Yuan somewhat uneasy. More importantly, given the current foundations of the Tang dynasty, having achieved the First Industrial Revolution was already a remarkable feat, and it seemed unlikely that another figure would emerge to spearhead the Second Industrial Revolution. Now that Jin Yuanzi expressed interest in these matters, Yi Yuan was more than willing to engage in discourse with him. Perhaps Jin Yuanzi could indeed assist the Tang dynasty in accomplishing the Second Industrial Revolution, which would undoubtedly be a fortuitous development. As for the points, such rewards would naturally stem from the efforts made. If Jin Yuanzi could usher the Tang dynasty into the era of electricity, the astonishment points Yi Yuan would acquire would surely amount to a substantial figure. It was a venture with guaranteed returns. The talents and intellect of my fellow Taoists are indeed astonishing. After briefly perusing those 2 books, a flicker of shock crossed the countenance of Jin Yuanzi, prompting him to exclaim, I never expected that a mere mortal could achieve such feats. Ascending to the heavens and traversing the seas. It is truly unfathomable. If all this were to be realized, the entire primordial world would surely tremble in response. Regarding the first book, Jin Yuanzi was not overly surprised, having encountered the physical object before. However, as he delved deeper into the overview of the Second Industrial Revolution, his astonishment became increasingly evident. To him, it was utterly incredible that the frail human could possess capabilities that rivaled those of celestial beings. This was simply beyond belief. Hearing the astonishment in Jin Yuanzi's tone, Yi Yuan shook his head and gently replied, currently, the Great Tang cannot achieve such things. It is merely a concept, a generator. This is one of the most crucial elements hindering the Second Industrial Revolution. Based on my recollections from the future, constructing a steam engine is feasible, but a generator that is somewhat beyond reach. You are overly modest, my friend. Upon hearing Yi Yuan's words, Jin Yuanzi shook his head, fully aware that these innovations have yet to manifest. Nevertheless, with his discerning vision, he could perceive their potential viability. Such exquisite craftsmanship could indeed pose a challenge to the heavenly courts. However, my friend, I still find myself perplexed. What exactly is this electricity? After perusing the overview of the Second Industrial Revolution once more, a hint of confusion appeared on Jin Yuanzi's face, prompting him to inquire, I can roughly understand steam. It is merely the force generated by the evaporation of water. But this electricity is the might of heaven and earth, possessing tremendous destructive power. How can it be harnessed for such trivial matters, electricity? This is an extraordinarily important concept introduced in the second book. Yet electricity is nothing but lightning. How can the force of lightning drive so many entities? Would it not obliterate them all? This requires the introduction of another concept, known as voltage. Observing Jin Yuanzi's bewildered expression, Yi Yuan briefly elucidated the distinction between high voltage and low voltage. He also explained the difference between thunder and generation, revealing the most critical step, the creation of a generator. This left Jin Yuanzi in a state of bewilderment. He had never anticipated that the power of lightning could possess such efficacy. Within the primordial realm, one could summon thunder using spiritual energy. After a moment of silence, Jin Yuanzi gazed at the books with a sudden glimmer of curiosity, instinctively voicing, if that is the case, might it be possible to bypass the generator and utilize spiritual energy to supply power? Regarding this generator, Jin Yuanzi found himself somewhat at a loss. However, is it not merely about generating power? Even the minor deities of the heavenly court, such as Lei Gong and Dianmu, can wield the power of thunder, as a quasi-saint. Jin Yuanzi could effortlessly harness it. In such a scenario, what need is there for a generator? He himself is the most efficient generator. Oh? Upon hearing Jin Yuanzi's words, Yi Yuan was initially taken aback, only to suddenly realize that he seemed to have fallen into a certain cognitive fallacy. In his perspective, The hallmark of the Second Industrial Revolution was the invention and widespread utilization of electricity. Naturally, after managing to make use of steam power, Yun's focus shifted to electricity generation, aspiring to establish a true generator. However, due to his limited knowledge and the absence of corresponding resources in the system's marketplace, he had no choice but to temporarily set this ambition aside. Yet, this was the primordial chaos. One could manipulate the very power of thunder at will. How could generating a mere spark of electricity pose a challenge? When power was lacking, simply summon someone to strike a few bolts of lightning. Was that not a solution? As for the issue of voltage, when the time came to harness spiritual energy for electricity, a slight adjustment would suffice, wouldn't it? If all else failed, one could forge a talisman specifically designed to convert voltage. The difficulties he previously faced would thus be effortlessly resolved. The words of my fellow cultivator have illuminated my mind. This plan is indeed feasible. With this thought, Yi Yun respectfully clasped his hands towards Zhen Yuanzi and solemnly spoke. However, I must trouble you for the specifics of its application. Should electricity become widely utilized in the Tang dynasty, it will undoubtedly bring about transformative changes in just a few years. At that time, we should also commence the manufacturing of certain weapons. Furthermore, due to the presence of spiritual energy, the potency of these weapons may far exceed that of future generations. The prospect of slaying immortals and gods no longer seems impossible. If this comes to fruition, the Tang dynasty might truly achieve a leap comparable to that of the celestial realms. Haha. In that case, I shall return to my studies. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, a glimmer of excitement flashed across Zhen Yuanzi's face as he hastily replied. This time, I shall undoubtedly create this generator, my friend. Await my good news. With that, Zhen Yuanzi promptly stored the 2 books and a series of small items into his sleeve universe, intending to return to his courtyard for research. Chapter 63. The Dual Emperors Confront. Haoyan surprisingly feared Zhen Yuanzi departed. Simultaneously, he received the advance salary that Yi Yun had bestowed upon him, 10,000 points. Naturally, Zhen Yuanzi was immensely delighted. He never expected to have earned points without having done anything yet, and a full 10,000 at that. This was no trifling sun.it. Is worth noting that Zhen Yuanzi had just browsed the foreign marketplace and had a rough idea of the value of these 10,000 points. They could be exchanged for numerous innate spiritual roots. Moreover, Zhen Yuanzi noticed that the ginseng fruits he cultivated were also available for sale in that marketplace. 1,000 points could procure a single fruit. The 10,000 points Yi Yun had given him were sufficient to exchange for 10 ginseng fruits. Given that he had a ginseng fruit tree, Zhen Yuanzi was all too familiar with the growth cycle of these fruits. The tree blooms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit every 3,000 years, and then requires an additional 3,000 years for the fruit to mature. During this period, it must be meticulously cared for, leaving no room for error. Otherwise, even after waiting for 10,000 years, one might not reap any rewards. Even if all conditions are met, and one patiently waits for 9,000 years for the ginseng fruit tree to truly mature, the yield is disappointingly meager, producing merely 30 fruits at a time. Should one inadvertently let a fruit slip from their grasp, it would be irrevocably lost to the ground. This illustrates just how precious this entity truly is. Even the venerable Zhan Yuanzi would hesitate to carelessly increase its resilience. Presently, the 1,000 points in his possession could be exchanged for 10 ginseng fruits, which is tantamount to 3 millennia of waiting. And this is merely the base salary for the first month. Should he develop superior items in the future, there would be commissions, which would surely exceed the base salary by a significant margin. How could this not fill Zhen Yuanzi with boundless astonishment? Dear Hongyun, wait for me. With the current accumulation, in a few decades, you shall have the hope of resurrection. Casting a glance at his 10,000 points, Zhen Yuanzi refrained from frivolous expenditures, choosing instead to save them in anticipation of resurrecting Hongyun. After all, given his current circumstances, there was no need for him to exchange these points for anything. He was not engaging in combat. He harbored no grand ambitions. The only thing that stirred Zhen Yuanzi's interest was the primordial purple energy. Yet, in his hands, it might not be a blessing but rather a calamity. There was no necessity to exchange it. Under these circumstances, accumulating for several decades, or perhaps even a shorter time, could grant Hongyun a chance at revival. At that moment, he could once again enjoy tea and chess with Hongyun. Perhaps, he could even invite him to collaborate on research. Given Hongyun's character, it was likely he would find such trinkets immensely intriguing. Simply considering this prospect invigorated Zhen Yuanzi. Moreover, and most importantly, he felt no sense of constraint whatsoever. He was entirely free. In fact, Yi Yun had mentioned that if he wished to return to Wuzhuang Temple for research, it would pose no issue at all, provided he regularly presented results. However, after a moment's contemplation, he resolved to remain in the Tang dynasty. Here, should he encounter any uncertainties, he could readily consult with Yi Yun. Upon observation, he noted that his modest courtyard was not far from Yi Yun's, nearly qualifying them as neighbors. This perfectly aligned with Jin Yuanzi's preferences. Soon enough, Jin Yuanzi returned to his previous small courtyard. With a wave of his hand, he set aside the books and basic materials he had received from Yi Yun, and promptly began to study diligently. Thanks to Yi Yun's prior research, most of the equipment was already operational. It was merely the lack of electricity that posed a challenge. For Jin Yuanzi, the most pressing task was to convert spiritual energy into electrical power. Subtly, one could observe the flicker of lightning at his fingertips. Clearly, Jin Yuanzi was exploring how to harness the lightning generated from this spiritual energy to power these small devices. Generating electricity? No, more precisely, altering that phenomenon known as voltage. This was not an overly difficult task for Jin Yuanzi. And just as Jin Yuanzi immersed himself in his research. Meanwhile, on the summit of the northern sea, Di Jun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze calmly sweeping over the mirror before him. To be precise, it was the reflection of another figure clad in imperial robes, a faint smirk of derision playing at the corners of his mouth. Hao Tian. Ha! Does he truly believe that donning this imperial garb elevates him to the status of the celestial emperor? Such a sight is utterly laughable. Just moments ago, Di Jun had been locked in a silent standoff with this Hao Tian and had gleaned some basic understanding of this so-called celestial emperor. Pathetically weak. In an instant, Di Jun rendered his judgment. This Hao Tian was astonishingly feeble, let alone the fact that he now possessed two unique flames. Even in his former state, he could have dispatched Hao Tian as easily as one would a mere dog. Though both were at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, they were not of the same caliber. Di Jun's quasi-sainthood was forged through relentless battles, having faced countless life-and-death crises along his journey. In fact, during the war between the Wu and the Lich, he had engaged in life-and-death struggles with the ancestral witches more than once. His strength had thus seen a steady enhancement. But what of this Hao Tian? One could discern from his feeble spiritual energy that he had merely been propped up by the merits of the heavenly Tao. He had never truly undergone rigorous cultivation, and yet, he dares to claim the title of Celestial Emperor. What a farce! An existence of such caliber would struggle to contend even with a mere quasi-saint at the late stage. Let alone himself. Djun as Hao Tian sensed the trace of derision flickering in Di Jun's eyes. He suddenly clenched his fist, a glimmer of murderous intent crossing his face. He could feel Di Jun's contempt directed at him. Yet, he found himself unable to retort. Initially, Hao Tian harbored a lethal intent towards Di Jun, believing that his own strength was sufficient to subdue him. However, it soon dawned on him that he was gravely mistaken. The power possessed by Di Jun was far beyond his reach. The chilling aura of hostility evoked a flicker of fear within Hao Tian's heart. How could he, as the Celestial Emperor, experience fear? This was utterly unacceptable to him. Yet, in truth, it had indeed transpired. He found himself devoid of any thoughts of descending to the mortal realm to subdue Di Jun. He could only remain in the Lingxiao Palace. Confronting Di Jun from a distance, he dared not. Though it may seem absurd to admit, Hao Tian truly lacked the courage to face Di Jun directly. This overwhelming sense of humiliation drove Hao Tian to the brink of madness. How could he, as the Celestial Emperor, be so pitiful? Chapter 64. A new task issued. Chaos in the Heavenly Palace. Location: Heaven, Lingxiao Palace, Your Majesty. Noticing a flicker of unease wash over Hao Tian, the star of Tai Bai's eyes narrowed slightly, and he opened his mouth to call out softly. He felt a twinge of anxiety. Throughout the standoff with Di Jun, the star of Tai Bai had sensed something amiss with Hao Tian. Initially, he had been filled with murderous intent, seemingly poised to annihilate Di Jun. However, gradually, Hao Tian began to exhibit signs of distress. His Majesty appeared to be afraid. This thought flashed through the star of Tai Bai's mind, causing him to momentarily startle, hastily dismissing it. What nonsense! Your Majesty is undoubtedly the Celestial Emperor recognized by the Heavenly Tao, endowed with its celestial fortune and possessing numerous formidable powers. In the entirety of the primordial chaos, no being exists that can instill fear in Haotian. Although Dijuan is powerful, the ancient demon court has long since perished. How could our sovereign possibly harbor any trepidation towards him? It must be an illusion. Surely, it is but a mere misconception. In this moment, Tai Bai Jinxing endeavored to reassure himself. Perhaps he was overthinking. How could our sovereign possibly fear a demon emperor who has been dead for countless years? Yet, the more he contemplated this, the deeper his inner turmoil grew. What if? He had observed the demeanor of our sovereign previously, and it was undoubtedly tinged with apprehension. Upon hearing Tai Bai Jinxing's voice, Haotian furrowed his brow, slightly awakening to the realization. He took a deep breath and cast another glance at the image reflected in the Haotian mirror, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. Dijuan. The brief skirmish earlier had left Haoyan with a lingering sense of trepidation. He had gained a rough understanding of the strength possessed by this ancient demon emperor. Truly, he was a being who had emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He surpassed me, at the very least, when stripped of the heavenly Tao's celestial fortune. I am vastly inferior to this ancient demon emperor. As these thoughts emerged, a surge of intense unwillingness welled up within Haoyan. Before ascending to the position of celestial emperor, he had endured 1,750 tribulations, thus earning the recognition of heaven and earth and gaining dominion over the three realms. Yet, these experiences of his seemed trivial in comparison to Dijuan's presence. Merely in terms of murderous intent, he was far outmatched. How could Haoyan possibly accept this? Dispatch orders to monitor all of Dijuan's movements. Should he attempt to reconstruct the demon court, ensure he is eliminated at the first opportunity. Taking a deep breath, Haoyan shifted his gaze from the Haoyan mirror and spoke in a grave tone. There must be no mistakes, understood. Sensing the chilling, murderous intent emanating from Haoyan's words, Taibai Jinxing's heart raced, and he hastily acknowledged the command. Simultaneously, he realized that his previous suspicions were correct. Our sovereign indeed harbored apprehension towards Dijuan. It was precisely because of this that he hesitated to take action against the demon emperor. At least for now. This weighed heavily upon Taibai Jinxing's heart. It appeared that the power of this demon emperor far exceeded the imagination of most beings. Even our sovereign had to tread carefully around him. It was truly difficult to believe. However, regarding Haoyan's decision, Taibai Jinxing dared not voice any dissent. Nor did he wish to utter anything that might provoke Haoyan, such as Dijuan so brazenly defies the heavenly court. Why not eradicate him? Sometimes, a little ignorance can prolong one's existence. Your Majesty, that Dijuan so blatantly disdains the heavenly court. His transgressions warrant punishment, and we cannot allow him to remain so arrogant. Just as Taibai Jinxing prepared to withdraw, the pagoda-bearing heavenly King Li Jing could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward, clasping his hands towards Haoyan, saying, "I beseech your Majesty to lead a campaign against Dijuan." As these words fell, Haoyan's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly composed himself, maintaining an impassive demeanor. He merely nodded and replied, "What you say is indeed valid. I shall give it due consideration." Upon concluding his statement, Haoyan fell silent, choosing instead to stow away the Haoyan mirror. Meanwhile, the Taibai Jinxing cast a lingering glance at Li Jing, a hint of astonishment crossing his countenance. He had not anticipated that the Tating Tianwang would exhibit such a lack of foresight. It was abundantly clear that His Majesty was disinclined to engage in conflict. Yet, the notion of an expedition was proposed. Who would undertake such a venture? Was this not an affront to His Majesty's dignity? Such a lack of perceptiveness was truly disheartening. Upon witnessing Haoyan's unexpected restraint in confronting Dijuan, a flicker of bewilderment appeared on Li Jing's visage. However, given that the sovereign had rendered his decision, he refrained from voicing further protest, suppressing his doubts. Thus, the conference on how to confront Dijuan concluded in a rather anticlimactic manner. Apart from Taibai Jinxing, none could fathom Haoyan's sudden shift in stance after a period of stalemate with Dijuan. A few astute individuals surmised the underlying reasons, yet the gravity of the situation rendered them hesitant to dwell on it further. As all the celestial beings, including Taibai Jinxing, departed, Haoyan gazed upon the desolate Lingxiao Palace, a chilling glint of resolve flickering in the depths of his eyes. With a determined step, Haoyan vanished from the palace, setting his course for the Zixiao Palace. The resurgence of the ancient demon emperor in the primordial realm left Haoyan skeptical of the Daozu's ignorance. In light of these developments, he sought to discern the Daozu's perspective on the matter. With the Daozu's assurance in hand, engaging in any endeavor would undoubtedly be rendered far less burdensome for Haoyan. Meanwhile, in the North Sea, Dijuan regarded the fading mirror-like apparition with a trace of disdain in his gaze. The Heavenly Emperor? A true Heavenly Emperor should never falter. The moment Haoyan chose retreat, defeat became his inevitable fate. Such an individual was unworthy of the title of Heavenly Emperor. Contemplating his next course of action? A flicker of insight crossed Dijuan's mind as he sensed a subtle tremor from the mobile device he had set aside. Instinctively, he retrieved it for a cursory glance, a new task. Upon seeing the notification on his device, Dijuan experienced no hesitation. He accepted it without a moment's thought. Only after claiming the task did Dijuan scrutinize its description. Chaos in the Heavenly Palace. Location: Heavenly Court. Danger level: Peak Semi-Saint. Staring at this task, Dijuan paused momentarily, a look of surprise flitting across his face. It seemed tailor-made for him, perfectly aligning with his current intentions. For even without this task, Dijuan had already resolved to visit the Heavenly Court, not out of a desire to reclaim the 33 heavens or to restore the Demon Court. Currently, the entire Demon Court, aside from himself, consisted solely of the newly joined Xuanzang. There was little point in staging a comeback. He merely wished to gauge the strength of the heavenly court. Now, this task appeared to coincidentally align with his aspirations. A ruckus in the heavenly palace? Very well, let the chaos ensue. However, prior preparations were in order. With a flicker of determination, Yuan accessed the forum marketplace, scrolling through its offerings. Ultimately, he set his sights on an item and selected it for exchange. In the next moment, a figure resembling Yuan's own form materialized before him. Meanwhile, the vivid description of that figure flashed through Yuan's mind, a flawless substitute. Upon infusing spiritual energy, it could possess 90% of the original strength duration. 1 hour. Chapter 65. Beneath the sage, all are mere ants. Yuan's apprehension at the same time, in the Great Tang. Upon witnessing the task he had just issued being accepted by Yuan, a hint of gravity appeared in Yuan's eyes. This task was, after all, a form of probing. Previously, Yuan had engaged in a battle with Guanyin in the North Sea, provocatively challenging the heavenly court. It was highly probable that the sages had taken note of him. Yuan was uncertain of the sages' intentions, especially that particular Tao ancestor. What would such a being's reaction be upon encountering the long-deceased Yuan once more? Would they strike down immediately, or deem Yuan too feeble to warrant their attention? Or perhaps, due to certain causal relationships, they would choose to let it unfold. All of this remained an enigma. Yet now, it seemed the time to unravel this mystery was at hand. If, after Yuan's chaotic uproar in the heavenly palace, that Tao ancestor took no action whatsoever, it would signify that the Tao ancestor harbored some trepidation and would not personally eradicate the beings of Hong Huang. At the very least, they would not act hastily. Thus, Yuan could proceed with the original plan to resurrect another ancient existence. After all, with Yuan's efforts as a primal shocking sage body, he had accumulated quite a number of shock points. With a bit more accumulation, it seemed he would be on the verge of resurrecting another being at the pinnacle of quasi-saint level. However, if the Tao ancestor intervened and directly annihilated Yuan would have to resort to alternative methods. Even if he were to resurrect another being at the quasi-saint pinnacle, he would ensure it developed in a low-key manner, of course, given that Yuan was resurrected at such a tremendous cost. He could not be so easily discarded. That substitute was a concept Yuan had alluded to when introducing the marketplace to Yuan, intended to prevent such a scenario from arising. In fact, to ensure Yuan had sufficient points to exchange for this substitute, Yuan had deliberately spent 200,000 points to acquire Guanyin meat. A dual benefit. It not only enhanced the physiques of the Great Tang citizens, but also provided some support for Yuan. Now it appeared that the contingencies he had set in place were perfectly timed. Yuan had chosen to exchange for that substitute. Under the calamity, sages would not act lightly, for they would inevitably entangle themselves in causality. And the sages, while entwined in causality, would not be affected themselves, yet it would implicate the beings associated with them. For instance, during the sealing of deities, although the Zhejiao was obliterated, Tong Tian, as its leader, remained unscathed. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, the sages would refrain from intervening personally. Overall, the sages of Hong Huang still placed great importance on their disciples. Taking a deep breath, Yuan contemplated some speculations regarding the calamity of the future. A glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he softly murmured, as for the Tao ancestor Hong Jun, who is one with the heavenly Tao, he would not easily interfere with the trajectory of Hong Huang unless granted permission by the heavenly Tao. But the heavenly Tao is ruthless, treating all beings as mere fodder. There would be no favoritism. The other sages, too, harbor their own reservations. In such a scenario, it is most advantageous for me. However, I am temporarily unable to provide proof. I can only hope that these speculations are indeed correct. Yuan naturally does not wish for the saints to intervene in the affairs of the Hong Huang at will. If that were the case, being constrained would be exceedingly severe. Beneath the saints, all living beings are but ants. Yet, ironically, aside from evasion, he possesses no other means of restraint. One force can subdue 10. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and machinations are futile. For now, I can only rely on the unseen threads of cause and effect. Oh, saints! Shaking his head gently, Yuan could not help but gaze upwards towards the firmament, a hint of melancholy surfacing in his eyes. At this moment, he finds himself utterly devoid of any countermeasures against such an existence of this caliber. Perhaps he should exchange for something that could allow him to escape under the watchful gaze of the saints. Contemplating this, Yuan lifted his hand slightly and opened the system marketplace in comparison to the abbreviated version of the forum marketplace. The system marketplace offers an abundance of items for exchange. This time, Yuan did not intend to confront the saints directly, but rather to evade them. After a brief selection, He chose to spend 10 million shock points to exchange for 3 talismans. The escape talisman, as the name suggests, it is a talisman that enables one to flee for their life. Upon shattering it, one will randomly appear at any location within the Hongguang. Once activated, the teleportation process cannot be interrupted, and after fleeing, one cannot be tracked. Any means of inquiry would prove ineffective against it. Even the saints would be unable to deduce the whereabouts of a being that has utilized this escape talisman. 10 million for 3. This is undoubtedly an exorbitant price. Yet, in order to preserve his life, Yuan still made the painful exchange. Simultaneously, Yuan decided to keep one for himself, while the other 2 would be gifted to Emperor Jun and Jin Yuanzi as rewards for tasks. Thus, aside from himself, the safety of these 2 members of the Divine Court would momentarily be assured. It all hinges on Emperor Jun. Shaking his head, Yuan momentarily cast aside some of his distractions. Then his gaze fell upon the northern sea, softly murmuring, "A ruckus in the heavenly palace." The last one to do so was that monkey, wasn't it? Yuan was taking a gamble, betting that during the calamity, the saints would not dare to interfere. If he wins, it would be splendid. If he loses, he would simply retreat and develop in obscurity. Of course, regardless of victory or defeat, he would still manage to gather a considerable amount of shock points from this endeavor. That would serve as some consolation, just as numerous thoughts flitted through Yuan's mind. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the northern sea, Emperor Jun gazed at the substitute before him, a serious expression emerging on his face. It was an exceedingly peculiar sensation. It resembled his own form, yet bore no visage, akin to a primordial being yet to take shape. However, it bore some distinctions from primordial beings. It was an aura of profound mystery that left Emperor Jun in awe. Crack! Following the knowledge of this substitute within his mind, Emperor Jun lifted his hand slightly, a droplet of essence blood escaping from his fingertip, merging into the center of the substitute's brow. With a soft sound, the essence blood fully integrated, without any hindrance, as the essence of Emperor Dijuan melded into the substitute, its visage began to transform, gradually revealing distinct facial features. Its appearance was indistinguishable from that of Emperor Dijuan himself. How intriguing! Gazing at this substitute that mirrored him so precisely, a hint of amusement flickered across Emperor Dijuan's face. He imparted a fragment of his divine consciousness into the substitute, subtly guiding its movements. In that moment, Emperor Dijuan could distinctly perceive a familiar sensation emanating from this substitute. It resembled a doppelganger, yet not entirely so. Furthermore, under ordinary circumstances, even a doppelganger created through the method of severing the 3 corpses would maintain intricate connections with the original. However, this substitute was different. It bore no ties to his true self, existing as a completely independent entity. Yet, curiously, with a mere thought, he could exert full control over it. Truly marvelous. Chapter 66. The Buddhist Realm. This Haoyin is utterly absurd. Having succumbed to fear, regrettably, this substitute can only be redeemed once within a specified time frame. Observing the grayish-white redemption interface, Emperor Dijuan gently shook his head, a fleeting expression of regret crossing his features. Gray signified irredeemability. This was knowledge he acquired post-redeeming the substitute. It seemed to be limited in availability. It could only be redeemed once within a certain period. Emperor Dijuan was unaware of the exact duration of this certain period, but for the time being, he could not redeem another substitute. This left him somewhat disappointed, yet he deemed it reasonable. Upon reflection, this singular substitute was indeed exceedingly formidable, nearly equating to another version of himself, with 90% of his battle prowess. Such strength was sufficient to accomplish a multitude of tasks. Without limitations, it would be far too outrageous. First, to familiarize himself. After a moment of silence, Emperor Dijuan sent a surge of divine consciousness into the substitute, while his true form directly selected an island in the northern sea, seating himself upon the ground and gradually closing his eyes. Indeed, while this substitute could act autonomously, such autonomy would likely only allow it to harness 50% of its inherent combat capabilities. Emperor Dijuan still needed to exert control. Moreover, given that this substitute was entirely unlike conventional methods of creating doppelgangers, even he would require some time to adapt. A ruckus in the heavenly palace. Emperor Dijuan had an inkling that the rewards for this mission would be determined by the extent of his disturbance. Naturally, the more chaos, the better. Just as Emperor Dijuan began to master the control of this substitute. Meanwhile, in the west, Ling Mountain. Great Thunder Sound Temple. Previously, the confrontation between the twin emperors had undoubtedly attracted the attention of the Buddhist sect. In fact, in a certain sense, their machinations had exacerbated the current situation. However, no one anticipated that these 2 heavenly emperors, destined to be at odds, would disperse after merely a brief standoff. They had not engaged in battle at all. If this were the case, the Buddhist sect's previous schemes had fallen flat. Originally, They had intended to instigate the formal commencement of the Western journey during the clash between the twin emperors. Yet now, it was all thunderous noise with little rain. It is likely that the heavenly sovereign, having witnessed the formidable prowess of Emperor Jun, is reluctant to engage in conflict. After a moment of silence, Guanyin, who had just emerged from the 8 treasures pool of merit, wore a slightly somber expression and spoke coldly. This Emperor Jun appears to be even stronger than during the great calamity of the witch and demon. At this juncture, Guanyin instinctively lowered her gaze to her own arm. The 8 treasures pool of merit, a treasure of the Buddhist sect, possesses the ability to purify impurities and restore the physical form. It is said that even if one were to lose an arm, or if only a primordial spirit remained, gradual recovery is still possible. However, not long ago, despite having the fortune to enter its depths, while her injuries had indeed healed, the arm severed by Emperor Jun has yet to regenerate. Each time she attempts to restore it, an intensely searing aura obstructs the process. With no other recourse, Guanyin was compelled to temporarily leave the 8 treasures pool and arrive at the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Upon her arrival, she learned of the current situation between the Heavenly Court and Emperor Jun, prompting her to sigh softly and voice her thoughts. What shall we do? This heavenly sovereign, despite being the celestial emperor, proves to be so ineffectual. Amitabha. If the 2 emperors do not contend, shall the Buddhist sect continue its westward journey under such circumstances? If we delay for another lifetime, waiting for decades, the mandate of heaven cannot be altered at will. As Guanyin's words lingered in the air, the assembled Buddhas and Bodhisattvas exchanged glances, each one speaking in turn. In their view, Emperor Jun had recently exhibited hostility towards the Buddhist sect. Before he could be restrained, it would be unwise to undertake any further actions. As for the heavenly court, though the heavenly sovereign, due to the influence of the Tao Ancestor, dares not impede the westward journey and would even offer some assistance, should anyone attempt to obstruct it, he would be delighted. For the Buddhist sect, the most favorable outcome would be to witness a conflict between the 2 emperors, from which they could benefit. Now it seems that this heavenly sovereign has unexpectedly shown cowardice. It is indeed somewhat disgraceful. Amitabha, witnessing this scene, the Tathagata's eyes flickered with a grave expression. After a moment of silence, he slowly shook his head and spoke with solemnity. The westward journey can no longer be delayed. Since there is no one to balance Emperor Jun, we must send someone to the Great Tang to urge Xuanzang to proceed westward. May I inquire which esteemed one is willing to undertake this journey? As he spoke, the gaze of the Tathagata gradually fell upon the gathered Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, awaiting their response. However, in the face of the Tathagata's words, the assembled Buddhas and Bodhisattvas remained silent, their eyes observing their noses, their mouths contemplating their hearts. Each one refrained from speaking, the primary reason being, they had witnessed Guanyin's prior experience, which nearly cost her dearly. Even upon her return, she had become a cripple, forever losing an arm. Not even a treasure like the 8 treasures pool of merit could restore her. Should they venture forth, if by misfortune they encountered Emperor Jun, would it not become a question of returning alive? They cannot go. Absolutely cannot go. Amitabha. Gazing upon the great heroic hall, now enveloped in silence, the Tathagata's expression darkened slightly. This assembly of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, when it came to claiming merit, were eager to vie with one another. Yet now that danger loomed, they had all retreated. Such an action truly left the Tathagata feeling somewhat breathless. Yet, he found himself unable to compel these Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. The Buddhist realm is not akin to the heavenly court. The current cadre of the heavenly court is predominantly comprised of those amassed by Haoyan himself, or rather, entities that joined the heavenly court either voluntarily or involuntarily following the cataclysmic battle of deification. They at least feigned compliance with Haoyan's commands. However, his situation is markedly different. Among the multitude of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas present, aside from a select few like Guanyin and Puxian, who hail from other forces of the primordial era, the majority are indigenous monks of the Western realm. They have remained steadfast within the Buddhist fold since the West was in a state of desolation. Each is intricately intertwined, where pulling one thread could unravel the entire tapestry. Oftentimes, even the Tathagata cannot issue commands to them. To speak plainly, any inconspicuous Buddha within the great heroic hall could very well possess far greater seniority than the Tathagata himself. World-honored one. A grave matter has arisen. Just as the Tathagata pondered whether to forcibly assign a relatively inconsequential Buddha or Bodhisattva to investigate the situation in the Great Tang, a voice, tinged with urgency, suddenly reverberated through the great heroic hall, drawing the attention of all present. A figure was seen staggering into the hall. The individual bore an expression of excitement, calling out loudly, "Puxian!" Upon seeing the newcomer, the assembly of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas was momentarily taken aback. Not long ago, Guanyin had gone to the 8 treasures pool to recuperate, and Puxian had temporarily taken Guanyin's place. Observing the changes between the heavenly court and the Great Tang. Now, why had he returned in such a hasty manner, appearing so impatient? Could it be that something significant had transpired in the heavenly court or the Great Tang? Chapter 67. The Buddhist realm in turmoil. Emperor Jun has advanced towards the southern heavenly gate. Puxian's arrival captured the attention of the multitude of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas present, even causing the Tathagata to cast a sideways glance. All were somewhat taken aback. What momentous event could have transpired in the primordial era to elicit such agitation from Puxian? Such behavior seemed unbecoming of his status. Moreover, he is, after all, a bodhisattva. What manner of recklessness is this? In that moment, witnessing Puxian's demeanor, the assembly of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas felt a twinge of displeasure. As practitioners of the Buddhist path, one ought to approach matters with tranquility and maintain the utmost composure. How could one be so flustered? It is truly a disgrace to the Buddhist order. It leaves one ashamed to be associated with him. Puxian, what matter has caused such alarm? Cultivating the mind and nurturing one's nature is the foremost secret of Buddhism. Indeed, such a fuss only serves to suggest that the great Thunder Sound Temple is but a mundane marketplace. Umitba. All causes and effects arise from the heart. Revered one, you have strayed from the path. Puxian, you are still far from attaining Buddhahood. Unavoidably, the assembly of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas began to voice their thoughts on Puxian's actions. Most of them were elder Buddhas, who had little regard for this latecomer Puxian, and though they tolerated him due to his superior strength, they now seized this opportunity to showcase their profound understanding of Buddhist teachings. It could be considered a minor lesson for Puxian. He must come to realize that, despite being a bodhisattva with slightly greater strength than an ordinary Buddha, his level of attainment pales in comparison. They are not on the same plane. You all. Upon hearing the words of these Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, Puxian was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening instantly. He had been diligently monitoring the heavenly court and the Tang dynasty, ready to report any news. Yet these Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, each engrossed in their own affairs, merely loitered in the Mahavairakana hall. They did not even bother to inquire about the situation. As if that were not enough, they mocked him? If they were capable, they ought to confront him directly. After all, he had once expounded the teachings to the 12 golden immortals, possessing the cultivation of a quasi-saint, while these Buddhas could easily be felled by a single blow. Puxian could not help but entertain such a thought. Of course, this was merely a fleeting notion. The Buddhas who had just spoken were deeply entrenched in the Buddhist hierarchy. Although their strength was modest, they were not someone Puxian could afford to offend. At least not at this moment. Taking a deep breath, Puxian endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions, then raised his gaze towards the Tathagata, earnestly stating, "Venerable one, my disciple has come to report an urgent matter." Puxian decided it best to address the situation first. As for those Buddhas, he would settle accounts with them later. Regardless of the circumstances, how could we, as practitioners of Buddhism, display such panic? Indeed. Respected Puxian, you ought to devote yourself to reciting the scriptures and deepening your understanding of the profound Dharma. Upon hearing Puxian's words, the assembly of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas once again spoke, revealing their inclination to assume the role of instructors. However, Puxian did not allow them to elaborate for long. After receiving the Tathagata's consent, he promptly declared, "Dijun has assaulted the heavenly court." The calm tone reverberated. Devoid of much emotion, it flowed gently into the ears of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Instantly, the entire Mahavairakana hall was thrown into a stupor. Those Buddhas and Bodhisattvas who had intended to rebuke Puxian found themselves frozen in place, their faces displaying utter bewilderment. They even doubted their own hearing. What nonsense! Dijun has attacked the heavenly court. How could this be possible? Countless Buddhas and Bodhisattvas exchanged glances, unable to regain their composure for an extended moment. They found it impossible to maintain their tranquility. They were even less composed than Puxian had been. The shock from this news was simply overwhelming. Had Dijun lost his mind? Thus, time slipped away gradually. The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas remained ensnared in astonishment. None dared to break the silence first. They were still in a daze. Their demeanor elicited a fleeting smirk of derision from Puxian. Is this what it means to possess profound Dharma? To maintain composure? Profound, indeed. They were not even as composed as a novice like himself. Of course, Puxian was well aware of the reason behind the expressions of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. It primarily stemmed from Dijun. Although previously, during the standoff between the two emperors, he had been the current sovereign of the heavenly court, the one who had evaded confrontation with Haoyin. Perhaps it is due to Haoyin's perception of his own inadequacies, or perhaps it is a wariness of Dijun's formidable prowess. Yet, this has not stirred significant unrest. For, Should Haoyin descend to confront Dijuan, it would, in a sense, be a clash between the old emperor and the new, a manifestation of the discord between the two. And the old emperor, after all, remains the old emperor. Even if he were to emerge victorious, it would merely serve as a source of embarrassment for the new emperor. In reality, it would hardly shake the foundations of his position, for behind this new emperor stands the Tao Ancestor. This mere fact ensures that Haoyin's status remains unassailable. With such an entity in existence, regardless of how much Haoyin's authority may be undermined, his title of Heavenly Emperor shall not be stripped away. At worst, he would revert to a state akin to before the establishment of the divine, where the beings of the primordial chaos would regard this Heavenly Emperor with indifference. However, the situation is now different. Dijuan has launched a direct assault on the Heavenly Court, effectively declaring enmity with the entire celestial realm, challenging not merely Haoyin, but contending for more than just the title of Heavenly Emperor. He is challenging the entirety of the Heavenly Court, and the Heavenly Court is the sovereign of the three realms. In other words, Dijuan is defying the entirety of the three realms. This is no trivial matter. Even the saints must tread carefully. But what is it that Dijuan aims to accomplish? Does he intend to single-handedly storm the Heavenly Court? The title of the sovereign of the three realms is ordained by the Tao Ancestor. Even the Buddhist sect must heed Haoyin's command, at least nominally. To assault the Heavenly Court directly may very well invite the ire of the Tao Ancestor. At that point, the beings of the primordial chaos would rise up in unison. Even Dijuan might not withstand such an onslaught. Is this truly the case? After a brief silence, Guanyin was the first to react. A glimmer of brilliance flashing in her eyes as she spoke solemnly. Has Dijuan truly ascended to the Heavenly Court? Though the reason behind the sudden madness of that ancient demon emperor remains unclear, the current situation is exceedingly favorable for the Buddhist sect. With both Dijuan and the Heavenly Court out of the way, who in the entirety of the primordial chaos could hinder the journey westward? This is indeed good news. It is indeed true. This humble monk has witnessed Dijuan soaring towards the Heavenly Court. He is likely already at the southern Heavenly Gate. Upon hearing this, Puxian showed no hesitation, nodding firmly as he spoke. As Puxian's words fell, the gazes of all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas present turned towards the direction of the southern Heavenly Gate. Upon sensing an exceedingly intense surge of spiritual energy, they cautiously retracted their gaze. Is it Dijuan? Exchanging glances, the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas all nodded. That terrifying spiritual energy, seemingly capable of incinerating all, could only belong to Dijuan. It is impossible for it to be false. He truly has set his sights on the Heavenly Court. Chapter 68. Inform His Majesty, the true Heavenly Emperor, has returned. The southern Heavenly Gate. Step. A faint sound of footsteps reverberated through the majestic and grand gate, creating ripples in the air. So subtle, yet within the southern Heavenly Gate, it sounded particularly jarring. Who goes there? At this moment, the four Heavenly Kings, tasked with guarding the southern Heavenly Gate, immediately heard this sound, momentarily taken aback, and collectively exclaimed in admonition. Originally, they merely regarded it as someone pondering the mortal realm, seeking to have them turn a blind eye. Such occurrences, while not frequent, were certainly not unheard of among the four Heavenly Kings. Typically, a modest toll would suffice to let matters pass. However, it soon dawned upon the four Heavenly Kings that the sound of footsteps did not originate from within the celestial court, but from beyond the southern Heavenly Gate. There had been no reports of anyone descending to the mortal realm recently. The four Heavenly Kings felt a twinge of confusion. No one had paid a toll to depart lately. Instinctively, they raised their gazes towards the southern Heavenly Gate. Gradually, the figure belonging to that pair of footsteps began to materialize. It was a silhouette clad in imperial robes. In the first instant, the four Heavenly Kings presumed it to be His Majesty's arrival and were prepared to offer their respectful greetings. Yet, they quickly sensed something amiss. The imperial robes bore similarities, but the patterns differed significantly, and most importantly, the visage of this robed being was somewhat unfamiliar. They could not recall having seen it before. Yet, inexplicably, it evoked a sense of familiarity, as if they had encountered it not long ago. This peculiar state left the four Heavenly Kings somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, they were bound to fulfill their duty of guarding the southern Heavenly Gate. Who are you? How dare you don the dragon robe? With a furrowed brow, the King of Broad Eyes admonished, should you be a mortal emperor, I advise you to return whence you came, lest you find the price too steep to bear. The King of Broad Eyes assumed the visitor to be a mortal emperor who had arrived in the heavenly realm through extraordinary means, intent on driving him away. Yet, he soon perceived that his companions wore expressions of unease, as if they had recalled something. Moreover, they seemed to be afraid. Wait a moment. Upon witnessing this scene, the King of Broad Eyes was momentarily taken aback. instinctively following the gazes of the other heavenly kings, carefully observing the figure in imperial robes, this individual. After a brief silence, the king of broad eyes was slightly startled, his expression gradually turning grave. He recalled the source of that inexplicable sense of familiarity. Not long ago, he had seen a portrait of this being. His Majesty had instructed the 4 heavenly kings to closely monitor this individual's movements, with reports to be made in real time. Given that this was a direct order from His Majesty, the 4 heavenly kings dared not exhibit any negligence, diligently executing their duty. And this being's name seemed to be Yuan, the ancient demon emperor. Upon scrutinizing the figure further, the king of broad eyes felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, sinking into a profound silence. He glanced at his companions, the kings of holding the nation, growth and many sounds, and recognized their similarly dazed expressions, confirming that his suspicions were indeed correct. This was truly the ancient demon emperor, a being at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint level. In that moment, the king of broad eyes, who had intended to take action against the intruder, found himself frozen in place, utterly paralyzed by fear. He had never anticipated that as a mere gatekeeper, he would encounter an ancient demon emperor. This was indeed an experience that defied description. And seeing the king of broad eyes remain motionless, the other 3 kings naturally refrained from becoming the first bird to stick its head out. They all stood obediently in place, not daring to utter a word. Step. Casting a fleeting glance at the 4 formidable guardians, Emperor Yuan refrained from making a move against them, instead ascending the steps with a graceful poise, gently passing through the southern heavenly gate. However, as he approached the 4 guardians, he suddenly halted, and amidst their alarmed gazes, he uttered in a calm tone, "Surely, you possess a means of communication? Inform your Majesty, the true heavenly emperor has returned." With those words, Emperor Yuan vanished, leaving the 4 guardians drenched in cold sweat. Quick, notify His Majesty. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the growth guardian swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he spoke. Something has occurred, something grave. The 4 guardians were, of course, aware of the ancient demon emperor's resurgence in the primordial realm, yet they had never anticipated that such a figure would brazenly appear within the heavenly domain. This was an entirely different concept. Could it be that he is genuinely prepared to seize the heavenly realm completely? A glance exchanged among the 4 guardians revealed a shared sense of deep trepidation. Meanwhile, in the primordial realm, alone, Emperor Yuan ascended the steps, entering the southern heavenly gate. This event spread across the primordial realm with terrifying swiftness, nearly instantaneously. Previously, Emperor Yuan had made a grand entrance, decisively defeating Guanyin and Yuan Feng, capturing the attention of many beings. Thus, they were now acutely aware of his movements. Indeed, due to the unique nature of the heavenly domain, even the saints, who had long since ceased to pay heed to the primordial realm and were in seclusion, could not help but cast a glance or two in his direction. This was primarily because the heavenly domain was the sovereign of the 3 realms and was intricately linked to the various saints of the primordial realm. Should anything go awry, it would naturally draw their attention. Previously, due to the calamity, most saints would seldom focus their gaze on the primordial realm. After all, following the sealing of the gods, even saints held a profound apprehension towards the term calamity, fearing they might inadvertently attract karmic retribution. Moreover, not all saints were particularly interested in the affairs of Emperor Yuan. For them, a peak quasi-saint was but an insignificant insect, merely a tad larger than the rest. Hardly worth consideration. Even if they noticed, it would be merely a fleeting glance before they turned their attention elsewhere. Yet now, the situation had changed. Emperor Yuan's presence in the heavenly domain was akin to a pitch-black insect suddenly appearing on a pristine sheet of paper. It was far too conspicuous to ignore. Atop Kunlun Mountain, a realm suffused with celestial energy and enveloped in spiritual mist, where rainbows occasionally cleaved the heavens and celestial cranes and spiritual deer leaped through the mountain ravines. It was an unparalleled sacred domain. At the pinnacle of this Kunlun, there lay an expansive palace, adorned with glazed tiles and resplendent gold. At its heart stood the grandest of palaces, known as Yusu, the Yusu Palace. The Yusu school of Tao was once a supreme lineage in the primordial realm, boasting countless disciples. Alas, after the battle of the gods, this once magnificent palace fell into a complete silence. Most disciples remained secluded within, leaving the doors barely frequented. The glory had faded. Step. At the very moment when Yuan stepped into the heavenly court, within the Jade Void Palace, a figure that had remained in silent meditation on a mat for countless years gently opened its eyes. A faint glimmer of divine light flickered forth, causing the entire palace to tremble slightly. Subsequently, it seemed as though all of Kunlun sensed this occurrence. Countless beings looked up, their expressions filled with astonishment. The Saint was taking action? Chapter 69. The reactions of the saints, Yuan Sure. Perhaps it is merely a test. In the past, during the War of the Gods, the conflict between thee and the ensued. The emerged victorious. Yet, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Countless celestial beings from the perished, and the reaped little benefit, with some disciples facing tribulations, while others sought refuge in the Buddhist teachings. The once glorious two great saintly sects were thus rendered desolate. The mere thought of this evoked sighs from numerous beings. Who could have imagined that even the great saints would fall to such depths? Truly, it is a matter of time and fate. However, despite the so-called decline, the situation of the is still far better than that of the at the very least. The Jade Void Palace remains intact, whereas the Emerald Pool Palace has likely turned into a desolate wasteland. And as for Yuan Shi Tianzun, the saint, he has not been taken to the Purple Cloud Palace like the Tongtian by the Tao Ancestor. He remains in Kunlun, but that is where his presence ends. Since the War of the Gods, Yuan Shi Tianzun seems to have lost his will to contend, remaining in deep meditation, rarely stepping out of the Jade Void Palace. In fact, he has shown little to no movement. Now, with the saint showing signs of activity, it has astonished many beings. Yet, after a brief period of anticipation, as no further actions from the saint materialized, the beings gradually set their minds at ease. Perhaps the saint was merely weary from his seclusion, stretching out occasionally. It was not a matter of great significance. Finding a casual rationale, they each resumed their own affairs, as if the earlier heart palpitation was merely an insignificant interlude. Teacher, what troubles you? Within the Jade Void Palace, sensing the movement of Yuan Shi Tianzun, Guangqingzi, who had been diligently attending to the saint, was momentarily taken aback. He quickly rose and cautiously inquired. During the War of the Gods, many disciples of the have departed or scattered. Many are no longer in the Jade Void Palace. Yet, as the foremost of the 12 golden immortals, Guangqingzi has remained. He was originally a celestial being who struck the golden bell for the, and though he possesses a sanctuary in the wilderness, he seldom visits. Staying in the Jade Void Palace to serve the saint is also his desire. Moreover, it is only fitting that someone attends to his teacher. Dijuan, that ancient demon emperor, has appeared once more. Casting a glance at his disciple, Yuan Shi Tianzun's eyes revealed a hint of surprise, followed by a soft chuckle as he murmured, "Hee hee. The cycle of calamity has commenced anew. I wonder who is orchestrating events from the shadows. Is the lesson from the past War of the Gods not enough?" His words, spoken lightly and without any tumult, sent a jolt through Guangqingzi's heart. The ancient demon emperor, the master of the demon court, he has once again emerged in the wilderness. Yet Guangqingzi could not comprehend why his teacher was so certain that there were beings scheming behind the scenes. The timing is too fortuitous. Perceiving the look of confusion in Guangqingzi's eyes, Yuan Shi Tianzun shook his head gently and began to elucidate. Dijuan, this ancient demon emperor, if he had not perished in the calamity, why did he not reveal himself sooner? Instead, he chose this precise moment. If he intended to wait for the calamity, when the gods are preoccupied and the heavenly court merely a hollow title, that would have been the perfect opportunity. Yet now, with the three realms already settled, any further action is somewhat belated. Moreover, upon his emergence, he has successively thwarted the Buddhist sect, defeated Guanyin, and now he dares to assault the heavenly court. Such ostentation must surely have a reason behind it. Perhaps it is a probe. Or maybe, the battle of the gods has led Yuan Shi Tianzun to comprehend much more. Or perhaps Guangqingzi's long service has instilled in him considerable patience, as he elaborates piece by piece. A probe? At this remark, Guangqingzi was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat bewildered. A probe for what? Furthermore, to use the heavenly emperor as bait, what kind of grand strategy must the instigator possess? And who is worthy of such a test? A test of whether the Tao Ancestor would intervene. Observing Guangqingzi's astonished demeanor, Yuan Shi Tianzun suddenly let out a scoff, speaking nonchalantly. Be cautious, however, while others may be unaware. I am privy to some knowledge. Since the Tao Ancestor has merged with the heavenly Tao, should he not contravene the grand trend of the heavenly Tao, the Tao Ancestor can no longer intervene recklessly. Otherwise, what would the heavenly Tao signify? When Yuan Shi Tianzun mentioned Tao Ancestor and heavenly Tao, there was not a trace of reverence on his face. Rather, there was a hint of disdain. The grand trend? Once, he believed that aligning with the grand trend would ensure protection. Yet what was the outcome? Under the grand trend, whether one follows or resists, all are but ants. The heavenly Tao is merciless, merciless indeed. As for his master's discourse on Tao Ancestor and heavenly Tao, Guangqingzi consciously bypassed the subject. While his heart sank slightly, his mind racing, he pondered, who would dare to act in such a manner? That would be in defiance of the grand trend of the heavenly Tao. The last one to do so was the Tongtian saint. Could it be him once more? That individual is adept at concealment, and with the calamity descending, the celestial mechanisms are in disarray. It is impossible to deduce. Casting a glance at Guangchengzi, Yuan Tianzuan raised his hand slightly, gently performing a divination for a moment, before ultimately shaking his head and softly stating, "Perhaps it is one of the saints, or it could be some unknown entity. It may even be Dijuan using himself as bait. All possibilities exist." Just now, Yuanshi sought to ascertain the reason behind Dijuan's resurrection. However, after the divination, he was met with a void, utterly unable to trace the origins. This indicates that the mastermind has made thorough preparations, quite intriguing. Upon this realization, Yuanshi Tianzuan ceased his seclusion, gently lifting his gaze toward the depths of the heavenly court. To this, Guangchengzi dared not speak further. He too directed his attention toward the heavenly court, waiting in silent anticipation. The 33 heavens, the heaven of departed hate, the Doshui Palace. The flames of the 8 trigrams furnace blazed fervently. One could vaguely perceive clouds swirling. With a faint elixir fragrance that penetrated the heart, the Great One, Tai Shang Lao Zi, extended his hand, retrieving a piece of wood and casting it into the furnace. He then took a banana leaf fan and waved it gently. The flames, visibly more vigorous to the naked eye, surged forth. Boom! At last, a muffled sound resonated as the Bagua furnace opened, and numerous pills adorned with purple patterns soared out from the fiery depths, ultimately vanishing into a purple-golden gourd. Without pausing his actions, Tai Shang procured additional materials and once more cast them into the flames of the Bagua furnace. Throughout the entire process, he never once cast a glance at the refined pills, as if engaged in a task of little consequence. Meanwhile, at the very moment when Dijun was assaulting the heavenly court, Tai Shang's actions of placing heavenly treasures momentarily faltered, but that was all. The flames of the Bagua furnace flared up once more. In the palace of Nuwa, the goddess stood suspended in midair, casting a glance towards the direction of the heavenly court, a flicker of gravity flashing in her eyes. Assaulting the heavenly court. Could it be that Dijun truly intends to pierce the heavens? And what of Luya, who has been gone for so long without a word? After a brief silence, Nuwa performed a slight divination, only to feel a sudden twitch at the corner of her mouth, taken aback. How could Luya have fallen into such dire straits? Wasn't he supposed to seek out Dijun? Alas, now that she had left the palace of Nuwa, it was no longer her concern. Moreover, there was no threat to her life. Shaking her head, Nuwa chose to remain silent. The grand doors of the Nuwa palace closed once more. Chapter 70. Tong Tian. A joke? This burden is not one I shall bear. In the west, Jane and Juanti exchanged astonished glances, realizing that the ancient demon emperor Dijun had actually been resurrected. A flicker of unease passed between them. In the past, during the calamity of the Wu and Yao, the mutual destruction of the two clans was partly due to their own contribution, yet swiftly, the two saints cast aside this fleeting sense of unease. A mere jest. The annihilation of the Wu and Yao clans was an inevitable trend, of no concern to them. They had merely nudged the events along slightly. Furthermore, a mere quasi-saint, even if seeking vengeance, could not possibly achieve it. Lacking the capability, however, with the Western expedition approaching, caution was still warranted. Shaking his head, Jane's eyes darkened with seriousness as he spoke softly, urging Rulai to expedite the completion of the task. Only then could they truly establish this Shumi world. As his words settled, Jane gently lifted his gaze towards the distant, misty mountain range, a faint smile gracing his gaunt features. Over the years, Jane and Juanti, amidst the chaos, had laid the foundation of Shumi Mountain with the intention of opening up a realm. It was named Shumi. Unlike the ordinary worlds that had evolved devoid of any vitality, their Shumi world was a true world, indistinguishable from the primordial wilderness. Jane and Juanti believed that when this world reached fruition, they too would undergo a complete transformation. At that time, even if they could not stand as grand as heavenly Tao, they would certainly surpass ordinary saints. Perhaps they could even stand alongside the Tao Ancestor. Nevertheless, relying solely on the powers of Jane and Juanti, it remained a formidable challenge to create a genuine world. Only after the Western expedition's tribulation concluded, and they obtained immeasurable merit from the heavenly Tao, could they rectify the innate deficiencies of this world. This was the true aspiration of the two saints Jane and Juanti. Despite the formidable prowess of Emperor Dijuan, he remains unable to withstand the inexorable tide of destiny. The journey westward is destined to unfold, as it is a karmic debt owed to the West by the heavenly order. Upon hearing this, Juanti nodded slightly, a faint smile creasing his plump visage as he spoke with a tranquil demeanor. At that time, the Buddhist teachings will flourish. This Shumi realm shall undergo a profound transformation. Alas, following the battle of the gods, the Tao Ancestor forbade the saints from intervening in the calamities of the primordial world. Otherwise, the battle of the gods summoned the saints to arms, and the repercussions were monumental, nearly shattering the primordial realm itself. The four great continents emerged as a consequence. After all, the primordial world of Ur was devoid of the present Eastern Victory, Western Bull, Southern Shun, and Northern Gathered continents. They were forged through the fierce conflict of the battle of the gods. The number of beings extinguished in that tumult is beyond reckoning. Consequently, the Tao Ancestor expelled the saints from the primordial realm, imposing stringent restrictions even on those who remained. Furthermore, he decreed that the saints were forbidden from waging war upon one another. Had it not been for this, Guanyin would have intervened in this great calamity long ago. To intervene in the tribulations with but a single avatar is already the limit. Too much of anything is as bad as too little. Hearing Guanyin's words, Jane shook his head and spoke softly. Even so, that avatar has severed all ties with you. I suppose by now, he has slipped beyond your control? In years past, in a bid to better manage the tribulations, Guanyin had manifested a benevolent corpse to intervene personally. However, due to the unique nature of the calamities, Guanyin found himself unable to maintain direct control. Even that avatar gained a semblance of autonomy, nearly leading to unintended consequences. Ultimately, there remains a slender thread of connection, which shall not disrupt the westward journey. Upon hearing this, Guanyin shook his head, letting out a weary sigh as he replied, "Once the tribulations conclude, I shall reclaim him and allow him to exist for a while longer." Regarding his earlier actions, Guanyin felt a twinge of regret, yet he was relieved that everything unfolded according to plan. Although that benevolent corpse had developed an independent consciousness, it dared not disrupt the westward journey. It is a situation he can begrudgingly accept, indeed. Upon hearing this, Jane nodded, falling silent. Guanyin also ceased speaking, and the entire chaos once again descended into tranquility, as the chaos of the west gradually subsided. On the other side, amidst the same chaos, endless torrents of fire, wind, and water flowed, with a grand hall rising and falling within. Surrounding the hall, the ripples of the great Tao surged, embodying the essence of birth and destruction, with terrifying anomalies flickering into view, creating an atmosphere of ferment. This is the Purple Cloud's Palace, the very place where the Tao Ancestor Hongjun once imparted his teachings. Under ordinary circumstances, no beings would visit, and the surrounding anomalies would remain undisturbed. Yet today, an unexpected guest has disrupted the stillness. It is Guanyin, who has just departed from the heavenly court. At this moment, he kneels outside the Purple Cloud's palace, waiting in silence, oblivious to the surrounding phenomena. "Old man, that outside figure is the heavenly emperor you chose. He seems rather lacking, does he not?" On the other side, within the grand hall of the Purple Cloud's palace, a being with a sword slung casually across his shoulder lounged on the ground, casting a sidelong glance at the kneeling Guanyin, and spoke nonchalantly. "The demon emperor has already besieged the heavenly court, and this fellow is still here kneeling. Before the battle even commenced, defeat was already upon him. If you ask me, it would be better for him to willingly relinquish the position of the heavenly emperor rather than being ousted by others." The speaker, known as Tongtian, is the master of the Jiejiao sect. After the War of the Gods, Tongtian faced defeat and sought to recreate the chaos of earth, fire, and wind, aiming for a mutual destruction with the primordial heavenly venerable. Ultimately, he was thwarted by the Tao Ancestor and brought to the Zhixiao Palace, where he has remained confined ever since. Now, upon seeing yet another familiar figure outside the Zhixiao Palace, Tongtian could not help but sneer. "The heavenly emperor? Is this all there is to it? The revival of Dijuan has no bearing on you, does it?" As Tongtian's voice faded, a divine wheel of the heavenly Tao manifested, revealing an elderly figure clad in coarse linen robes. He cast a glance at Tongtian and inquired with an indifferent tone. "It was Hongjun, known as the Tao Ancestor. He is also the master of all saints, embodying the heavenly Tao itself." At this moment, he directly posed a question, and behind him, the divine wheel of the heavenly Tao began to rotate slowly, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Even saints would find it difficult to withstand such force. "For heaven's sake, old man, do not unjustly accuse the innocent." Upon hearing Hongjuan's words, Tongtian's expression shifted, and he could not help but shout, "I have been confined in this wretched place by you, unable to even sleep without being watched. How could I possibly have contact with Dijuan? If I truly had the means to deceive you, would I still be here enduring such humiliation? Why not release me? Then, whatever transpires in the primordial realm could not be blamed on me. At this moment, I absolutely refuse to bear this burden." Tongtian was growing increasingly agitated. He merely uttered a couple of sarcastic remarks, yet suspicion was cast upon him. If he possessed such abilities, would he still remain here? He would have long since caused an uproar. Observing Tong Tian's demeanor, Hongjun hesitated for a moment, then casually glanced beyond the Zixiao Palace, calmly stating, "Come in." This remark was evidently not directed at Tong Tian. Chapter 71. A great injustice written on my face outside the Zixiao Palace. Enter. A faint voice reverberated through the chaos, stirring the elemental forces around, creating gentle ripples. Even the omnipresent anomalies quieted considerably, no longer wreaking havoc. Kneeling on the ground, Haoyan felt a flicker of joy upon hearing this statement. He cautiously rose and began to walk forward. Meanwhile, the previously closed gates of the Zixiao Palace had mysteriously opened. Without hesitation, Haoyan stepped inside. Crossing the threshold of the Zixiao Palace, I pay my respects to the Tao Ancestor. Gazing upon the familiar Zixiao Palace from his memories, Haoyan took a deep breath, then bowed deeply towards the elder in coarse robes at the forefront, solemnly stating, "Disciple has a matter to inquire about. I beseech the Tao Ancestor for enlightenment." Haoyan's visit was undoubtedly in regard to Dijuan. After all, before he ascended as the Heavenly Emperor, the Tao Ancestor had explicitly told him that the Demon Emperor had perished. Yet now, why does he once again appear in the primordial realm? Emperor Jun indeed perished amidst the calamity of the Great Tribulation. Before Haoyan could voice his lingering doubts, the tranquil voice of Hongjun resonated throughout the Grand Hall. However, a fragment of his soul may have lingered, potentially exploited by those with ulterior motives. This could explain its re-emergence. In those days, the mutual destruction of the witch and demon clans was a consequence of the heavenly will. Hongjun played a pivotal role in that turmoil. In fact, during the first battle between the witch and demon clans, when the witch clan's power was overwhelming, Hongjun even intervened to halt the conflict. After a series of intricate schemes, he ultimately ensured that the strengths of both clans were balanced, allowing for their mutual annihilation. Yet, had there been a discerning individual who preserved the remnant soul of Emperor Jun, it is conceivable that he could once again manifest in the primordial realm. After all, following that battle, as the cycle of reincarnation began anew, Hongjun had not focused on the fates of the remnants of beings like Emperor Jun and Tai. He assumed they had entered the cycle of reincarnation. Should someone have seized the opportunity to exploit the chaos, it might have eluded his perception. This was Hongjun's conjecture. In his view, it was the only plausible hypothesis. After all, even the Tao Ancestor could not have anticipated that there existed entities capable of resurrecting after the complete annihilation of their souls. Is it truly so? Upon hearing this, Haoyan inhaled deeply, a grave expression fleeting across his countenance. This was indeed beyond his expectations, yet, upon reflection, it aligned with logic. Surely, Emperor Jun could not have revived out of thin air. There must be a certain rationale behind this. Moreover, that discerning individual, instinctively, Haoyan's gaze shifted, inadvertently catching sight of another figure within the palace of Zixiao. In this primordial realm, the one with the greatest suspicion appeared to be this particular sage, did it not? After all, he possessed both the power and the motive to orchestrate such deeds. However, during the era of the witch and demon clans, he had not offended this sage. Had he? Could it be that he had been scheming in advance even then? TSK. Such machinations were truly chilling. What are you looking at? Noticing Haoyan's gaze, Tong Tian's lips twitched slightly as he inquired in a low voice. What kind of look is that? Does he truly suspect that the discerning individual spoken of by the Tao Ancestor is himself? Do these people lack discernment? He was currently confined within the palace of Zixiao, with neither the time nor energy to engage in such matters. Was Hongjun truly blind to this? Why must he bear such an inexplicable blame? Ahem? It's nothing. Listening to Tong Tian's voice laced with murderous intent, Haoyan cleared his throat and deliberately averted his gaze, adopting an air of nonchalance. He had no desire to openly clash with this sage at this moment. Nevertheless, at this instant, Haoyan could almost be certain that it was Tong Tian orchestrating events behind the scenes. Humph. Surely, it must be due to the calamity of the Fengshen, wherein numerous disciples of the Jiejiao were listed on the Fengshen list for the Heavenly Court's control, causing Tong Tian some dissatisfaction. This must have prompted such actions. As for the resurrection of past beings, it contravenes the heavenly decree. Tong Tian, establishing the Jiejiao, inherently aimed to seize a thread of life from the heavens and earth, making his rebellion against the heavens all the more plausible. It must be him. A multitude of thoughts flickered through Haoyan's mind, yet his expression remained inscrutable. However, how could such demeanor elude the sage's perception? Tong Tian was truly vexed. He had already stated it was not himself. Why did no one believe him? A moment ago, Dao Zhu was the first to doubt himself. Is this not yet over? I implore Dao Zhu to enlighten me. Ignoring Tong Tian's nearly murderous glare, Haoyan took a deep breath, bowed deeply to Dao Zhu, and spoke in a solemn tone. What should I do? Dao Zhu candidly replied, Behind this lies the machinations of a malicious individual, thus Haoyin may rightfully seek Daozu's assistance. After all, the opponent is a sage. How could he possibly contend with a sage? Casting a sidelong glance at Tong Tian, Haoyin's final shred of hesitation in requesting Daozu's aid vanished completely. Matters concerning sages should indeed be entrusted to a sage. Humph! Observing Haoyin's expression, Tong Tian's demeanor darkened. Instinctively, he raised his hand and lightly brushed the Qingping sword that hung at his waist. At this moment, he yearned to cleave Haoyin in two with a single strike. Still doubting himself? Does he truly believe I would hesitate to strike? I am aware. Glancing at Tong Tian, Hong Jun shook his head and softly spoke. Since they are beings long departed, they ought not to appear in the primordial chaos. Clang! As his words fell, the Qingping sword at Tong Tian's waist suddenly emitted a resonant sound. Subsequently, a stream of sword energy whirled and surged forth. It shot directly towards Haoyin. Upon witnessing this scene, Haoyin was struck with terror. He never anticipated that Tong Tian would act so brazenly, daring to strike at him in front of Daozu. Moreover, Daozu did not intervene. However, Haoyin quickly realized something was amiss. That stream of sword energy did not harm him. Rather, it circled around him several times before ultimately transforming into a glimmering light and merging into his right hand. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a faintly visible blue sword where the energy had integrated. Old man, you doubt at this moment? Tong Tian abruptly stood, his gaze fixed on Hong Jun, and coldly remarked, you actually used my sword. He truly wished to strike Haoyin, yet Tong Tian was not foolish to commit violence before Daozu. The chances of leaving Zhixiao Palace unscathed would be minuscule. Just now, it was not he who wielded the sword. It was Daozu, who guided the energy of the Qingping sword and executed this strike. The heavenly Dao is merciless. I have merged with the heavenly Dao and shall not interfere in the primordial chaos. Witnessing this, Hong Jun shook his head and spoke softly. This sword will not provoke significant karma. Its descent can unleash a strike worthy of a sage. For you, that is sufficient. The final sentence was directed at Haoyin. Thank you, Daozu. Upon hearing this, Haoyin immediately understood the unfolding events, deeply bowing to Hong Jun and respectfully stating, disciple comprehends. He had determined that Tong Tian was the mastermind behind it all now, employing his sword energy to slay Dijuan. This filled Haoyin's heart with immense satisfaction, a feeling akin to avenging a great grievance to go. Without further ado, Hong Jun waved his hand slightly, sending Haoyin out of Zhixiao Palace. Simultaneously, the great doors of Zhixiao Palace closed once more. The elements surged. Chaos reverted to tranquility. Chapter 72, Dijuan. The Heavenly Emperor? I had thought you had fled at the entrance of the Zhixiao Palace. Haoyin steadied himself, casting a glance at the azure small sword that materialized above his right hand. With merely a flicker of his intent, he could unleash it, and a thrill of excitement blossomed upon his face. A strike from a sage. This sword, when it fell, was potent enough to slay any being of the primordial realm. How could he not feel exhilarated? Grateful thanks to the Tao Ancestor. Taking a deep breath, Haoyin managed to calm his turbulent emotions, then turned, soaring towards the direction of the heavenly court. He was no longer afraid. Regardless of the myriad schemes that Dijuan might possess, Haoyin felt no trace of fear within his heart, for he had found his confidence. Once this sword was unleashed, no matter the ancient demon emperors, they would be utterly obliterated, ceasing to exist, that old fellow. Meanwhile, within the Zhixiao Palace, upon witnessing Haoyin's departure, Tong Tian felt a twinge of frustration, yet was left with no recourse. Hong Jun had merged with the heavenly Dao, transcending the status of a sage long ago. Tong Tian acknowledged that he could not contend with him. Moreover, he was his teacher, the one who had guided him to sagehood in the past. Although the bonds of their master-disciple relationship had nearly frayed during the battle of the investiture of the gods, there still remained a semblance of respect. Having suffered a silent loss, Tong Tian had no choice but to acquiesce, however. Suddenly, a glimmer flickered in Tong Tian's eyes as he glanced at the hurriedly departing Haoyin outside the Zhixiao Palace. A faint smile crept upon his lips. After sitting idly in the Zhixiao Palace for so many years, he had not made any negligible progress. Tong Tian had long surmised that after merging with the heavenly Dao, Hong Jun would not act hastily, otherwise it would contravene the heavenly Dao. Yet he could not simply stand by and allow Dijuan to overturn the current heavenly court. With Haoyin seeking assistance, it was most likely that Hong Jun would set his sights on him. Thus, Tong Tian had inadvertently touched the Qingping sword, drawing the Tao Ancestor's attention, while subtly leaving behind a trace of essence within the sword's aura. That was a wisp of divine thought. Tong Tian was meticulous, concealing that faint thread of divine thought in the depths of the sword's aura, and at the moment the Tao Ancestor drew forth that aura, he took it along with him. This entire process was seamless. Not even the Tao Ancestor perceived it. After all, Tong Tian had spent ample time in the Zhixiao Palace, becoming acquainted with some of the Tao Ancestor's methods. A calculated move, Tong Tian retained a modicum of confidence in his ability to keep Hongjun in the dark. His intentions were simple. He wished to observe what existence lay behind Dijuan, capable of orchestrating such a scheme, reviving the ancient demon emperors. Merely this audacity was astonishing in itself. Furthermore, Tong Tian sought to understand why, when calamities arose during the journey to the west, everyone first suspected him. What image did he, Tong Tian, hold in the hearts of the myriad beings in the primordial realm? Why did they always think of him first in matters of misdeeds? Just as Tong Tian wallowed in his vexation, silently waiting for the opportune moment, Hao Yin strode forth, the elemental forces of earth, fire, wind, and water swirling behind him, swiftly departing from the chaos and arriving at the southern heavenly gate. Gazing at the figure clad in imperial robes, the four great heavenly kings guarding the southern heavenly gate trembled once more, recalling the recently departed Dijuan. They had thought that Dijuan had launched yet another surprise attack. Yet in the next moment, upon recognizing the true identity of the figure, the four great heavenly kings were instantly filled with excitement. Is it His Majesty? His Majesty has returned. Not long ago, they had conveyed the news of Dijun's ascension to the heavenly court to the Lingxiao Palace, only to receive the reply that His Majesty has departed and his whereabouts are unknown. This left the four great heavenly kings utterly bewildered. Without His Majesty's presence, how could they proceed? Fortunately, now, His Majesty has returned. What is happening? Observing the terrified and disheveled expressions of the four great heavenly kings, Hao Yin instinctively furrowed his brow and inquired in a grave tone, "What has transpired?" Earlier, within the Zhixiao Palace, Hao Yin had noticed Tong Tian's gaze upon him, laced with a hint of subtle mockery. Initially, he had dismissed it, however. On the way back, the more he pondered, the more uneasy he felt, prompting him to hasten his return. Little did he expect that the heavenly court seemed to be in disarray. "Your Majesty, it is Dijun has come to the heavenly court." Hearing Hao Yin's voice, the Growth Heavenly King fell silent for a moment before sorrowfully speaking. "We, your humble servants, were unable to stop him." This moment, the Growth Heavenly King naturally recounted his fearless attempts to thwart Dijun but found himself powerless. Yet Hao Yin clearly could no longer tolerate such perfunctory words. "What?" As soon as the Growth Heavenly King's words fell, Hao Yin's expression darkened abruptly, and he quickly raised his head, coldly stating, "Dijun has come to the heavenly court." Hao Yin was momentarily taken aback. Originally, after confronting Dijun at the North Sea, he had assumed that this demon emperor would exhibit a modicum of restraint. Yet, unexpectedly, he had become even more audacious. This truly demonstrates a blatant disregard for his authority. Boom. Upon realizing this, Hao Yin hesitated not for a moment and transformed into a streak of radiant light, racing towards the Lingxiao Palace. Simultaneously, he inadvertently glanced at his own palm. His expression shifted from initial fury to a semblance of calm. Upon reflection, Dijun's audacity in seeking him out was, in fact, fortuitous. It spared him the trouble of searching. "Ha! What of Dijun? This time, I shall ensure you return with nothing." Just as Hao Yin's heart brimmed with murderous intent, on the other side, in the Lingxiao Palace. At this moment, the great hall, which once belonged to Hao Yin, had been usurped. Dijun casually reclined upon the imperial throne, his demeanor tranquil as he surveyed the assembly of celestial beings, who were filled with ire yet dared not voice it. With a slight curl of his lips, he remarked, "What? Am I not welcomed? Your emperor?" This utterance sent a tremor throughout the entire court. You. The first to rise was the Tai by Jinxing, who, in a fit of indignation, was about to unleash his fury, only to see a flicker of flames dart towards him. Landing before him, it was light. Creating ripples, it appeared devoid of any threat. Yet, it rendered Tai by Jinxing's voice caught in his throat, silencing him completely. Instantly, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his brow. He fell silent, even instinctively retreating a few steps. Witnessing the most loyal of Hao Yin's subjects, Tai by Jinxing, rendered speechless, the remaining celestial beings fell utterly silent. Especially Li Jing, who had previously clamored for Dijun's downfall, now found himself cowering behind Neza, his face a portrait of terror. "Oh? Is this all there is to the celestial beings of the heavenly court?" Observing the profound silence of the Lingxiao treasure hall, Emperor Jun shook his head in disappointment and spoke, "Ultimately, it is but a scattered mass." Once, the demon court, even when aware of its inevitable defeat, would have recklessly charged forth in response to such provocation. Yet this heavenly court, one can only say it falls short. It is said that the celestial beings of today are disciples from various sects, having come to the heavenly court for certain reasons. Thus, it is no wonder. Oh, have you returned? Shaking his head, Emperor Jun suppressed a hint of disappointment within, then gently raised his gaze toward the expanse beyond the Lingxiao Hall, softly murmuring, Heavenly Emperor, I thought you had fled? Chapter 73, Guanyin. For those who practice Buddhism, what fear is there in a mere severed limb? In the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, Emperor Jun suddenly lifted his head, gazing toward the exterior of the Grand Hall, uttering a phrase with an air of indifference, tinged with faint disdain. Instantly, the celestial beings present were taken aback, lifting their heads to look outward toward the Great Hall. There, outside the Lingxiao Hall, Haoyan stood clad in imperial robes and crowned, suspended in the void, his gaze icily cold, radiating a chilling intent to kill. Haoyan had not anticipated that Emperor Jun would audaciously arrive at the heavenly court and brazenly occupy his rightful seat. What could he possibly be scheming? Does he not comprehend that he alone is the heavenly emperor of the present primordial world? The ancient demon court is no more. It cannot return, and Emperor Jun, the doomed demon monarch, must either submit to the heavenly court, where he might preserve his life, or face death. Do you wish to slay me? Casting a glance at Haoyan, Emperor Jun seemed to discern his thoughts, and could not help but scoff, gently shaking his head as he rose from the imperial throne, and then, with a light step, he began to move. Thus, he walked through the void, advancing toward the exterior of the Lingxiao Hall, his stature growing ever taller. Eventually, he stood side by side with Haoyan. Ah, how could I forget that little gift? Just as Emperor Jun was about to truly step out of the Lingxiao Hall, he suddenly lowered his head, casting a glance at the celestial beings within the Great Hall, offering a faint smile as he softly spoke, a surprise. I wonder if you will enjoy it. As Emperor Jun's words fell, the spirit of the Tai by Star trembled violently, for he had just noticed the flicker of flame before him, suddenly expanding. Quickly flee? Witnessing this scene, Tai by Star was momentarily stunned, then without a hint of hesitation, he found a pillar to hide behind, simultaneously clasping his head with his hands and shouting. Yet before he could finish the word flee, that flicker of flame erupted. An endless torrent of flames, like serpents of fire, cascaded down from the heavens, rampaging uncontrollably. In an instant, the entire Lingxiao Hall was engulfed in flames. Following that was a thunderous roar. The sound of explosions echoed relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, the Lingxiao Hall, which had stood firm in the heavenly court since its establishment, collapsed. The towering pillars were snapped in two, and countless tiles and bricks flew about chaotically, engulfed in a cloud of dust. The myriad of celestial beings, some quick to react, either summoned their artifacts or prostrated themselves on the ground following the low growl from Tai Bai Jinxing. However, a few, slow to respond, were directly engulfed by the flames, only to endure subsequent explosions. In the end, they were completely buried beneath the rubble and debris. Fortunately, those who could enter the Lingxiao Treasure Palace were all trusted confidants of Haoyan, possessing certain abilities that prevented them from perishing on the spot. Yet, sustaining grave injuries was undoubtedly inevitable. They might even lose limbs. Gazing at the Lingxiao Treasure Palace, which had instantaneously transformed into a wasteland, Haoyan's eyes radiated a murderous intent once more, fixed intently on Dijuan, and he spoke in a deep voice, You seek death. Although Haoyan had previously resolved that under no circumstances would he spare Dijuan's life, he nonetheless reiterated his intent. The murderous rage within him could no longer be concealed. Quite beautiful, isn't it? Ignoring the furious Haoyan, Dijuan regarded the collapsed Lingxiao Treasure Palace amidst the flames and suddenly let out a light chuckle. Speaking to himself, he held no grievances against Haoyan or the celestial beings of the Lingxiao Treasure Palace. Perhaps, after the fall of the demon court, these beings had participated in the pursuit of the remaining creatures from the demon court. But that was the extent of it. Some of them might not even have the blood of past demon court members on their hands. Yet, it mattered not. In Dijuan's eyes, since it was a great uproar in the heavenly palace, the greater the chaos, the better. Causing a ruckus in the heavenly court did not align with Dijuan's character. Instead, why not simply explode? The Lingxiao Treasure Palace was quite fitting. Perhaps it was laden with numerous restrictions and formations, making the explosion rather visually impressive. Perhaps this could be termed art. Reflecting on his experiences eavesdropping in that forum chat group, some individuals seemed to be discussing what constitutes art, and one person appeared to have asserted that explosions are art. Upon closer contemplation, this indeed held merit. Dijuan could not help but find himself somewhat in agreement with this notion. Seeking death, upon hearing these words, Haoyan could no longer suppress the murderous intent within, and he made his move. Alongside him, Dijuan also acted, This was a conflict that transcended countless epochs, one that should not have occurred in the primordial realm, for the combatants were the unrivaled sovereigns of the primordial world. The Heavenly Emperor, in the west, Ling Mountain. Observing the events unfolding in the heavenly court, the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas atop the great heroic hall were no longer calm, left somewhat dumbfounded. It seemed that apart from the monkey orchestrated by the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect 500 years prior, this was the first time in the endless expanse of time since the establishment of the heavenly court that any being dared to assault it. Moreover, they had directly detonated the Lingshao treasure palace. That monkey had never been so outrageous. This was akin to ruthlessly tearing apart Haoyan's face. Such a scene left one at a loss for words to describe the emotions of the moment. Had Dijuan lost his mind? Opposing the three realms and even the Tao Ancestor. Did Dijuan not fear death? World-honored one, I am willing to return to the Tang dynasty to expedite the journey of the one seeking scriptures. Just as the assembled Buddhas and Bodhisattvas were engulfed in shock, struggling to comprehend the situation, Guanyin was the first to regain her composure. She respectfully performed a Buddhist salute to Tathagata and spoke solemnly. This time, it will surely prompt Xuanzang to journey westward. In bygone times, due to her experiences in the Tang dynasty, Guanyin had solemnly vowed never to return there again. Yet now, she has completely cast aside that oath. What a jest! With Dijuan and the heavenly court entangled in their own affairs, there exists no force in the primordial chaos capable of thwarting the Buddhist path. To forego the merits readily at hand would be an utter waste. Would it not? Guanyin, did you not declare that you would never set foot in the Tang dynasty again? Upon hearing Guanyin's voice, the other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas reacted with astonishment, their surprise quickly erupting into a fervor. Assisting the sutra-collecting traveler on their western journey represents no insignificant achievement. Once the calamity concludes, they could also reap some measure of heavenly merit. Previously, due to the influence of Dijuan, the assembled Buddhas and Bodhisattvas had surmised that the merit they could gain might scarcely suffice for healing. Naturally, no one was willing to venture into the Tang dynasty under such circumstances. However, the situation has now changed. With the threat from Dijuan eliminated, this is akin to freely granted merit. Just a short while ago, Guanyin had proclaimed her disinterest in matters pertaining to the Western journey. How could she so suddenly reverse her stance? It was the humble monk who previously discerned the path. Gazing at the incredulous assembly of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, Guanyin's expression remained unchanged as she calmly spoke. Upon reflection, as a member of the Buddhist order, how could one easily retreat in such challenging times? Is it not merely the loss of an arm? As practitioners of Buddhism, what do we have to fear from such minor wounds? Even if another arm were to be severed, what harm would it cause? Guanyin's words were imbued with profound meaning, portraying herself as one willing to sacrifice for the Buddhist cause. This left the assembly momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. They suddenly realized that, at times, Guanyin could indeed be rather shameless. Chapter 74. Manjushri and Guanyin joined forces to journey to the Tang dynasty ahem. Just as the assembly of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas found themselves at a loss for counterarguments, a sudden cough broke the silence. Shortly thereafter, Manjushri stepped forward, crossing over the gathered Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and bowed respectfully to the Tathagata. Speaking in a solemn tone, world-honored one, the revered Guanyin has already made tremendous sacrifices for the Buddhist order. My heart cannot bear it. This time, may I venture forth in her stead, allowing the esteemed Guanyin to rest for a moment. Manjushri's words were just and righteous, making no mention of the word merit. He expressed genuine concern for Guanyin's well-being. Was it not evident that Guanyin had become incapacitated in her efforts for the Western journey? To send her forth again would be profoundly unjust. Thus, it would be best for him to take her place. This was a strategic move. Did not Guanyin claim that all was for the Buddhist order? Then, how could one neglect the well-being of such a meritorious one? It would be better for her to remain and recuperate. Indeed, we cannot bear to witness such toil. The revered Guanyin has dedicated herself tirelessly to the Buddhist order, earning my utmost admiration. The Avalokiteshvara of compassion truly lives up to her name, Amitabha. Our Buddhist order is not without capable individuals. How could we allow the revered Guanyin to face danger once more? Upon hearing the words of Manjushri, the assembly of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas present were momentarily taken aback, only to quickly regain their composure and express their thoughts, all seemingly concerned for Guanyin. Just moments ago, Guanyin had spoken from the perspective of great righteousness, proclaiming that everything was for the sake of the Buddhist teachings, even at the expense of her own well-being. They too felt compelled to follow suit. If Guanyin was willing to sacrifice herself, they had no reason to retreat. This matter of celestial merit to him, the contributions to Buddhism must certainly include their share. Shameless. Listening to the voices around her, Guanyin furrowed her brow. inwardly cursing their lack of decency. These individuals truly knew how to exploit every opportunity. Now they were eager to devote themselves to Buddhism. Yet what had they done when Emperor Jun had not yet ascended to the heavenly court? But alas, Guanyin found herself at a loss for words to refute them. Surely, she could not openly declare that her intentions were solely for the sake of celestial merit. Could she? Would that not shatter the persona she had just established? Left with no choice, Guanyin opted for silence. Observing this, the assembly of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas grew even more agitated, each wearing a look of profound compassion, clamoring to assist the one seeking the scriptures. Amitabha. As he gazed upon the fervent scene within the grand hall, the Tathagata softly recited a mantra, his expression neither sorrowful nor joyful, yet, within his heart, a sense of helplessness lingered. Leading this group was no easy task. These Buddhas and Bodhisattvas appeared composed on the surface, yet when faced with challenges, they were remarkably swift to evade responsibility. Conversely, when there was something to be gained, they flocked like bees to honey. They were a handful to manage, however. Given their substantial backgrounds, it was indeed difficult to chastise them directly. In this light, Guanyin appeared somewhat more agreeable. The Tathagata cast a fleeting glance at Guanyin, and a glimmer of satisfaction crossed his mind. Firstly, she lacked the extensive background of a newly ordained bodhisattva, unburdened by the complex connections that other Buddhas possessed. Secondly, Guanyin was truly diligent. During the arduous journey westward, the trials and tribulations she had assisted in overcoming were numerous. Such capability was indeed commendable. How could the Tathagata not regard her with a discerning eye? Nonetheless, he was aware that should Guanyin venture forth alone, it might incite considerable dissent. Guanyin and Manjushri, since you two have been the first to propose aiding the one seeking the scriptures, then you shall proceed together. With this thought, a moment of contemplation crossed the Tathagata's countenance, and after a brief silence, he gently shook his head and spoke. Thus, there will be mutual support. Manjushri and Guanyin were both at the quasi-saint level of existence. Unless they encountered a peak quasi-saint, they could certainly retreat unscathed. As for peak quasi-saints, there were but a few throughout the vast wilderness. It had already been a rare occurrence for Guanyin to have encountered one. Was it really so easy to stumble upon another? Did they truly believe that peak quasi-saints were commonplace? Thus, with the two of them journeying to the Great Tang, they were bound to be safe. Furthermore, the Tathagata's firm resolve to send them forth stemmed from the fact that Guanyin and Manjushri were the first to step forward. Their undertaking would likely quell any potential dissatisfaction from the other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Disciples, your orders are received. Upon hearing the words of Tathagata, Guanyin and Yuan Feng were momentarily taken aback, for they had not anticipated that the world-honored one would allow them to travel together. Yet, they understood that they could not defy his command, and thus quickly responded with utmost respect. As for the other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, although their faces bore traces of discontent, none dared to voice their objections. After all, Tathagata had previously offered them opportunities, which none had cherished. The current situation could be deemed their own doing. Nevertheless, the assembled Buddhas and Bodhisattvas secretly resolved that if similar circumstances arose again, they would undoubtedly rush to the forefront. How could they allow others to seize all the advantages? We shall take our leave. Ignoring the thoughts of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas present, Yuan Feng and Guanyin exchanged glances and chose to depart. In an instant, the two transformed into streaks of light, darting beyond the grand hall with remarkable speed. It was as if a contest of swiftness was underway. He. Xuanzang has now comprehended the profound teachings of Buddha. As long as he receives the staff and robe, and gains the recognition of the Tang dynasty to obtain the travel documents, all will be well. This matter requires but one person. Why not have a race between us? Where the first to reach the Tang dynasty will meet Xuanzang. Suddenly, Yuan Feng turned back, casually speaking to Guanyin, though it remained uncertain whether the esteemed one would dare to compete. As bodhisattvas of equal standing, there exists a discernible difference in prowess between Yuan Feng and Guanyin. Even during their time as disciples under the sage, Yuan Feng's cultivation had subtly surpassed that of Guanyin. This remained true upon entering the Buddhist realm. At this moment, Yuan Feng sought to exploit this slight advantage in speed to distance himself from Guanyin, hoping to provoke her into a wager, thus allowing him to justifiably leave her behind. Amitabha, I shall not compete. Upon hearing this, a chill flickered across Guanyin's face as she replied coolly, last time. Xuanzang's heart was already set on journeying to the west, but alas, he was thwarted by Dijuan. This time, when I go, Xuanzang will undoubtedly rejoice, and he shall proceed westward. If Yuan Feng has no other matters, perhaps he may wander nearby the Tang dynasty, experiencing its customs and culture. The words of Guanyin are profoundly misguided. Your previous battle with that demon emperor was witnessed by Xuanzang. How could he possibly trust you again? Then let us await the outcome, esteemed Yuan Feng. In this moment, Yuan Feng and Guanyin remained unyielding, exchanging subtle jabs and sarcasm. Yet their pace did not falter. In the blink of an eye, they had distanced themselves from the sacred mountain, racing towards the east. Chapter 75. The Ancient Demon Emperor? Is this it? The arrogance and fear of Haoyin. As Yuan Feng and Guanyin departed, the Mahabodhi Hall returned to tranquility. There were few ripples to disturb the calm. Hardly any Buddhas or bodhisattvas paid special attention to the battle in the heavenly realm. After all, for the Buddhist order, the primary focus now was the journey westward. The heavenly emperor conflict between Dijuan and Haoyin was of no concern to them. Regardless of who ascended as the heavenly emperor, once the journey westward concludes, the Buddhist order shall rise. This is a matter beyond the influence of any existence, even that of a sage. However, the Buddhist realm's indifference does not signify that the myriad beings of the primordial world remain unperturbed. The title of heavenly sovereign evokes an abundance of imagination, especially considering that one is the current heavenly sovereign while the other hails from the past. The clash between them undoubtedly stirs a commotion that surpasses the imagination of any being. Naturally, it captivates the attention of countless entities. At this moment, in the celestial court, the gaze of Haoyin is mesmerizing, imbued with a hint of chill, as he stands firm in the skies above, with the once majestic Lingshao Palace now reduced to ruins beneath his feet. He raises his head to gaze upon the figure of Dijuan ahead, and suddenly waves his hand. A mirror materializes, emanating a golden ripple. Golden clouds manifest, shifting in infinite forms. This is the Haoyin mirror. Its surface flows as if reflecting the myriad realms. Upon closer inspection, this mirror is neither gold nor jade, bearing ancient inscriptions, shaped like celestial dragons and mythical birds. With a step, Haoyin stretches forth his hand, cradling the mirror in his left palm. Simultaneously, his right hand opens. Unbeknownst to him, a golden greatsword, exuding an ancient and profound aura, materializes. Faint traces of dried blood can be discerned upon the blade, reminiscent of having slain supreme beings. This is the Haoyin sword. At this moment, Haoyin wields the mirror in one hand and the sword in the other, the clangor of golden weapons resonating throughout heaven and earth. Above him, a small tower of the same golden hue rises, sending ripples as it ascends and descends. The Haoyin Tower. According to legend, it possesses the might to absorb stars and exchange moons, capable of subduing all. Dijuan, today I shall slay you. As the three supreme treasures are summoned, a hint of detachment graces Haoyin's face as he suddenly speaks. His countenance emanates solemnity, his divine form unparalleled. An overwhelming golden radiance radiates from his being, divine light surging, an aura that is tumultuous and awe-inspiring. It evokes a visceral reaction, as if a mere glance would compel one to submit. The title of Heavenly Sovereign. Many beings in the primordial realm, upon witnessing this scene, cannot help but tremble in spirit. Whispering the words Heavenly Sovereign, in stark contrast to Haoyin's grandiose might, Dijuan appears strikingly unadorned nearby. He does not summon the He Tu or Luo Hou. His hands remain empty, his expression tranquil, as though no force in existence could disturb the composure of this once supreme demon emperor. Yet, upon closer scrutiny, one could barely discern the flames emanating from the tips of Dijuan's fingers, powerful enough to cause the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Clang. It is unclear who made the first move, or if the two emperors acted simultaneously. Myriad streams of light cascade from their clash, accompanied by a thunderous roar. It reverberates through the cosmos like heavenly thunder, igniting the resonance of the Tao. In the void above, ripples manifest one after another. After a brief moment, the two emperors separate. Both remain rooted in place, as if the preceding confrontation was merely an illusion. However, from Haoyin's slightly disordered breath, one can glean that a terrifying clash indeed transpired. Moreover, it seems that the current heavenly sovereign found himself at a disadvantage. Indeed, gazing at Haoyin, Dijuan nods slightly and speaks in a calm tone. Yet, there are always some superfluous motions. He chuckles. That is true. After all, it is sustained by the merits of the heavenly Tao, which is no small feat. Dijuan is sincerely offering praise. As the sovereign of demons, he looked down upon this youth who once stood beside the Tao Ancestor, deeming him unworthy of comparison with his own stature. Yet now, Dijuan's perception of Hao Tian had subtly shifted. Perhaps this Hao Tian was not merely a worthless being reliant on luck. However, Dijuan's so-called sincere praise sounded particularly grating to Hao Tian's ears. As the heavenly emperor, he stood unparalleled beneath the heavens. To now be commended by Dijuan in a tone akin to instructing a junior was simply intolerable. Drawing a deep breath, Hao Tian clenched the Hao Tian mirror in his grasp and coldly declared, "I refuse to believe that you can surpass me." Though he had faltered in their previous exchange, he still possessed the strength to fight. If he remained cautious and prudent, It was not beyond the realm of possibility for him to triumph over Di Jun. Again? Hearing Hao Tian's words, Di Jun scoffed lightly, a faint smirk of derision gracing his features as he replied, "It seems you still do not comprehend. If that is the case, allow me to demonstrate what it truly means to be the Heavenly Emperor." With that, a flicker of flame erupted from Di Jun's fingertips. Ultimately, the fire swirled and enveloped his form, radiating an aura of supreme nobility. This flame was neither the fire of the great Tao nor the fire of all creation, but rather the true fire of the sun. Yet, with this true fire of the sun, he would be more than capable of contending with the current Hao Tian. In this contest for the title of Heavenly Emperor, Di Jun aimed to vanquish Hao Tian with this true fire of the sun. He sought to impart upon him the true essence of what it meant to be the Heavenly Emperor. Boom! As Di Jun's will surged, the flames responded in kind, coalescing into a colossal sword of fire that clashed with the Hao Tian sword. What a terrifying blaze! In an instant, Hao Tian felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him, his expression growing grave. He had not anticipated that Di Jun would conceal his true prowess in their prior encounter. This flame was evidently far more potent than before. However, relying solely on this would not suffice to defeat me. After a brief moment of astonishment, Hao Tian summoned every ounce of strength to wield the Hao Tian sword, infusing it with the power from the Hao Tian Tower and the Hao Tian Mirror, granting it a fleeting yet formidable might beyond the ordinary. With a full-throttle eruption, Hao Tian unleashed all of his power without reservation. The fiery sword seemed to struggle against the might of the Hao Tian sword, slowly yielding. The flames along its blade dimmed noticeably. It was clear that it could not endure much longer. So this is the extent of the ancient sovereign of demons? Observing this, a flicker of elation crossed Hao Tian's face, invigorating his spirit. Indeed, as a true heavenly emperor, he was invincible. That Di Jun should have long since faded into oblivion, or so he thought. Just as Hao Tian sighed in relief, preparing to taunt Di Jun, a chilling voice resonated from behind him, laced with indifference. At the same time, another flaming great sword appeared behind Hao Tian, its tip grazing his form. It fell upon his neck, sending a shiver down Hao Tian's spine. Utterly bewildered. What time is it? Chapter 76. The final card. Hao Tian unleashed a powerful strike. A long sword forged of flames, intensely scorching. It gradually ascended. Like the blazing sun, it incinerated all in its path. That was the unparalleled might of the true fire of the sun. It seemed as if even the air had been consumed by this inferno. Yet, in the face of this most searing existence of the primordial world, Hao Tian sensed a chilling dread deep within his heart. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Hao Tian's cheek. Drip. It fell softly, but in an instant, it was evaporated by the intense heat of the fiery sword, dissolving into nothingness. Hao Tian struggled to turn around, only to find that the once opposing Di Jun had somehow circled behind him. There he stood, a hand gently gripping a sword, gazing at him with an expression of serene calm. The gaze was profoundly tranquil, and that sword seemed poised to descend in the next moment, threatening to sever him from his very existence. Hao Tian felt fear. Earlier, he had witnessed the clash between Di Jun and Yuan Feng. Though somewhat astonished, he believed that with his own strength, even if he could not prevail against Di Jun, he could at least hold his ground. Perhaps he could even achieve a stalemate. After all, he had managed to deal with Yuan Feng, who was merely at the late stage of a quasi-saint, with relative ease. They were both heavenly emperors, after all, who could truly intimidate whom. However, that fleeting sense of confidence dissipated into thin air the moment Hao Tian truly engaged with Di Jun. Di Jun was formidable. After a series of initial probing strikes, Hao Tian comprehended this truth deeply. From the very beginning, he had exerted all his strength, standing on high alert, not daring to let his guard down for even a moment. In stark contrast to his tense demeanor, Di Jun appeared to be at ease, as if strolling leisurely through a garden. With just a slight movement, he left Hao Tian somewhat overwhelmed in response. It was at that moment that Hao Tian realized the chasm between himself and Di Jun. The ancient heavenly emperor, who emerged from the sea of corpses and rivers of blood, was truly extraordinary. He was stronger than Hao Tian. Yet, Hao Tian could hardly fathom that Di Jun could be this terrifying. Such power transcended the mere concept of strength. Was this the true might of an ancient heavenly emperor? In an instant, Hao Tian found himself engulfed in confusion. But soon, Hao Tian regained his composure. He took a deep breath, golden rays of light cascading from his body, and leapt into the air, evading Di Jun's sword strike. Simultaneously, he dispelled the chill in his heart. Yet, Hao Tian's expression remained heavied, profoundly heavy. For Di Jun did not impede his departure, as if that sword, which had just moments ago threatened to sever his head from his body, was merely a minor warning, nothing more. Was this a sign of contempt towards him? Instinctively, Hao Yin lowered his gaze, glancing at the small azure sword mark beneath his palm. Initially, Hao Yin did not wish to employ this trump card. It represented a strike of a saint. With this small sword in hand, he was undeniably the foremost amongst those beneath the saints. No one could refute that. Thus, Hao Yin had intended to reserve this trump card, only to be used in the direst of circumstances. Yet now, circumstances have drastically altered. The terror exuded by Emperor Dijuan far surpasses anything that Hao Yin could have anticipated. If he does not act soon, defeat shall be his fate. Defeat? For a sovereign, that signifies an admission of inferiority. Such a realization is more painful than death itself. Historically, emperors may acknowledge their errors and strive to rectify them, yet they would never concede to being wrong. For an emperor is never in the wrong. Even if he stands opposed to the entire world, it is the world that is mistaken. If earthly emperors are so resolute, how much more so is the celestial emperor? And to lose is to be wrong, a monumental wrong. From that moment forth, the heavenly court would irrevocably forfeit its chances of supremacy, and he would become a figure of ridicule. Thus, Hao Yin could never concede inferiority to Emperor Dijuan. Absolutely not. Unless, of course, he were to perish. Not far away, amidst the ruins of the Lingxiao treasure hall, the celestial beings who narrowly escaped disaster stood anxiously, their gazes fixed upon the confrontation between the two celestial emperors. Your Majesty, does he not possess the destiny of the heavenly Tao? Why does he not employ it now? Suddenly, the eyes of King Li Jing of the Toda Heavenly King glimmered with confusion, and he could not help but speak. If this continues, your Majesty will be defeated. Li Jing was perplexed. After accumulating the heavenly Tao's fortune for countless years, why was it not being utilized now? If it were, the current predicament would surely be different. How do you know it has not been used? Upon hearing this, the Tai-Bai jinxing beside him revealed a glimmer of coldness in his gaze and solemnly countered. In truth, from the very beginning, your Majesty has been relying on that heavenly Tao's fortune. Not only that, the human fortune amassed over the years has also been employed by your Majesty. Yet, this demon sovereign is exceedingly powerful. Although Tai-Bai jinxing was closest to the epicenter of the explosion, he fortunately reacted in time, sustaining only minor injuries. Nevertheless, the dreadfulness of that demon sovereign was indelibly etched in his heart. This was a power that transcended all. What? Upon hearing Tai-Bai jinxing's words, Li Jing's face momentarily registered a look of stupor. He had never imagined that His Majesty had been utilizing the heavenly Tao's fortune from the outset, yet still found himself in such a dire situation. Does that not imply that His Majesty has no hope of resurgence? After all, in the previous battle, it was evident to all that His Majesty was far inferior to that demon sovereign. Not necessarily. His Majesty had previously visited the Zixiao Palace. At these words, Tai-Bai jinxing's gaze darkened, and he slowly replied, the Tao Ancestor will not allow His Majesty to be defeated. As an elder of the heavenly court, Tai-Bai jinxing was privy to many secrets, such as His Majesty's former identity and his relationship with the Tao Ancestor. Just based on this alone, His Majesty cannot lose. However, knowing is one thing, and revealing it to all is another. He still wishes to live. Hence, after uttering such a statement, Tai-Bai jinxing fell silent. Regardless of how others called out, he remained unresponsive. Meanwhile, some swift-witted celestial beings, aware of certain secrets, began to grasp Tai-Bai jinxing's implication. They too fell silent. Thus, they awaited in quiet anticipation. On the other side, above the celestial dome, as Hao Yin gazed upward, he beheld the seemingly serene visage of the demon emperor before him, his expression darkening. He could not afford to lose. Even if it meant death, defeat was not an option. It must be Dijuan who falls. It absolutely must be him. For this, he was prepared to pay any price. With this thought, Hao Yin's eyes shifted, determination solidifying within his heart. With a deep breath, Hao Yin's gaze sharpened, transforming the atmosphere of the heavenly court into one of palpable tension. Hao Yin resolved to wield that fabled sword, striving for a single, decisive strike. Should he fail, it would likely be his own demise. Yet, a single strike could not possibly fail, for that was the strike of a sage. Chapter 77. Hongjun. Ha! You have left some remnants with that sword, haven't you? The strike of a sage. It shatters all in its path, annihilating everything. This was Hao Yin's source of confidence. In this moment, his eyes darkened slightly, and the azure small sword upon his arm shimmered with a faint glow, emitting a low hum. At that instant, Hao Yin envisioned a colossal sword, soaring through the void. The vast sword chi seemed to sever the very heavens. This was the strike of a sage, an offensive not witnessed since the sealing of the gods. Perhaps many beings of the primordial era had long forgotten the terror contained within the termsage. They had grown too comfortable and thus had become oblivious. Now, Haoyan was about to unleash this sword. Perhaps it could awaken some long-lost memories. Oh, at last, he is prepared to harness that power. On the other side, sensing the murderous aura emanating from Haoyan, Dijuan's brow arched slightly, the nonchalant expression on his face gradually giving way to a grave demeanor. From the very beginning, Dijuan had sensed that Haoyan seemed to be concealing something. It was an instinct one cultivated through years of warfare against the Wu tribe, and in the face of the power Haoyan concealed, even Dijuan felt a twinge of unease. Furthermore, Dijuan recalled that upon his arrival, Haoyan was absent from the heavenly court. Additionally, during their first encounter, Haoyan had faintly borne the essence of earthly fire and wind. This led Dijuan to a hypothesis. Not long ago, Haoyan must have ventured into the chaos, to the Zixiao Palace, to meet that Tao ancestor who embodies the heavenly Tao. This was the sole conceivable reason for Haoyan's departure from the heavenly court and entry into the chaos. The Tao ancestor? Contemplating the being of Zixiao Palace, even as an ancient demon emperor, Dijuan felt a slight tremor within his heart. The teacher of all saints, an existence embodying the heavenly Tao. Before such a being, Dijuan, a mere peak quasi-saint, was utterly insignificant. He was not even in the same league. What could such a being offer Haoyan? This piqued Dijuan's curiosity. Thus, upon realizing that Haoyan had likely visited the Zixiao Palace, Dijuan had been waiting for Haoyan to reveal this trump card. Simultaneously, he wished to observe the Tao ancestor's attitude towards his own presence. The nonchalance Dijuan had displayed earlier, even provoking Haoyan intentionally, was all for this, the contest for the title of Heavenly Emperor? Heh! It is not merely a simple matter of surpassing Haoyan. If that Tao ancestor were to intervene, even if one could effortlessly crush Haoyan, it would be futile, for the Tao ancestor forbids it. It is as straightforward as that. Initially, Dijuan believed that Haoyan would require more time before employing that trump card. He even contemplated provoking Haoyan further. Yet, it now appears that there is no need for pretense any longer. Haoyan, in the end, could not restrain himself. His psychological fortitude is far inferior to what I had envisioned. Just as Haoyan was preparing to wield this sword. On the other side, in the chaos, within the Zixiao Palace, Teske, it seems that Dijuan has not yet unleashed his full strength. And yet, he cannot hold on any longer, Tongtian remarked, a trace of derision evident on his face, as he cast a casual glance at the elderly figure seated on the mat, and spoke nonchalantly, "Old man, in my opinion, one sword strike is insufficient. He ought to be bestowed with several. Otherwise, should any being ascend to the heavenly court and Haoyan fail to prevail, would it not be utterly embarrassing?" Tongtian's voice unabashedly conveyed his disdain for Haoyan. Is this what constitutes a heavenly emperor? Were it not for Hongjuan's backing, perhaps Haoyan would have been overthrown long ago. Just look at him. Where is the semblance of a heavenly emperor? It is utterly pathetic. Of course, under ordinary circumstances, Tongtian would not deign to mock a quasi-saint. The two are beings of entirely different realms. Yet, having spent these years idly within the Zixiao Palace, Tongtian has grown bored. Now, with such entertainment at hand, he is naturally inclined to ridicule. Moreover, in deriding Haoyan, he also takes the opportunity to satirize the Tao ancestor. After all, this individual is personally chosen by the Tao ancestor. In response to Tongtian's incessant clamoring, Hongjun maintained an air of tranquility. Occasionally, he cast a glance towards the heavenly court. It seemed he did not regard this heavenly emperor contest with any seriousness. However, seemingly irked by Tongtian's clamor, he suddenly shifted his gaze, lightly regarding the still chattering Tongtian, and spoke. "That sword strike, you left something on it, did you not?" At his utterance, the Zixiao Palace fell into an immediate silence, a stillness that was somewhat terrifying. Occasionally, one could hear the faint sounds of the earth, fire, wind, and water, only to vanish in an instant. The previously loquacious Tongtian's countenance shifted, and he abruptly clenched his fist, shaking his head vehemently as he addressed Hongjun. "Old man, what nonsense are you spouting? Do not falsely accuse the innocent. That sword strike was a gift you voluntarily bestowed upon Haoyan. I was not involved in the slightest. What could I have left on it? You are undoubtedly framing me. If you have the audacity, retract that sword strike and inspect it yourself. Otherwise, your failure to examine it amounts to slandering me. I have my temper too. You cannot bully an honest person like this." Tongtian felt a twinge of panic. His bravado was but a facade. Earlier, he had left a trace of divine consciousness upon that sword strike, intending to deceive Hongjun. Yet now, it appears that the truth has been laid bare. This revelation rendered Tongtian somewhat apprehensive. Yet, There was not the slightest hint of supplication upon his lips. In this moment, Haoyan was on the verge of unleashing that sword chi. After this, his fragment of divine consciousness would completely sever its ties with the sword chi. At that juncture, even if he were discovered, Hong Jun would possess no evidence. Without evidence, he could not be held accountable. Heh. Observing Tongtian's anxious attempts to refute, Hong Jun shook his head and spoke with a calm demeanor. Consider it a misunderstanding. Well, that upon careful reflection, you have lingered in the Zixiao Palace for quite some time. It would not be detrimental to step outside and observe a bit. However, remember, do not interfere with the calamity. Otherwise, we may witness a repeat of the function. After softly uttering these words, Hong Jun fell into silence, as if entering a meditative state. The entire Zixiao Palace returned to tranquility. That old man is truly infuriating. Meanwhile, upon hearing Hong Jun's words, Tongtian found no amusement in mocking Haoyan any longer. A flicker of anger crossed his visage as he turned away, muttering, "By the way, when was I discovered?" He pondered with confusion. His actions had been executed so stealthily. How could the Tao Ancestor possibly know? Could it be that the Tao Ancestor's power has reached such heights? Even the minutiae of my actions have been perceived. When I first arrived at the Zixiao Palace, I also engaged in some subtle maneuvers. Why did Hong Jun not detect them then? Has he truly merged with the heavenly Tao? Could it be that he has genuinely succeeded in attaining the Tao of heaven level? Chapter 78. This sword may not be so easily repelled in this moment. Tongtian felt a pang of trepidation. His understanding of Hong Jun's strength deepened considerably. This old man is becoming increasingly formidable. Nevertheless, having received Hong Jun's tacit approval, Tongtian quietly exhaled in relief. He saw no reason to feign innocence any longer. After all, he had already been discovered. Continuing the pretense would only seem contrived. Upon this contemplation, it did not seem to be a misfortune. Heh! With this thought, Tongtian's mind stirred as he gazed towards the direction of the heavenly court. He intended to draw out that fragment of divine consciousness. Since he had already been discovered, why conceal anything? He would simply step forth with integrity. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, Haoyan raised his hand, and the azure little sword upon his palm resonated with a low, metallic hum. Whoosh! In the next moment, the little sword soared forth, traversing the skies. Ultimately, it pointed menacingly at Dijuan. Rumble! In that instant, the entire cosmos reverberated with a thunderous roar. It seemed as though the sword's radiance enveloped all. Countless beings felt a surge of dread in their hearts. A saint? Such a thought flashed through their minds, leaving them utterly shaken. Was this a strike from a saint? In the Nuwa Palace? That sword QI.is at Tongtian? No, it is merely a fragment of his sword chi. Nuwa's gaze descended, observing the sword chi amidst the heavenly court. A flicker of surprise crossing her countenance as she murmured softly, "It should be the Tao Ancestor." Yet, although this sword was not wielded by a saint, it possesses a semblance of divine essence. A quasi-saint simply cannot withstand it. As a former member of the demon court, although I have long since severed ties with it and no longer share any significant karma with them, there remains an undeniable bond. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Nuwa's expression grew somber. She contemplated intervening to spare Dijuan's life. Yet, she was acutely aware that her interference might yield counterproductive results. If she refrained from acting, Dijuan would have to rely solely on his own strength to endure, facing a perilous fate. To intervene would likely seal his doom. The intricate web of fate that loomed in the ether was potent enough to obliterate all. Thus, it would ultimately rest upon him alone. After a moment's hesitation, Nuwa shook her head, ultimately halting her actions. A trace of helplessness flickered in her eyes as she murmured softly, "After this strike, Dijuan shall be resurrected in full, as the ancient demon emperor. The Tao Ancestor, after all, must maintain a semblance of dignity. Although Dijuan's revival exists outside the grand design of the heavenly Tao, it still represents a minor variable. However, should the Tao Ancestor wield the power of a sage to attack, it would undeniably reflect poorly. Yet, it was also within the realm of reason. Ultimately, no matter how small, a variable remains a variable. Erasure would be the optimal choice. Yet, having failed to strike once, to attempt again. Not only ordinary beings of the primordial world, but even sages would harbor disdain in their hearts when faced with such a Tao Ancestor. This would undoubtedly undermine the Tao Ancestor's standing among the myriad beings of the primordial realm. In such a case, it could even jeopardize the Tao Ancestor's plans to merge with the heavenly Tao. Therefore, after enduring this blow, even the Tao Ancestor would have to acknowledge Dijuan's existence. His aspiration to claim the title of Heavenly Emperor would be entirely justified. However, it is an arduous task. The chasm between sages and non-sages is not something ordinary might can bridge. One can only hope that Dijuan possesses other means, Of course, Nuwa is not alone. Most beings in the primordial world felt the overwhelming might of that sword, their gazes drawn towards the direction of the heavenly court. They may not perceive the situation as clearly as Nuwa, yet they could vaguely surmise the origin of that sword. This revelation sent a shiver through the hearts of the beings, leaving them trembling. Could Dijuan withstand the might of this sword wielded by a sage? This sword in the heavenly court. Dijuan lifted his gaze, regarding the sword, his expression grave. He could sense the vast power contained within this strike. One could easily envision that upon its descent, his corporeal form would surely cease to exist. How flattering it is to think so highly of oneself. Shaking his head, a flicker of helplessness crossed Dijuan's mind. Fortunately, he had come in the guise of a substitute. Had he been his true self, it seems he would have met his end here after this strike. This sword, though brimming with the might of a sage, lacks substance. A quasi-sage might indeed withstand it. However, it would be exceedingly difficult. In fact, it would be more challenging than attaining sagehood. Just as Dijuan shook his head, resolved to exert every ounce of his strength to test this sage sword while discarding this substitute, a faint voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Raising his eyes, he spotted a figure standing before the world-shattering sword. It was a young Taoist, clad in a flowing green robe, with a chinkping sword hanging at his waist, addressing him, a hint of helplessness lingering in his brow. It is precisely that strand of divine consciousness left within the sword's aura before Tongtian ascended. The quasi-saint managed to withstand a blow from the saint. This can only be described as a tale from a fantastical realm, particularly with regard to his own sword. Now that Tongtian has spoken, it merely offers Dijuan a glimmer of hope. Upon a mere glance, Dijuan instantly recognized the identity of this figure. Indeed, it is Tongtian. He has attained sainthood. Coupled with the might of that sword, Dijuan faintly deduced certain truths. It is as if the Tao Ancestor bestowed upon me a strand of sword aura, a gift to that Haoyin. Noticing Dijuan's gaze, Tongtian shook his head, articulating with a hint of resignation, "However, it is still my sword. Should you perish beneath its strike, I would gather your true spirit. It should not still be timely." Regarding Dijuan, Tongtian did not regard him with any particular favor or distinction. Just as he stated in Zixiao Palace, he simply could not abide Haotan at the same time. He was reluctant to use his own sword to cleave a being he did not wish to slay. Should this sword fall, if Dijuan were to falter, gathering his true spirit would grant him a final sliver of hope. As for what comes next, it would depend on the fate of this heavenly emperor. In any case, aspiring for the heavenly emperor's title was now a futile endeavor. That old man is so biased. An ordinary person truly cannot contend with him. "Thank you, Saint Tongtian." Upon hearing this, Dijuan was taken aback, then deeply bowed to Tongtian, simultaneously stating, "However, it is unnecessary. This substitute of mine is driven solely by a strand of divine consciousness. It possesses no true spirit. Its destruction would not matter." Yet, in response to Tongtian's gesture, he felt a stir of emotion. Thus, he bowed deeply once more. "Unnecessary?" Upon hearing these words, Tongtian was momentarily stunned, then cast a profound glance at Dijuan. Subsequently, his divine consciousness retracted, and his form gradually dissipated. Has he been rendered speechless? Observing Dijuan muttering to himself, seemingly bowing to someone, Haoyin furrowed his brow, a trace of indifference crossing his countenance. In his view, Dijuan's soliloquy was a sign of trembling fear beneath this sword, lost in incoherence. It is not surprising. After all, this is the sword of a saint. Who would not feel a tremor in their heart upon witnessing it? Dijuan, should you now swear fealty to me, perhaps you may yet secure a glimmer of survival. Otherwise, certain death awaits. Contemplating this, a glint of coldness surfaced in Haoyin's gaze as he spoke. This is your final opportunity. Kneel and submit. Unless absolutely necessary, Haoyin did not wish to wield this sword of the saint. It could clearly serve as a constant deterrent, instilling fear in any petty villain. To use it now would be an utter waste. Thus, perhaps he should grant this Dijuan another chance. Chapter 79. The Flames Beyond the Primordial? Hong Jun furrowed his brow. Ha! Hearing Haoyin's words, Dijuan suddenly laughed, finding himself somewhat reluctant to continue the quarrel. A mere child remains a child. Having reached this juncture, he still contemplates retreating to preserve his strength. This is, quite frankly, excessively petty. It is laughable. One must understand, although Dijuan previously underestimated Haoyin, he never truly let his guard down, consistently exerting his utmost effort. In his view, one who ascends to the position of the heavenly emperor must undoubtedly possess some degree of intelligence. At the very least, they must have certain capabilities. Yet, as it stands, although Haoyin cannot be deemed foolish, he ultimately lacks the majesty befitting a heavenly emperor. Considering his original identity, the conclusion is unmistakable. He is merely a heavenly emperor thrust onto the stage by others. Though he bears the title of heavenly emperor, his essence remains unchanged, forever the attendant of the Tao Ancestor. Not only does he act with trepidation, but he also seeks to report every trivial matter to Hongjun, displaying a complete lack of independent thought. What merit is there in contending for the title of heavenly emperor against such a youth? Should Tai become aware of this, he would undoubtedly find ample amusement at Haoyan's expense. Enough of this idle chatter. Shaking his head, Emperor Jun cast aside certain thoughts and calmly declared, "This sword, I shall not accept. Simultaneously, I wish to impart upon you the true essence of what it means to be a heavenly emperor." Initially, Emperor Jun had no genuine desire for a life-and-death struggle with Haoyan. His primary objective was to stir chaos within the heavenly palace, to earn some task points. Additionally, he yearned to gauge the opinions of the saints of the primordial era regarding himself. Now that his goal has been achieved, upon ascending to the heavenly court, it is evident that the Tao Ancestor would intervene, albeit in a rather limited capacity. As for the other saints, they appeared utterly indifferent. As if they had not noticed at all, the only one to manifest, the Tongtian saint, seemed to stand on his side. This revelation provided Emperor Jun with a clearer understanding of the current situation. Furthermore, after he had exploded the Lingxiao Hall, points were now assured. He could withdraw unscathed. Yet now, Emperor Jun suddenly wished to test this sword, while simultaneously making it clear to the one who claims to be the heavenly emperor, yet is forever trapped in the mindset of a Taoist youth, that the title of heavenly emperor is not bestowed by others. It is something one earns through strength. Seeing Emperor Jun on the brink of death, still adopt such an arrogant demeanor, even daring to claim he would teach me how to be a heavenly emperor. Haoyan was utterly infuriated. He ruled the 3 realms, and none dared oppose him. How could a long-deceased relic still dare to impose his will here, to teach him? If Emperor Jun truly performed his role as heavenly emperor with such perfection, how could the ancient demon court have fallen to such ruin? Clearly, it is Emperor Jun's inadequacy as a heavenly emperor that has led to the subsequent series of events. The destruction of the demon court, a consequence not of war, but of fate. Emperor Jun discerned Haoyan's thoughts and gently shook his head, earnestly stating, "Moreover, the destruction of the demon court does not affect your qualification to be this heavenly emperor. The heavenly emperor, by virtue of being the heavenly emperor, is recognized by heaven and earth, ruling over all beings. There is no need for guidance. The commands of the heavenly emperor are the will of heaven itself. No one, be they gods, immortals, spirits, or demons, has the authority to alter it. Have you ever witnessed a heavenly emperor, faced with a situation, who, without taking any action, simply panics and seeks assistance? Is that not a farce? Although Haoyan's visit to the Zixiao Palace has indeed caused me considerable trouble, that saint's sword is a prime example. It is immensely powerful. It could truly obliterate my very essence. However, it is precisely for this reason that Dijuan increasingly looks down upon Haoyan, this so-called heavenly emperor. What manner of person is worthy of such a title? Dijuan is not a rigid individual. If he truly cannot prevail, seeking external assistance is not beyond reason. He has even contemplated enlisting the aid of some seniors from the forum chat group when confronting the saints. Yet, for someone like Haoyan to request aid before the battle has even begun, Dijuan, in his heart of hearts, questions. He cannot bring himself to do it. As the heavenly emperor, how could one retreat before engaging in battle? Silence. Upon hearing Dijuan's words, Haoyan was momentarily at a loss for words, suddenly falling silent. In the next moment, a trace of indifference surfaced on Haoyan's face as he spoke slowly and deliberately. After this battle, your demise is assured. Haoyan's emotions were tumultuous, and for a moment, he hesitated. But soon he regained composure and coldly retorted, "If you do not perish, I may still endure your nonsense here at Ha. If you can survive this sword strike, I shall believe your words. What does it matter if I do not assume the mantle of heavenly emperor?" Haoyan was enraged. This Dijuan, facing imminent death, not only refrains from begging for mercy but instead intensifies his mockery. And precisely this struck a nerve with Haoyan. After confronting Dijuan, Haoyan, gripped by fear, chose to seek the aid of the Tao Ancestor. This is a stain on Haoyan that he can never erase. Prior to this, Haoyan had concocted numerous justifications for himself, even attributing all the blame to the Tongtian saint, in an effort to alleviate his inner turmoil. Yet now, with just a few words from Dijuan, the wounds Haoyan had buried were laid bare. It was so raw and painfully acute. In his fury, he even uttered the words, "What does it matter if I do not become the heavenly emperor?" One can only imagine the depths of Haoyan's rage. Boom! And as those words fell, the sword of the saint, with a gentle wave from Haoyan, erupted. Like a fleeting moment of beauty, unleashing an incredibly terrifying sword aura. The heavens themselves trembled. Thus, it is settled? Observing this, Dijuan smiled faintly and softly uttered, "But do not regret it." After saying this, Dijuan's expression grew solemn as he slowly raised his hand, with a small flicker of white flames dancing gently at his fingertips. Beside that white flame, a green flame coiled around it. The flames of the great Tao, the fire of all things. In the face of the saint's assault, Dijuan dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. Summoning forth these two supreme flames with all his might, to thwart that sword strike? At the moment those two flames manifested, within the Zixiao Palace, the calm-faced Hongjun suddenly let out a soft as if taken aback. The countenance that was impervious to any disturbance now bore a hint of change. These two flames, he found himself puzzled, for he could not discern the origins of these flames. As the Tao Ancestor, it is rare in this primordial realm for anything to elude his perception. Yet, these two flames were among them. What trials has Dijuan endured to acquire these two flames? Unavoidably, Hongjun furrowed his brow, descending into contemplation. Chapter 80. The Convergence of Flames. The might of the Heavenly Emperor. Words manifest as LW'd. This moment. A flicker of movement crossed Hongjuan's eyes, revealing a hint of perplexity upon his countenance. These two flames, one seemingly capable of incinerating all, the other imbued with an abundance of vitality, represented two utterly distinct natures. Yet now, they astonishingly coexisted within the form of Dijuan. Remarkable. Extraordinary. Could it be that Dijuan truly possesses the ability to withstand that strike? Not far away, Tong Tian observed the fleeting look of confusion on Hongjuan's face, momentarily taken aback. Then, as his gaze subtly shifted, he murmured softly, "Hongjun embodies the heavenly Tao. He is the most formidable being in this primordial realm. There is none to rival him. Every occurrence in the wilderness, including calamities, unfolds according to his design. Rarely does anything manage to surprise him. At the very least, throughout all these years in Zixiao Palace, Tong Tian had not witnessed a single event of. But now, circumstances appear to have shifted. This Dijuan has managed to evoke a modicum of astonishment from the Tao Ancestor, coupled with Dijuan's earlier proclamation. It seems he might genuinely have the potential to thwart a sage-level strike. Fortunately, I retained a fragment of divine thought. Had I been unable to witness this scene with mine own eyes, it would indeed have been a tremendous loss." With this thought, Tong Tian's expression grew earnest, redirecting the majority of his focus towards his lingering divine thought, preparing to observe the unfolding battle with utmost seriousness. Hongjun also fell silent. The entirety of Zixiao Palace returned to tranquility. However, upon closer observation, a subtle aura of the Tao gradually emerged within the palace, entwining itself around Hongjun, ultimately transforming into ethereal wisps of vapor. This reveals that the heart of this Tao Ancestor is, in truth, not as tranquil as he outwardly portrays. After all, it is a variable beyond his control. In the heavenly court, thousands of sword lights cascaded forth in an instant. The entire heavenly court quaked. That was the strike of a sage. Even if not wielded by a sage, it still bore a semblance of their formidable power, not to be trifled with. Moreover, due to Haoyan's state, he was unable to perfectly control that sword. Some of the sword lights inadvertently radiated outward, dispersing throughout the heavenly court. Although these sword lights lacked supreme celestial might, they could obliterate everything in their path. Furthermore, their speed was exceedingly slow. For living beings, evasion was not particularly challenging. Yet some palaces and towers within the heavenly court could only stand firm, unable to withstand such terrifying power. As a sword light swept by, several palaces collapsed. The entire heavenly court descended into chaos. Yet now, Haoyan was evidently beyond caring for such matters. The sword resonated with a thunderous clang. It descended heavily, aimed squarely at Dijuan. In response, Dijuan stood resolute, summoning forth the two flames, ready to confront the onslaught with all his might. The flames lit up the heavens. The sword lights rampaged. Upon the moment of contact between these two forces, an incomprehensibly terrifying aura surged outward. Wherever it passed, all was annihilated. However, contrary to the expectations of most beings, in the face of the sage's strike, although Dijuan found himself at a disadvantage, he nonetheless withstood it. The two flames, one white and one green, entwined around his form. The white flames surged forth, standing resolutely against the brilliance of the sword light, transforming into a formidable barrier. Surrounding it, the green flames ebbed and flowed, and whenever a fissure appeared in that barrier, the emerald fire would rush forth in unison to mend it. Even the wounds on Dijuan's body began to heal in the presence of that verdant flame, his breath no longer in disarray. Gradually, it seemed he had seized the initiative. Dijuan even took a step forward, gaining the upper hand in the struggle against the sword light. How could this be possible? Upon witnessing this scene, all beings of the primordial chaos were rendered utterly bewildered. Especially Haoyan. Initially, Haoyan believed that Dijuan would swiftly be defeated under his sword strike, with no other outcome conceivable, yet now, he had managed to withstand it. How could he possibly withstand it? This Dijuan was merely at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. I am the true heavenly emperor. Recalling his earlier words, Haoyan felt a sharp sting of embarrassment wash over his face. Gritting his teeth, he summoned forth the three treasures, the Haoyan mirror, the Haoyan sword, and the Haoyan tower, simultaneously channeling the countless years of accumulated heavenly fortune. Thunderous roars. With Haoyan's intervention, the sword energy was clearly replenished. Its might intensified considerably. Gradually, the once-advantaged Dijuan was once again suppressed. Furthermore, at present, the prospect of a turnaround seemed exceedingly bleak. Humph! In the face of this spectacle, Dijuan let out a cold snort, his expression unchanged, as he continued to exert all his strength to fuel the flames of the great Tao and the flames of all things. These two types of flames complemented each other. The flames of the great Tao afforded him the possibility to resist the saint's sword, while the flames of all things provided an inexhaustible source of power. However, due to the vast disparity between these two flames, even Dijuan could only forcibly merge them temporarily, failing to unleash their true might. This was far from sufficient. It was imperative to achieve a complete fusion of the two flames. Unite! With this thought flashing through his mind, Dijuan expended nearly all his energy, striving to merge the two flames. This was an exceedingly audacious notion. One must understand that in the face of a saint's sword, Dijuan risked annihilation at any moment. Even if a proxy were to be utilized, it could still affect the original. For this was not an external force, but rather Dijuan's own power. When dealing with external forces, a proxy could shield against everything, even a saint's assault. However, if one's own power were to falter, such as through a failed fusion of these two flames, it would be reflected upon the original. Even if Dijuan survived, the flames of the great Tao and the flames of all things would become even more difficult to merge. For Dijuan, the most prudent course of action would be to allow this proxy to perish, while simultaneously preparing thoroughly to merge the two flames. Yet it was evident that Dijuan could not afford to wait any longer. Grant me unity. With a low cry, Dijuan summoned forth the flames of the great Tao and the flames of all things, which, though inherently different, began to show signs of merging. Boom! At that moment, a more tumultuous aura surged forth from Dijuan, as his form gradually became enveloped by the two flames. One white, one green, two flames, both exhibiting a tendency to backfire. They incessantly erode the corporeal form of Dijuan. It is foreseeable that if Dijuan cannot endure, these two flames will completely engulf him. Then, he shall spiral into utter chaos. What is happening? Observing Dijuan, who had just moments ago contended with the sword of a sage, now transformed in an instant into a man of fire, the onlookers were momentarily bewildered, their comprehension faltering. Yet, the divine thought conjured by Tongtian stood aside, brow furrowed, a hint of contemplative intrigue gracing his features. Thunderous roars. Just as the beings of the primordial world found themselves in a state of bewilderment, a sudden golden radiance emerged amidst the white and green flames. No, that was a flame of gold. The true fire of the sun. Unite. Simultaneously, a voice of immense authority reverberated through the cosmos, seemingly issuing a command, as if the mere utterance conjured reality. Following the pronouncement of that single word, the white and green flames indeed began to merge. Ascending into the void, they transformed into a pitch-black fire. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this dark flame was intermingled with a glimmer of golden light, and at the very moment this black flame manifested, it swirled in the void, abruptly taking the form of a long sword. Then, with a gentle slash towards the emptiness, in an instant, all was annihilated. Everything returned to tranquility. Chapter 81. The Great Turmoil in the Heavenly Palace. Accomplished, Dijuan earned points. The black flame morphed into a colossal sword, sweeping through the void, obliterating all. This entire sequence unfolded with such abruptness that it left no room for reaction. The crowd only heard a commanding low growl echoing in their ears, and then silence reigned as they regained their senses. The onlookers lifted their gazes, but where was the sword's radiance? The entire void lay crystal clear, an eerily empty expanse. Whether it was the sword light unleashed by the sage or the sudden emergence of the black giant sword, all had dissipated into nothingness. Silence, at this moment, within the heavenly court, an eerie stillness enveloped all. Everyone stood frozen. They were momentarily at a loss, unaware of what had transpired. Meanwhile, Haoyan, after a brief astonishment, suddenly lowered his head to gaze upon the azure small sword that had once rested in his palm. Yet now, where was that azure small sword? It seemed as if his recent visit to the Zixiao Palace to borrow the sage's sword to confront Dijuan had been nothing but a mirage. Everything felt unreal, intriguing, truly intriguing. This sword embodies both destruction and vitality, representing life and death respectively. It bears a resemblance to the laws of existence. Not far away, Tong Tian, who had been an observer throughout, could not suppress a flicker of excitement on his face as he softly murmured, "Though it may not rival the sage, it certainly surpasses the ordinary quasi-saints, Dijuan. Truly deserving of the title of the ancient celestial emperor?" Tong Tian marveled. He was well aware of the true nature of that sword. Although it was wielded by Haoyan, it did not constitute the authentic sword of the sage. Strictly speaking, it belonged to the realm of quasi-saints. Yet, even so, it was not something at the pinnacle of quasi-saints could withstand. Beneath the sage, all are but ants. How could ants ever glimpse the grandeur of a sage? Yet, Dijun accomplished it. Coupled with those two flames that left even Daozu in astonishment, his curiosity towards Dijun only intensified. Upon this thought, Tong Tian's gaze shifted and fell upon Dijun just as he was about to utter something. His brow furrowed, and a grave expression crossed his face. Dijun's corporeal form was disintegrating. It appeared that his body was being ravaged by those two flames, and now, Dijun's appearance was not quite tragic. The imperial robe adorning him was already in tatters. From his feet upwards, his body was gradually turning to ash. By the time Tong Tian took notice, a significant portion of his form had already vanished. Moreover, judging by the current rate of disappearance, within a mere quarter hour, Dijun would surely perish. Dijun? At that moment, Haoyan also noticed the anomaly in Dijun's body. Momentarily taken aback, before a flicker of emotion flashed across his face, invigorating him entirely. In the previous battle, he had lost. Yet, simultaneously, he had also won. For Dijun, unable to withstand the power of the flames, was ultimately collapsing on his own. The unexpected joy arrived too swiftly. Haoyan found himself utterly at a loss. He had not anticipated that Dijun would seek his own demise. Truly, a folly beyond comprehension. There, in the void above, Dijun's form was collapsing, bit by bit turning to it was all too evident. There was no way to conceal it from onlookers. The beings witnessing this scene bore expressions of bewilderment. They had not anticipated that this demon emperor would meet his end in such a manner. It left them at a loss for words. He had clearly withstood that strike. Alas! At this moment, Tong Tian let out a helpless sigh, his form materializing as he intended to fulfill his earlier promise and take away Dijun's true spirit. Perhaps there was still a chance to save his life, but the next moment, Tong Tian froze. For in the direction of Dijun's disappearance, he felt not a trace of true spirit. Not even a fragment. It is known that even beings whose forms and spirits have perished should leave behind some remnants of their true essence. Could it be that Yuan is not yet dead? Equally astonished was Haoyan. Upon seeing Tong Tian appear, a flicker of tension instinctively rose within him. He felt that this puppet master Tong Tian would undoubtedly seek a way to rescue Dijun. And indeed, it was so. The absence of Dijun's true spirit must mean it had been taken by Tong Tian. In that instant, Haoyan's gaze shifted, a hint of suspicion flickering across his face. Yet again, that expression? Observing Haoyan's look, Tong Tian's lips twitched slightly, opting not to offer any explanations. His form vanished from sight. Let him ponder as he wishes. This burden, he could not bear. And seeing Tong Tian's acquiescence, Haoyan clenched his fist, a surge of fury rising within him. However, he dared not unleash it upon Tong Tian. He could only stifle it within, coldly observing the direction in which Tong Tian departed. Silent for a long while. As the flames of fury blazed within Haoyan, on the brink of losing his composure, the nearly reduced to ashes Dijun cast a fleeting glance at Haoyan from his state of merely having a head, and then spoke in a tone that was almost indifferent. Haoyan, you have indeed employed every possible means to deal with a mere avatar of mine. I eagerly anticipate the moment when my true self meets you. Those words, so light, sent ripples through the air. Following the utterance of this statement, Dijun's form seemed to lose all significance of existence, disintegrating into ashes that gradually vanished into the void. Yet, the reverberation of his voice lingered in the heavenly realm, resonating endlessly. In this moment, everyone stood frozen in disbelief. That Dijun was merely an avatar? Is that even possible? An avatar? Haoyan, disregarding his anger, gazed in a daze toward the direction where Dijun had vanished, his mind momentarily in a whirl. This Dijun was an avatar? In the beehive? In a corner unnoticed by anyone? Poof! The fusion of flames of different natures backfired. Was it truly this intense? On a small island, the true body of Dijuan, seated in meditation, suddenly sprang to his feet, feeling the relentless turmoil of the two flames within him, spewing a mouthful of blood, a flicker of trepidation crossing his face. It appears that the method of merging these two flames should not be employed unless absolutely necessary. Taking a deep breath, Dijuan gradually suppressed the agitation of the flames within, murmuring softly, "Otherwise, even my true self may not withstand it." During his time in the heavenly realm, Dijuan had taken a risk, using the true fire of the sun as an anchor to merge the fire of the Tao with the fire of all things. The power, without a doubt, was extraordinary. Yet, correspondingly, such power demanded an enormous price. Unless faced with a life-and-death crisis, Dijuan did not intend to wield it. However, this also provided him with an additional trump card. In future encounters with saints, he would not be left entirely defenseless. Taking another deep breath, Dijuan calmed his emotions and then opened his phone, glancing briefly. Upon seeing that the task of causing chaos in heaven was marked as complete, a flicker of excitement crossed his face. At last, it is accomplished? Instinctively, Dijuan opened the task reward section, his spirit jolting at the description within. 10 million points, 1 escape talisman. Such a bounty? Chapter 82, Dijuan. Accumulating points isn't as difficult as it seems. 10 million points? Gazing at the cascade of numbers, Dijuan could not help but recount them once more, only to confirm their authenticity. His heart stirred with astonishment. Previously, he had surmised that this task was of no ordinary nature. After all, even a sword strike from a saint had been employed. It was indeed of quasi-saint pinnacle level. Yet, facing the staggering sum of 10 million points, Dijuan felt a twinge of disorientation. This marked only his second task. If he were to undertake a few more, what might ensue? It seemed that accumulating enough points was not as arduous as he had previously imagined. A thought flitted through Dijuan's mind. Now, he was filled with hope for the future. This 10 million, I can save it for now. Suppressing the flicker of excitement within, Emperor Dijuan took a deep breath, a glimmer of inexplicable brilliance surfacing in his eyes as he softly murmured, "Just right, I too require a period of seclusion to adapt." At present, Dijuan resolved against exchanging for any new flames. For him, the fires of the great Tao and the flames of all things were already sufficient. The addition of another flame might overwhelm his physical form, leading to catastrophic rupture. The previous avatar in the heavenly court had met its demise for this very reason. It would be prudent to fully master these two flames before pursuing another. After all, one cannot bite off more than they can chew. Once I've gathered a bit more, I shall be able to resurrect you. Casting another glance at his accumulated points, a fleeting smile crossed Dijuan's face. Realizing that the resurrection of Tai was no longer a mere illusion, he had devised a remarkably thorough plan. It seems there is yet another item. Suddenly, as though struck by inspiration, Dijuan raised his hand slightly and casually retrieved the alternative reward from the task. Glancing at it, a retreat talisman? With the Golden Crow's transformation technique at his disposal, Dijuan found little interest in such speed-oriented charms. Could anything surpass his own swiftness? However, upon reading the description of the retreat talisman, Dijuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this a talisman that allowed one to escape right under the nose of a sage, with no fear of being discovered? After meticulously reviewing the description of the retreat talisman, Dijuan carefully stowed it away. This item might just save his life in a critical moment. It was undoubtedly a treasure. No wonder it was awarded as a task reward. Next, he would return to the Tang dynasty, ensuring that the retreat talisman was securely kept on him. Ready for immediate use, Dijuan rose, his gaze settling in the direction of the Tang dynasty as he spoke softly. At this moment, he had nowhere else to go. More importantly, after merging the two flames with his avatar, Dijuan was contemplating another attempt. To see if he could blend those flames without jeopardizing his foundation. This required a tranquil location. The Tang dynasty was blessed with humanistic fortune, while the heavenly court found it difficult to intervene. Speaking of the heavenly court, with a slight movement of his gaze, Dijuan glanced back at the heavenly court, gently shaking his head as he muttered, "How Tian? This time was merely a test. I shall return when the opportunity arises for a confrontation. Next time, I shall not hold back." The struggle for supremacy among the celestial emperors would certainly not conclude so easily. Nevertheless, as he found himself alone, he had no intention of storming the heavenly court to usurp Hao Tian. An emperor must have his own foundation. Dijuan believed that once he accumulated sufficient points and resurrected Tai, he would be nearly ready. With the two brothers united, the revival of the ancient heavenly court would not be a far-fetched dream. All of this hinged upon points. Just as a surge of ambition welled up within Dijuan, On the other side, the heavenly court. Here, an eerie silence reigned. Countless celestial beings stared blankly at Hou Tian, who stood motionless in the void, their expressions tinged with discomfort. They had never anticipated that events would conclude in such an outrageous manner. Ah, Dijun, truly a being of potential existence. I wonder what the Emperor's thoughts are on this matter. As this crossed their minds, the celestial beings of the heavenly court couldn't help but raise their gazes once more towards the vast heaven. Their expressions varied and laden with silence. It appears the Emperor has been considerably affected by the recent battle, just as the celestial beings had surmised. After the disappearance of Dijun's substitute, the expression on vast heaven's face had been fluctuating between light and darkness. At this moment, he realized that the entity he had just battled was indeed a mere avatar of Dijun, which instilled within him a profound sense of defeat. If such terrifying power resides in just a fragment of his being, one could scarcely imagine the might of his true self. No, it cannot be. Dijun cannot possibly be this powerful. Suddenly, vast heaven shook his head, dispelling the shadow that lingered in his heart, murmuring to himself that it must be that certain sage employing some method to salvage Dijun's life. Humph! As expected, it could only be him, for he alone possesses the subtlety to orchestrate such affairs. Otherwise, why would he appear in the heavenly court after the conclusion of the grand battle? The thought of the sage Tongtian suddenly manifesting on the battlefield after his clash with Dijun filled vast heaven with indignation. He could clearly discern that this sage was scheming behind the scenes, yet the Tao ancestor remained oblivious. This truly left vast heaven feeling somewhat resentful. However, he dared not voice his discontent. He issued a command to continue surveillance across the three realms, instructing that upon discovering any trace of Dijun, the order would be to kill without mercy. After a moment of silence, vast heaven cast a glance at the gathered celestial beings who had retreated to the side. Once again articulating his directives, furthermore, he surveyed the ruins of the heavenly court, which had been reduced to a mere shell of its former glory, and reminded the star of the White Emperor to oversee the repairs subsequently. Vast heaven chose to depart. This monumental battle had taken a considerable toll on him, and he found himself on the brink of exhaustion. As you command. Listening to the Emperor's orders, the star of the White Emperor dared not show any sign of defiance. Promptly nodding in respectful acknowledgement, he acted swiftly, distributing tasks with a few brief words, directing the celestial beings to restore the palaces and halls under the vigilant oversight of the star of the White Emperor. The heavenly court gradually began to regain its vitality. At the very least, it no longer exuded the same lifelessness it once did. As for the surveillance of Dijun, the star of the White Emperor had not even considered undertaking such a task. He merely selected someone at random to keep an eye on the lower realms, and that was the extent of his involvement. After all, the star of the White Emperor was acutely aware that to inspect a peak quasi-saint, who could still withstand a blow from a saint, would be tantamount to courting death. While the heavenly court was in the process of reconstruction on the other side, at the Purple Cloud's palace, Hong Jun withdrew his gaze, yet his brows remained furrowed, as if troubled by some matter. There exists a secret within Dijun, a secret of no small significance, for even Hong Jun had yet to perceive the truth of his avatar. Raising his hands slightly, Hong Jun intended to conduct a divination, only to find the surroundings shrouded in obscurity, rendering any attempt at divination utterly futile. Is this a variable? Casting a fleeting glance at the tranquil yet paradoxically focused Tongtian, who had redirected most of his energies elsewhere, Hong Jun pondered for a moment before gently shaking his head. He contemplated the unpredictable course that these changes might take. Bound to the celestial principles, Hong Jun could not act impulsively, lest he disrupt the grand design of the Dao. At the very least, he must refrain from taking the initiative. He could only wait for the day when the grand design of the Tao would clear the obstacles, marking the moment when he would truly intervene. The Tao ultimately must be adhered to. With a deep sigh, Hong Jun closed his eyes once more, seemingly indifferent to the tumultuous transformations of the primordial world. Chapter 83. Reviving another great power? A visitor from the Buddhist sect. The battle in the heavenly court had captivated the attention of numerous beings. The saint wielding a sword, the inexplicable flames, and the mere avatar of Emperor Jun. This sequence of events was simply beyond comprehension, leaving many in awe, particularly among the great demons. Previously, during Emperor Jun's confrontation in the Northern Sea, these great demons had yet to fully grasp the implications. However, now they were all ablaze with excitement. It is worth noting that, for the majority of the demon clan, their lives in recent years had been exceedingly arduous, fraught with challenges. Even some of the more formidable demons could only subsist in fear, reliant on the whims of others. Yet, the emergence of an ancient demon emperor, brazenly assaulting the heavenly court, felt akin to a dream for these great demons. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes? They would never have dared to believe it. Could it be that the demon clan was truly on the verge of resurgence? This thought flickered through the minds of these great demons, stirring a sense of inexplicable exhilaration. Of course, there were also beings expressing concern, fearing that the overwhelming strength of this ancient demon emperor would not bode well for the primordial realm. To the very least, their previously stable lives would be disrupted, forever altered. Yet, there was little they could do about it. After all, they had witnessed firsthand the true extent of this ancient demon emperor's power. Such terrifying strength had left even Guanyin powerless, let alone themselves. Meanwhile, as the myriad beings of the primordial world contemplated their thoughts, on the other side, in the Tang dynasty, Yuan withdrew his gaze. At this moment, he had a clearer understanding of the Tao Ancestor's limits. In the face of the variable introduced by Emperor Jun's revival, it seemed that the Tao Ancestor might indeed intervene. However, such intervention would be confined to bestowing power upon others. The Tao Ancestor himself could not truly interfere, and this level of intervention did not concern Yuan. He possessed numerous methods to resolve it. Could be said that as long as a saint did not act personally, he faced no obstacles. With this thought, Yuan let out a soft sigh, feeling a newfound sense of confidence. It appeared that some speculations from later generations were not entirely unfounded. In a strict sense, after embodying the Tao, Hongjun was no longer a mere sentient being. Every action he took was subject to the constraints of the Tao's rules. It was only logical. Had Hongjun not harbored reservations with the power of the Tao Ancestor, he would likely have acted the moment Emperor Jun manifested in the primordial realm, eradicating him without hesitation. How could it have come to this point? It seemed he had overthought the situation. Nevertheless, despite this realization, Yuan did not regret his testing. On one hand, he had garnered numerous points of astonishment. On the other hand, when it comes to matters concerning one's very life and livelihood, it is prudent to exercise caution. In truth, regarding the possibility of Hongjun personally intervening, Yuan had harbored such concerns from the very moment he resurrected Dijuan. Otherwise, he would not have chosen the system space as the site of resurrection. Beyond the intent to provide Dijuan with a minor system shock, Yuan's ulterior motive was to guard against the potential for Hongjun to eliminate uncertainties and thereby affect him. From the outset, Yuan had never underestimated this Tao Ancestor, perceiving him as the greatest threat. After all, he was an ancient being who had existed since before the heavens and the earth were formed. With such accumulated time, even a pig, if it merely ate and slept all day, would surely become the strongest pig. How much more so for the Tao Ancestor? Yet, it appears that for the time being, there is no need for concern. With this, he can proceed to the next step. Casting aside some distracting thoughts, Yuan glanced at the shock points gained from Dijuan's disturbance in the heavenly palace, a smile flickering across his face as he softly murmured, "Resurrection, another ancient mighty being." The shock points had nearly reached the requisite amount. This was still under the condition that Yuan had appropriately reduced his cut to allow Dijuan to enhance his strength as much as possible. From this, it is evident how immensely fruitful this disturbance in the heavenly palace had been for Yuan. It could almost be considered a windfall. It is worth noting that the reason Yuan had exploited Dijuan so thoroughly before was that after resurrecting him, the shock points Yuan had accumulated over many years had been completely depleted in an instant. Without any shock points, even Yuan felt somewhat constrained. However, now he was no longer concerned about such matters. Dijuan had proven to be exceptionally powerful. His tumult in the heavenly palace had directly drawn the attention of the Tao Ancestor. The more formidable a being, the more difficult it is to astonish them. Yet once they exhibit even the slightest surprise, the shock points gained are beyond imagination. This Dijuan, the innate shock saint body, truly deserving of the title. Under such circumstances, how could Yuan still feel justified in exploiting Dijuan? He resolved to grant him a little more commission as a reward for his contributions. Of course, this was merely an exception. Moving forward, he would revert to the normal distribution. After all, Dijuan was unaware that shock points and credits were equivalent. Nor did he know how much each of his actions would yield in terms of shock points for Yuan, with the corresponding credits being entirely at Yuan's discretion. This time, resurrection? Just as Yuan's thoughts were swirling, on the verge of determining the next resurrected individual, he suddenly furrowed his brow, noticing some commotion at the border of the Great Tang, within the Two Realms mountain. Is it that monkey? In an instant, Yuan had identified the source of the disturbance. Immediately, a smile crept onto his face. Previously, Yuan had lent that monkey some credits, enabling it to exchange for the Battle Heaven technique, as well as a drop of the blood essence of the Chaos Demon Ape. Initially, he had assumed that the monkey would directly absorb the blood essence and break free from the shackles of the Five Elements mountain. It seems that he had underestimated this monkey after all. The monkey perceives the latent power contained within the chaotic demon ape's essence and recognizes the connection between the battle heaven technique and that drop of blood. It intends to first cultivate the battle heaven technique before absorbing the precious blood. Such an approach will undoubtedly allow the power within the blood to be fully unleashed. The slight disturbance just now is likely a sign that this monkey has made some progress in mastering the battle heaven technique. The next step is to emerge from this 5 elements mountain. At that moment, the primordial world is bound to become lively once more. With thoughts of soon reaping another wave of shock points, Yuan could not help but chuckle softly, thoroughly satisfied. The previous harvest was from the heavenly court. Most entities related to the heavenly court would contribute a few shock points, yet the Buddhist sect remained rather tranquil. Occasionally, there were moments of astonishment, but they were few. This time, it is the Buddhist sect that shall be reaped. It is important to note that this monkey is unlike Dijun once freed. The Buddhist sect will likely find it difficult to remain composed. Oh? Has someone arrived so soon? Reflecting on the Buddhist sect, Yuan felt 2 unfamiliar auras and glanced towards the heavens. There appeared to be 2 figures radiating Buddhist light, swiftly traversing the void, heading towards the Tang dynasty. Surely, they come in relation to Xuanzang's westward journey. After Guanyin's earlier setback, Yuan was certain that the Buddhist sect would send more individuals. The westward expedition is not something the Buddhist sect could abandon. They will certainly urge its completion. The arrival of these individuals was anticipated. Chapter 84. A spiritual power generator? Jin Yuanzi. I am exceedingly cautious. Manjushri and Guanyin? Upon closer inspection, Yuan recognized the identities of those 2 figures. Among them was a familiar face. Guanyin? Moreover, it was the Guanyin missing an arm. Yuan was aware that Guanyin's arm had been severed by Dijun's formidable strike. Furthermore, at the site of the wound, Dijun had left behind a trace of true solar fire. Under normal circumstances, such a degree of injury would be easily recoverable for Guanyin, as a quasi-saint. The true solar fire should not possess the power to utterly annihilate a quasi-saint's body. However, with Dijun's exchange of the Great Tao's fire, this true solar fire inevitably bore a hint of the Great Tao's essence. Given the connection between the flames, the true solar fire at Guanyin's Wound now also harbored a trace of the Great Tao's fire. As a result, conventional methods of physical restoration became utterly ineffective. Unless there exists a being whose power vastly surpasses that of Dijun, capable of forcefully dispelling that flicker of flame. Alternatively, if Dijun were to retract that strand of fire, otherwise, Guanyin would henceforth be relegated to the status of a one-armed Guanyin. In light of this situation, Yuan could hardly fathom that Guanyin would go to such lengths, returning once more to the Tang dynasty. Does she not fear losing her other arm as well? Let us observe. With this thought, Yuan had no intention of alarming the 2 bodhisattvas, choosing instead to remain a silent observer. After all, his current strength was still insufficient. Without absolute power, it is best not to attract undue attention. Being a behind-the-scenes orchestrator is quite appealing. Moreover, the Tang dynasty is still in its developmental phase, and certain matters are best kept out of the limelight to avoid becoming targets. To endure is to endured. I shall first pay a visit to Zenyuanzai, and while there, I will also take the opportunity to conceal my presence, lest I attract unwanted attention. Drawing a deep breath, Yuan's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Zenyuanzai's presence in the Tang dynasty is a closely guarded secret. Should the Buddhist sect become aware, it would surely stir a tempest once more. Although Yuan is not particularly afraid, it is prudent to remain concealed for the gradual development of the Tang dynasty. However, upon arriving at the modest abode where Zenyuanzai resides, Yuan quickly realized that his concerns were entirely unwarranted. This small courtyard had been transformed by Zenyuanzai into a veritable fortress. All around, numerous restrictions had been meticulously laid, rendering the area almost impenetrable. Among these, the restrictions for concealing one's aura were the most abundant, numbering at least in the hundreds. Even Yuan felt somewhat dazzled by the sheer complexity. In the face of such intricate barriers, it seemed that only a sage could sense the slightest trace of Zenyuanzai's presence. He was utterly isolated from the outside world. It is you, my fellow Taoist. Please, come in at a tea. The moment Yuan appeared, it seemed that some restriction was triggered, prompting Zenyuanzai to direct his gaze towards him. A faint smile gracing his features as he spoke, just in time. I have been researching some new items recently. I would be honored for you to appraise them. As his words fell, the myriad restrictions surrounding the courtyard parted, creating a narrow path for Yuan to enter. Witnessing this scene, Yuan's lips twitched slightly. He had just been pondering how Zenyuanzai could emerge with so many restrictions in place. It turned out he had already left a back door. Observing Zenyuanzai's ease in navigating this setup, it was evident this was not his first endeavor. Truly cautious. Although he felt a twinge of exasperation, Yuan nonetheless stepped inside. Simultaneously, He recalled that he had intended to advise Zhen Yuanzai to exercise caution. Now it seemed entirely unnecessary. Zhen Yuanzai was exceedingly prudent. Upon entering the courtyard, Yiyun immediately noticed several intricate and sophisticated devices displayed upon the table. Some of these were his own creations, while others were Zhen Yuanzai's latest achievements. After a careful glance, Yiyun garnered a general understanding of their purposes. It appeared that his decision to entrust this matter to Zhen Yuanzai had been a sound one. However, shifting his gaze from the peculiar contraptions, Yiyun's attention was drawn to a figure standing within the courtyard. That was Luya. He is Luya, the essence of fire, and the sole son of Emperor Jun. Upon noticing Yiyun's gaze resting on Luya, Zhen Yuanzai's expression grew somewhat peculiar, and he soon spoke in a subdued tone to explain. Previously, I spotted him, sitting by the roadside, so I brought him back. Should you encounter Emperor Jun, please convey my regards to him. Since joining the Divine Court, Zhen Yuanzai had learned that Emperor Jun was indeed a member of the Divine Court. Furthermore, he had even seen Emperor Jun's name within that chat group. This revelation startled Zhen Yuanzai, providing him with newfound insights into the Divine Court. In such circumstances, he occasionally ventured out and encountered the beggar, Luya, by the roadside, whom he subsequently brought back with him. At this juncture, Zhen Yuanzai's mind was flooded with the memory of his encounter with Luya. At that time, he was at a loss regarding the spiritual energy generator. I had decided to take a stroll. It was then that he chanced upon Luya, who was disheveled and slumped against the roadside, relying on the meager alms of others to survive. Initially, upon seeing Luya, Zhen Yuanzai doubted his own eyes. However, sensing the faint yet intense aura emanating from him, coupled with a few inquiries, he ultimately confirmed the identity of the beggar. Zhen Yuanzai was perplexed as to how Luya had fallen to such depths. When questioned, Luya resolutely refused to divulge any information. This left Zhen Yuanzai bewildered. After all, Luya seemed indifferent even to the act of begging. What could possibly be too shameful to disclose? Yet, with Luya's silence, Zhen Yuanzai was at a loss, unable to simply turn a blind eye. Reluctantly, he decided to take Luya under his wing as a helper. So that was it. Upon hearing this, Yiyun nodded, casting a glance at the still-sealed Luya, and quietly began to loosen the constraints on his fortune. Just a little. Initially, he had merely intended to teach Luya a lesson. Who would have thought that this ruffian had sunk to such a lowly state? Reduced to a beggar, it would be prudent to lift the restrictions sooner rather than later. However, it was unwise to release him immediately. Luya ought to gradually wear down the constraints himself. That would be more reasonable. After all, given his adamant refusal to speak, it was clear that Luya cared about his dignity. Reluctant to let others learn of his past experiences, Yiyun was also inclined to do a favor in this regard. Friend, let us set aside this discussion for now and take a look at this. Noticing Yiyun's apparent interest in Luya, Zhen Yuanzai shook his head and retrieved a peculiar device from his sleeve. Exclaiming, I call it the spiritual energy generator. A smile graced Zhen Yuanzai's face, for he was exceedingly pleased with his research. Although its output was still erratic and unstable, it lacked the violent ferocity akin to thunder. Given some time, it would surely be able to reduce the dot voltage. Chapter 85. The Second Technological Revolution of the Great Tang. The genius Zhen Yuanzai, the spiritual energy dot generator. Gazing upon the somewhat intricate peculiar machine before him, Yiyun furrowed his brow and scrutinized it for an extended period, before finally discerning some traces of a generator. Indeed, this contraption lacked wires or any semblance of chaotic components. What it possessed were merely bindings and formations. Just one face was inscribed with dozens of formations. Rather than being a mere machine, it was more accurately a confluence of various formations. Yet, these formations were inextricably linked to the machine itself. The two were inseparable. At the forefront of the generator was a groove-like feature, as if it were designed to directly receive certain objects. The rear, on the other hand, bore an appendage reminiscent of a tail extending forward. At the very end, there lay a gear. Yet, the means to realize this contraption and harness its power for electricity remained elusive. Fellow cultivator, observe as the might of thunder is channeled from this point. Upon seeing Yiyun's perplexed expression, Zhen Yuanzai formed a mystical gesture, conjuring a bolt of lightning that materialized from thin air, shimmering with electric brilliance, and surged into the recess. As the force of thunder was infused, the entire generator emitted a resounding roar. Subsequently, a cascade of blue electric light flowed forth from this generator, swirling around the tail and propelling the final gear into a gradual rotation. As the electric glow intensified, the speed of the gear's rotation quickened, resembling a miniature motor. This gear was an invention of Yiyun's, crafted from a framework he had recalled, requiring electricity to turn. However, due to the absence of an electricity source, it had been set aside. Yet, unexpectedly, Zhen Yuanzai had successfully transformed and activated it. Is this truly a generator? Gazing at the somewhat bulky and peculiar spiritual power generator, Yuan felt as if he were witnessing the dawn of a new era for the Tang dynasty. Although it seemed somewhat unscientific, the generation of electricity from spiritual energy was indeed feasible. Moreover, it was not merely a theoretical possibility. It was practically achievable in such a brief span of time, to have unraveled the intricacies of this strange machine. Could Jin Yuanzi be a genius? However, regarding the 220 volts of voltage that his companion mentioned, the old Taoist was genuinely unsure of the exact measure. Just as Yuan pondered over this, Jin Yuanzi furrowed his brow, revealing a hint of distress, and spoke with resignation. However, stabilizing the voltage is within my capabilities. Whether to increase or decrease it, it can be done. Just turn this. As he spoke, Jin Yuanzi gestured towards something that resembled a pointer, his voice steady. Turning it upwards increases the voltage, while turning it downwards decreases it. The speed of the gear's rotation varies under different voltages. Jin Yuanzi gradually elaborated. In recent days, he had been engrossed in researching this spiritual power generator to the point of neglecting sleep and food. Although some progress had been made, there were still minor issues to resolve. As long as the voltage remains stable, it will suffice. Upon hearing Jin Yuanzi's words, Yuan took a deep breath, his expression turning serious as he stated, "Now, the most pressing question is, does each activation of this generator necessitate a fresh infusion of lightning?" I observed every detail of Jin Yuanzi's earlier actions. He invoked the power of thunder with a mystical gesture. However, if each time this spiritual power generator is utilized requires a living being to perform such a task, it would indeed be exceedingly cumbersome. The sustainability of the operation would be in jeopardy. After all, given that the cultivation levels of individuals vary, so too would the potency of the thunder they conjure. One cannot simply gather a group of people to serve as spiritual power sources each day, can one? This is easily addressed. Simply inscribe a few formations to convert spiritual energy into electricity. Upon observing Yi Yun's look of confusion, Jin Yuanzi's face broke into a faint smile as he spoke. "This matter is quite familiar to me." With a casual wave of his hand, he conjured a simple formation in the void, inscribing it upon the generator. Boom! Instantly, the gears, which had slowed down due to power depletion, began to spin swiftly once more, almost leaving behind a blur of motion. Over the years, in order to evade the threads of fate, Jin Yuanzi had remained at Wuzhuangguan. Out of boredom during his idle moments, he took to studying various formations. His expertise in this realm was beyond question. Otherwise, he would not have been able to so effortlessly lay down numerous formations each time. So that is how it is. With this, there are no flaws. Witnessing Jin Yuanzi's actions, a glimmer of excitement appeared on Yi Yun's face as he spoke solemnly. "This generator will undoubtedly prove invaluable. Thank you, my friend, for bringing it to fruition. Here is the commission I promised." Without hesitation, Yi Yun opened his phone and transferred a substantial amount of points to Jin Yuanzi, staggering 500,000. The emergence of this generator marks a revolutionary milestone. Henceforth, the Tang dynasty will undergo a profound transformation. Who knows how many astonishing moments lie ahead? After all, the mere advent of a steam engine has already left the entirety of the Tang dynasty in awe. How much more so will be the case with a generator? 500,000 points is truly worth it. Furthermore, through this endeavor, Yi Yun could almost ascertain that Jin Yuanzi is indeed a genius. A veritable virtuoso of industry. Hiss, so many. Observing the string of points, a flicker of astonishment crossed Jin Yuanzi's face. He now fully understood the implications of these points. It can be said that with points in hand, one could exchange for virtually anything. This entire 500,000, one wonders how many ginseng fruits that equates to. My friend, I have merely modified this generator. Such a bounty of points. Thinking of this, Jin Yuanzi looked up, a conflicted expression manifesting on his face. He genuinely desired these points. After all, to resurrect his old friend Hong Yun, he would need at least several 100 million points. Yet, receiving such a vast sum all at once left Jin Yuanzi feeling somewhat undeserving. He had simply constructed a machine and had not yet achieved anything monumental. The advent of this generator will undoubtedly catalyze a second technological revolution in the Tang dynasty. Seeing Jin Yuanzi's reluctance, Yi Yun shook his head and spoke earnestly. "These points are not excessive, however. I implore you to endeavor in developing some complementary devices, such as electric motors and other related inventions." Regardless, Jin Yuanzi's contributions are simply monumental. Yi Yun himself is unable to tend to the Tang dynasty, but Jin Yuanzi can. Perhaps, he truly has the potential to instigate an unprecedented transformation. Henceforth, automobiles, airplanes, and high-speed maglev trains. All of these may emerge in a matter of mere decades, or even just a few years. Moreover, it is indeed powered by spiritual energy. Just the thought of it is truly astonishing. Chapter 86. The Merit of the Heavenly Tao? Yi Yun once again returns to Huaxing Temple. In that case, the old Taoist will accept it. Seeing that Yi Yun had said so, Zhen Yuanzi had no choice but to accept the points with peace of mind, while secretly vowing to devise all the things described in that book. It was not solely for the points. Primarily, Zhen Yuanzi discovered an instinctive interest in these matters. Perhaps it was due to his years at Wuzhuang Temple, where he had been immersed in the study of various complex formations. He had long since become accustomed to the sensation of creating something new. This time was no different. Simultaneously, Zhen Yuanzi wished to see what kind of transformation this electricity would bring. Senior Zhen Yuanzi, it seems that there is a golden light. Just as a swell of ambition surged within Zhen Yuanzi, the nearby Luya suddenly blinked, a look of astonishment crossing his face, instinctively exclaiming, "That seems to be merit? The merit of the heavenly Tao?" One phrase left both Zhen Yuanzi and Yi Yun momentarily stunned. What merit of the heavenly Tao? As Lu Ya's words hung in the air, Yi Yun could not help but direct his gaze toward Zhen Yuanzi. Noticing the golden light emanating from his form, his brows furrowing involuntarily. This thing, could it truly be the merit of the heavenly Tao? Why would the heavenly Tao bestow merit at this moment? For a moment, Yi Yun found himself hesitating, unable to make a decision. Alas, how could the old Taoist have received the merit of the heavenly Tao? On the other hand, Zhen Yuanzi gazed at the golden light flowing from his body, a hint of astonishment flickering across his face, seemingly in disbelief. This was entirely beyond his expectations. The merit of the heavenly Tao. Such a thing was quite common in ancient times. Zhen Yuanzi had occasionally received some, and was not unfamiliar with it. Yet, as the primordial world fell into its routine, such merit had become rare. Why had so much merit suddenly appeared now? Wait, could it be this generator? Suddenly, as if awakening to a realization, Zhen Yuanzi's gaze fell upon the spiritual energy generator, his expression shifting between uncertainty and clarity. The heavenly Tao would certainly not bestow merit without reason. Yet, at present, Zhen Yuanzi did not believe he had accomplished anything worthy of the heavenly Tao's favor. Aside from that spiritual energy generator. Perhaps, the heavenly Tao is devoid of sentiment. According to legend, as long as it promotes the development of the primordial world, the heavenly Tao would bestow merit, unaltered by personal biases. This is the nature of the heavenly Tao. It is also a rule. Hearing Zhen Yuanzi's speculation, Yi Yun's gaze flickered slightly, a contemplative expression gracing his face as he softly murmured, "But why, of all things? This spiritual energy generator?" Why Yi Yun would not be surprised that this spiritual energy generator could gain the recognition of the heavenly Tao, thereby receiving its merit. After all, it was indeed a groundbreaking invention. It was only natural for it to garner some merit from the heavenly Tao. In the past, during the reign of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, actions like drilling fire, building houses, and crafting clothing would also attract the merit of the heavenly Tao. Yet, what perplexed Yi Yun was why had he not received it before? He had also conducted research on the steam engine. Logically, he should have garnered some heavenly merit as well. Could it be that there were simply too many participants in the steam engine research, causing the heavenly merit to be dispersed, leaving him unaware of it? After a moment of silence, Yi Yun could not conjure a reasonable explanation and could only gently shake his head, temporarily setting the matter aside. Regardless, it was certainly a fortunate occurrence that Zhen Yuanzi had obtained some heavenly merit. Congratulations, fellow cultivator. With this heavenly merit, your strength is bound to advance. Contemplating this, Yi Yun cupped his hands toward Zhen Yuanzi and sincerely offered his congratulations. How embarrassing! How embarrassing! Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Zhen Yuanzi shook his head, a hint of shame flickering across his face. He spoke softly, "Without your assistance, how could I have attracted the favor of the heavens and received this merit? In truth, this could also be seen as me seizing an opportunity that rightfully belonged to you. Alas, regarding the previous 500,000 points, I truly feel unworthy to accept them. I shall return them to you now." At this moment, Zhen Yuanzi no longer hesitated and directly opened his phone, intending to return the points. Previously, he had already felt a twinge of guilt for taking those 500,000 points. Now, having unexpectedly gained the benefits of heavenly merit, he was at a loss for words. He felt that he had intercepted an opportunity that should have belonged to Yi Yun, and he could hardly justify keeping so many points. Fellow cultivator, there is no need for such formality. Witnessing Zhen Yuanzi's actions, Yi Yun's face revealed a trace of helplessness. He longed to express that even if he were to receive 1,000,000 points, he would still have ample room for profit. The shock points gained from the generator were a continuous flow of benefits. It was not something that could be easily quantified in a day. Moreover, he still needed to motivate Zhen Yuanzi to develop a series of subsequent technologies following the generator. How could he possibly be stingy? However, seeing Zhen Yuanzi's unwavering stance, as if he would refuse to work unless he returned the points, Yi Yuan could only accept with tears the 30,000 points. In truth, for Yi Yuan at this moment, several 100,000 small sums were no longer of great concern. Yet, Zhan Yuanzi was truly insistent. Fellow cultivator, please do not forget to develop other inventions. After exchanging a few more words with Zhen Yuanzi, Yi Yuan bid him farewell, taking with him the prototype of the spiritual energy generator, intending to hand it over to Li Shimin for replication. As for the restrictions and formations, Zhen Yuanzi had long prepared a small booklet. One could simply follow the descriptions therein. It was evident that Zhen Yuanzi was indeed very diligent. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly. After earnestly replying to Yi Yuan, Zhen Yuanzi wasted not a moment and once more immersed himself in the grand endeavor of invention and creation. At this moment, he was filled with vigor, with heavenly merit and point rewards at his disposal. Is there anything better in the vast wilderness than this? If he did not strive harder, not only would he feel guilty for failing to meet Yi Yuan's expectations, but Zhen Yuanzi even felt he would be letting himself down on the other side. After leaving the courtyard of Zhen Yuanzi, Yi Yuan made his way to the imperial palace, where he presented the spirit power generator to Li Shimin, instructing him to mass-produce it. Soon after, he found himself at the entrance of Huaxing Temple. Previously, this temple had been bustling with activity due to the water and land dharma assembly, but now, apart from a few monks, there were no common folk to be seen. The entire temple exuded an air of desolation. Even the devotees coming to offer incense were scarce. Although Huaxing Temple remained unchanged since the Grand Assembly, it now appeared significantly dilapidated. A sense of barrenness prevailed. Chapter 87. One thought of Buddha, one thought of demon. The state of Xuanzang's cultivation. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting a few fallen leaves into the air, where they floated momentarily before gradually descending. Before Yi Yuan lay an expanse of emptiness. Occasionally, one could glimpse a monk or two, bustling about, their destination unknown. This temple, once thriving with incense offerings, now bore the marks of decay. This decline was primarily due to the forceful actions of Emperor Jun, who had ruthlessly subdued Guanyin, shattering the long-held supreme status of the Buddha and Bodhisattvas in the hearts of the common people. For the masses, it was inconceivable to recognize the ancient demon emperor. They had no idea of the true extent of Emperor Jun's terrifying power. They could only comprehend that the deities they had always revered, the Buddha and Bodhisattvas, were incapable of contending with a mere stranger who appeared from nowhere. What use was there in worshipping such figures? Even beyond the common folk, some monks of Huaxing Temple found their faith beginning to crumble, grappling with existential doubts. Some even chose to renounce their vows. As for these matters, Yi Yuan remained indifferent. His purpose for coming this time was primarily to meet someone and to witness the spectacle. Previously, Yi Yuan had acutely sensed a towering aura of hostility emanating from a humble meditation room within Huaxing Temple, a relentless swirl. Yet, despite its intensity, this hostility posed no harm. Within that aura, hints of golden light could be discerned. Two distinct forces intertwined, creating a most peculiar phenomenon. It was Xuanzang in the midst of his cultivation. Xuanzang. Yi Yuan was certainly no stranger to this destined seeker of the scriptures, a virtuous soul who had devoted 10 lifetimes to his practice. However, since Xuanzang joined the demon court during the last water and land dharma assembly, Yi Yuan had not seen him again. In fact, not only Yi Yuan, but no one, including the monks of Huaxing Temple, had laid eyes on Xuanzang. For in recent days, Xuanzang had been in seclusion, never stepping beyond the threshold of that meditation room. Initially, the monks had been curious about the closed door, but as time passed and they found it impossible to open, they gradually dispersed. None knew that within that meditation room resided the great Zen master Xuanzang they had been searching for all along. His pace of cultivation was not slow. Casting a glance towards the direction of Xuanzang, a faint smile crossed Yi Yuan's face as he softly murmured, 10 lifetimes of accumulation. In addition to the profound essence of the six-winged golden cicada, this Xuanzang, even without any fortuitous encounters, through diligent cultivation, is likely to swiftly ascend to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, is he not? In Yi Yuan's memories, Xuanzang, throughout his journey to the west, has always occupied the role of one who is protected. Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, Sha Song, and even the White Dragon, each of Xuanzang's disciples surpasses him in might by countless degrees. They are the kind of beings whose mere breath could shatter Xuanzang's spirit. Yet, in truth, Xuanzang may well be the one among them endowed with the greatest innate talent. Only Sun Wukong, the naturally born stone monkey, can rival Xuanzang in terms of talent. The others simply do not compare. For, in his previous life, Xuanzang was one of the fearsome beasts of the primordial era, the six-winged golden cicada. Moreover, he was the second disciple of the Tathagata. In matters of Buddhist doctrine, he could even engage in debate with the Tathagata. Thus, it is evident that, in terms of both talent and comprehension, Xuanzang belongs to the highest echelon. The extent of his strength during that time is difficult for Yi Yun to assert, but to achieve the level of debating with the Buddha, he must at least be a great Luo golden immortal. Highly likely, he is on the verge of sainthood. Subsequently, due to his disputes with the Tathagata regarding Buddhist teachings, Xuanzang was cast down to the mortal realm, enduring 10 cycles of reincarnation. Yet, regardless of how many reincarnations he undergoes, Xuanzang's essence remains unchanged. He is still the six-winged golden cicada. This is evidenced by the fact that when Dijuan presented him with a seemingly ordinary manual for cultivating demons, Xuanzang was able to awaken the fierce aura of the six-winged golden cicada merely through this small booklet, revealing clues. Indeed, it is time to converse with him. With this thought, Yi Yun vanished from his original location in a flash. When he reappeared, he found himself within the meditation room where Xuanzang was cultivating. At this moment, Xuanzang sat cross-legged upon a mat, with red and golden radiance intertwining within his form, creating an exceedingly peculiar sight. Not only that, but Xuanzang's countenance also transformed continuously between ferocity and tranquility with the ebb and flow of these lights. Gradually, the red and golden lights seemed to reach a certain equilibrium. This resulted in one half of Xuanzang's visage appearing remarkably serene, akin to a true Buddha, devoid of joy or sorrow. Yet the other half bore an aura of ferocity, as if it sought to annihilate all existence. Half Buddha, half demon, such is the Xuanzang of this moment. Ultimately, he remained unable to suppress that trace of malevolence. After a considerable time, the two beams of light emanating from Xuanzang gradually dissipated, and a somewhat resigned voice slowly escaped his lips. He truly felt a sense of helplessness. After practicing with the small booklet given by Dijuan, at first Xuanzang felt invigorated, experiencing no discomfort whatsoever. However, gradually, he began to sense something amiss. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he was overcome by an impulse to devour everything before his eyes. Not just objects, but also people. He felt an insatiable hunger, a desire to consume all that his gaze could behold. When such a thought flashed through his mind, Xuanzang was genuinely taken aback by himself. In an instant, without the slightest hesitation, Xuanzang decisively employed some of the newly acquired spells. He had learned to completely seal off the meditation chamber, preventing any outsiders from intruding. Were he to be in a demonic state, he might indeed have swallowed the intruder whole. Xuanzang had no desire to commit acts of unjust slaughter. Of course, he had pondered whether his cultivation of that little booklet was the source of such malevolence within him. Yet, alas, the one who had invited him to join the so-called demon court, Emperor Jun, had vanished completely since their last encounter. Xuanzang could not find him at all. Even if he wished to inquire of others, he found himself equally at a loss. Perhaps it would be best to rest for a while. Shaking his head, Xuanzang temporarily suppressed the doubts swirling in his mind, intending to take a brief respite. After all, given the circumstances, worrying further would be futile. Where there is a will, there is a way. Strangely, Xuanzang felt that since he began his cultivation, his mood had become remarkably more expansive in the past. Such bizarre encounters would have left him troubled for days, unable to partake in his vegetarian meals. It seemed he had not consumed a meal in quite some time. Yet, his stomach was not the least bit hungry. If not for the occasional overwhelming urge to devour everything, Xuanzang might have nearly believed himself to be utterly numb to hunger. Master Xuanzang, it has been a long time. Just as Xuanzang was about to lean to the side and rest, a faint voice suddenly echoed beside him. Chapter 88. The Cycle of 10 Lifetimes, Xuanzang. Jin Shanzi? What Jin Shanzi? A voice softly reverberated within the meditation chamber. So delicate. Yet it startled Xuanzang profoundly. Who is it? Instinctively, he turned to gaze towards the source of the voice, and there stood Yi Yun, beaming with a smile behind him. He was momentarily taken aback. How did this person enter? The instant Xuanzang laid eyes on Yi Yun, a thought flashed through his mind. He distinctly remembered sealing off the surrounding area. How could anyone breach it? He had tested the seal himself, and not even a dozen burly monks could break through it. Moreover, he had not heard any sound of a door being disturbed, and for some reason, he felt a strange sense of familiarity with this individual. Gazing at the figure before him, Xuanzang furrowed his brow, vaguely sensing something amiss. He seemed to have encountered this figure before. The attire, the appearance. Wait, is it the National Master? He is the National Master of the Great Tang. Xuanzang had indeed met Yi Yun. During the Water and Land Ritual Conference, Yi Yun had made an appearance at that time. Although Xuanzang was preaching, he was not completely oblivious to the happenings around him. He had cast a fleeting glance at Yi Yun, who now stood before him, looking exactly the same. This realization caused Xuanzang's heart to tighten, and he dared not be negligent. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. Xuanzang was acutely aware of the esteemed status the title of National Master held in the hearts of the Great Tang populace. While he found it perplexing how the National Master of the Great Tang could appear here, it did not hinder Xuanzang from treating him with utmost respect. Umitba, before him, without the slightest hesitation, Xuanzang rose, his hands clasped in reverence, and performed a Buddhist salutation to Yi Yun. Before respectfully speaking, the humble monk has the honor of meeting the National Master. Unaware of your esteemed arrival, I beg your forgiveness for my lack of proper welcome. Xuanzang felt a twinge of anxiety. For these past days, he had been secretly cultivating from that small booklet, uncertain if it aligned with the laws of the Great Tang. If he were to be found guilty, he would be left with no means to defend himself. How has the nature of the six-winged golden cicada been comprehended by you, Master Xuanzang? Observing Xuanzang's uncertain demeanor, Yi Yun chuckled softly, gesturing for him to relax, and then spoke in a calm tone. This is one of the most ferocious beasts of the primordial wilderness. Should it lose control, it is likely that a significant portion of the Great Tang would find itself within the belly of this cicada. That creature is exceedingly greedy and can never be satiated. Yi Yun's words were not merely sensational. Indeed, the six-winged golden cicada possessed such capabilities. His visit to Xuanzang served a dual purpose: to discuss the journey to the west and to assess Xuanzang's progress in cultivation. Do not toy with this matter lightly. If the ferocity of the six-winged golden cicada is unleashed, it could spell disaster. Even if swiftly quelled, it would still harm many common folk. What six-winged golden cicada? National Master, what are you talking about? Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Xuanzang stood frozen, utterly bewildered. He comprehended each word spoken by the National Master, yet their collective meaning eluded him. What could the six-winged golden cicada signify? He sometimes felt a desire for devouring, but what connection did that have with this creature? Xuanzang had long believed that the issue lay with the booklet given by Emperor Jun. Have you not yet restored your past life's memories? Observing the confusion etched on Xuanzang's face, Yi Yun furrowed his brow, paused for a moment, then gently shook his head and spoke. It seems that awakening your innate wisdom requires additional stimuli. Beings who have undergone reincarnation possess a certain chance of recalling their past lives. Innate wisdom refers to former memories. Take Zhu Beiji, for instance. He serves as a remarkably apt example. Though he was mistakenly reborn as a pig, this has facilitated his awakening of innate wisdom, allowing him to retain memories from his previous life upon birth. This may be due to the pig's form being more conducive to memory awakening. Alternatively, it could be a deliberate arrangement by the Buddhist and celestial realms. Regardless, this is a manifestation of awakened innate wisdom. Moreover, throughout the journey to the west, Zhu Beiji has consistently referred to himself as Marshal Tianping. To label him merely as a pig would sometimes provoke his ire. This illustrates that his previous life memories dominate his identity, rendering him unacknowledged of his current existence. However, considering that Xuanzang has undergone 10 cycles of reincarnation, rekindling the memories of his first life as the golden cicada poses a significant challenge. Furthermore, whether the awakened memory pertains to the golden cicada or Xuanzang remains uncertain. Previous life memories? Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Xuanzang was momentarily stunned, feeling a sense of disorientation. He found the National Master's statements to be shrouded in ambiguity, entirely incomprehensible. In your previous life, you were a six-winged golden cicada, one of the ancient 5 insects, a creature of utmost ferocity and terror. Eventually, you entered the Buddhist order, cleansing yourself of your fierce nature, and became the second disciple of the Buddha. Jin Chanzi. Observing the evidently uninformed Xuanzang, Yi Yun shook his head and softly spoke. Subsequently, due to certain matters, you developed a rift with the Tathagata regarding Buddhist teachings. You were cast down to the mortal realm, becoming an ordinary human. After enduring 10 cycles of reincarnation, you have become who you are now. And your sole purpose of existence is to journey westward. In your first life, second life, with each incarnation, you embarked on this westward journey. Yet, each time, you met with failure. This is your final attempt, and you shall succeed. You will retrieve the true scriptures. Since Xuanzang has yet to awaken his memories of his past life, Yi Yun decided to be direct, laying bare all that he knew why Yi Yun genuinely admired Xuanzang. The Buddhist sect devoted itself to the westward journey, perhaps to propagate the Dharma eastward, or due to the constraints of calamities, or to seek the flourishing of Buddhism. But Xuanzang was different. His sole obsession in traveling west was to alleviate suffering and rescue the distressed, sparing all beings from anguish. Perhaps on this journey, Xuanzang exhibited some actions that were infuriating, such as failing to discern right from wrong and repeatedly driving away Sun Wukong. However, his resolve was unwavering. He never entertained the thought of retreating. Based solely on this trait, Yi Yun could confidently assert that Xuanzang was a good person, perhaps flawed, yet undeniably a good person. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Xuanzang's mouth fell agape, and he stood in a stupor for quite some time before slowly uttering a single word. Reincarnation? An ancient ferocious beast. And the second disciple of the Buddha. Xuanzang felt his mind whirl, struggling to process it all. However, one thing Xuanzang did comprehend. His mission was to retrieve the scriptures, and no matter how many times he was reincarnated, it was all for the sake of this endeavor. Unbidden, a recent memory flashed in Xuanzang's mind. During the Water and Land Dharma Assembly, the Bodhisattva indeed mentioned the term retrieving scriptures and spoke of the Mahayana teachings. At that moment, Xuanzang was puzzled as to why he had been chosen. Yet, if everything the national master said was true, did that not imply it had long been predestined? Chapter 89. Buddhism cannot save the people. The impoverished monk seeks to establish a new Buddha. Xuanzang was now somewhat dazed. He was processing Yi Yun's words, especially regarding the matter of retrieving scriptures. 10 cycles of reincarnation, each dedicated to this quest. This was an extraordinarily shocking revelation for Xuanzang, more so than being the second disciple of the Buddha in his past life. For this could potentially overturn Xuanzang's understanding of Buddhism, which he had held since childhood. As Xuanzang fell into deep contemplation, Yi Yun remained unperturbed, quietly standing by without urging him. He understood that being suddenly inundated with such profound information would undoubtedly leave Xuanzang in a state of bewilderment, grappling with acceptance. Yet, having already begun his cultivation and possessing some abilities of the six-winged golden cicada, Xuanzang should be able to discern whether Yi Yun's words were indeed true or false. May I inquire, National Master, what exactly is it that one retrieves from these scriptures? At that moment, Xuanzang seemed to have an epiphany. He took a deep breath, his brow furrowed, and softly addressed Yi Yun. The Bodhisattva speaks of the Mahayana teachings, which can liberate all sentient beings. Yet, if merely seeking scripture suffices for one lifetime, why must one endure through so many lifetimes? Furthermore, if the Mahayana doctrine possesses such profound power, why has it taken until now to be obtained? In this instant, Xuanzang voiced his deepest confusion. Indeed, during the recent Water and Land Dharma Assembly, upon hearing the Bodhisattva mention Mahayana teachings as a means to liberate all beings from suffering, Xuanzang was filled with exhilaration and immediately desired to seek the true scriptures. However, gradually, he sensed something amiss. If those true scriptures could indeed liberate all beings, why would the Bodhisattva urge him to seek them? Would it not be more fitting to directly impart the Mahayana teachings? A practitioner of Buddhism, guided by compassion, naturally seeks to aid the suffering. If Xuanzang were Guanyin, possessing the means to alleviate the woes of others, he would undoubtedly bring forth such teachings without hesitation. There could be no room for doubt. The Bodhisattva's insistence on him seeking them seemed contradictory to the established principles of Buddhism. Yet, reflecting upon the Dharma should not be lightly transmitted. Xuanzang considered that perhaps this was a test set by the Bodhisattva. Only the sincere may attain the true scriptures. But now, upon hearing of his reincarnations spanning numerous lifetimes, each necessitating a quest for scriptures, Xuanzang recognized that something was amiss. If this were truly a test, why extend it over 10 lifetimes? The time wasted in such trials meant countless beings were suffering in the hells. A practitioner of Buddhism is traditionally one who refrains from harming even the smallest creatures, cherishing the life of a moth drawn to a flame. If such compassion extends to ants and moths, how could it not encompass living, breathing humans? This contemplation inevitably sowed seeds of doubt regarding the teachings in Xuanzang's heart. Of course, Xuanzang had considered the possibility that the national master was speaking falsely, deceiving him. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a profound instinct that the national master's words bore truth. It was a sensation beyond reason. Even Xuanzang himself could not fathom why he felt this way. Nevertheless, he chose to temporarily trust this intuition. The scriptures he sought would undoubtedly be the Mahayana teachings. Observing Xuanzang's perplexed countenance, Yi Yun gently shook his head and remarked, however, to claim that one can rescue the suffering and cultivate an immeasurable lifespan. Let us dismiss that notion. At best, they are mere volumes of scriptures. Do you genuinely believe that simply reciting sutras can liberate all beings? If so, what would become of the people of the Tang dynasty, who spend their days in temples chanting scriptures, neglecting their livelihoods, only to beg for food when hunger strikes? What then would the Tang dynasty resemble? Such a scenario could hardly be deemed anything less than hell. With those words, Xuanzang's mind was momentarily stunned. He vaguely envisioned the citizens of the Tang dynasty, seated at home daily, reciting scriptures while doing nothing else. What a terrifying scene that would be! Hell? Indeed, to call it hell would not be an exaggeration. If this were the case, then I, a humble monk, shall refrain from seeking the scriptures. Xuanzang murmured softly, his expression uncertain. In truth, prior to this, while he had harbored some curiosity about cultivation, his determination to obtain the scriptures had remained unwavering. He sought the true scriptures to resolve countless grievances and dispel unwarranted calamities. Yet now, Xuanzang found himself in a state of hesitation. If the profound teachings of Mahayana Buddhism could not fundamentally alter the lives of the common people, what purpose would his journey serve? With the invention of the steam engine by the national master, the lives of the citizens of the Tang dynasty had undergone a remarkable transformation. Even in years of disaster, they could navigate through with ease. Thus, what need had he to pursue the scriptures? You must go. Observing Xuanzang seemingly reaching a decision, Yiyun let out a soft sigh and continued. This is a calamity of measure. The Western pilgrimage of calamity. One must select a person of profound Buddhist wisdom to embark from the eastern lands, traversing a distance of 100,000 and 80,000 miles, facing 99 trials and 81 tribulations, until reaching the sacred mountain, to seek the true scriptures. Once the calamity concludes, the Buddhist community will flourish, and you are the person predetermined by the heavens to undertake this journey. For scriptures. Calamity. At this moment, Yiyun did not shy away from the truth, directly revealing the nature of the calamity to Xuanzang. Moreover, he boldly stated that the tribulations encountered on this Western journey were meticulously arranged by the Buddhist community. This revelation left Xuanzang momentarily stunned, his expression reflecting disbelief. His immediate reaction was one of skepticism. Arranged tribulations. From Yiyun's tone, it was clear that these tribulations were none other than monstrous beings. The Buddhist community must have inflicted suffering upon countless souls by allowing them to descend. How could those devoted to compassion engage in such malevolent deeds? Yet in the next moment, Xuanzang fell silent. Given his understanding of certain monks within the Buddhist community, perhaps they were indeed capable of such actions. Amitabha, is this the truth? For the sake of this calamity, for the flourishing of the Buddhist community, disregarding the lives of myriad beings, Xuanzang softly recited a Buddhist chant, reminiscent of his earlier reverence, yet lacking some of the adoration he once held for the Buddhist community. He felt a sense of confusion, yet within, a flicker of other thoughts began to emerge. Pertaining to the Buddhist community, national master, this humble monk is uncertain whether all that you say is true. After a prolonged silence, Xuanzang suddenly raised his head, gazing intently at Yiyun, and spoke earnestly. Yet I shall seek my own understanding. I shall comprehend it for myself. One day, I shall discern the truth. Xuanzang could not allow Yiyun's mere words to alter his lifelong faith. He needed to seek the truth on his own, to comprehend, to unveil the entirety of the truth. And when the time comes, if you discover all to be true, what then? Looking at Xuanzang, Yiyun furrowed his brow slightly and gently inquired. If learning Buddhism cannot save the common people, then this Buddhism is flawed. In response, Xuanzang did not hesitate for an instant, declaring, this humble monk shall devote all my energy to create a new form of Buddhism, a truly universal salvation for all beings. Xuanzang's voice resonated with strength. In a fleeting moment, the silhouette of a young monk appeared behind him, his expression equally resolute. Just as on that day during the Ulambana festival, a figure defying the multitude of Buddhas emerged. Golden Cicada, Chapter 90. The Buddha of Golden Cicada. The path of Xuanzang marches forward unimpeded. The teachings of Buddhism no longer alleviate suffering. This signifies a profound error on the part of the Buddha. When one is mistaken, one must amend. Should the Buddha resist change, I shall endeavor to assist him in his transformation. Xuanzang aspires to establish a true Buddha for all sentient beings. With this declaration, a radiant golden light suddenly surged forth from Xuanzang's being, cascading gently. Gradually, the once formidable malice that could contest the brilliance of that golden aura began to dissipate under its luminous embrace, ultimately vanishing entirely. As the last remnants of hostility were eradicated, the golden light abruptly expanded, enveloping his entire form. Xuanzang, with his hands clasped in prayer and eyes firmly shut, bathed in the golden glow, resembled a true Buddha. Simultaneously, a spectral figure emerged behind Xuanzang. It was a young monk, exuding an extraordinary tranquility. With hands joined in prayer, he gently nodded at Yiyun, as if wishing to convey something. Yet, in the end, he merely shook his head and gradually faded into the intangible ether. Amitabha, pardon me, but what has transpired? After a considerable pause, Xuanzang opened his eyes and cast a perplexed glance in Yiyun's direction. Moments prior, upon uncovering some of the shadows lurking within the Buddhist realm, an overwhelming sensation surged within him, prompting the instinctive utterance of a desire to re-establish a new Buddha. However, an instant later, he found himself engulfed in a haze. In a fleeting vision, he perceived himself at an unparalleled Buddhist assembly, where a monk bearing a striking resemblance to him stood undaunted amidst the encirclement of numerous Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, articulating his own Dharma. Ultimately, he erupted into hearty laughter before departing, leaving the assembled deities with countenances of profound displeasure. He also glimpsed another assembly, where he engaged in a philosophical debate with the Buddha, only to unknowingly provoke the Buddha's ire, leading to his imprisonment. Within that prison, he remained steadfast in his belief in his Buddha, even though the sole listener to his teachings was but a small mouse. Yet he persisted, unwavering in his faith. Beyond that, Xuanzang's recollection became a blur, as if the entire scene were a fleeting dream, dissolving into nothingness. You have discovered your own path. Gazing upon Xuanzang, Yuan fell into contemplative silence before softly articulating. The memories of the past life are but a dream, unreal, he faltered. Therefore, he must wish for you to find a path to success. Earlier, the spectral presence of the young monk had remained voiceless. Yet Yuan sensed the essence of his unspoken message. It was not that Xuanzang was incapable of awakening his latent wisdom. Rather, it was the golden cicada reluctant to emerge. He had already faced defeat once. His Buddha had succumbed to the Tathagata. Go forge his own path would inevitably lead to failure. Hence, the golden cicada refrained from imparting his memories to Xuanzang. He yearned to witness Xuanzang tread a distinctly different route. At that time, Xuanzang's teachings would surpass those of the Tathagata. That monk, was he the golden cicada? Upon hearing Yuan's words, Xuanzang remained silent for a considerable duration before finally lifting his gaze to meet Yuan's, solemnly inquiring. Xuanzang was uncertain whether the he mentioned by Yuan referred to the monk he had glimpsed in a moment of dazedness, yet he instinctively inquired. His yearning to uncover every detail about the golden cicada was palpable. Indeed, upon hearing this, Yuan nodded affirmatively, providing Xuanzang with a definitive answer. At this moment, Xuanzang's condition was rather peculiar. He had not yet awakened his innate wisdom, yet fragments of his past life memories had begun to surface. The golden cicada was, in its own way, assisting him in this later life, imparting memories and experiences without leaving any burdens. It was foreseeable that when Xuanzang discovered his Buddha, it would also signify the complete dissolution of the golden cicada, in the truest sense, leaving not a trace behind. Yet, he proceeded regardless. Was it a pure heart? At the very least, in the realm of Buddhist teachings, the golden cicada embodied a truly innocent spirit. Thank you, National Master. Having received a confirmed answer, he immediately rose and solemnly bowed to Yuan, gently articulating, "This humble monk understands. I shall journey to the Western paradise to seek the scriptures. However, not in pursuit of the Mahayana teachings, but rather to for the Buddha within my heart. One day, this humble monk shall arrive at the spiritual mountain, to share with the Buddha, and indeed with the myriad Buddhas, my Buddha, in the fleeting fragments that had just passed." Xuanzang was unaware of what the golden cicada's Buddha truly was. Yet, his own Buddha should surpass the current Buddha in some regard. Alas, the golden cicada had been defeated, vanquished by the Buddha, overcome by the countless Buddhas above. Perhaps one day, Xuanzang too would face failure. Yet for reasons unknown, he suddenly felt compelled to try. For the golden cicada believed in itself, and it also believed in him, trusting in the Buddha that resided within their hearts. Simultaneously, Xuanzang sensed that the faint, lingering hunger that had always existed within him had entirely dissipated. His condition had reached an unprecedented peak. This newfound vitality filled Xuanzang's heart with an unparalleled confidence. Excellent. Upon hearing Xuanzang's words, Yuan fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded and spoke. I shall await that day. However, you still need to conceal your realm. Casting a glance at Xuanzang, Yuan raised his hand and presented a seemingly inconspicuous prayer bead. Since commencing his training, Xuanzang's progress could be described as meteoric. Moreover, with the recent infusion of Buddhist light, he was nearing the threshold of true immortality. It is noteworthy that Xuanzang had only been cultivating for a mere few days. While the influence of the six-winged golden cicada was undeniable, Xuanzang's innate talent was undoubtedly among the very finest. This string of prayer beads was something Yuan had exchanged from the system's marketplace, capable of concealing Xuanzang's realm. As long as Xuanzang did not reveal it himself, others would be unable to discern his true level. Only in this manner would Xuanzang have the opportunity to find his Buddha. Otherwise, upon discovering a true immortal in Xuanzang, the Buddhist realm would likely hasten to eliminate this significant variable. The destined seeker of scriptures must endure the mortal tribulations of 99 trials and one. Once one becomes immortal, what trials remain? Indeed, upon hearing these words, Xuanzang hesitated for a brief moment before gradually nodding in agreement. He accepted the string of prayer beads without a hint of reluctance, adorning his wrist with them. Once again, he performed a respectful bow and spoke, "Thank you, National Master. There's no need for such courtesy." In response, Yuan acknowledged with a nod, then cast his gaze skyward, softly stating, "Earlier, during the water and land ritual assembly, Guanyin's purpose in coming here was to facilitate your westward journey. Yet it was interrupted by Emperor Jun. Now they have returned. Guanyin, along with Manjushri Da, has arrived within the borders of the Great Tang. I trust you will meet them soon. Chapter 91. Manjushri and Guanyin arrive in the Great Tang. The journey to the west begins. Guanyin, Manjushri. Bodhisattvas? Upon hearing this, Xuanzang was momentarily taken aback, lost in thought. Had he heard of the arrival of these two bodhisattvas previously, he would have undoubtedly been overwhelmed with awe and reverence. Yet now, a profound tranquility enveloped his heart, perplexing Xuanzang himself. It was as if he were a still pond, undisturbed by even the slightest ripple. They appeared as mere ordinary guests, their presence bearing no significance. Was it perhaps the lingering influence of the memories from Jin Chanzi? Observing Xuanzang's serene demeanor, Yuan raised an eyebrow and murmured softly. Perhaps this is not entirely a negative development. The former Xuanzang was somewhat too feeble. He would bow at the sight of the Buddha, wholeheartedly devoted to the teachings, thus losing his edge. With such a disposition, how could he dare to confront the multitude of Buddhas? But now, Xuanzang has transformed and no longer blindly adhering to Buddhist doctrines. This change could be the result of Jin Chanzi's intentions, or perhaps Xuanzang's inherent nature. Regardless, this Xuanzang is utterly different from the one before. Very well. I must take my leave. After casting another glance at the heavens, sensing the two approaching presences drawing nearer, Yuan spoke softly. Those two bodhisattvas will arrive shortly. They are likely here to urge you to embark on your westward journey soon. Previously, Yuan had sensed these two presences, and now they had reached the Great Tang. They would soon arrive at Huaxing Temple. At this moment, Yuan preferred to remain hidden from the gaze of the Buddhist community, thus choosing to withdraw. From here on, he entrusted everything to Xuanzang. Armed with the fragments of memories bestowed by Jin Chanzi, Xuanzang should be more than capable of facing Manjushri and Guanyin. I understand, esteemed monk. Upon hearing these words, Xuanzang was momentarily startled, then quietly nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Thank you, National Master." Xuanzang's heart was like tranquil waters. Even upon learning that he would soon encounter the two bodhisattvas, he displayed no sign of anxiety. Indeed, before departing, Yuan cast a deep gaze at Xuanzang, paused in silence for a moment, and gently admonished. Regardless of whether you are Jin Chanzi or Xuanzang, in this life, you are a citizen of the Great Tang, and no matter what your ultimate Buddha may be, I implore you to refrain from undertaking any actions that could harm the Great Tang. At this moment, Xuanzang's state was rather extraordinary. To call him Xuanzang would be to acknowledge a version of him that was distinctly different from the one who had preached at Huaxing Temple before. He is referred to as Jin Chanzi, yet he possesses no memories of Jin Chanzi, only fleeting, indistinct fragments. If one must make a comparison, the current Xuanzang bears some resemblance to Jin Chanzi before he became the second disciple of the Tathagata. With utmost respect, Xuanzang took a deep breath and solemnly bowed to Yuan. It was not a gesture of Buddhist reverence, but rather a gesture befitting a subject. This signified Xuanzang's acknowledgement of his identity as a citizen of the Great Tang. He also pledged to Yuan that he would refrain from actions that could endanger the Great Tang. Yuan departed, however. He did not stray far, instead ascending to a higher vantage point to gaze towards the direction of Huaxing Temple, quietly awaiting developments. He intended to revive another formidable being from the primordial chaos only after ensuring that no complications would arise. For that being was somewhat distant from the Great Tang and would require a considerable passage of time. It was prudent to eliminate all uncertain factors beforehand. As for Xuanzang, Yuan had no desire to draw him into the divine court. It was unnecessary. Xuanzang was destined to carve his own path. He was akin to a seed, destined to sprout and grow one day. When that time comes, the impact Xuanzang would bring to the primordial chaos would likely far surpass that of any other being. Simultaneously, it would also be a moment of harvest for Yuan. While Yuan waited in silence. Meanwhile, in the Great Tang, a figure soared through the heavens. It was Manjushri. Ha! He cast a glance behind him, a faint smirk of derision gracing his features. Is this all? Dare to compare speed with me? Still quite juvenile. Umitba. Noticing the gaze of Manjushri, Guanyin's expression turned cold. Yet her face remained impassive, trailing closely behind Manjushri. Step by step, although both were quasi-saints, Manjushri's strength slightly surpassed that of Guanyin, but only marginally. For Guanyin, though she could not match Manjushri's speed, following closely behind him was still within her capabilities. The time difference was scarcely more than a few breaths. Guanyin believed that in such a brief span, Manjushri could not possibly compel Xuanzang to head westward. At that juncture, it would depend on her. Humph. Sensing Guanyin's presence behind him, Manjushri's expression turned slightly frosty, a chilling glint flickering in his eyes. He was indeed a step ahead. Yet, it was merely a single step. For Guanyin, catching up was a simple task. However, at present, Manjushri found himself lacking any suitable means to impede Guanyin's progress. He could only enter the Great Tang first and seek Xuanzang's whereabouts. Soon, Manjushri detected Xuanzang's aura. Huaxing Temple? In an instant, Manjushri moved, and when he reappeared, he had arrived at Huaxing Temple, within the very meditation chamber belonging to Xuanzang. Manjushri. Bodhisattva? In the meditation chamber, Xuanzang gazed in astonishment at the sudden appearance of Manjushri before him, his face betraying a flicker of surprise as he hastily performed a Buddhist greeting and respectfully spoke. Amitabha. This humble monk has encountered Bodhisattva Manjushri. Though he had long anticipated Manjushri's arrival, Xuanzang's heart remained tranquil, yet his countenance displayed a demeanor of utmost reverence and trepidation. Xuanzang, you. Gazing at the figure of Xuanzang before him, Manjushri nodded slightly, preparing to speak, yet his brow furrowed. Before him, a radiant light of Buddha began to float. In the next moment, Avalokiteshvara's form materialized, a trace of a smile gracing her face as she stood beside him. Avalokiteshvara? Upon seeing Avalokiteshvara, Xuanzang's face revealed a flicker of astonishment, which was swiftly followed by a respectful bow as he spoke with deference. However, despite the outward display of respect in his gesture, his eyes remained remarkably calm, devoid of any hint of agitation. Should Manjushri and Avalokiteshvara scrutinize him closely, they might detect a subtle anomaly. Yet at this moment, the two bodhisattvas were entirely engrossed in each other, their expressions tinged with a hint of coldness. Oblivious to Xuanzang, to them, Xuanzang was merely a tool for the Western journey. Though undeniably significant, his importance was confined to that role. As long as he undertook the journey westward, nothing else posed a problem. Nevertheless, Manjushri and Avalokiteshvara, being enlightened bodhisattvas, understood that they could not afford to engage in internal strife at this juncture. At the very least, they must not reveal it to Xuanzang. After exchanging a glance,